Reborn into a new life, I carry with me the system of the Heavenly Legion. In this life, I shall conquer all realms, sweeping away formidable foes from the heavens, grasping the world within my hands. In this life, unparalleled warriors shall stand as my right and left arms, and the revered war sovereign shall serve under me. In this life, I shall possess the mightiest legion in existence, in an unknown continent, nestled within a secluded mountain village. Look, the son of old Wang is daydreaming by the lake again. What a disgrace. At 18, he's not even a fighter, he hasn't even condensed his fighting spirit. He shows no interest in farming or labor. Two villagers passing by lamented. How will he ever find a wife in this village? He's destined to be a bachelor. Old Wang must be exasperated by such a son. Thank goodness I don't have a son like that. Old Zhang, hurry up. The election for the next village chief is about to begin. We must go vote for old Gus' son. With that, the two hurried away. The taunts and derision pierced the ears of the youth by the lake, cutting deep. Sigh. For a month now, I've hardly dared to step outside this little village. How pitiful. The young man softly sighed as he tossed a small stone into the lake, watching it skip lightly across the surface, creating ripples that danced outward. Wang Yu, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, allowed the bitterness to linger on his tongue. Others traverse worlds with systems and cheat codes, ascending to the peaks of life, while I find myself here, utterly oblivious to the nature of the world I've entered, and lagging behind in my cultivation. Wang Yu reclined on the grass, gazing up at the sun, red as flame. Suddenly, a colossal beast blotted out the sun as it soared overhead, adorned with the wings of an eagle and the body of a tiger, resembling a creature from the classic of mountains and seas. The cloud tiger beast's fierce eyes glimmered ominously, its wings stirring up a violent wind as it roared toward the village. At that moment, an enormous statue of a human in the village inexplicably emanated an aura that only the beast could sense. The cloud tiger beast quivered, turning tail to flee. This beast is as annoying as a monthly visitor, showing up once or twice without fail. Wang Yu was a traveler from another world, having been a university student. Just before graduation, a beggar claimed he was the chosen one destined to save the world. Seeing the beggar's delusion, Wang Yu gave him $20 for breakfast. The old man smiled as he accepted the money and left. Little did Wang Yu know, the next morning, he found himself transported to this remote village, surrounded by strange beasts. The villagers spoke of how, for over a century, none had ventured beyond the confines of the village to witness the outside world. This was due to the surrounding mountains teeming with ferocious beasts, ruthless and domineering, more numerous than the stars. No one in the village could stand against them. But why did the beasts refrain from attacking the village? It was due to the heroic statue within. Am I to be trapped here for life, living as a mere villager? Having crossed into this world, I find myself without a phone, a computer, or even a game. Is there truly a more destitute traveler than I? Ding, the Legion Conqueror system has found its host and is beginning to bind. Host name, Wang Yu. Age before crossing, 22. Age after crossing, 18. Physique, mortade. Tags, 21st century traveler. Homebody foodie. Enthusiast of online novels. Legion prestige, 0. Prestige represents the Legion's reputation in the Eastern continent, which can be either renowned or infamous. The nature of it lies in the host's choices. A higher prestige will yield rare items, equipment, and secret techniques. Legion size, 0. Legion strength, 0. Legion's economic resources, 0. Legion's combat power, 0. Out of the blue, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. Wang Yu sat up in excitement, devoid of fear or trepidation. Instead, he felt a surge of vigor, exclaiming, "Finally, after waiting over a month, the system has arrived." Ding, the purpose of this system is to assist the host in assembling an invincible legion that will sweep across all realms. The system shall issue tasks, and upon completion, rewards such as items, weapons, techniques, resources, and fortuitous encounters shall be granted. Do not expect to ascend in one leap. Even the most formidable of warriors start from 0. Indeed, the system speaks wisely. Wang Yu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Ding, now, let me introduce the world in which the host currently resides. The host is presently situated in the Eastern continent, which comprises 3 powerful empires. The Gamma Empire to the east, the Lake Lord Empire abundant with lakes to the north, and the Holy Rock Empire established amidst the desert to the west. These empires possess immense strength and deep foundations, all supported by various extraordinary sections. These will undoubtedly become the host's adversaries in the future. Wang Yu understood the implications of the system's words. In essence, this was a legion-building game, necessitating the cultivation of talent and the acquisition of allies to traverse the world. In the future, if he wished to develop his legion, he would need to compete for resources and talent against these sects. As his legion flourished, becoming a formidable fourth power to rival the three empires, it would inevitably attract the attention, caution, and hostility of the imperial legions. How intriguing! Absolutely fascinating. Wang Yu laughed heartily. I relish the simulation and development system strategies, tactics, military arts, training the strong, establishing strongholds, and ensuring supply lines. Oh my, there are so many considerations. Ding currently. The host is crossing paths with the natural barrier separating the Gamma Empire from the Holy Rock Empire, within a small village of 200 souls nestled deep in the Beast Mountain Range. The village is encircled by vicious beasts, including an ancient beast leading a monstrous horde. The host's immediate objective is to establish a legion capable of escaping from beneath the very nose of the Beast Lord. Ding begin the first task. The host must persuade 3 villagers to join the invincible legion that sweeps across all realms. Upon completion of this task, the system will reward the host with a bottle of washing marrow liquid and a book of washing marrow technique, aiding the host in undergoing a transformation. Washing marrow liquid. A single drop can transform a mortal, opening the 8 extraordinary meridians and embarking on the path of cultivation of mysterious elixir. Washing marrow technique. A method essential for cultivators, refining the body and strengthening the bones, categorized as an earth-level body refinement technique in the Eastern continent. All divine skills hinge upon body refinement. Only with a robust physique can one endure endless battles and tribulations. With these 2 treasures, Wang Yu would be able to commence his cultivation journey. However, the astute Wang Yu would not let the system off easily. Since he was the host, shouldn't he be entitled to a few more benefits? System. Other systems provide starter gift packs, offering legendary weapons right from the beginning. If we are to endure hardships together, shouldn't you grant me some excellent items as well? Wang Yu cunningly pondered within his consciousness. Ding, do not worry, host. The system has prepared an extraordinary welcoming gift. An extraordinary welcoming gift? Good heavens! Wang Yu's mouth watered. It seemed that his chance to dominate the world had finally arrived. Before crossing over, he was but a mundane teacher, leading a monotonous life. Now, having traversed into this realm, he naturally sought to explore the vast and ethereal supreme world, cultivating to transcendence, soaring on swords, vanquishing demons, and purging evil. Above the masses, unifying countless armies, with a harem of 3,000 beauties, ruling over vast territories. What a dream for countless men! Wang Yu clenched his fists, his excitement coalescing into sweat upon his palms, blood surging within him. Ding, the host, is awarded one of the remnants of Panga's primordial bones. Chapter 2. The remains of Panga's creation. The remains of Panga's creation refer to the relics of the great Emperor Pangu, who led the Pangu clan in the primordial act of creating the heavens and the earth. Shattering the chaos, Panga's body was invulnerable, impervious to fire, traversing darkness, tearing through the void, immortal and indestructible. He was the sacred body of legends from the primordial era. Is the system referring to the primordial legends? Wang Yu pondered. In the beginning of the cosmos, the world was in chaos, until the great Pangu shattered the void, opened up the primordial chaos, commanded countless thunders, and with the Pangu axe and Pangu banner, forged a vast world conducive to human survival, giving rise to the myth of humans cultivating immortality and attaining enlightenment. However, the primordial legends undoubtedly belong to the function system, since Pangu exists alongside Hongjun Laozu, the 3 saints of the 3 teachings, the 3 sovereigns of humanity, and Inhua. Do they all truly exist? Wang Yu supported his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps this is a different world altogether. If the Panga clan has a deity capable of creating a world, then surely there are others among them who can forge entirely different realms. The unknown world awaits Wang Yu's exploration. System. Is this merely one of the remains of Panga's creation? Are there others? Ding. Indeed, scattered across the eastern continent, there are 7 additional pieces. The host must gather all 8 pieces of Panga's remains to inherit the immortal, indestructible, and invincible sacred body, transcending tribulations and mastering the supreme path. Commencing fusion. Piece 1. Fusion commencing. As the system's words echoed, Chen Yu felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, his meridians severed. Endless flames consumed his being, and Wang Yu clutched his head, letting out a wretched scream. For no ordinary mortal could endure such intense agony. Cells were ablaze, skin was being ground down, and bones felt as if they were being hammered by thousands of iron mallets, enduring the searing flames. Reforged time and again, through countless iterations. Wang Yu let out a cry before losing consciousness. Crossing through the infernal flames, enduring the torments of purgatory, and resisting the endless darkness, one could only achieve the utmost greatness. You little rascal, you little rascal. Wake up, damn it. How did I end up with such a useless child? You can't even become a fighter, and now you're slacking off in the fields, coming here to sleep. Time passed unmeasured until Wang Yu heard someone calling his name, groggily opening his eyes. A man clad in simple garments, with dark skin, was fanning Wang Yu's face, the sound echoing like a series of slaps. Wang Yu's father, Wang Datsai, was furious, having discovered his son idly sleeping by the lake, his anger boiling over. Other children at 18 were vying for the position of village chief, becoming fighters, or at the very least, learning to farm alongside the village blacksmith, doctor, or veterinarian. Yet his own son at 18 could only sleep. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and as Wang Datsai struck Wang Yu's hand, he unconsciously increased the force. Slap, however, Wang Yu was surprisingly aware that despite his father's harsh slaps, he felt nothing at all. It was as if he were being bitten by a mosquito. Father, did you skip lunch? Are you sure you know how to hit? Wang Yu asked. This is it, it's over. Did I hit him too hard, making him even more foolish? Wang Datsai fumed, having cultivated the land for decades, possessing the strength to sever ancient trees with a single hand. Was it too forceful, causing harm to my son's head? My dear child. Oh, how I regret it. I should not have exerted such strength. Your mother and I have only you as our son. Wang Datsai held Wang Yu, tears glistening in his eyes. I merely wished for you to achieve some success. I was wrong, dear father. It does not hurt. Truly, it does not. The bone of Pango, invincible. Wang Yu extended his hands, pushing his father away, exclaiming, Father, I am about to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. Ha ha ha. Father, prepare to enjoy the delights of life alongside me. To be frank, in the month since Wang Yu's arrival in this world, Wang Datsai and Li Xiuzhen have treated him exceptionally well, akin to their own flesh and blood, providing him with abundant food and drink. Since I have taken possession of your son's body and acquired the extraordinary system, I shall treat you both a bit better as a form of compensation. Upon witnessing his son's exuberance, Wang Datsai was profoundly moved, saying, Son, I apologize. Having your heart is sufficient. Your father can work hard and support you and your mother without concern. Without further ado, Wang Yu approached a stubborn rock by the lakeside. A fighter could leave a fist mark on the stone with a single punch, while a master fighter could shatter half of it. However, a grandmaster could reduce it to mere powder with a single blow. Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling a surge of true energy coursing through him, with a blazing fire igniting in his lower abdomen, providing an inexhaustible source of energy. The power continuously condensed in his palms. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the stubborn rock disintegrated into dust, scattering amidst the heavens and the earth. A single punch, purely the strength of his formidable physique, devoid of any fighting spirit, could turn stone to dust. How formidable! Is this the power of the bone of Pangu? Wang Yu gasped lightly. With this body, I shall inevitably become invincible. I am going to run for village chief. Father, won't you come and see? Wang Datsai stood dumbfounded, slack-jawed, with drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. What is happening? How could my foolish son, who has been simple for 18 years, possess such strength? As Wang Yu ran further away, Wang Datsai hurriedly followed suit, chuckling foolishly. I understand now, I understand. For the past 18 years, my son has brought me surprises. Oh, what delightful surprises. Ha ha ha. It turns out I am the fool. I have been deceived for 18 years. I, Wang Datsai, do not have a foolish son. I need not endure the villagers' ridicule any longer. Ha ha ha. System, are you still there? As he hurried along, Wang Yu called out softly, Ding. The system is here. What commands do you have? Host? Newly acquainted with the system, Wang Yu was initially unaware of its functions, having been consumed by excitement. Now, he needed to explore some of the system's capabilities. He aimed to ascertain how much influence the system could exert under his conscious direction once he successfully ran for village chief. System, if I wish to exchange for items within the system, how should I proceed? Are there any requirements for the exchange? Ding. This system is divided into two categories of rewards. One is for the host completion of system tasks, and the system will provide corresponding rewards based on the host's prowess in sweeping through myriad realms. The second, active exchanges, such as when the host legion conquers a city, gaining prestige, recruiting extraordinary talents, or eliminating threats to the populace, can enhance the strength of the Legion and yield prestige points. These prestige points can be actively redeemed for items, magical artifacts, techniques, and weapon rewards. Understood. Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. The system offers two methods of reward. It entirely depends on how I manage the Legion. Unconsciously, he quickened his steps. I must hasten to run for village chief. Chapter 3. The Chosen One. The sun blazed high in the sky, with not a cloud in sight. The election for village chief was taking place in the square adorned with statues, where over 200 villagers had gathered. The sound of drums and gongs resonated. Colorful ribbons danced in the air, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. On the stage, 3 elderly men with silver hair and an air of ethereal grace occupied grand chairs. Their dignified presence commanded respect, towering above the crowd. Who do you think will become the village chief this time? teased Su Jianwu, the elder of the blacksmithing community. Old Gu Jianglu, the elder from the apothecary, remarked, "These young ones all hail from illustrious families, grandsons of powerful figures, each possessing unique talents. I cannot say for certain. It all depends on how they lead our village's development. In my opinion, no matter how they develop, it remains confined to this small village." Do you really think these few youngsters can triumph over the beasts lurking beyond our borders? Shin Ao laughed. Given the scarce resources in this village, what kind of unparalleled masters can possibly emerge? At this point, the elders collectively sighed. Attention, dear villagers, the election is about to commence. The former village chief, dressed immaculately in simple attire, announced loudly, this time, there are 3 candidates for village chief. Gu Yuetong from the apothecary, Su Lan from the blacksmithing community, and Xin Yu from the veterinary clinic. Only those who have attained the rank of battle master are eligible to run for village chief. We shall now begin the strength assessment. Gu Yuetong stepped forward to the center of the square, where a magical stone lay, capable of measuring the strength and battle energy grade of the candidates. The higher the grade of battle energy, the purer it is and the more powerful the techniques and skills released. The elder's words fell. A striking youth with white hair and piercing eyes, clad in flowing white robes, approached. Gu Yuetong's fair hand, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, rested upon the magical stone. A brilliant light shone forth. Battle energy, 7th tier. 5-star battle master. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Gu Yuetong joined his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Gu Yuetong is the son of the former village chief, Gu Feng, and the grandson of the elder Gu Jianglu. The apothecary had held the position of village chief for 3 consecutive terms without exception. Old Gu, impressive. Su Jianwu praised. With such meager resources in the village, you managed to cultivate a 5-star battle master. Quite an achievement. If this grandson were to hone his skills under your guidance in the Gamma Empire, he would surely become extraordinary. Shin Ao declared with grandeur, I see potential in this lad. He is destined for greatness. Jiu Jianglu replied, trapped within the confines of our walls, Su and Shun. Let us not speak of unrealistic expectations. The assessment continued. Next candidate. Shin Yu, a stunning girl in a blue starry robe approached, her features captivating and her expression enchanting, as if the very essence of a gentle moonlight shimmered in her eyes. As Shun Yu ascended the stage, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd below. How could the proprietor of the veterinary shop have given birth to such a stunning beauty? Any young man fortunate enough to marry her would surely enjoy a life of luxury. An elderly man remarked, in my opinion, if Shin Yu were in the Gamma Empire, she would undoubtedly belong to the royal family, destined to wed the emperor. Alas, it is a pity that this phoenix is trapped in a small village. Once her beauty fades, she will become just another village girl. Shun Yu's fair wrist fell gracefully, and the magic stone radiated a brilliant light. The village chief announced that Shin Yu had attained the 6th level of Qi mastery and was a 2-star combat master. A multitude of young men, approximately 18 years of age, gazed up in admiration. It was indeed a remarkable feat for a woman to possess the strength of a 2-star combat master, marking her as a prodigy. The village chief continued, next up, Su Elian at that moment. Wang Yu arrived just in time. He raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, Village chief. I too wish to run for village chief. I am signing up at the last minute. His unexpected declaration silenced the surrounding crowd, and all eyes turned to Wang Yu. Wasn't he the foolish son of the Wang family? A lad who, at 18, had not even managed to condense his qi, now aspired to become village chief. The crowd erupted into fits of laughter. Wang Yu had long grown accustomed to the jeers of passers-by and walked confidently onto the stage. He was determined to become the new village chief. At that moment, Wang Dekai happened to arrive, squeezing through the throngs of people. Someone patted Wang Dekai on the shoulder, chuckling, Old Wang, why are you so slow?
Didn't you go to stop your son from causing a ruckus? This is quite the embarrassment. Hey, old Wang, has your foolish son driven you mad? The three individuals up there are from noble lineages, descendants of powerful warriors. How could the son of an ordinary soldier compete with them? The neighbors mocked and ridiculed I in the past. Wang Dekai would have flushed with shame. However, having witnessed his son shatter solid rock with a single punch, he was now eager to see those mockers get their comeuppance. His son had dreams, and he supported him. What if he succeeded? Wang Dekai said earnestly, "Pfft, that's unrealistic." The crowd paid him no mind, focusing instead on Wang Yu, who had stepped onto the stage. The village chief, arms crossed, stood in front of Wang Yu, raising an eyebrow. "You are Wang Dekai's son, Wang Yu. Our village welcomes ambitious individuals to run for office, but the prerequisite is to be a combat master. If I recall correctly, you have yet to condense your chi. You aren't even a regular combatant, are you?" "Exactly. It's this very sense of ridicule, this disdainful gaze." Wang Yu laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Whether or not I am a combat master can only be determined through a test." He was fully prepared to deliver a resounding rebuttal. Suddenly, two middle-aged men clad in armor, wielding swords, appeared as streaks of black light beside Wang Yu. Their heavy hands pressed down on his shoulders, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloping them. In that brief moment of contact, both men exchanged perplexed glances at Wang Yu. They were both one-star combat masters. How was it that they could not subdue a youth who was not even a combatant? This boy's shoulders felt like a steadfast mountain, unyielding and immovable. The village chief proclaimed, "Enough. Release him and allow him to give it a try." With a slight shake of his shoulder, Wang Yu effortlessly pushed the two individuals aside and declared, "It is indeed the village chief who speaks with reason." As he approached the enchanted stone, he placed his hand upon it. There was no radiance, and after a brief pause, it remained unresponsive. The village chief remarked, "An ordinary mortal." "Ha ha ha! An ordinary mortal dares to run for village chief. What audacity! Only a fool like him would have the gall to take the stage." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of derisive laughter. Wang Datsai felt a surge of humiliation wash over him, his face burning, as he silently pondered, "What is happening? Was what I previously witnessed merely an illusion? Impossible. I distinctly saw my son shatter stone with a single punch." Bai Yuetong snorted disdainfully, while Shen Yueru regarded him with an expression akin to that of a simpleton. Su Lan, however, appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, waving her hands in approval, exclaiming, "Village chief, was this a deliberately arranged light-hearted segment? You have successfully made me laugh. Ha ha ha." Just then, Wang Yu raised his fist and struck the enchanted stone with a powerful blow. Su Lan laughed even harder. "This fool can't possibly think the enchanted stone is a mere illusion. He is striking it with his fist. This stone is incredibly hard. Even my crafted divine weapon could not inflict a scratch upon it. I'm just waiting to see if Wang the fool's hand will hurt. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter." Suddenly, an explosive crack echoed through the air as the unyielding enchanted stone shattered into two pieces. The atmosphere instantly thickened with disbelief. Su Lan's laughter froze on her lips, and the crowd fell into a stunned silence, gazing in astonishment at the foolish youth who had been a simpleton for 18 years. Wang Yu had long envisioned this moment. He had awaited it for quite some time. "Village chief, esteemed elders, do I not possess the qualifications to run for village chief?" He mused, gently brushing the stone debris from his hands. He initially sought merely to test the extent of power the Pangu creation bone could unleash. The enchanted stone was a treasure within the village, second only to the statue of the hero, renowned for its impenetrable hardness. Even a 5-star combat master, at full strength, could only leave a fist imprint upon it. Yet he had shattered it. Wang Yu contemplated. Though he had yet to embark on his cultivation journey, the integration of the Pangu creation bone had already elevated him to the realm of a 5-star combat master. How delightful! The village chief, Gu Feng, no longer dared to make a judgment and turned to the esteemed elders behind him, for they were the key figures in determining the village's future. Jiyu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shen Ao exchanged glances, their mouths agape in astonishment. Jiyu Jianglu broke the silence, saying, "Wang Yu, in these 18 years, I have never seen you cultivate. What foolishness! You have failed to condense your fighting spirit. You possess only brute strength. To become village chief requires both martial and literary prowess. With your intellect, can you truly lead the villagers?" Wang Yu, brimming with confidence, strode forward, thinking to himself, "Old fool, are you implying that I am foolish?" As a university student traversing the currents of the 21st century, the president of the debate association, a member of the publicity club, a Bilibili content creator, a wordsmith, and a master of eloquence and logic. How could I possibly be outmatched by you? An antiquated relic, Wang Yu declared. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I, Wang Yu, am the chosen one. For the past 18 years, I have been blissfully unaware, for my mind has been echoing with countless voices of cultivation techniques and methods for concocting medicinal herbs. These voices reveal to me that the world beyond our village is vast. To the east lies the Gamma Empire, to the north the Lake Lord Empire, and to the south the Holy Rock Empire. They compel me to lead our villagers into a grander realm. Am I not speaking the truth, esteemed elders? Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Xin Ao were once again astounded, casting doubtful glances at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, trembling with cold sweat, stammered, Esteemed elder, I too am perplexed as to how this lad possesses such knowledge. How could he possibly be aware of these secrets? How could I divulge such information to a fool? Upon the stage, I stand as the chosen one burdened with a mission. Am I not worthy of becoming the village chief? Wang Yu clenched his fists and proclaimed loudly, Do you wish to remain confined within this village for eternity, living in fear of the encroaching beasts, toiling from dawn until dusk, and relying solely on your own meager resources? What if one day, the beasts soaring through the skies descend upon us? What will you do? Gazing at the still, complex expressions of the villagers below, Wang Yu understood that the shock he had instigated was profound. These villagers might still be unable to bear it. The outside world is thriving, with azure oceans, shores adorned with enchanting beauties, bustling commercial streets filled with delectable delights and exquisite jewels, and countless cultivation techniques and treasures. I am aware that venturing out is fraught with difficulties and challenges. Wang Yu continued, To mitigate the village's losses, I shall assemble an army. I will impart the cultivation techniques I have sensed and select 6 formidable individuals to break through the Beast Mountain range. At that time, I shall recruit warriors from beyond our borders and forge alliances with heroes and unparalleled masters from all corners of the world, leading them into the Beast Mountain range to rescue our villagers. Father, mother, I swear upon my life that I will return to save you. With a clear logic, astute ideas, and precise planning. Could this truly be a fool? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Wang Datsai exclaimed with fervor, pounding his chest, declaring that his son was destined for greatness. Have you all witnessed this? Do you see it? Ha ha ha. Scalding tears streamed down his face, a release of 18 long years of frustration, enduring the ridicule of others. Wang Datsai had awaited this day for far too long. Looking up, he beheld Wang Yu, seemingly enveloped in a dazzling radiance, akin to the sun piercing through the darkness with a beacon of hope. The villagers exchanged glances, their emotions a tumultuous blend. A foolish son suddenly turned the tide, proclaiming himself the chosen one and vying for the position of village chief. This stark contrast incited overwhelming jealousy. Li Xiuzhen squeezed through the crowd, embracing Wang Datsai, her voice trembling with emotion. Son, I believe in you, and I shall cast my vote for you. I choose my son to be the village chief. I choose my son to be the village chief. Wang Datsai clenched his fists tightly, raising them high, exclaiming, Son, I believe in you. I believe in you. Gradually, the onlookers began to tremble as they raised their hands, some filled with self-reproach, others burdened by guilt. For years, they had ridiculed and mocked the foolish son, the simpleton. Yet now, it was only under his leadership that they had the chance to escape the treacherous Beast Mountain and witness the splendor of bustling cities and the vast world beyond. Was this not a cruel jest of fate? I cast my vote for Wang Yu, and I apologize. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. Forgive me, one young man bowed first, expressing his contrition. I cast my vote for brother Wang Yu. A 14-year-old girl proclaimed loudly. Zhang Yiling, Wang Yu replied with a smile. Over the past month, the only person who had shown him kindness, aside from the prior two, was this 14-year-old girl, Zhang Yiling. Orphaned when her parents were slain by monsters while foraging for food. She had endured much hardship due to her status as a girl, receiving little attention from the villagers. As Wang Yu listened to her tale, he felt a deep sense of compassion. I cast my vote for Wang Yu. I must vote for him. I, too, owe him an apology. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive us, we were blind. The voices of over 200 individuals gradually echoed in the clearing as they bowed their heads in acknowledgement of their errors. Wang Datsai smiled, at long last, a proud smile. The village chief bent forward, inquiring, 3 esteemed elders, all the voters have cast their lot for Wang Yu. In light of this unforeseen turn of events, it is for you to decide. Wang Yu turned to regard the 3 elders behind him, men who held dominion over the village chief, the true powers within this settlement. The 3 elders were the rightful authorities in the village. Chapter 5. A tremendous shock. Is there really any need for deliberation? The Chosen One is a divine envoy sent to rescue us, akin to the once-in-a-millennium genius of the Eastern continent. We should heed his call, Gu Jianglu declared as he rose. Furthermore, Wang Yu's parents have sworn a blood oath in the village. There is no need to worry about his return. I cast my vote. Those who do not vote are fools. I too cast my vote. Su Jianwu chuckled. So do I. Shineo added, stroking his beard. It has been over a century. How have the members of our clan fared? In my lifetime, I now have the chance to return. And see. Sulan stood up, brushing off the dust from her attire, proclaiming, with the Chosen One's popularity soaring, it seems we have no part to play here. Gu Yuetong, your dreams of village leadership are shattered. Ahahaha. Bai Yuetong glared coldly at Su Lan, her eyes icy as she retorted, mind your own business, be silent. Su Lan responded, I merely smile and say nothing. Ahaha. Su Lan, a strikingly handsome youth with an innate fondness for laughter, had a whimsical sense of humor that endeared him to the village's young girls, even attracting the attention of women in their 30s who enjoyed conversing with him. In stark contrast stood Gu Yuetong, whose demeanor was as frigid as his flowing white hair. Just as everyone believed Wang Yu was destined to become the village chief, Gu Yuetong's voice pierced through the air with indignation. Wang Yu, by what right do you claim this position? I have devoted myself to healing and the study of medicine, saving hundreds of villagers. Just because you declare yourself the Chosen One, must the villagers elect you as chief? I find myself in disagreement. I too claim to be the Chosen One. With a few words from Gu Yutong, the villagers present experienced a fleeting moment of calmness. Indeed, Wang Yu's self-proclamation as the Chosen One raises the question, why should they place their trust in him? Although Wang Yu demonstrated his formidable strength by shattering the magic testing stone, one must ponder, what follows? Has he truly made any contributions to the village? Wang Yu regarded Gu Yutong with a sense of intrigue. The youth's eyes sparkled with a fiery intensity, exuding boundless pride and confidence. He was not one to concede easily. If only he could secure Gu Yutong's allegiance and enlist him in the army, he would undoubtedly become a formidable general in the future. Such was the impression Wang Yu gathered from a mere glance. It was the aura of a strong man, an indomitable spirit, sharpness, and brilliance. With a sigh, Wang Yu addressed Gu Yutong, stating, Gu Yutong, it is understandable that you harbor resentment as I have unexpectedly emerged and usurped your position as village chief. However, I must inform you that some opportunities present themselves but once. By surrounding yourself with illustrious figures and sharing in their extraordinary experiences, you can achieve unprecedented accomplishments and witness a world of unparalleled excellence. Ji Yutong, I invite you to join me. Together, let us ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Wang Yu's confidence stemmed from the system, the sweeping army system of the myriad realms. He then turned to the villagers below and declared, I require 30 individuals to join my army. Now is the time to enlist. Those willing, please step forward and state your names. Zhang Yiling abruptly raised his hand and exclaimed, Brother Wang Yu, I wish to enlist in your army. Gu Yutong retorted sharply, nonsense. Gradually, a few young individuals, emboldened by curiosity, stepped forward to leave their names, quickly amassing a total of 12. Yet, many others, influenced by Gu Yutong, began to regain their composure. Indeed, Gu Yutong was correct. Wang Yu had no tangible achievements, while the young Gu Yutong had slain magical beasts and healed villagers, accumulating countless merits. If I were in their position, I too would be reluctant to accept him. Moreover, we had been so astonished by his single punch that shattered the magic testing stone that we momentarily lost our capacity for rational thought. The villagers below began to murmur amongst themselves. Just then, a chime echoed, task completion. 3 individuals have joined the army, a total of 12 have registered. Army count, 12. Rewards distributed. 1 bottle of marrow cleansing liquid and 1 volume of marrow cleansing technique. The host need only envision it in his mind for it to materialize in his hand. Hee. Wang Yu nodded with assurance, a devilish grin playing upon his lips. The rewards arrived most opportunely. He retrieved the marrow cleansing liquid and, with familiarity, mused, next, allow me to astound you all once more. Indeed, Gu Yutong, mere words hold no weight. I shall demonstrate the marvels that occur in the presence of the Chosen One. With a flourish, Wang Yu produced the marrow cleansing liquid, proclaiming, this is the formula that manifested in my mind. I have successfully concocted it. As he spoke, Chen Yu uncorked the vial and took a sip. Gulp. The marrow cleansing liquid coursed into Wang Yu's body, a gentle stream spreading within him, nourishing his bones and traversing the meridians. A sense of profound comfort enveloped him. Yet in mere moments, a viscous, foul-smelling impurity began to coat Wang Yu's body. Impossible. How could this be? while others remained oblivious. Shin Ao, a 5-star battle king, gazed in astonishment at Wang Yu's transformation, greedily licking his lips, his eyes fixated on the vial in Qian Yu's hand. How did this brat manage to refine such a potion? In an instant, his battle energy had solidified. No, this is a divine elixir, several times more advanced than any ordinary potion. The Chosen One, the Chosen One. He is indeed the Chosen One. Jiu Jianglu, his excitement palpable, pointed at Wang Yu. As a 6th-rank alchemist, he comprehended the true value of the elixir in Wang Yu's possession. A single sip would crystallize battle energy, propelling one onto the path of cultivation. What other treasure could compare to such a substance? Gu Yuetong gazed in astonishment at her grandfather, whose face was flushed with excitement, a stark contrast to his usually composed demeanor shaped by countless trials. Why was he so stirred? Could it be that Wang Yu truly is the Chosen One? Wang Yu smacked his lips and shook the vial, declaring, "I haven't finished this yet. There's still some left. First come, first served. Zhang Yiling, you drink first." With that, Wang Yu approached the village chief and inquired, "May I test the magic stone again?" Chief Gu Feng replied, "Of course. Fellow villagers, let the magic stone reveal whether I am the Chosen One." Wang Yu suddenly placed his hand over the magic stone. A brilliant light erupted, dazzling and resplendent. Battle energy at the 9th stage. A 9-star battler, boom. The villagers could no longer maintain their composure, their gazes filled with greed and envy directed towards Wang Yu. Even several elders rose in shock, the entire gathering erupting in a cacophony of astonishment. After the chief announced the outcome, he was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed with excitement. Oh heavens, this is divine. Gu Yuetong, possessing merely 7th stage battle energy. This. What Wang Yu held in his hand could grant one the purest battle energy without the need for cultivation. A single step onto the path of cultivation. What thoughts could this inspire in those who labored tirelessly? Kneel, since we deemed this Chosen One a fool. Rustling, the villagers collectively knelt, some even bowing their heads in reverence. Wang Yu's prowess had completely captured the hearts of everyone in Wuyuan village. In a mere span of time, the atmosphere was charged with shock. Chapter 6. The night of meeting the old village chief in Hero Square. Hundreds of villagers knelt in worship. Behold, such a scene left Wang Yu's parents, Wang Datsai and Li Xiujin, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Hee. Is this the treatment that comes with power? Wang Yu's thoughts wavered, yet he did not relish this attention. It could easily lead to arrogance. Gu Yuetong, be loyal to me, join my legion. My adventures will also hold a place for you. As he spoke, Chen Yu dripped a drop of marrow-cleansing liquid onto the vial's cap and offered it, saying, "Here, drink this. Stick with me." Wang Yu couldn't help but feel that he resembled a promoter ensnaring others into a pyramid scheme. However, in order to establish his own legion, Gu Yuetong's pride undoubtedly fuels his ambition to achieve greatness. He yearns for individuals of such caliber. Holding the potion, Gu Yuetong gulped down saliva and licked his lips. The 9th level of combat aura, indeed. A portion of the most exceptional and unparalleled martial arts can only be cultivated by those possessing the purest 9th level combat aura in the world. A single sip could result in a dramatic surge in power. Yet, what of Gu Yuetong's pride and dignity? At that moment, he pondered, what is there to hesitate about? Drink up. My esteemed position as the Grand Master of the Gamma Empire, second only to one, relies upon the support of influential figures. This opportunity, if missed, would be lost forever. At this juncture, Wang Yu had already dashed to the stage below, pouring the cleansing elixir for Zhang Yiling, dismissing him entirely. Indeed, Wang Yu holds himself in high regard, as well as others. Once an opportunity is lost, it is gone forever. Gu Yuetong downed the potion in one gulp and roared, "Wang Yu, I pledge my loyalty to you. Take me to witness the splendor of the world's pinnacle below." Wang Yu was encircled by villagers, each eager for a taste of the top-tier combat aura, a rare find in their resource-scarce village. Shun Yu, filled with envy, gazed at Wang Yu, a flicker of desire igniting in her eyes. She too yearned for a taste of that elixir. However, her feminine modesty and pride held her back, having previously looked down upon Wang Yu. Now she found herself in a position of supplication. Xu Lan hurried down from the stage, unabashedly exclaiming, "Brother Wang Yu, let me have a taste. Hee, I'll join you from now on. You feast on the meat, and I'll savor the broth." Wang Yu was confirmed as the new village chief. The villagers gradually dispersed. From that day forth, whenever they laid eyes on Wang Datsai and Li Xiujin, they greeted them with the utmost respect, no longer deriding Wang Yu as a fool, but rather envying the couple for their extraordinary son. That night, Li Xiujin showcased her culinary skills, preparing a feast to reward Wang Yu. It was utterly delightful, a long-awaited moment of pride. Ha ha ha, Wang Datsai rarely indulged in fine wine, downing it heartily. Son, today your father is feeling fantastic, let us drink. Wang Yu took the cup and sipped, exclaiming, Father, this wine is quite potent. He smacked his lips. The ancient brew was rich and robust, exuding the fragrance of grains. One swallow was worth dozens of bottles of the mediocre Jiang Xiaobai. His father remarked, a man drinks strong liquor, slays beasts, and showcases his gallantry. Ha ha ha, once you leave the village, dangers will surely abound, so make sure to live well and make a name for yourself. Standing nearby, Li Xiuzhen remained silent for a while, gently clasping her jade-like hands, observing the harmonious bond between father and son. Everything that transpired today felt surreal, as though she were in a dream. Over this past month, her son seemed to have transformed entirely. At that moment, Li Xiuzhen made a decision, uncertain yet resolute. Wang Yu, your demeanor today is so different from usual, natural, confident, and assured of victory, like a great hero. Compared to before, her words trailed off, leaving the room in silence. Wang Datsai's cheerful smile gradually gave way to a sense of helplessness. Wang Yu gazed deeply at his parents. As their offspring, they understood him best, for no one knew him better than they did. The true Wang Yu had met with an unfortunate accident a month prior, colliding with a rock. When Shen Yu from the 21st century crossed over, the original Wang Yu's soul had already departed. Leaving behind an empty vessel, it was then that Wang Yu assumed control of the body that once belonged to the former Wang Yu. Wang Datsai lifted a large bowl and said, Son, ever since you were struck by that rock, you seem to have transformed into another person. I can hardly be certain that you are my son. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for today, for you have honored me. This feeling is one I have only experienced before when Xiuzhen gave birth to you. Li Xiuzhen interjected. Wang Yu, who exactly are you? Gazing at the simple and sincere elderly couple, Wang Yu set down the large bowl, knelt on both knees and proclaimed, the body of a son owes its existence to the grace of his parents. His life is nurtured by their care, and his moral character is shaped by their teachings. Father, mother, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. Chuckling, he added, please do not let your imaginations run wild. I was struck on the head by a rock, and I am still astonished by this transformation. My mind has become remarkably clear, he lied. Wang Yu told a falsehood. However, having crossed over and taken possession of the body of his parent's son, he recognized it as a second chance at life. Wang Yu was a kind-hearted individual. Had Wang Datsai and Li Xiuzhen treated him poorly, he would have revealed the truth long ago. It was evident that he did not wish to dishearten the elderly couple. Wang Datsai and Li Xiuzhen hurried forward to assist Wang Yu to his feet. Wang Datsai remarked, well spoken. Those two sentences are quite eloquent. Ha ha ha. Father finds it quite pleasing. Li Xiuzhen, moved to tears, said, Son, your calling me mother resonates deeply within my heart. I just wasn't certain. I thought you might no longer want me and your father. What nonsense. Wang Yu tightly embraced his parents. It was this very feeling that had eluded him since he left for university. Rarely allowing himself such heartfelt expressions, at least now, he could sincerely call out to them as father and mother. Just then, a villager's voice called from the entrance. Wang Yu, the village chief, the three elders, and the old village chief request your presence at the old village chief's home. There is something important to discuss. Father, mother, I shall visit the village chief's house and return shortly, Wang Yu stated, bowing respectfully. Go. Go. Times ahead may be perilous. Your mother will work through the night to sew you a talisman, which you must wear always, Li Xiuzhen urged. Thank you, mother. As night fell over the village, the silvery moon shone brightly, cloaked in a veil of silver. The scenery of the monster beast mountain range was breathtaking, yet beneath its beauty lay a hidden danger, with the ferocity of monstrous creatures lurking within. Every moment, battles raged, and the unearthly feasted, occurring somewhere within the mountains. Wang Yu arrived at the village chief's residence. Inside the wooden hall, three elders were already seated, while the ancient village chief stood nearby. Wang Yu bowed and asked, Esteemed elders, ancient village chief, have you summoned me for a matter of importance this late in the evening? Chapter 7. Unlocking hidden tasks. The room was spacious, with flames dancing in the fireplace, casting flickering shadows. An ancient sword and shield hung upon the walls, while three venerable elders stood beneath the blades. The aura emanating from them was more formidable than the sword's murderous intent, exuding an air of calm confidence. Wang Yu sensed that the trio's presence overshadowed even the sharpness of the blades. He mused to himself, I truly wish to comprehend the realms these three elders inhabit. If only the system possessed a feature to scan their strength, It would greatly aid me in discerning my opponents in future battles. Should they prove to be stronger than I could make a timely escape. At that moment, a villager approached, bowing respectfully. Esteemed elders, village chief, I have brought Wang Yu. Very well, you may leave. Close the door. Gu Jianglu waved his hand. The villager retreated, shutting the heavy door behind him. Gu Jianglu gestured for Wang Yu to take a seat in the guest area. Once seated, Gu Jianglu began, Wang Yu, I never anticipated you would be the chosen one. For 18 years, I truly failed to see it. Congratulations on being elected village chief. It is a great fortune for the villagers of Wuyuan village. I hope you will lead us to even greater heights. Wang Yu responded politely, Elder Gu, Elder Shen, Elder Su. I shall venture through fire and water, and I will not disgrace this mission. Heroes emerged from the youth. A glint of light suddenly shone in Gu Jiangliu's deeply wrinkled eyes as he declared, I shall not waste time. The reason I summoned you here today is to share a secret, one that only the village chief is privy to. I hope you will keep it confidential and refrain from informing your parents or outsiders. Boom! The flames in the fireplace roared with intensity, sending waves of heat throughout the room. The vivid glow illuminated the faces of the three elders, one side bright and the other shrouded in shadow, lending an air of mystery. Wang Yu licked his lips, feeling the atmosphere grow suddenly serious, and instinctively bowed, saying, Wang Yu guarantees with his life that tonight's affair shall remain locked within my heart. Wang Yu looked expectantly at the three elders, wondering if perhaps they were about to impart some secret technique or treasure to him. Or was it that this village harbored some hidden gem? Cough. Shen Ao raised an eyebrow. Wang Yu, what do you think of my granddaughter's appearance? Are you interested in becoming my son-in-law? Wang Yu, is this truly the so-called secret? How absurd. Shen Ao, you've utterly ruined the atmosphere. Gu Jianglu ground his teeth in frustration. Shen Ao was known for his rebellious and fiery nature, with exceedingly high standards. Since he had so brazenly extended an olive branch to Wang Yu, it was premature to assume a union between Shen Yu and Wang Yu was destined. Nonetheless, Gu Jianglu and Su Jianwu were both keen to cultivate a rapport with Wang Yu. As astute and experienced figures in the world, they could foresee Wang Yu's potential achievements, but alas, Shen Ao's grandson was just a son. Shen Ao chuckled awkwardly. I merely wanted to see if Wang Yu had any interest. Don't overthink it. Can one not overthink it? Su Jianwu interjected coldly. Gu Feng, let us discuss serious matters. Indeed. The former village chief approached Wang Yu and remarked, there exists a secret of the village known only to the village chief. Wang Yu, when you uttered the names of the Gamma Empire, the Holy Rock Empire, and the Lake Lord Empire, the three esteemed elders were visibly shaken. It has been a century since these three great empires were mentioned within the village. We cannot fathom how you possess such knowledge. It seems you truly are the chosen one. Wang Yu keenly observed the faces of the three elders, which bore expressions of nostalgia and reminiscence. Perhaps they were indeed pivotal figures from the annals of the three empires. Everything must begin with the Beast Mountain Range, a natural barrier. The Beast Mountain Range separates the Gamma Empire from the Holy Rock Empire. However, from a certain day onward, the heavens underwent a transformation, calamities descended upon the world, and adverse weather conditions foretold the birth of a great malevolence within the Beast Mountain Range. After much contemplation, the sovereigns of the Gamma Empire and the Holy Rock Empire each dispatched a formidable expert of the Emperor Do realm, leading 3 Do Wang powerhouses and 15 Do Zong elites, along with a total of 600 Grand Do masters, an elite army of 3,000 strong, to eradicate the malevolent entity emerging from the Beast Mountain Range. The prowess of an Emperor Do is unparalleled, capable of condensing fighting spirit into wings for aerial flight, transcending the limits of mortal existence, and achieving a lifespan of 500 years. At that time, there were fewer than 4 Emperor Do practitioners across the entire eastern continent, highlighting the extraordinary strength of the forces sent by the Gamma and Holy Rock empires. Ancient Feng continued, however, as the army delved deeper into the Beast Mountain Range, 2 Emperor Do practitioners discovered an ancient relic within the depths of the mountains, a stone pillar shrouded in a pale blue mist, from which an incessant stream of tyrannical beasts emerged. Suddenly, the heavens shifted, and the beasts of the entire mountain range went into a frenzy, leading to an exceedingly brutal battle, resulting in heavy casualties for the army, which found itself ensnared within the Beast Mountain Range, caught in a perilous predicament. Indeed, that day was truly fraught with hardship, ancient Jiang Lu lamented. Over a century has passed, yet the brutality of that war remains vividly etched in my memory. The claw marks on Shen Ao's chest throbbed faintly with pain. To assemble another army of equal might to enter would likely not be the sovereign's desire. Ancient Feng, his face flushed, continued, Through the desperate efforts of the 2 Emperor Do and the 3 esteemed elders, we finally led the army out of the encirclement of the frenzied beasts, taking refuge upon a hillside. Alas, fate played a cruel trick, for this very place became our besieged fortress, to shield the army from the onslaught of the beasts. The 2 Emperor Do invoked an ancient formation, transforming their bodies into stone to form a barrier, their fighting spirit coalescing into heroic statues to repel the encroaching monsters. The outside forces could not penetrate, yet we were also unable to escape. The survivors had no choice but to establish a village and gradually cultivate it. The 3 esteemed elders were the last remaining powerhouses of that era, having lived for 3 centuries, while the rest had long since perished in the relentless flow of time. The current villagers are of a new generation. This tale of despair has been sealed away by the 3 elders, who wished to spare the villagers from living in hopelessness. Indeed, rather than dwell in despair, it is far better to embrace fleeting moments of joy. Yu Jianglu stroked his beard and, moved, said, "We have made countless attempts to break free, all in vain. Village Chief Wang Yu, if you can truly lead us out and rescue us, you will accomplish a feat that even we, the elders, could not achieve. I hope you understand the weight of the responsibility upon your shoulders." Wang Yu licked his lips, his mouth parched. What the heck? Others, who are at the Emperor and King's stages, can't escape, and here I am, expected to lead a few people out. What a joke. Is being a transmigrator really this much of a burden? To arrive in this world only to be tasked with such a monumental achievement? Ding. The host has unlocked the village chief's legacy and initiated a hidden quest. That moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Wang Yu's mind. Ding. The host must investigate the mysterious ruins and uncover the terrifying beast, returning alive to the village. Chapter 8. Ancient Ruins. Ding. Reward items are now being issued. Upon task completion, the system rewards the talent scanning function. A beast taming whip. Should the task fail, or if the host is killed by the fearsome beast, it will be game over. Wang Yu gasped in shock. System, are you kidding me? You want me to die just like that? Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, Shin Ao, and the others scrutinized Wang Yu from head to toe. What was wrong with this guy? Was he scared? Gu Jianglu pondered, noticing Wang Yu's face tremble and his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Anger, fear, and frustration mingled on his face, creating a rather peculiar expression. Su Jianwu shook his head and said, Jianglu, Jianwu, perhaps we should not reveal the harsh truth to the boy. Look how frightened he is. Indeed, 2 emperors, 3 kings, and 600 great fighters couldn't escape the Beast Mountain. If this 18-year-old manages to lead a few people out, wouldn't that be a slap in our faces? Just then, Wang Yu suddenly bent down and said, Esteemed elders, my burden is profound. Would you not bestow upon me some precious treasures to bolster my efforts? Should I find fortune in the future, I would be most grateful to repay your kindness. A bit of starting capital, perhaps. Sighed as a host, was he not merely a pawn to be manipulated by the system? Aside from racking his brain to complete the task, what other options did Wang Yu have? Thus, every resource at his disposal must be utilized to ensure his survival. Yu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shin Ao exchanged glances, bemused by the boy's audacity. His boldness was as thick as city walls. It was rare to encounter someone asking for gifts upon their first meeting. Yu Jianglu gritted his teeth and said, I have a travel talisman that I use for self-preservation. I will give it to you. Consider it my sincerity. Once you escape, be sure to treat Gu Yuedong well. Wang Yu accepted it with a smile, turning to the other 2. Thank you, Elder Gu, for your generosity to I in the future. Should Wang Yu come into wealth, I will certainly not forget your kindness and will take good care of Gu Yuedong. Immediately, Su Jianwu declared, this 7-star sword was originally intended for Su Lan, as it is a treasured heirloom of the Su family. Wang Yu, I bestow it upon you. Henceforth, Su Lan, I trust you will take good care of him. Shin Ao presented a gift with both hands, exclaiming, this is a beast transformation pill, which enables one to take on a beastly form for 3 hours with minimal side effects. The Shin family has only refined 10 of these, as the clan leader. I possess merely 2, one of which is with my granddaughter. Wang Yu accepted the 3 precious artifacts, feeling elated within. With both armor and weaponry at his disposal, he felt emboldened for the impending expedition into the Monster Mountain range. Observing the pained expressions of the 3 elders, Wang Yu bowed and expressed, I sincerely appreciate the generosity of the 3 esteemed elders. I, Wang Yu, shall forever cherish this kindness. You shall not regret your decision. Suddenly, a loud knock reverberated through the room. 3 elders, village chief, urgent news. The guards have reported that a horde of monsters is gathering at the foot of the mountain. We beseech you to take command. What is happening? The 3 elders sprang to their feet, alarmed. Are these wretched beasts intent on attacking the village? Gu Jianglu said anxiously. Let us go see, without wasting time. Wang Yu exited the village chief's room. The village was ablaze with light, bustling with people, and filled with clamorous voices. The villagers of Wuyuan village, armed with iron swords and sharp blades, donned in armor, gathered at the village gates, transforming into a battalion of over 200 warriors. The three elders leaped into the air, landing atop a lookout tower 30 meters high. There, they beheld a throng of monsters assembling halfway up the mountain, numbering over 300, their eyes glinting with ferocity. From the depths of the dark forest, even more monsters continued to emerge. What is going on? Why have these monsters suddenly chosen to assault our village? Su Jianwu lamented. If the power of the emperor's statue cannot deter them, are we not doomed? Gu Jianglu inhaled deeply and replied, Do not speak so pessimistically. This day was bound to come. He turned and shouted. Women and children, take refuge in the shelters. Fellow villagers and warriors, prepare for a fight to the death. At that very moment, Wang Yu skillfully evaded the crowd and made his way to another location. System, oh system. I have yet to begin developing my legion, and already I am threatened with annihilation by this monstrous army? Is my existence to be so stifled? The vicissitudes of life bring impending calamity. The system shall provide the host with some rewards. Now that's more like it. Wang Yu exhaled in relief. System, what treasures do you have in store for me? Ding reward, Monster Compendium. The Monster Compendium contains comprehensive information on all monsters within the Monster Mountain range and the vast world beyond. It is now time for the host to begin their studies. Wang Yu felt a brilliant light manifest in his mind, followed by an influx of information, as if a torrent of data had been downloaded into his consciousness. It was painless, and he diligently committed the contents of the thick tome to memory, ensuring he would never forget. It appeared that the pace was swift, offering him no respite. A faint smile graced Wang Yu's lips. Very well. In the village, the gathering of monstrous beings has diminished the presence of fiendish creatures in the mountains. Seizing this opportunity, I must embark on an exploration of the ruins and confront the formidable beasts that even the Emperor of Battle cannot contend with. This is also an opportune moment to test the power of the Pango Bone of Creation. With that, Wang Yu approached the ancient patriarch, inquiring about the route to the once sacred ruins. The three patriarchs, intrigued, questioned, at such a late hour, What business do you have in that forbidden place? Is not venturing there akin to courting death? Wang Yu, with a hint of resignation, replied, I am the chosen one. Perhaps I shall uncover some treasures within. Thus, Wang Yu stealthily slipped out of the village along a narrow path, venturing deep into the monster mountain range. Under the brilliant moonlight, the forest, dense and suffocating, remained shrouded in darkness. The wind rustled the grass, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of beastly footsteps. Fortunately, Wang Yu possessed the remains of the Pango Bone, granting him keen sight and heightened perception. The surrounding darkness was but a clear canvas to him. Gradually, he began to sense the ebb and flow of the surrounding energies, like threads of force interweaving through the forest. Wang Yu felt a stirring within, realizing that should he master techniques to absorb such energies, his power would undoubtedly soar. Is this the essence of the Pango Bone? Indeed, the legends of such formidable beings hold true. Even their remains exude immense strength. If I were to gather all 8 fragments, might I then inherit the unparalleled divine might of the great Pango? Onward. I must swiftly complete my mission. With urgency, he navigated the rugged terrain of the forest. Curiously, Wang Yu squinted as he rushed past the ancient trees. How is it that he had yet to encounter a single beast? Could they all have congregated in the village? Chapter 9. The remnant ancient fierce python. Suddenly, not far from him, an open expanse emerged, a flat terrain adorned with lush grass and majestic scenery. Yet, what captivated the eye most was a ring of colossal ancient stone pillars. Towering 10 meters high, over 30 stones formed a vast circle, with a faint blue mist swirling at their center, rolling like a living entity. At last. This is the heart of the monster mountain range, the birthplace of the fiendish creatures. Then, a sudden change erupted. The mist crackled with the sounds of thunder and lightning. Boom! Wang Yu witnessed a scaled monstrosity thrusting its claw from the mist, accompanied by a deafening roar. Gradually, from the swirling fog emerged a beast of enormous stature, boasting dragon-like claws, a tiger's head, large bell-like eyes, and a green visage adorned with tusks. It arrived in this realm, bewildered and wide-eyed, as if a newborn confronted with a brand-new world. The fifth-order blood-sucking giant, with a tiger's head, possessed immense strength and a penchant for the pungent scent of fresh blood. It exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities, and its razor-sharp claws could rend even the most resilient of forms. According to Wang Yu's understanding, the hierarchy of human cultivation is categorized into 6 levels: fighter, master, grandmaster, sovereign, king, and emperor. Within each level, there exists a subdivision from 1 to 9 ranks, and upon reaching the 9th rank, one possesses the strength to transcend boundaries. Beyond this, it is evident that further ranks exist. The primordial deity Pangu clearly transcends these levels. However, based on the information currently in Wang Yu's possession, he remains unaware of the specifics. In the realm of magical beasts, a first-tier magical beast is equivalent to a fighter. A second-tier magical beast corresponds to a master fighter. A third-tier magical beast equates to a grandmaster fighter. A fourth-tier magical beast aligns with a fighter of the sect. A fifth-tier magical beast corresponds to a king of fighters. And a sixth-tier magical beast is akin to an emperor of fighters. Presently, the fifth-tier magical beast, the blood-sucking giant, possesses the strength of a king of fighters, which naturally warrants Wang Yu's utmost caution. He lurks in the shadows, holding his breath in concentration, contemplating. This mist indeed gives rise to magical beasts, and with a blood-sucking giant present, how am I to proceed with my investigation? However, if I could shatter the surrounding stones and disrupt the formation, I wonder if this thin mist would dissipate. By cutting off the source of the magical beast's emergence, the eastern continent would be free from their threat. Nevertheless, Wang Yu took a deep breath. As a university student of the 21st century, he prided himself on his logical reasoning. Wait a moment. This blood-sucking giant does not appear to be a newly spawned magical beast. Rather, it resembles one that has undergone significant cultivation. Could this mist possibly be a teleportation formation? One that brings magical beasts from other realms to this place? The blood-sucking giant exhibited a profound curiosity towards this new world, subsequently vanishing into the ruins. Once Wang Yu confirmed his safety, he stealthily approached the stones of the ruins. The massive stones were adorned with ancient incantations, resembling oracle bone script, yet also akin to rudimentary, hasty illustrations. Wang Yu extended his hand to touch the stone. It was cold as ice, and the surface smooth. With a sudden sound, the incantations on the stone dimmed, reverting to an ordinary stone's appearance. Wang Yu circled around this object but discerned nothing of significance. Thus, he addressed the system. You instructed me to investigate these ruins, yet I cannot comprehend the inscriptions upon them. If I were to hazard a guess, this should be a teleportation formation. This formation is known as the summoning array. It does not create magical beasts out of thin air, but rather transports them from another realm. Wang Yu nodded, extending his hand into the pale blue mist, which was insubstantial and devoid of any tactile sensation. Akin to air. Since the other party can be transported here, I should also be able to journey there, right? System, what do you think about me taking a look at what kind of world lies beyond? After all, with the remnants of Panga's body, my physique is impervious. If a magical beast of king of fighter strength can come through, then surely, I can venture forth as well. Having read numerous web novels and being adept at gaming, Wang Yu was well aware that within vast maps, there are invariably 1 or 2 locations for gaining experience and treasures. Since the system prompted him to investigate, it signified that the world beyond could offer him substantial benefits. Host, please refrain from engaging in suicidal behavior. You wish to end up as meat paste in a meat grinder. The system's unexpected reminder startled Wang Yu, causing his hand to freeze in midair, nearly extending into the mist. What the heck, system, couldn't you have mentioned this sooner? I almost perished. The summoning array, under the incantation's influence, can stabilize the chaotic energy fluctuations within, enabling a seamless passage without harm. Should one forcefully intrude, the current physical form of the host would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the immense energy. However, by collecting 4 fragments of the Pango creation bones, one could resist the energy fluctuations. Investigation task completed. The host is rewarded with the talent scanning function. Wang Yu felt a tremor in his mind as a shimmering screen appeared before him, displaying sections such as store, functions, prestige points, and legions.it increasingly resembled a head-mounted VR immersive game. Yet everything here, sensation, touch, even the concept of death, felt infinitely more real. This is truly a remarkable treasure, Wang Yu exclaimed. Now I can purposefully select the talents I wish to cultivate. System, I wish to see what my cultivation talent is. Unable to view. Host, flee quickly. Host, flee. At that moment, a thick aura of murderous intent surged forth, sending chills down Wang Yu's spine, as if a dreadful beast had fixated upon him in the dead of night. The oppressive aura rendered him breathless, goosebumps prickling his skin, accompanied by a hissing sound. The sound of a tongue being flicked, the massive, scaled serpent was pursuing a blood-sucking giant, who, once fierce, now trembled with fear. His eyes, as large as copper bells, filled with terror and dread of imminent death. Wang Yu was perplexed. The giant was heading in his direction. What the hell? Is this blood-sucking giant insane, drawing monsters towards me? Wang Yu silently lamented, taking flight. Behind him, the fearsome serpent moved with poise, its sinuous body gliding swiftly, while its prey was merely a toy to be played with. The sixth-tier magical beast, the ancient ferocious python. A legendary creature, capable of transforming into a dragon, possessed extraordinary strength, wielding control over thunder, rain, and fierce winds. With exceptional innate talent and immense fortune, it represented one of the oldest varieties among magical beasts. Upon attaining enlightenment, it gained intelligence and human-like qualities. Oh dear, this magical beast is incredibly formidable, a sixth-tier beast, akin to a battle emperor in strength. Wang Yu inhaled deeply, sensing a peculiar illusion as he beheld the ancient ferocious python. Realizing that its power far exceeded that of the fifth-tier blood-sucking giant, he was entirely outmatched in a fleeting moment. Wang Yu fled, witnessing the blood-sucking giant seemingly intent on leading the creature towards him. The python coiled its body, stirring the ground into a whirlwind of dust and noise. Yet, ultimately, Wang Yu's strength was insufficient against the blood-sucking giant. What to do? It was about to catch up. Wang Yu glanced back in terror. Chapter 10, Talent Scanning Function. Wang Yu's pupils contracted, his breath quickening. System, activate the talent scanning function. I must see what talents the two magical beasts possess. Ding. The function is now activated. The host need only scan with his eyes. Wang Yu abruptly turned his head, and there, hovering above the blood-sucking giant's crown, was a string of text that seemed to animate, moving in tandem with the giant's head. The blood-sucking giant, endowed with the talent of a genius. The ancient malevolent python, gifted with the talent of royalty. The classification of talent levels is as follows: idiot, ordinary, genius, prodigy, royal, immortal. This ancient malevolent python, possessing a royal-grade talent, ranks as the second most formidable among talents, truly terrifying. After a century of cultivation, what level has it now attained? Wang Yu desperately dashed forward, pursued by the python. Suddenly, the path before him fractured, and Wang Yu, along with the blood-sucking giant, found themselves at the edge of a precipice, surrounded by a dense array of bones and the foul stench of decay beneath their feet. What to do? To survive, they could only leap downwards. Wang Yu leapt with all his might, and the blood-sucking giant similarly fought with fervor, both plummeting into the abyss. At that very moment, the ancient malevolent python opened its gaping maw and sank its fangs into the body of the blood-sucking giant. Its razor-sharp teeth easily pierced the giant's skin and delved into its marrow, injecting a stream of venom potent enough to paralyze the beast. Roar! The blood-sucking giant howled towards the heavens, while the ancient malevolent python raised its head high and, with a powerful shake, swallowed the colossal giant whole. A fifth-tier beast was instantly consumed by a sixth-tier beast. Crack! Wang Yu landed amidst the bones and remains of beasts at the bottom of the chasm, fortunate that his sturdy skeleton prevented any injury. However, he was surrounded by the skeletal remains and corpses of magical beasts. Mangled limbs and severed appendages densely littered the area, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, with repulsive insects crawling about. How could there be so many beast corpses here? Wang Yu murmured as he stood. The only explanation was that the ancient malevolent python had devoured these creatures. It certainly had a hearty appetite. Ding now. Should the host successfully return to the village, a beast-taming whip shall be awarded. That moment, the system's voice echoed. Wang Yu rose, brushing off the disgusting hair that clung to him. Returning to the village would mean completing the task, but not before I left. There were numerous magical beasts gathering outside the village. If a battle ensued, wouldn't the village be doomed? Just then, Wang Yu's gaze fell upon the precipice. There was no choice but to attempt it this very moment. At the foot of Wuyuan village, a multitude of magical beasts continued to gather. Looking up, he could see over 1,000 beasts densely packed together: forest white wolves, yichi tiger, celestial wolf spiders, crimson blood centipedes, and many other formidable creatures emerged within the horde. My goodness. Why are the magical beasts suddenly regrouping? Are they preparing to launch a full-scale assault against us? We're doomed. A villager shook his head, lamenting. Sigh. Only today did the Chosen One appear, and now the beasts come to besiege the mountain at night. What is going on? Do you think they are here to kill the Chosen One? Ah, indeed. If we surrender the Chosen One to them, would they not retreat? The village warriors stood ready, gripping their swords, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Regardless of the outcome, this would surely be a battle to the death. Gradually, rumors and negative sentiments regarding Wang Yu began to circulate among the villagers. Ancient One, did you hear? Su Jianwu and Shin Ao whispered near Gu Zhangliu's ear, who did not turn back and asked, Hear what? Look at the extraordinary magical beasts below. The fifth-tier beast, the cloud-swallowing six-winged beast, and the fifth-tier fearsome three-headed lion have all arrived. Can the statue of the fighting emperor still suppress them? Su Jianwu pursed his lips and said, Just now, I overheard some villagers mentioning that this group of magical beasts has gone berserk due to the appearance of the Chosen One. What do you mean by that? Shin Ao's anger flickered in his eyes, concealed behind a veil of flames. Su Jianwu waved his hand, saying, Ancient One, Shin Lao, that is not my assertion. It is merely the sentiment of some villagers. I believe they are frightened. In over a century, they have never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Jiyu Jianglu clenched his sword tightly, stating, Some villagers would rather believe in these beasts than in their fellow kin. Would they? Su Jianwu propped his chin thoughtfully, saying, Ancient One, it is not my claim. When Wang Yu saw the magical beasts, he spoke of going to investigate the ruins. I wonder if he has slipped away from the back mountain. I suspect he has been contemplating that someone might hand him over to the beasts. Enough. Let fate take its course. Shen Lao, do not waver. The Ancient One wore a complex expression. After all, the hearts of the three were tied to their trust in Wang Yu die in the face of life and death. Would they betray him or unite against a common enemy, even to the point of death? This battle against the magical beasts would be a critical test of the village's trust in Wang Yu. Gu Yuetong, Shun Yuru, and Su Lan huddled together, each wielding a sharp sword, positioned at the forefront of the group. The torches flickered, casting a warm glow amidst the biting cold of the night in the mountain of magical beasts. Su Lan bit his lip, tracing circles on the ground with the tip of his sword, saying, I just heard some villagers mention the intention of handing Wang Yu over to these beasts, believing they might disperse. So, are you interested in capturing Wang Yu? The magical beasts below charged forth, and death was inevitable. Was there not a glimmer of hope in trying? Shin Yuru took a deep breath and replied, Don't ask me. I do not know. Just that afternoon, she had begun to view Wang Yu in a new light and had specially enlisted in the legion he led, swearing allegiance to him. Yet now, confronted with a life-and-death crisis, she was being called to betray him. Yunin chuckled, Haha, feeling hesitant, are we? I suspect that you all share the same impulse as I do, eager to take action, yet constrained by moral thoughts. Face your own hearts. The smile faded, leaving a coldness in the corners of his eyes. Yunan declared fiercely, betray Wang Yu, or fight to the death in pursuit. Do you have the answer within your hearts? No need to tell me. Just know it yourself. At that moment, Gu Yuetong, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly struck a wooden post with a powerful fist, sending splinters flying. I, Gu Yuetong, have spoken. I shall execute my words with my life. If it means my death, I will still follow Wang Yu. Yu Yuetong raised his sword. Heights Yunan. Those who intend to harm Wang Yu shall be my enemies, and I will go and slay them. Ha ha ha. Su Nan, intrigued, remarked, How fascinating. In the early days of the Warcraft gathering, I inadvertently witnessed Wang Yu departing from the village's narrow path, leaving us behind. Do you truly intend to slay those villagers who spoke ill of Wang Yu? Absolutely not. Gu Yutong glared at Su Nan with fury. I had observed his gaze, and I could not believe that he was such a person. Chapter 11. The beast assault on the mountain. Shen Yuru was taken aback, her countenance transforming dramatically, her features, brows, eyes, and lips, betraying skepticism, astonishment, resentment, and disappointment. Su Lan stated, I saw it with my own eyes. Lacking evidence, I can only rely on my words. Ha ha ha. Believe it if you will, dismiss it if you will. Who doesn't wish to survive? Roar, roar. Wail at the foot of the mountain. The leading beast emitted a deafening roar, as thousands of beasts voiced their fury in a chorus of howls, their feral cries echoing throughout the entire Warcraft mountain range. The overwhelming aura of slaughter suffocated the inhabitants of Wu Yuan village, making it difficult for them to breathe. Crackling sounds filled the air. The thunderous footsteps resonated like the march of a million soldiers. The beasts launched a full-scale assault. They have arrived. The beasts are attacking en masse. The villagers on the watchtower sounded the horn, preparing for battle. Despair gripped some villagers as they gazed at the colossal creatures at the mountain's base, akin to a doomsday scenario. Each beast possessed formidable strength, not to mention the presence of royal-level beasts. A small village of 300 souls stood on the brink of being engulfed by the surging tide of beasts in an instant. Yet, at that moment, The hero statue standing in the square emanated a surge of fighting spirit. A semicircular barrier enveloped Wuyuan village. Bang, bang. Hundreds of beasts collided fiercely against the barrier. The tremendous force shattered the skulls of the frontline beasts and tore their hides. The beasts in the rear roared and continued their assault, as the frontline beasts found themselves besieged, painfully crushed against the barrier. The anguished roars of the beasts echoed throughout the heavens, but they had already succumbed to madness, relentlessly continuing their onslaught. The barrier generated violent tremors. They have gone mad. This group of beasts is utterly frenzied, Xu Jianwu exclaimed, intent on drawing his sword, only to find the sheath empty. Curse it! The seven-star sword could not have come at a worse time. Among the trio, Gu Jianglu was undoubtedly the strongest, he declared. If the beasts persist in their assault, I fear the barrier may not withstand them. It seems this time, the beasts are determined to annihilate us. Forward! Follow me to the front. Indeed, as yet another wave of beastly assaults came crashing down, the barrier began to display spiderweb-like fissures, crackling as they widened further. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the barrier broke. A dark, ferocious hand thrust itself through first. Warriors, already arranged in formation, struck fiercely with their blades. Yet, the beast showed no fear of the sword's edge, swiftly capturing the warrior and pulling him back into the throng of beasts. Roar! A beast opened its gaping maw and devoured the warrior whole. Death, madness, carnage. The villagers stood no chance against the onslaught. For over a century, apart from a handful of village elites, few have possessed the experience necessary to venture forth from the village and slay the beasts. Even then, such feats were only accomplished in the presence of the three esteemed elders. Moreover, we are situated in the depths of the Beast Mountain range, where the creatures that dwell here are the formidable contenders for the title of king among the beasts, unlike the weaker, wretched creatures that linger at the periphery. They should all keep their distance. Whoosh! A beam of white light descended from the heavens, cleaving a beast's body in two. An ancient figure emerged, executing a swift kill. The time has come for Su Lao and Shun Lao to fight with all their might. The sword intent of Gu Jianglu surged forth, radiating an overwhelming aura. Fortunately, the cracks in the barrier were few, and with the three esteemed elders present, we could barely withstand the onslaught for a time. However, with the arrival of the fifth-tier beasts, a suffocating aura of malice enveloped the area, even causing the ancient ones to feel a throbbing headache. Crack! Another section of the barrier shattered. A fifth-tier beast surged through. This beast king was a wolf, its fur bristling with ferocity, exuding a kingly presence with each breath. Its eyes were savage, and any ordinary warrior who dared to meet its gaze would find themselves trembling on the ground. At that moment, Gu Yuetong declared, "Unlike you, I will not submit to anyone without seeing how they treat me. I lack your pride and self-respect." Xu Lan turned, drawing her sword and stating, "Wang Yu has fled. Abandoning us, I would not mind if the villagers captured him and handed the traitor over to the beasts." Xu Yuetong gritted her teeth, gripping her sword, her heart filled with complex emotions. The Wolf King rampaged through the village, houses crumbling and fields devastated. Warriors charged forth to battle, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Within 2 exchanges, they fell to the Wolf King's minions. Xu Yuetong roared, "Wang Yu, did you not wish to show me the pinnacle of beauty? Did you not want my loyalty? Then come forth." Gu Yuetong, sword in hand, charged furiously toward the Wolf King in the underground refuge of the village. The earth trembled, dust billowing and shrouding the cavernous hideaway. "It's over, it's truly over this time." Women clung desperately to their swaddled infants in despair. Eli Xiuzhen held the gentle head of Zhang Yiling, who asked, "Auntie, will we survive?" "I am so scared." "The beasts have never been like this," Eli Xiuzhen reassured her. "Do not fear. The warriors will protect us. They will surely prevail. There is still Wang Yu. Wang Yu will safeguard us." Zhang Yiling gazed with innocent eyes and said, "I believe in brother Wang Yu. He must have a way." Yet, could they truly win? What means could there be to combat the relentless onslaught of the beasts? "Old Master Gu, the southern defenses have been breached. We need reinforcements," a warrior reported, his arm shattered, revealing a gaping wound. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries. 20 men, all dead. Old Master Gu took a deep breath, his frail hand clenched tightly, the joints cracking under the strain. His aged body swayed unsteadily, but a burning intensity ignited in his deep-set eyes. "The situation is even worse than I had imagined." Bang! In an instant, the ancient fighting spirit surged, and a pair of radiant white wings of light unfurled from his back, emanating a dazzling brilliance that shimmered with a spectrum of colors. "Fighting Emperor," the warrior exclaimed, astonished and shocked. A breakthrough had occurred, transcending a century's worth of time. The Ancient One had ascended from the seven-star Fighting King to the realm of the Fighting Emperor. With wings of fighting energy, he traversed the void. The wave of white light surged forth, enveloping the Ancient One, who soared like a celestial body falling from the sky, hovering in midair. The essence of the sword stood proud, and the fighting energy was overwhelming. After 100 years, this old fellow had also achieved a breakthrough. Su Jinwu spoke solemnly. I had intended to surprise you all. Suddenly, a pair of fiery red wings sprouted from Su Jinwu's back, while pale blue wings emerged from Shun Ao's. Fighting Emperors. The three venerable ones have advanced to the realm of Fighting Emperor. There is hope, haha. The village is saved, exclaimed several elder warriors in delight. In the past, it took 2 Fighting Emperors to forge heroic statues that could intimidate the beasts of the Beast Mountain. Now, with the emergence of 3 Fighting Emperors, victory seemed achievable. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Not far from the village, the 6-winged cloud-swallowing beast and the 3-headed lion of the fierce and ominous appeared. Enveloped in a brilliant glow reminiscent of the radiant wings behind the Fighting Emperors, shimmering with vibrant colors. A 6th-tier magical beast. Chapter 12. The monarch of the Beast Mountain upon witnessing the emergence of 2 Fighting Emperor-level magical beasts. The Wolf King that had first charged into the village let out a piercing howl, its chilling cries resonating in all directions. Suddenly, azure flames erupted, cloaking its body, and its aura transformed dramatically. 4 6th-tier magical beasts were equivalent to 4 Fighting Emperors. The Ancient One's heart trembled. Over the past century, these old foes had also achieved breakthroughs. How infuriating! With this development, the tides of battle shifted. It remained to be seen whether the 3 venerable ones could suppress the 4 Fighting Emperor-level magical beasts. However, at present, it appeared that the Fighting Emperor realms of these 3 were merely in their initial stages, reaching only the 2nd tier, with the most advanced among them, the Ancient One, barely at the 3rd tier. The intelligence and comprehension of magical beasts were not superior to that of humans, resting at a mere 1st tier. Yet, the gap in realms constituted an insurmountable chasm, for within the same realm, the differences were merely in tier levels, and the strength among powerful beings did not vary greatly. The distinction lay solely in the quantity of fighting energy. It depended on the mastery of their techniques, combat skills, and the potency of their artifacts. In terms of combat skills, humans could indeed wield techniques with greater precision and greater complexity. However, the innate instincts of magical beasts, their perception of danger, and their physical prowess far surpassed that of human cultivators. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. With a heavy heart, the Ancient One proclaimed in a resounding voice, Shen Lao, Su Lao, we 3 will hold off these 6th-tier magical beasts. The rest must rely on the warriors of the village. Alas! Shen Ao shook his head sorrowfully. Ordinary warriors were utterly incapable of contending with magical beasts. Was the village destined for annihilation this night? Su Lao responded, if you can defeat these 4 6th-tier magical beasts, there is still a glimmer of hope. He chuckled. But can the battle between Fighting Emperors truly conclude so easily? At this very moment, within the village, the warriors continue to resist with indomitable spirit. It seems as though the heroic statues have sensed the impending peril of the village. After the monstrous beasts have breached 3 protective barriers, they can no longer inflict further damage to the shields. However, these breaches alone are sufficient for the beasts to invade the village. How has it come to this? Why has the status of the Do Huang diminished so drastically? How is it that 7 Do Huang have suddenly appeared? Su Lan, Gu Yutong, and Shun Yuru have joined forces to eliminate several lower-tier beasts of lesser strength. Su Lan spoke. I have heard from my grandfather that advancement to Do Huang relies on fate. Without such fortune, a cultivator can only linger at the pinnacle of Do Huang until they wither away. Yu Yutong gazed skyward, equally perplexed. According to the tales passed down by his elders, Do Huang are legendary figures exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Yet, there is no time for such ponderings. Survival is uncertain. Shun Yu, with a somber expression, appeared distressed, her exquisite features still captivating, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Kill, kill, we shall fight to the bitter end. How infuriating! If I must perish, I shall take a few down with me. At this juncture, over 60 warriors within the village have already fallen, with only about 140 remaining to resist valiantly. As their stamina wanes, the rate of casualties among the warriors will inevitably increase. In terms of endurance, humanity does not hold the advantage. No one harbors hopes of surviving this calamity. The warriors have steeled themselves for death. Just then, at the foot of the mountain, urgency permeates the air. Hurry, faster. Wang Yu is being pursued by a terrifying ancient serpent of peak Do Huang strength, which is swiftly heading towards the village. Wang Yu looks towards the flames engulfing the village and hears the anguished cries of the warriors. Unable to suppress his distress, he murmurs, "I have returned too late. GDX, Mom and Dad, please be safe." Concern and fury cause Wang Yu to clench his fists as the primordial strength of Pengu surges within him, propelling him 30 meters forward in a single bound. As he runs, he bellows, "Great serpent, aren't you hungry? There are so many beasts here for you to feast upon." In the valley littered with the remains of monsters, Wang Yu is acutely aware that these beasts are cannibals. In his attempt to lure the ancient serpent, he hears its hungry growls echoing in the air. Thus, he resolves to incite them to turn against one another. This is, after all, a desperate strategy. If the ancient serpent does not consume these monsters, it may very well target him instead. Truly, he has invited a wolf into his home. The true sovereign of the monster mountain, the ancient serpent, descends. A palpable aura of death engulfs the area, and the serpent's blood-red eyes freeze the very blood of the monsters present. Upon witnessing the congregation of beasts in its territory, it suddenly halts its pursuit of Wang Yu, turning its furious gaze upon all the monsters present. A single king can instill fear in thousands of beasts. The monsters outside the screen tremble in terror, their hearts gripped by dread. From the depths of their souls, fear compels them to flee towards the forest, wasting not a single moment as they run for their lives. This is the domain of the ancient great serpent. Without its consent, no creature of the monster mountain dares to act recklessly within its territory. The serpent's eyes emit a ghostly light as it surveys the 4 formidable 6th-tier beasts engaged in battle within the village. With a huff, it observes it curled its body, transforming into a swirling mass of black flames, swiftly darting towards the village. Ding! The host has successfully returned to the village. The ancient and malevolent serpent has relinquished its pursuit of the host and shall now bestow rewards. Ding! The beast-taming whip is now available for the host's use. The beast-taming whip is an extraordinary tool capable of commanding magical beasts of the same rank as its wielder, ensuring their obedience, a rare treasure in the realm of cultivation. However, to foster greater obedience from the magical beasts, the wielder must cultivate a profound friendship and emotional bond with them. Force alone is not sufficient. Within the village, a ferocious beast with 6 legs and 4 arms, resembling a bull, rampaged while wielding a broken tree branch, wreaking havoc. This was a 4th-tier magical beast, possessing immense strength. With a violent crash, it sent nearby houses tumbling down. Sulan, sword in hand, exclaimed, "Gu Yu Tong, can you devise a way to incapacitate this group?" As the heir of a renowned alchemical family, Gu Yu Tong had studied countless techniques, capable of saving lives, as well as taking them. He withdrew a vial from his waist, applying the contents to his palms, and the powder took on a life of its own, hovering precisely in the air. Combat technique. Poison Star. Jiu Yu Tong brought his hands together and pointed forward, unleashing a torrent of poison toward the bull-headed beast. The minute particles infiltrated through the beast's nostrils and mouth, entering its body, as the paralyzing toxin coursed through its meridians and blood. Suddenly, the beast's body became rigid, unable to move or walk. Observing this, Su Lan let out a cold snort, gripping the hilt of his sword as his fighting spirit surged. Combat technique. Draw sword / in the blink of an eye. Su Lan transformed into a gust of wind, striking at the bull beast's head with his sword. Clang. Chapter 13. The return to the village of Wang Yu in a breath's time. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning surged beneath Su Lan's feet. Clang. In an instant, the bull beast, with its 4 hands, managed to break free from the toxin, capturing Su Lan with its grasp, squeezing him tightly down. Su Lan cried out in agony. Jiu Yu Tong had not anticipated that the paralyzing toxin he had prepared would fail to control the bull beast. Truly, it was a monstrous creature. At that moment, Shun Yu Ru, rushing from the other side of the battlefield, exclaimed in shock, "Gu Yu Tong, what happened? Why has Su Lan been captured? Quick, save him," Gu Yu Tong lamented. "It's all my fault. The paralyzing toxin I crafted has led to Su Lan's capture. Do not blame yourself. This is a spider bull beast, whose essence is that of a giant poisonous spider, inherently brimming with venom that can quickly adapt to your toxin. It is quite normal. As a veterinarian, Shin Yu Ru understood this well. We must think of a way to rescue him. The personnel from the veterinary clinic are part of the esteemed family of the Gamma Empire, well versed in the characteristics and abilities of the magical beasts in the Beast Mountain range. If we do not act swiftly, Su Lan will perish." Shin Yu Ru drew a whip and declared, "Let us hasten." Gu Yuetong drew forth a silver-white sword, and the two of them coordinated seamlessly, channeling all their strength toward the monstrous spider-bull beast. However, this creature possessed formidable fortitude and a remarkable resistance to blows. No matter their efforts, it seemed to only amplify the force in its grasp. Su Lan cried out in agony. What to do? A plan must be conceived. Jiu Yuetong anxiously pondered, realizing that he had put Su Lan in peril. Just then, a shadow as dark as night descended from above, and Wang Yu struck the beast's crown with a powerful fist. The sound echoed with a resounding crack, and green blood erupted from the creature's head. Wang Yu stood atop the spider-bull beast's head, raining down blow after blow, wielding an enigmatic whip that emitted an ethereal blue glow, striking the beast relentlessly. With a wail of despair, the monstrous creature knelt, helplessly releasing Su Lan. In its previously cruel and domineering gaze now flickered a hint of trepidation and fear. Wang Yu is so formidable? The onlookers trembled in astonishment. They had been engaged in a strenuous battle against the beast with their weapons and techniques, yet Wang Yu had managed to injure it with his fists. However, now was not the time for surprise. Jiu Yuetong finally exhaled in relief. The person he had longed for had returned, he expressed. Wang Yu, thank you for your assistance. Wang Yu replied, leave Su Lan to you. Be cautious, I must support the others. Infused with the essence of a primordial bone from the creation of the world, Wang Yu felt his bones and muscles as tough as weaponry, capable of engaging in combat solely with his own body. He continued to lash the spider-bull beast with his whip, but to his astonishment, the creature suddenly knelt before him, as if a pet before its master. This scene left Xin Yu and Gu Yuetong utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Why is this fourth-tier beast obeying Wang Yu? Could it be due to the whip in his hand? Gu Yuetong remarked, forget about it. As the chosen one, Wang Yu must have a way to resolve this crisis. Wang Yu, now in control of the spider-bull beast, assessed the situation in the village, which was worse than he had anticipated. The destruction of homes was severe, and the number of beasts was overwhelming. Fortunately, with the beast-taming whip provided by the system, Wang Yu was able to command the fourth-tier beasts to assist him in battle, but the whip was ineffective against fifth-tier king-level monsters. To be precise, it wasn't that the whip lacked efficacy. Rather, Wang Yu's strength was insufficient. Crack! Wang Yu lashed the whip, and 34th-tier beasts submitted to him, obeying his command. You all better open your eyes wide. Any beast that poses a threat to humanity, you shall beat it thoroughly, Wang Yu commanded. Roar! The beasts let out a thunderous roar and surged toward the village to aid the villagers. The warriors and villagers, upon seeing Wang Yu's return, along with his ability to tame beasts, were convinced of his identity as the chosen one. For reasons unknown, the villagers felt a spark of hope ignite within them. Wang Yu has returned, and he brings the power to tame beasts. One warrior exclaimed excitedly, there is hope for survival. Yet, the most troubling matter remained the battles at the emperor level, where Wang Yu had no sway over the outcome. With a series of fierce battles concluded, the several combat emperors suddenly sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent approaching, prompting them to retreat and widen the distance between themselves. The Ancient One turned back in confusion, only to behold the colossal form of the residual ancient serpent, its gaze fixated menacingly upon them. A true beast of legend. The ruler of the monster beast mountains had arrived, and in that moment, the blood of all present surged backward in their veins. How had the residual ancient serpent come here? Wasn't he this creature known for its solitary nature? Pondered the Ancient One. Originally, 4 6th-tier magical beasts posed a formidable challenge, and now the addition of a combat emperor-level beast seemed to signal that fate itself had conspired against them. Shin Ao exhaled a heavy breath. The 4 6th-tier magical beasts withdrew, unwilling to advance, as the residual ancient serpent coiled itself between the humans and the beasts. Suddenly, the serpent spoke. Who dares to trespass upon my territory? A languid voice resonated, for it is said that 6th-tier magical beasts possess the ability to awaken their spiritual consciousness, allowing them to articulate human speech, and under rare circumstances, even to transform into human form. At this moment, such legends appeared to ring true. The leading wolf king lowered his head. Despite the extraordinary strength of these combat emperor-level beasts, they trembled before the might of the serpent. The wolf king stammered. I do not know. The voice commanded us to attack this village. Initially, we had no desire to. The crimson blood centipede interjected, Beast King, tonight's events are our fault, yet we only sought to eliminate this band of humans. After tonight, your territory remains yours, and you may expand as you wish, provided we eradicate these humans. I am the king of the monster beast mountains. Must I heed your directives? The residual ancient serpent retorted. However, since the barrier has already been breached, Let us resolve this matter with these humans. Following this, I shall settle accounts with the four of you. Yes, Beast King. The Wolf King bowed deeply, murmuring, once this matter is concluded, the four kings shall unite. We shall see if we cannot vanquish you. Hisses the 5-6th-tier magical beasts joined forces, and the expressions of Gu Jianglu, Shin'eo, and Su Jianwu turned as grim as the stormy skies above. Damn it, we truly cannot contend with this, Su Jianwu exclaimed nervously. Shin'eo, with unyielding defiance, flushed with determination and proclaimed, this day was inevitable. It matters not, everything is inconsequential now. Gu Jianglu declared, elders, tonight is our final battle. The three venerable figures unleashed their fighting spirit, an overwhelming force ascending toward the heavens, as the skies erupted with layers of lightning and torrential rain cascaded down, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of mist. The magical beasts lurked with predatory intent. Roar kill. At that moment, Wang Yu descended abruptly from the air, positioning himself between the magical beasts and the humans, bellowing, wait. Chapter 14. Why can't we unite? The residual ancient serpent, recognizing the newcomer as its pursuer, scoffed at the sight of this mere mortal. Could he truly stand against this impending war? Gu Jianglu, startled by Wang Yu's sudden appearance, shouted, Wang Yu, quickly get out of the way. Su Jianwu added, magical beasts consume humans, and humans slay magical beasts. This blood feud is as old as time. Shin'eo remarked, Wang Yu, avoid him. All present are Do emperors. How could they possibly heed your words? Whether they listen to themselves remains to be seen. The only solution to defuse this confrontation had already occurred to Wang Yu, and it was worth a try. Suddenly, he drew from his waist a peculiar vial. Kneeling on one knee to show his sincerity, he proclaimed, Beast King, this is a cleansing essence capable of refining your bones, nurturing your meridians, and enhancing your Do Qi. I present it to you. Once consumed, it will undoubtedly elevate your strength. Moreover, you might gain new insights. Fortunately, he had not administered all of the cleansing essence to the villagers. He had reserved some for himself. What is Wang Yu up to? What is this human doing? Offering a tribute to the Beast King. Such an unexpected turn left the onlookers perplexed, yet the ancient serpent halted, its monstrous companions refraining from further assault. Observing this, Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shin'eo also paused, on guard against the beasts before them. The first step had been successfully taken. As a 21st century university student traversing time, well-versed in history, one understands that there are no eternal allies, only everlasting interests. Why could the villagers not coexist in partnership with the beasts? Although humans and beasts differ in appearance, and advanced beasts may prey upon their kind, they do not wholly subsist on humanity. Once beasts awaken their intellect, dialogue becomes possible. Wang Yu continued, Honorable Beast King, humans possess the ability to refine and create weapons and tools that beasts cannot, alongside countless formidable combat techniques. After you consume the cleansing essence, I have a manual on the cleansing arts to impart to you, as well as knowledge of human culture and civilization. Beast King, should you annihilate the village in an attempt to forge an alliance with humans beyond the mountains, they are unlikely to extend the same goodwill I offer. The ancient serpent, exuding an air of invincibility, scoffed with a tone bordering on contempt. Why should I trust a mere human? Wang Yu uncorked the vial, taking a sip before extending it forward, stating, Beast King, you may certainly take a sip yourself. You will discover my genuine intent to forge an alliance. Flattery and persuasion continued. Frankly, if he could indeed ally with the Beast Kings of the mountain, fostering profound camaraderie would yield abundant benefits in the future. Should he face adversity, he could always seek the Beast King's support, which would be splendid. Furthermore, the villagers would enjoy free passage into the Beast Mountain, a true blessing. The ancient serpent was reluctant to partake. Nevertheless, Wang Yu pressed on, Beast King, deep within the Beast Mountain lies an ancient ruin. I have witnessed beasts emerging from that dense fog. Should a creature more formidable than you arise one day with intentions to slay you, what then? If you ally with me, I can provide you with human treasures, superior medicines, and techniques. You will become sufficiently powerful to withstand any new beast. You will firmly secure your throne as the Beast King of the mountain. Taking a step forward, he presented the cleansing essence, declaring, Beast King, what say you? Are you intrigued? Beast King, do not trust the human, cautioned the six-winged cloud swallow. In the realm of beastly monarchs, hidden schemes brood among them, and the six-headed ghostly lion pondered deeply. The ancient serpent, in alliance with humanity, feared that it might never ascend to the throne of Beast Kings. Among humans, the struggle for power was merciless. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battles among the Beast Kings themselves. The celestial wolf spider remarked, Serpent King, my subordinate has approached the periphery of the monster mountain range, where human teams have entered to hunt the magical beasts, ruthless and cunning, employing deceptive strategies. Silence, the ancient serpent retorted, well aware that the mist surrounding the ruins concealed a formation that periodically transported monsters. In the world it once inhabited, strong beings were abundant. Its very existence was a testament to its overwhelming talent. The ancestors of its clan had to exert tremendous effort to avert its demise, relegating it instead to this inferior realm. What is your name? Inquired the ancient serpent, reporting to the Beast King. My name is Wang Yu. Wang Yu, hand over what you possess. Wang Yu presented the cleansing essence, and the ancient serpent, channeling its energy, caused the ancient vial to float into its maw. The last 2 droplets of the cleansing essence fell like raindrops into the serpent's mouth. Gulliver. In an instant, the serpent felt rejuvenated, a warmth akin to a spring's embrace nourishing its body, calming the previously tempestuous aura of the beast. What a marvelous substance, the ancient serpent remarked with satisfaction. Wang Yu, do visit my throne when you have the chance. We shall discuss the terms of our alliance. All beast kings, retreat back to the mountains. With that, the ancient serpent took its leave. The celestial wolf spider and the wolf king, with no other recourse, followed suit. The 6-winged beast and the 3-headed ghostly lion had intended to resist but found themselves powerless to do so. They departed, leaving the magical beasts in retreat. What on earth has transpired? What has happened? The villagers in the settlement cried out. As a few beast kings withdrew, the weaker magical beasts followed suit, leaving only those subdued by Wang Yu with their beast-taming whip behind in the village. Gu Jinlu, Shen Ao, and Su Jianwu swiftly approached Wang Yu. Are you all right? Wang Yu collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily. I did it. I succeeded. Ha ha. Finally, I have triumphed. I am utterly exhausted. As he spoke, he succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly drained from the exertions of racing from the throne of beast kings to the village, while also dealing with the magical beasts along the way. Is this not the chosen one? Gu Jinlu sheathed his sword, stating, the beast kings of the monster mountain range have been swayed by the treasures he possesses to ally with you. Su Jianwu chuckled. At last, we need not fear being devoured by magical beasts. I thought we would all meet our end today, yet this lad has fallen asleep. We still have many matters to attend to, Shen Ao observed. Let us carry him back to his home so he may rest. The night of the beast attack was destined to be sleepless. The 3 elders took charge of calming the village, assessing the situation, and counting the casualties. They would need to find a way to repair the formation and barrier emanating from the statue of the hero. After an unknown passage of time, Wang Yu finally stirred awake. Where am I? You have finally awakened. Wang Datsai and Li Xiuzhen were ever present by Wang Yu's side. Wang Yu noticed that their home was adorned with an abundance of food and vibrant flowers, all gifts generously sent by the villagers. Wang Yu, how are you? Are you hungry? Mother will prepare something delicious for you, Li Xiuzhen said with concern. This is the talisman I have sewn for you. Carry it with you at all times. In the next chapter, Chapter 15, Developing the Village. Wang Yu accepted the talisman, meticulously crafted with golden threads, forming the character for protection, each stitch imbued with his mother's love. As he gazed at his mother's retreating figure heading towards the kitchen, alongside his father who stood vigil, Wang Yu realized that his parents had not slept a wink the previous night. Dad, Mom, you both have worked hard last night. It was nothing. Without you, we might have perished, Wang Datsai replied gratefully. Thank you, my son. Though Wang Datsai had sustained minor injuries, they were of little consequence. Wang Yu assured them, as long as you are here in the village, I will do everything in my power to return to you while in the future. During such times, you need not worry about us. Just ensure that you remain alive. As a father, he would rather face death than have his son accompany him to the grave. Father, what are you saying? Let us not speak of such ominous things. A warmth unfurled within him, a sense of familial affection that he had long missed since his journey to this new realm. I will take good care of you, Wang Yu vowed. Once the meal was prepared, he ate heartily, savoring every bite. After a while, Wang Datsai remarked, Wang Yu, you are the village chief, and there are still many matters that require your judgment and organization, although your father wishes you could rest a while longer. Indeed, he still had to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Legion system. He wondered whether there had been any casualties in his Legion during last night's attack. Upon exiting his room, he found over 20 magical beasts waiting at the door. As soon as they spotted Wang Yu, they knelt down, worshipping their master. This group of beasts, rather than fleeing after the assault, had stayed loyally at his side, awaiting his command. Wang Yu approached and stroked one of the bear-like creatures. You are quite obedient, aren't you? Hee hee. The The System's weapons are truly extraordinary, taming you so effectively. The beast emitted a low growl, its fearsome exterior softening as it rubbed its head against Wang Yu's palm. Much like a beloved pet cat, innocent and honest. Did the beast whip hurt you? Now, go find your food in the Beast Mountain. I cannot afford to feed you all. Gather at the village entrance once you are full. Wang Yu issued his command, and the hefty bear-like creature lumbered through the rift in the barrier, followed by the other magical beasts. Oh dear. How could I forget something so important? He called upon the system. Display the Legion information. Ding. Legion information is being retrieved. Please hold on. The wait was but a fleeting moment. Legion leader. Wang Yu, 18 years old, mortal, traveler. Legion size, 12 members. Legion strength. Legion leader's strength is that of a grand fighter. Su Lan, a 4th-tier fighter, and Shin Yuru, a 2nd-tier fighter, alongside Gu Yutong, a 5-star fighter, are accompanied by 1 3rd-tier fighter, 1 1st-tier fighter, and 7 combatants. The resources of the Legion stand at wood, 0, gold, 0, stone, 0, and there are some magical artifacts. The artifacts worn by Legion members are counted within the Legion. The combat power of the Legion is 3,000, which allows for selection of opponents based on circumstances. The reputation points total 120, which can be exchanged for items, technology, and artifacts within the system. Wang Yu gazed thoughtfully at the system's data, reflecting. I recall that yesterday there were 30 individuals who joined the Legion. Yet now only 12 remain. Alas, the battle last night inflicted severe casualties upon my Legion. I must urgently develop the Legion in the coming days. To expedite the growth of the Legion, assistance from the 3 elders in the village is essential. Despite its modest size, the village is rife with tasks that require attention. Preparations for food supplies, weaponry, medicinal herbs, and the construction of homes, as well as the training of village warriors, demand diligence. Each household's circumstances and mindsets must be considered. Even a small sparrow possesses all its vital organs. Naturally, if Wang Yu can exchange for new technologies and products from the system to enhance the village's development, it would be most beneficial. Now that an alliance has been formed with the Beast King of the Monster Mountain Range, it is imperative to alter the strategy for developing the Legion, eliminating the need to recruit from outside to combat the monsters. Resting his chin on his hand, Wang Yu pondered seriously. As a youth of the 21st century, he is acutely aware of the complexities of urban life, where human nature can be treacherous, fraught with deception and betrayal, unlike the simplicity found in the village. Betrayal, particularly from those closest, is a tangible reality. By allying with the Beast King, I can freely access the vast resources of the Monster Mountain Range. Although the village may lack the number of talents found externally, the limited choices ensure that the villagers, being unworldly, remain sincere. In my future endeavors across the realm, I shall require a loyal legion. Alternatively, should I falter in the outside world, I need a stronghold to facilitate my resurgence. After much contemplation and analysis, Wang Yu resolved that he must first develop this village, training its 100 inhabitants into formidable warriors. With the system at his disposal, nothing is beyond reach. Wang Yu quickened his pace towards the Elder Village Chief's chamber. Outside the Elder Village Chief's room, an open space houses a wooden table, upon which tea is set, with the 3 elders seated at the center. The Elder Village Chief and 5 village leaders convene here. The profound impact of last night's monster assault, which resulted in substantial casualties, has left its mark, damaging numerous structures. I report to the 3 elders, the Elder Village Chief began, that last night's monster attack ravaged 30 acres of farmland, destroyed 30 houses, and inflicted damage upon the blacksmith and workshop infrastructure, adversely affecting our future yields. As we endure the winter, a food crisis may ensue, remarked an elderly man clad in white cloth. Known as Tian Bo, he oversees the management of the village's food supplies and foundational infrastructure. To the esteemed 3 elders and the venerable village chief, I must report that the casualties from last night's battle have reached 60, with 45 injured, 120 women, and 30 children affected. As it stands, we have only 45 true warriors available for duty. The elder known as Huobua, clad in white garb, expressed his concerns. He is responsible for the production of weapons, tools, armor, and daily necessities for the village. I assure you, revered elders, that I shall promptly organize the necessary tasks and attend to the emotional well-being of our villagers, instilling in them hope and courage. Another elder, a woman named Huan Yao, also dressed in white, specializes in providing psychological support and comfort to the villagers. The 3 esteemed elders, seasoned in warfare, possess the ability to influence the morale of an entire legion, which is pivotal in determining the outcome of any battle. The village chief, Gui Feng, sighed. Alas, the construction is fraught with challenges, and we must complete it before winter's arrival. There are numerous tasks that require manpower, Felling trees, transporting firewood, and planting crops is indeed a daunting endeavor with only 45 individuals. Unconsciously, Gu Yifeng's gaze fell upon the three elders. These three are formidable warriors, and their presence alone could equal that of 20 men. Yet, even with their strength, our numbers remain insufficient. Jiyu Jianglu inquired. Has Wang Yu awakened? Chapter 16. The three elders in a daze. Tio speak candidly. The three elders' thoughts had already drifted to Wang Yu's safety. After all, without Wang Yu's treasured artifacts and his cunning tactics last night, our humble village might have been reduced to rubble. Shin Ao took a deep breath and remarked, Old Gu, I am uncertain. I was preoccupied throughout the night and came directly to this meeting. I am genuinely worried about that lad. He is the treasure of our village, Xu Jianwu added. I will find a moment to check on him. Given the circumstances, he should be the one to oversee the village's development. He expressed his frustration. I was only able to stay with my grandson for 5 minutes after he was injured, thanks to those frenzied beasts. Observing that the three elders were entirely disengaged from the proceedings, the others present felt a sense of helplessness. Tian Bo, Huobua, and Huanyao could only sigh in exasperation. Cough. Gu Yifeng cleared his throat and reminded them, Esteemed elders, we kindly request your decisive input on the village's crucial development matters. At that moment, Wang Yu made his entrance, arriving just at the doorstep of the village chief's room. He surveyed the assembly with curiosity and exclaimed, Oh, what brings so many of you together? Just as his curiosity peaked, the sudden voice of the system resonated once more. Ding, a new task has been issued. Please promptly elevate the combat power of the Legion to 7,000 points. Upon completion, the system shall reward the technology of defensive fortifications, including robust stone structures. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Yu quickened his pace towards the three elders, contemplating the need to enhance combat power by 4,000 points in exchange for the coveted stone defense technology. How peculiar, he mused. It feels reminiscent of the Stone Age. Upgrading technology in his usual games, he merely controlled farmers, constructing castles and cultivating crops from the comfort of his computer. Yet now, he found himself deeply immersed in this reality, experiencing an intense sense of involvement. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Wang Yu, your timing is impeccable. We were just convening a meeting regarding the village. Upon seeing Wang Yu's arrival, Gu Jiangliu's spirits lifted, and he remarked with a smile, Village Chief Wang Yu, please share your thoughts on the future arrangements. Oh, right. Wang Yu snapped back to attention. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the three esteemed elders might overshadow him, thereby hindering his governance of the village. Any proposals he made would inevitably be contingent upon their approval. Jiu Yifeng gestured, Village Chief Wang Yu, please take a seat. Just last night, news of Wang Yu's exploits had spread throughout the village, and those who had previously contemplated handing him over to the beasts now felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Their hearts were heavy with guilt, realizing they had underestimated his capabilities. In the span of a night, Wang Yu had ascended to the status of a village hero. Thank you for your efforts last night, Village Chief Wang Yu, Huanyang said respectfully, bowing deeply, while the other four followed suit with utmost reverence. I am the village chief. The future of the village is intrinsically linked to my own, Wang Yu stated earnestly. Ding, he gained 9 points of prestige, bringing his total to 129. Wang Yu was not surprised. Could it be that as long as the villagers expressed their gratitude, his prestige would increase? With 9 individuals present, was it simply a matter of each expressing their appreciation to yield those 9 points? Now, without further ado, what is the current situation in the village? Wang Yu inquired directly. Tian Bo, Huobo, and Huanyang provided an overview. There was a shortage of manpower, production needed to be restored, and they had to construct houses and prepare food before winter's arrival. What are your thoughts, esteemed elders? Wang Yu courteously glanced towards the three elders, eager to gauge their attitudes. Jiyu Jianglu stroked his beard and replied, You are the village chief. You may make the arrangements as you see fit. Shin Ao added, Indeed. We three old fellows shall not interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. Su Lan remarked, If there is any assistance we can provide, do not hesitate to ask. From a heartfelt perspective, the three had already begun to cultivate a favorable disposition towards Wang Yu, for he consistently inspired hope and anticipation. After all, what significant benefits could possibly arise from a humble village? Wang Yu chuckled. You three elders have stated your support and assured me that it will not influence my decisions. Esteemed elders, during my election campaign, 2 warriors attempted to obstruct me. I sensed their formidable strength. I heard they are members of your protective detail. Elders, might I request command of the guard? At this, Gu Yifeng's expression stiffened. The guard had always been under the direct management of the elders, renowned for their formidable prowess and regarded as the village's foremost defense. History had taught that true power lies in the control of the military. The three elders exchanged glances, contemplating Wang Yu's audacity. He had only recently taken the stage and already sought to commandeer the protective force they had diligently nurtured. Tio grant or withhold. What troubles you, esteemed elders? Feeling a pinch, Wang Yu continued, you three are mighty combat emperors. In your eyes, I am but a triviality. Moreover, this is merely a return on your initial investment. This moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Yu's mind. I am quite astonished. There are already 3 formidable monarchs of combat at hand. If I were to recruit them into my legion, would it not instantaneously enhance our combat prowess? Indeed. Let us entice them to join. Wang Yu squinted his round, glistening eyes, smiling at the 3 venerable elders. However, despite his grin, the 3 elders felt an unsettling chill creep down their spines, sensing that no good would come of this. Esteemed elders, I have only just assumed the role of village chief, and I intend to venture into the Beast Mountain range for development. My plan is to assemble a formidable legion, so that we may compete with the external forces in the future. Over the past century, the changes beyond our village remain unclear to you, and even more so to me. I cannot ascertain the level of danger that awaits you. Diu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shen Ao exchanged glances, pondering the ulterior motives brewing within this young man. Esteemed elders, the competition amongst external forces is fierce. By establishing a powerful legion, we can secure resources to expand our village. Should we stumble upon any treasures or techniques beneficial for cultivation, it would be unreasonable to offer them to you without justification. Hence, my legion. I hope that the 3 of you can lend your support in maintaining order. Should any valuable artifacts or treasures arise, I would prioritize honoring you 3 esteemed elders. Wang Yu continued to charm them, adopting the demeanor of a persuasive salesman, elaborating on the bright future he envisioned. My legion will become the strongest on the eastern continent. You have witnessed my aptitude for attracting treasures. Even before leaving the village, artifacts have already manifested. The Beast King of the mountain range has allied with me. Once I emerge from the Beast Mountain range into the wider world, treasures shall surely rain down from the heavens. Join me, esteemed elders. Wang Yu extended his hand. However, the 3 cunning old foxes remained unmoved. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu tossed a beast-taming whip onto the table, declaring, Elder Shen Ao, this whip was what I encountered last night. You witnessed how obedient the beasts were. There are no gifts, but I present this to you. Shen Ao gazed at the whip lying on the wooden table. The whip's power and capabilities were precisely what the beast-taming clan had long coveted. Wang Yu remarked, Elder Shen Ao, if you like it, then take it. Jiu Jianglu remained silent. Chapter 17. Forming connections. Shen Ao observed the pitch-black beast-taming whip on the table. The battle from the previous night had been witnessed by all. Wang Yu had managed to tame over 30 magical beasts in a short span, and these creatures revered him, proving to be remarkably obedient. This beast-taming whip was indeed a coveted artifact for the beast-taming clan. Shen Ao picked up the whip and smiled, noting that it seemed infused with divine power, feeling utterly delightful in his grasp. Indeed, for the younger generation to aspire to great deeds, we elders must lend our support. Wang Yu, whatever your plans for this legion, I, Shen Ao, shall stand guard over it. He had fallen into the trap. No one in this world was indifferent to wealth or treasures. If they were, it simply meant they lacked sufficient funds. Su Jianwu interjected, Village Chief Wang Yu, I must address you on this matter. Last night, I, along with Elder Gu, also presented you with gifts. It seems rather inconsiderate that you have only bestowed favors upon Elder Shen. Wang Yu remarked, I have yet to find it, but once I do, I shall certainly present it to you. The crux lies in having a valid reason to show my filial respect, does it not? It cannot simply be a gift without cause. He deliberately prolonged the last phrase. The 3 elder gentlemen were well aware that nothing comes without a price. Even if one wishes to receive something for free, a semblance of respect is to be expected, is it not? Not to mention, my grandson Su Lan is also in your legion. In the future, I will need you, Wang Yu, to assist Su Jianwu as a grandfather. I have no reason not to join. Yu Jianglu observed the 2 becoming increasingly ensnared in their discussion, stroking his grizzled beard, and inquired, Wang Yu, have you decided on a name for your legion? Wang Yu responded, the Legion of Sweeping the Heavens. Our objective is to become the strongest. Clapping his hands, Gu Jianglu praised. What a magnificent name for the Legion of Sweeping the Heavens. It possesses a commanding presence and a clear aim. Wang Yu, it reminds me of the boldness I had in my youth. Just for this name, I shall join. Wang Yu scratched the back of his head, pondering how such an ostentatious name could impress the elder. Hee, Since the three elders are so willing to join, I express my gratitude for your kindness. Ding. Task completed. Legion Combat Power, 37,000. Commencing reward distribution. Stone Technology. Initiating transmission of knowledge points. Ding dong. Before Wang Yu, a flurry of white light enveloped him, as countless streams of information flooded his mind. Techniques such as stone cutting, stone house construction, and stone wall building took shape within his thoughts. The sweeping the heavens system did not anticipate that Wang Yu would accomplish the task so swiftly. Originally, the system intended for Wang Yu to earnestly cultivate the members of the Legion, but to their surprise, this fellow had managed to persuade 3 Duke-level elders to join. Yu Jianglu remarked, following last night's fierce battle, our primary focus remains on restoring the village. Our guard force has dwindled to merely 10 men. I leave them in your capable hands. Ding. Legion size increased, 25 individuals. Very well, it is time to attend to matters at hand, Wang Yu stated. Regarding the development of the village, I have some thoughts. With the mention of serious matters, those present regarded Wang Yu with solemn expressions. Wang Yu continued, to restore and construct houses, we can enlist the help of magical beasts for labor, which will expedite the process. Old Shun, I shall require your assistance in this endeavor. He added, however, I hope you can train Shin Yuro. Once the Legion grows strong, I will need some individuals to aid in management. Shineo laughed heartily and said, excellent. This is a simple task. I shall arrange it for my lovely granddaughter. As for our food supply, I have some strategies in mind. We can have the magical beasts assist us in catching docile creatures such as wild rabbits, wild chickens, and wild sheep. For grains, I plan to venture into the city to procure some. We must replant before winter, though time is certainly short. Additionally, Elder Gu, I possess a volume of martial arts techniques, and I hope you can assist me in imparting this knowledge to the warriors in our legion. Would you be willing to assume the role of a transmission elder? With that, Wang Yu produced a tome of cleansing techniques, the contents of which he had memorized. As he perused the ancient and simple text, a slight shock coursed through him, prompting him to exclaim, this is an exceptional technique for refining the body. Splendid. I shall assume the role of the elder responsible for imparting this knowledge. Indeed, the rewards bestowed by the system are truly remarkable items. How astonished these 3 venerable figures appear. Wang Yu mused, once my reputation grows, I will be able to exchange it for even better treasures. I must ensure these 3 elders are thoroughly astounded. However, this is only fitting for a name that signifies the sweeping conquest of the heavens. The details of the distribution shall be entrusted to you. I will oversee the overall planning. Should you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Wang Yu inhaled deeply and declared earnestly, all my endeavors are for the benefit of the village. After the monster attack last night, I believe it is imperative to cultivate more skilled individuals. Shortly, I will visit the Beast King to discuss the specifics of an alliance. If we could utilize the resources of the Monster Mountain for our humble village, it would be a tremendous boon. At that moment, Huan Yang, who had remained silent for a long while, finally spoke. Wang Yu, this evening, we wish to honor the fallen warriors with a ceremony, and we hope you can attend. Excellent. No problem, Wang Yu replied, surveying the azure clouds. Let us bring forth all the wine accumulated in the village and prepare a sumptuous feast. Those who remain must carry the courage of those who have passed and live even more fully. Understood. After completing the arrangements for the village, Wang Yu hurriedly made his way to the location of the ancient serpent. Being a village chief and managing over 100 villagers is quite exhausting. If we aspire to develop into a metropolis, it will surely be even more taxing. This moment, the ancient serpent lay coiled, dozing before the ruins. Wang Yu approached stealthily, but just as he drew near, the ancient serpent remarked, "You have arrived?" The serpent unfurled its massive form, its head directed at Wang Yu, flicking its crimson tongue. "I have come to discuss the matter of our alliance, specifically, a few details." Faced with a 6th-tier beast, Wang Yu was apprehensive that this creature might devour him in one bite. "How did you find the medicine I gave you last night?" the ancient serpent inquired. "It was quite effective. Wang Yu, do you have any more of that medicine?" After taking a sip, I feel a surge of energy flowing within me, reminiscent of something from my memories. Wang Yu sat cross-legged, excitement radiating from him. "Serpent King, I was worried that this remedy might be of no use to you. I also possess a technique that, when combined with the medicine, might yield miraculous results. Would you care to give it a try? The system allows for the exchange of marrow-cleansing liquid, and it is not expensive, just 50 points of reputation for a vial. He could even exchange for 2 more vials." The ancient serpent queried, "Why are you so kind to me?" This as a steadfast man, Wang Yu found it peculiar that a male serpent would ask why he was being treated with such kindness. An inexplicable tension hung in the air, as he gazed into the serpent's domineering, blood-red eyes, which seemed to harbor a fathomless abyss within their dark pupils. Wang Yu replied, Serpent King, I genuinely wish to be your friend. It simply depends on whether you are willing to accept a human as a friend. Chapter 18. Can the Serpent King be your friend? Ancient Serpent. The royal level talent is an ancient artifact, a possession of those who have achieved great mastery in the path of cultivation, awakening intelligence and comprehending humanity. From any perspective, it is imperative for Wang Yu to forge an alliance with the most formidable monarch currently present on the map, the ancient Serpent King. With the Serpent King as an ally, the endeavor to extract resources from the Monster Mountain range would be assuredly successful. The Serpent King coldly remarked, I have no interest in befriending ordinary beings. Do you possess the strength of a peak Do Huang to be considered my friend? This is mere pretension, a fool's folly. Even a single beast can feign grandeur nowadays? Wang Yu responded, Serpent King, my current strength may be lacking, but it does not imply that I will remain so in the future. As I mentioned last night, I can offer you certain resources that you do not possess, such as medicines and cultivation techniques, the very essence of human civilization. The Serpent King, with an air of disdain befitting a beast monarch, looked down upon Wang Yu. It stated, Thus, we remain as king and commoner. Rather than calling it an alliance, I prefer another term, exchange of lives. Your village lies within my territory, and at the mere sound of my command, I could obliterate it, and you, insignificant humans, would only be able to barter precious treasures to prolong your existence before me. Is it not pitiable? The tone of the Serpent King was quite discomforting. Initially, Wang Yu had presumed the Serpent King would be pliable, but he had not anticipated such a display of racial prejudice. Wang Yu replied, Esteemed Serpent King, the civilization of humanity, its technological advancements, and the development of science are the fruits of human intellect. It is laughable and ignorant to underestimate the civilizations of other races. If you believe your beast civilization surpasses that of humanity and intend to reduce humans to the same level as beasts, would this world not become unbearably dull, too uniform and devoid of diversity? Regardless of whether the serpent comprehended this, such words were those of a great thinker. Serpent King, the purpose of my visit today is to assist you in enhancing your strength. Wang Yu gestured towards the nearby ruins, shrouded in thick smoke. I can help you augment your power with human technology to combat the beasts that emerge from within. Surely, we are both on the same side in this matter. Would you not agree? The Serpent King remained silent, gazing into the fog. Recently, the incidents of beasts appearing had increased, and they had been growing ever more formidable. Last night, it was Wang Yu's words and the cleansing liquid that had stirred the Serpent King's interest. The serpent spoke, Wang Yu, elucidate your proposal for this alliance. Wang Yu proceeded with deliberation, stating, Esteemed Serpent King, as you mentioned, I shall provide you with human treasures, tools, and techniques for your learning. In return, you need only grant me access to certain privileges within the Monster Mountain range. 1. I wish to search for medicinal herbs to concoct potions. 2. Send villagers to locate mineral veins for crafting weapons and armaments. 3. I also require a route out of the mountains to trade for food and supplies in the city. And most importantly, I hope your beast subordinates will refrain from attacking my villagers. Do you intend to use the Monster Mountain range as a stronghold for your development? Simple enough. I can agree to this, provided that your techniques sufficiently pique my interest. The Serpent King inquired, Are you certain that your techniques and tools will be of assistance to my peak Do Huang strength? If not, I shall immediately consume you and annihilate your villagers. Did you manage to drink the potion from last night? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I impart to you the techniques now? Wang Yu squinted, smiling as he spoke. The washing marrow technique is likewise a tome dedicated to refining the human physique and bones. However, this particular manuscript is of celestial grade. Those who achieve mastery can transmute the mortal form into something sacred, wielding over 10,000 pounds of strength with a single hand, making it the foundation for mastering all techniques. Although humans and magical beasts differ in physique and appearance, they both assimilate the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for refinement. Overall, there are certain similarities. 3 hours later, at the site of the ruins, the Serpent King's demonic form emitted a faint azure glow, exuding formidable power, with brilliance radiating outward. Gradually, the light intensified, enveloping his body in a luminous aura, akin to the rising sun. Wang Yu, astonished, praised, Great Serpent King, your talents are truly remarkable. The knowledge I shared, you comprehended in just over half an hour, and you grasped the essence of human language within it. Impressive. How do you feel? The ancient serpent paid no heed to Wang Yu, instead focusing intently on the realm he had unlocked. An indescribable power coursed through his demonic body, evolving his original form. Suddenly, he unleashed a piercing roar. In an instant, The creatures of the forest were gripped by fear. As the extraordinary beasts took flight, fleeing from the majesty of the Beast King, Wang Yu, startled by the inexplicable roar, felt blood rush from his nose. Goodness, being so close to the Beast King's roar nearly made my head explode. Without time to ponder, he hurriedly exclaimed, Serpent King, what has happened? Please do not come to harm. If he were to push the Serpent King into madness, his own demise would surely follow. Continue reciting the incantation. Let's proceed. The great serpent suddenly spoke. Oh, very well, I shall recite it now. The source of life lies in breath. The breath merges with the body. The essence is chi, inhaling and exhaling in 7 breaths: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Breath possesses divine power capable of traversing the circulatory pathways of the body. Wang Yu recited. The great serpent adjusted its breathing, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythmic manner. Between breaths, the shackles of memory were unlocked. As an ancient magical beast, the ancient serpent's family had passed down techniques imprinted within its very genes. Just as bees instinctively build hives, ants are born to form hierarchies and collaborate in constructing anthills, and spiders weave their webs. This set of washing marrow techniques possesses the ability to unlock its genetic locks. Within these genetic locks lies the recorded wisdom of its family's innate refining techniques. The key to the secret of serpent transformation into dragon. With a deep exhale, the ancient serpent released a cloud of turbid air, the brilliance fading, returning to its original form. Wang Yu inquired, Serpent King, how do you feel? Is there anything different? The potion from last night, provide me with a vial daily, and each day you shall teach me your techniques. Once I have mastered your techniques, how long will it take? Has this not become a reality? Have I not saved the galaxy? What kind of invincible system have I acquired? The initial task reward of the washing marrow liquid and the washing marrow scriptures has truly captivated this pinnacle beast of the Do Emperor realm. Wang Yu Dao, this marrow cleansing liquid, I would indeed like to supply you with it daily. However, it requires materials for its concoction. Furthermore, the marrow cleansing technique consists of 10 chapters, each containing 5 sections. Currently, I have only taught you the second section of the first chapter, which covers the foundational breathing method. It took me 3 hours. Let me calculate. Wang Yu counted on his fingers and said, to complete the entire curriculum, I estimate it will take around 80 hours. If we dedicate 3 hours a day, that amounts to 24 days. The Serpent King, flicking his tongue, retorted. Who says I only practice for 3 hours a day? Wang Yu replied. I cannot possibly spend all day idling with you, for I have other responsibilities to attend to. I am still the village chief, after all, and there are numerous trivial matters to address. Oh, you wish to be my friend, Serpent King, Wang Yu. Chapter 19. Being a simp listening to the Serpent King's words, you wish to be my friend. Wang Yu suddenly perceived that this ancient magical beast, with its green visage and fearsome fangs, transformed into something endearing. Of course, Serpent King, I yearn to be your friend, even in my dreams. With you as a companion, I could traverse the monster mountain range with ease. Originally, he intended to voice this thought, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Perhaps when their bond deepened further, he would share it with the Serpent King. Little did he know. Wang Yu, I was overly excited just now and misspoke. As the ruler of the monster mountain range, I wish to ask, would you like to be my little brother? The ancient serpent amended its statement. To be your little brother? I would gladly accept. In the future, if my little brother faces any troubles, the Serpent King cannot simply stand by and watch, can he? Wang Yu instantly transformed into a devoted simp. Lacking power, one becomes a simp. Possessing strength, one can dominate the opponent. Truly, the immutable principle of the world remains. When one's abilities are insufficient, one must engage in a more subtle approach. The ancient serpent replied, that will depend on your performance. The greatest advantage of humanity lies in the ability to control facial expressions. Wang Yu squinted his eyes and donned a shameless smile, saying, Serpent King, how about I first alleviate some tension in your shins with a massage? What kind of chicken? The ancient serpent inquired, perplexed. In human terms, it refers to a massage, Wang Yu clarified. Despite the ancient magical beast's tough skin and remarkable bones, Wang Yu still intended to employ all his strength to provide this Serpent King with a thorough relaxation. Several hours later, this old skin is incredibly tough. Upon returning to the village, Wang Yu felt as though his hands had lost their autonomy, and he was utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto his bed, unable to move. Were it not for the power of the Pango creation bone, he truly would not have been able to manipulate the Serpent King's shins. Wang Yu exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Nevertheless, reflecting on the Serpent King's eventual comfort made the effort worthwhile. After negotiating some alliance terms, he sat cross-legged, took out paper and pen, and began to write. Point 1. The Serpent King grants permission for me to take 3 villagers to the Monster Mountain range in search of materials for concocting potions. Due to the presence of the Warcraft Mountains, it is common for disciples from various sects to venture into the mountains in search of treasures or to hunt magical beasts. Consequently, villagers venturing outside must don earthy yellow garments emblazoned with the character for snake, thereby signifying their allegiance to the Snake King and enabling other Beast Kings to distinguish them. At present, the Snake King is unwilling to permit our departure from the Warcraft Mountains, confining our activities within its bounds. In the village chief's meeting room, Wang Yu convened the villagers to relay this information. Present were Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, Shineo, Gu Yuedong, Shen Yueru, Su Lan, along with several village administrators. Gu Jianglu expressed his satisfaction, stating, "The Warcraft Mountains have been vast and boundless since ancient times, abundant with rare treasures and miraculous herbs. Their emergence provides us with significant advantages in our search." He then commended, "Wang Yu, you are truly remarkable." Wang Yu, raising his weary hand, replied, "Old Gu, for the development of our village, I have made considerable sacrifices before the Snake King. I must accompany him for 8 hours each day." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as Gu Yuedong, Shin Yueru, and Su Lan, even the 3 elders, cast peculiar glances at Wang Yu. It is rumored that magical beasts possess certain eccentricities, often abducting mortals for inhumane treatment. Furthermore, during the spring mating season, some male magical beasts may request assistance from humans. Presently, Wang Yu found his arms too weak to lift, confounding Gu Jianglu, who remarked, "Wait a moment, the Snake King is a serpent. Such matters should not concern him." "Thank you, village chief Wang Yu, for your sacrifices for the village," Shen Ao declared, rising with clenched fists, bowing respectfully to Wang Yu. Such dedication to the village is rare, indeed. Exceedingly rare. The rest of the attendees rose as well, bowing in unison, leaving Wang Yu momentarily stunned. Ding reputation increased by 81 points. Reputation, 210 points. Wang Yu inhaled sharply, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere and the unexpected reverence directed towards him. Gu Jianglu remarked, "Village chief Wang Yu, the Snake King has a peculiar temperament. You must take care of your health and not overexert yourself." Wang Yu, feeling disheartened, thought, "This meeting has yet to commence, and I have lost all interest in proceeding. Very well, I shall begin assigning tasks. Wobo, in the coming days, prepare at least 30 garments adorned with the snake character. Shen Yueru, you will lead the restoration efforts in the village, and Gu Lao, you shall instruct the troops in certain techniques, maybe spending less time in the village recently. Ji Yuedong, gather some medicinal herbs, and Su Lan, procure new weapons." "Understood, village chief Wang Yu," responded Gu Yuedong, Shineo, and Su Lan, bowing their heads in acceptance of Wang Yu's directives. Shineo then advised, "Granddaughter, you should spend more time training under Wang Yu. Assist him with significant matters." Shen Yueru's exquisite features, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, drew Wang Yu's gaze involuntarily. Truth be told, Shen Yueru possessed an unparalleled beauty rarely seen in the world. However, Wang Yu is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities and has no time for romance. Furthermore, when it comes to such an exquisite beauty, he feels she is beyond his reach, perhaps a consequence of his ordinary life prior to his travels. After a prolonged silence, Huanyang spoke. "Village Chief Wang Yu, I kindly invite you to preside over the memorial ceremony tonight. I have prepared the script for you. Please take charge of the proceedings." "Indeed." Wang Yu nodded, affirming his agreement. He pondered. Having received some troubling news last night about a potential betrayal, this grand occasion would serve as the perfect opportunity to assert his authority. "I shall not tolerate treachery." Just as he was about to leave, the injured Su Lan suddenly called out to him in a hushed voice, "Brother Wang Yu, I have something I wish to discuss with you." That night, under a canopy of brilliant stars, in the tranquil village nestled within the Beast Mountain range, wooden stakes were arranged in concentric circles before the heroes' square. The fallen spirits, heroes who had fought for the village, lay quietly upon the cold wood. Fiery torches were raised by countless villagers, their heads bowed in solemn tribute, hearts heavy with grief. Some villagers' sons and husbands lay lifeless upon the frigid stakes, transformed into corpses. As Wang Yu approached the square, the fortunate survivors, burdened by the anguish of parting, gathered. "Tonight, let us honor these heroes," he proclaimed. Yet, at that moment, he abruptly set aside the script. The words penned by Huanyang merely served to comfort the villagers, encouraging them to muster the courage to endure. Such platitudes were beneath him. He was not one to merely go through the motions. As an ambitious university student, he had long aspired to achieve greatness. With a resounding clap, Wang Yu raised his fist high and exclaimed, "Are we fierce enough? Are you fierce enough to slay the beasts that have taken our kin and ravaged our village?" Wang Yu declared, "Do you yearn for vengeance against these monsters?" "Yes, we long for it, even in our dreams," a courageous woman cried out, her voice filled with anguish as she recalled how the beasts had shattered her once happy home, leaving her husband a lifeless corpse. Wang Yu shook his head and said, "Dear villagers, I urge you to set aside thoughts of revenge against the beasts. For the safety of our village, I have formed an alliance with the Serpent King. I hope you can understand my predicament and refrain from harboring animosity towards me." A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, the villagers caught in a moment of contemplation. They had to accept the harsh reality. They were too weak, too powerless to protect themselves against the beasts. It was all due to our own frailty. The warriors present lowered their heads, their steadfast forms trembling in the wind. After years of rigorous training, their bodies, honed through relentless effort, were unable to safeguard their beloved ones or those in need of protection, power. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Suddenly, Wang Yu spoke. "As the newly appointed village chief, I assure you, from this night onwards, no beast shall ever again assault our village or its inhabitants. I promise that no villager will fall victim again. From this night forth, we shall grow stronger, immensely powerful, and possess an army capable of confronting any adversity that may arise. Dear villagers, I assure you, I shall provide you with a life free from worries about food and safety, where we shall not fear any dangers, and a legion capable of protecting us will arise. To the remaining warriors of our village, remember the setbacks, disappointments, and helplessness of this night. From now on, train diligently and become immensely powerful. Do you hear me clearly? Do you hear me?" The warriors, filled with fervor, clenched their fists tightly and raised them high, tears brimming in their eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Wang Yu exclaimed, "Louder, I cannot hear you. Hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. Hear me clearly." The soaring morale echoed in the night, illuminated by the flames, as the warriors' hearts brimmed with an indomitable spirit, transforming their sorrow into sheer strength. At that moment, Su Lan suddenly proclaimed, "I pledge my life and loyalty to Wang Yu." The warriors, already ablaze with passion, fervently echoed, "We pledge our lives and loyalty to Wang Yu. We pledge our lives and loyalty to Wang Yu. We pledge our lives and loyalty to Wang Yu." Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that Su Lan was indeed a master of rallying the troops. He would undoubtedly earn the title of chief strategist. Wang Dazai, Li Xiuzhen, Zhang Yiling, and over 100 villagers gazed at Wang Yu, standing before the statue in the hero square, with admiration. This village chief exhibited more courage and cunning than any in history, having accomplished in a single day what others had failed to achieve in years. Villagers, warriors, let me be clear. Wang Yu's gaze suddenly turned icy, his expression fierce as he declared, "I do not wish for any betrayal among us. I have heard whispers of villagers doubting why the beasts are attacking, contemplating handing me over to them, to quell the fury of the beasts with my sacrifice." Wang Yu, embodying the essence of a dark lord, surveyed the villagers present. How did the village chief come to know this, who had whispered such treachery in his ear? Some villagers, gripped by fear, lowered their heads in silence. Wang Yu's face hardened as he gritted his teeth. "I am willing to risk my life to lead you to glory, but I refuse to be betrayed by those I trust most." "Who among you spoke such words? Step forward. I will employ ruthless means to ensure your demise." Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene, broken only by the crackling of the burning torches. No one dared to step forward and confess to this transgression. Beside him, Su Lan's heart raced. After all, last night, in the presence of Gu Yutong and Xin Yuru, she had uttered some of Wang Yu's nonsense. How could one speak so boldly yet lack the courage to admit it? Wang Yu suddenly raised the torch, sweeping it across the crowd. "Cowards, betrayers, come forth. Come forward." Silence, an unsettling silence. The three elders remained mute, contemplating that while Wang Yu fought valiantly outside, chaos reigned within the village. The fury of a man pushed to his limits is something ordinary souls cannot withstand. At that moment, Su Lan glanced around nervously, her fists clenched. Jiu Yutong placed a reassuring hand on Su Lan, saying, "Are you mad? Do you wish to die?" Gazing at Gu Yutong's concerned expression, Su Lan softly replied, "With your pride and stubborn nature, I expected you to report me. Do you still consider me a brother?" Gu Yu, suppressing her worries, whispered, "We have grown up together as playmates. I can offer you a chance, and you can change in the future." "Brother Gu, don't be so serious. I merely wish to assist Wang Yu. As she spoke, Su Lan raised her other hand high. Brother Wang Yu, I was also present when this was said. You little rascal, have you not sobered up from your drunkenness? Listen carefully to what village chief Wang Yu has said. Stop babbling and put your hand down at once. Su Jianwu's face flushed crimson as he abruptly rose from his seat, anxiety gnawing at his heart. You foolish boy, no one in the village has acknowledged you. Why do you so brazenly step forward? Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? He then turned to Wang Yu, saying, Village Chief Wang Yu, my grandson got drunk this afternoon and may still be inebriated. To his surprise, Wang Yu had already descended, squinting his eyes and inquiring, Your grandfather says you are drunk. Are you intoxicated? Su Lan resolutely replied, I have not consumed any alcohol. I am quite clear-headed. Did you hear that, Su Te? Your grandson is not drunk, Wang Yu said with a smile. Please, come up on stage with me. As Wang Yu and Su Lan stood on the platform, the villagers collectively inhaled sharply. Those who had previously spoken ill of Wang Yu now sweating nervously. Yu Lan's fate was intertwined with theirs. But with Su Te backing her, they remained merely ordinary villagers. Su Jianwu, in a state of urgency, gazed at the stage, his hands clenched in a silent threat. If you dare to take my grandson's life, I will tear you apart. This declaration lodged in his throat, ultimately going unspoken. Instead, he turned to Gu Jianglu and Shen Ao beside him, whispering, I am going to intervene. Do not stop me. To his astonishment, Gu Jianglu grasped Su Jianwu's arm, saying, Calm down, old Su. This is merely a matter between the youngsters. Shen Ao similarly placed a hand on Su Jianwu's shoulder, stating, Wang Yu cannot die. Speak up, and I will accompany you to plead for him. Surely, he will wish to save face for us. Who doesn't know that Wang Yu's potential is boundless? Even if Su Lao is a fighting emperor, the benefits he brings cannot compare to Wang Yu's strength. Su Jianwu replied anxiously, Old Gu, old Shun, if he can kill my grandson, he can kill yours as well. At such a time, are we still bickering amongst ourselves? Gu Jianglu responded calmly, Rest assured, for now, I will not allow Gu Yuedong to betray Wang Yu. Shin Ao added, Neither will I. You all. Su Jianwu took a deep breath and returned to his seat, saying, You are restraining me too tightly. Chapter 21. The dog-headed military advisor, Su Lan. Village Chief Wang Yu. How will you deal with those who betray you? Su Lan calmly ascended the stage and inquired. What will I do? Simply kill them, Wang Yu replied dismissively, as if taking a life were a trivial matter. Having read numerous web novels and watched countless series, Wang Yu had seen many unparalleled strong ones fall due to the betrayal of their closest brothers. Thus, when confronted with traitors, Wang Yu would show no mercy whatsoever. For the first time, it is essential to establish authority. Village Chief Wang Yu. I, Su Lan, am a person of considerable loyalty, and the residents of Wuyuan village are equally so. Su Lan took a deep breath, compressing the air within her lungs to alleviate her own stress. At that time, when I witnessed you fleeing along a narrow path during the monster siege, I mistakenly thought you were merely cowardly and thus spoke some idle words. My loyalty to you, of course, depends on how you treat me. If you truly care for me, I would not hesitate to offer my life for you, Su Lan stated. Heh, Wang Yu replied. Are you implying that the blame for the misunderstanding lies with me? For not informing you of my intentions? Su Lan bowed respectfully, clasping her hands in apology. I did not say such a thing. Wang Yu then turned to address the crowd below, raising his voice. Warriors who have joined my legion, on the night you enlisted, you swore an oath of loyalty to me. The word loyalty does not equate to betrayal. I believe that the complex situations we will face in the future will inevitably bring about countless unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps in order to achieve a certain objective, I may not reveal my intentions to you. I merely wish to convey that I hope you can trust me unconditionally, Wang Yu declared. Su Lan responded. Trust you unconditionally? Ha, what a one-sided and coercive demand. I am willing to trust you unconditionally. Will you grant me an opportunity for redemption? Su Lan inquired. Wang Yu gazed at Su Lan, pondering the implications. Others might have forced themselves into a corner with such words. If he were unwilling, would he not become a tyrant? However, noticing that Su Jianwu, Shen Ao, and Gu Jianglu had yet to speak, Wang Yu feigned anger and declared. With so many witnesses present, the crime of living cannot be escaped, nor can the death penalty be avoided. If you can withstand a punch from me, we shall consider this matter resolved. Su Lan replied. Fine. What nonsense, Su Jianwu exclaimed in frustration, cursing vehemently. Who has not witnessed the power of Wang Yu's punch? A single blow could shatter a magic testing stone. Su Lan, being merely a fighter, would not survive a hit from Wang Yu, let alone remain unscathed. Prepare yourself, Wang Yu, with a sidelong glance at Su Jianwu, took a deep breath, channeling all his fighting spirit into his fist. The wind howled as the energy coalesced into an imposing pressure, emanating before the crowd. Such formidable strength in his punch. Could Su Lan possibly endure it? Amidst the assembly, Li Xiuzhen, unable to contain herself, spoke first. Wang Yu, Su Lan is the grandson of Su Jianwu. Could you, for the sake of the great-grandfather's honor, spare Su Lan? Wang Yu responded, Mother, to spare a traitor would set a precedent for future betrayals within the village, potentially leading to my demise. I will not permit betrayal to occur at that moment, Su Jianwu interjected. Wang Yu, this is merely a misunderstanding. My grandson has clarified it. I believe the villagers will no longer dare to betray you. Do you all agree? Yes, yes, yes. We shall never betray Wang Yu. The villagers who had spoken ill of Wang Yu were now trembling with fear, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Su Jianwu tugged at the sleeves of the two elders, Gu Jianglu and Shenao, saying, Get up and say a few words for me. Jiu Jianglu rose and remarked, Wang Yu, everyone has spoken. We unconditionally trust you. Su Lao is over 200 years old. And you are his only grandson. His son perished in the Demon Beast Mountains. It's no easy feat. We must ensure a legacy for Su Lao. Shenao added, Wang Yu, betrayal is not permitted. I understand your thoughts. The authority has already been established and has resonated deeply. There is no need to prolong this bang. Wang Yu clenched his fist tightly and struck out with a punch. A fierce gust of wind erupted from Su Lan's side, dissipating into thin air. Wang Yu declared, The three elders and the villagers have all guaranteed it. Let it be. I must also leave myself a way out. Su Lan felt the overwhelming force of the punch, cold sweat streaming down his cheek. Wang Yu leaned close to Su Lan's ear and whispered, Did I scare you? Su Lan, stroking his long beard, replied, Weren't you supposed to strike me? Why have you refrained? Otherwise, you've wasted the magic stone I provided for your protection. Wang Yu retorted, Brother, whose psychological tactics are you employing here? Your grandfather's, the villagers, or mine? With the punch missing its target, the weight that had burdened the villagers' hearts was finally lifted. Ding. Reputation increased by 300 points. Ding total reputation, 510 points. Authority established. Later that afternoon, after the meeting concluded, Su Lan called out to Wang Yu, asking, Do you wish to establish authority before the villagers? To ensure they do not betray you? Of course, this is a matter close to my heart. Wang Yu replied earnestly. Su Lan chuckled mischievously, saying, I have a way to help you establish your authority and grant face to the three elders. This incident was precisely what Su Lan had meticulously planned. Naturally, the punch Wang Yu was to deliver had to land on Su Lan's abdomen, and to prevent any severe injury, Wang Yu had intentionally crafted protective gear from the magic stone technology for Su Lan to wear. However, when the time came for the demonstration, Wang Yu found himself unable to deliver the punch. Su Lan murmured, You've grown soft-hearted. This may become your weakness in the future. Wang Yu laughed, Being soft-hearted towards my brothers is normal. Towards my enemies, I am ruthless. Just then, Su Lan felt an involuntary chill run through him. When Wang Yu spoke those words, he exuded a palpable aura of menace, an inexplicable strangeness that seemed to emanate from a demon lurking in the depths of hell. Su Lan pondered, How strange. I initially believed I could see through Wang Yu's character with this ruse. Yet now, I find myself baffled by him. Wang Yu held a torch and proclaimed, To all the heroes who have fallen, may the living carry forth the beliefs of the departed and live bravely. With a whoosh, he tossed the torch onto the wood, and the searing flames leaped to life. Thick smoke billowed, unbeknownst to whether it carried the souls of the deceased, ascending to the heavens. Wang Yu bowed his head first in silent tribute, prompting the villagers to do the same. Carrying the aspirations of the departed, one must strive to live well. Henceforth, the village shall advance with remarkable vigor, transforming into a place of thriving development. In the future, the ordinary villagers of this hamlet will emerge as influential figures across the eastern continent. Among them will be affluent magnates, large landowners with extensive estates, as well as unparalleled warriors. Everything shall spring forth from this very place. Chapter 22. Constructing villas and expanding territory. At the break of dawn the following day, Wang Yu rose early to visit the modest quarters assigned by the village chief. This was his designated workspace, and with the restoration efforts commencing at the crack of dawn, the village buzzed with activity. In stark contrast to the earlier stifling atmosphere, the days were now progressing positively. To safeguard my authority, I must maintain firm control over the Legion. However, at present, my responsibility lies in teaching the Great Snake the cleansing techniques, necessitating my prolonged presence on the Beast King's throne. Wang Yu pondered deeply, analyzing the situation. Throughout history, countless tales have recounted how an individual who commands a vast army, possesses resources, and enjoys sufficient standing wields the power to instigate transformation. Currently, Gu Jianglu is entrusted with imparting knowledge to the Legion. Thus his influence within the ranks surpasses mine considerably. I must devise a strategy to fragment this power and infuse my will into it. Wang Yu inscribed on paper. Henceforth, the major responsibilities shall be delegated. Grains will be overseen by Xin Yu, weaponry by Su Lan, and Gu Yutong shall assist in training the Legion. It is imperative to establish a pathway for promotion, affording ordinary warriors the opportunity to ascend. I must cultivate my inner circle. In this manner, these three factions will mutually restrain one another. Without provisions or weaponry, the warriors will remain controllable. Controlling these three individuals from behind the scenes is evidently insufficient. Wang Yu meticulously drafted a strategic plan for the village's development. To be candid, this endeavor is infinitely more complex than playing a game in gaming. Should one fail, one can simply restart. However, a failure in this village would be irrevocable. As it stands, I have established the village's reputation and earned the villagers' trust. Yet my interactions with Xin Yu, Su Lan, Gu Yutong, and the villagers remain scarce in the future. I must seize opportunities to foster good relations with them. Setting down his pen and allowing the ink to dry, Wang Yu strolled into the village to inspect the construction efforts. Shen Yu, wielding a beast-taming whip, adeptly managed dozens of magical beasts to assist with the village's development. Upon noticing Wang Yu's arrival, she promptly approached him, inquiring, "Village Chief Wang Yu, are you satisfied with my work?" Wang Yu replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am quite pleased." In a fleeting moment, Xin Yu's refreshing and charming appearance momentarily caught Wang Yu off guard. Truly, a beauty is a beauty. It seems a waste to have such a splendid woman engage in the labor of constructing houses. Observing Wang Yu's momentary distraction brought a smile to Shen Yu's face. Her joy evident as she replied, "I am relieved to hear that, as I feared my work might not meet your expectations. From now on, do not call me Village Chief Wang Yu. That feels too formal. Just call me Brother Yu." Wang Yu chuckled. Originally, Shen Yu was proud and held lofty standards, but as Wang Yu gradually revealed his prowess, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. Yet she, after all, is not an ordinary woman. Though her heart harbors affection, she dares not intentionally display it upon her visage. Wang Yu inquired, "What of the architect Huobo? Is he available? I have a matter to discuss with him." Shortly thereafter, summoned by Xin Yu, Huobo arrived in a flurry, carrying with him the refreshing scent of sawdust and sweat. "Village Chief Wang, you called for me?" Upon hearing his name, he hastily abandoned his prior task. Wang Yu replied, "Is it the new village planning map? Let me see it." Producing a sheet of paper, Huobo explained, "According to the plan, we shall conserve materials, minimize labor, and restore the village to its original appearance as swiftly as possible, thereby freeing up hands for other tasks such as food production. No, this planning is inadequate." Huobo and Shen Yu exchanged perplexed glances. Shen Yu thought to herself, "Did you not previously express satisfaction with my work?" Wang Yu continued, "Currently, the beasts from the Monster Mountain range no longer pose a threat to us. We can expand our land area. Every household shall construct a 3-story villa, with a yard planned at the entrance, and a perimeter wall erected around the village. Do not use wooden railings. They will shatter upon a beast's impact." His Huobo remarked, "Village Chief Wang, if we proceed as you suggest, these are substantial undertakings that will delay our timeline. Furthermore, the technology required to construct with stone, given only the tools at my disposal, seems unfeasible. Although we have beasts to carry heavy loads, the skill of cutting stone. And what is this villa you speak of?" "A villa is a residence for the affluent." Wang Yu intended to eventually establish a swimming pool, a basketball court, and a soccer field within the village. After all, as the village chief, he would not neglect cultural and physical activities. Enriching the villagers' leisure lives would also bolster his leadership capabilities. The villa consists of 2 stories. I have already sketched a blueprint for you. Wang Yu tossed a design onto the table and produced a book, stating, "This is a manual on stoneworking techniques that I dreamt of last night, bestowed upon me by the heavens. Study it diligently and teach it to those beneath you. As the village chief, I must attend to the villagers' needs. As for coordination, I shall handle that myself. I am off now." With a wave of his hand, Wang Yu strode away in the opposite direction. Observing his retreating figure, which vanished into the construction site, Xin Yu, intrigued, asked Huobo, quickly, "Open that blueprint Wang Yu gave you and let us examine it." Huobo unfurled the villa design, scrutinizing it closely, as if a spark of inspiration had struck him. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "A genius. Wang Yu is simply a genius. Who knew houses could be constructed in such a manner?" Xin Yu gently touched her lovely face, her delicate, pink hands as white as freshly fallen snow, her heart racing uncontrollably. "What is happening to me?" Previously, the village lacked any formidable individuals, yet now, Wang Yu's extraordinary talent, strength, and gifts emanate a captivating aura that compels Xinyu Ru to delve deeper into his essence. How intriguing, how intriguing. I must return and thoroughly study this book. Huobo, feeling as if he had struck gold, hurried home to immerse himself in the techniques. Ahem, let us proceed to the humble wooden abode of Elder Tian, where Su Lan and Su Jinwu happened to be present as well. Upon the arrival of Wang Yu, the three greet him with polite salutations. Wang Yu exclaims, "Oh, what a gathering we have here. What are you all discussing?" Neither Elder Tian nor Su Lan responds. Instead, it is Su Jinwu, the esteemed elder, who takes the initiative to speak. This reflects Wang Yu's esteemed position in the hearts of the gathered, akin to that of a venerable patriarch. At this moment, Su Jinwu, upon seeing Wang Yu, feels a sense of gratitude, especially considering that he refrained from reprimanding his grandson the previous day. The village head is currently deliberating over the issue of grain. Early this morning, Elder Tian has already assessed the remaining food supplies, which are alarmingly insufficient. With the current planting season drawing to a close, there is no time left to harvest before winter sets in. Su Jinwu continues, "We are contemplating dispatching a team to procure some grain, but our village lacks any valuable resources for barter. We are unaware of the circumstances outside. Hence we have gathered a few individuals to devise a solution." Elder Tian and Su Lan nod in agreement, their expressions grave. Indeed, the village faces numerous hardships. Wang Yu inquires, "How may I assist?" Chapter 23. Brother Big Snake takes a sip. Currently, I intend to assign Xinyu Ru and Huobo the responsibility of constructing larger houses for the villagers, which will demand a significant amount of manpower. Your mission to procure grain aligns perfectly with my plans. Wang Yu states earnestly, "Su Lan, I have witnessed your intelligence. Why not take charge of this task? Su Te, you can assist in overseeing and mentoring your precious grandson." Su Lan smiles and replies, "Wang Yu, can you truly trust me with this matter?" Wang Yu assures her, "Why would I not? Trust those who are trustworthy, and do not doubt those you employ. The task of obtaining grain is now yours. From now on, do not call me Wang Yu the village head. Simply refer to me as Brother Yu." He then turns to Su Jinwu, saying, "And you, Su Te, need not call me village head either. That would be rather pretentious. Just call me Xiao Yuzi, for in your esteemed presence, I am but a child." Laughter erupts from Su Jinwu, who slaps the table and remarks, "How amusing with me, the Duke of Combat, ensuring my grandson's safety. There is no cause for concern. However, Su Lan and I wish to return to our ancestral home beyond the Monster Beast Mountains. Is that permissible?" Su Jinwu squints his eyes, smiling with a knowing expression. "Oh dear. Elder, you flatter me. If you do not mention it, then it is simply a return." Wang Yu chuckles. "Your mention of it is, in fact, a gesture of respect. I would not interfere with your decision." "Then I thank you for your kind consideration, Wang Yu," Su Jinwu replies courteously. Since the events of last night, Su Jinwu has felt a lump in his throat. The image of Wang Yu's furious countenance etched in his mind. It is wise to acknowledge one's sentiments. As the saying goes, one does not meet a dire fate if one does not seek it. Su Jinwu continues, "Wang Yu, a century ago, I had some understanding of the outside world. In terms of procuring grain and currency, you could certainly send individuals from the Gujiang Lu lineage to the Monster Beast Mountains to seek medicinal herbs and concoct some potions or elixirs. These could fetch a handsome sum in currency. If you could acquire some high-quality magic crystals, those affluent individuals outside would undoubtedly be eager to trade. The magic crystal is the essence of the magical beasts, residing within their life source, absorbing the light of the sun and moon, nurtured by the life force of these creatures. However, the emergence of a magic crystal is subject to a certain probability. Not every magical beast possesses one. The crystals are classified into 7 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, serving as treasures for practitioners to cultivate and enhance their power. Consequently, within the Monster Beast Mountain, there exist professional hunters who make a living by hunting these beasts to acquire magic crystals. Understood, Su Lao, Su Lan, Tian Bo. I entrust this matter to the 3 of you. As for how many of us the Serpent King will allow to venture into the Monster Beast Mountain, and whether we are permitted to leave, I still need to discuss this with him. Wang Yu contemplated, clarifying his thoughts. Should there be any developments, I will inform you. The tasks are now in your capable hands. Rest assured, Su Jinwu replied with a smile. In the coming days, while you prepare your supplies, I shall organize a few individuals to meticulously arrange the various tasks. Being a village chief is indeed no easy feat. As I mentioned, one must never doubt those who assist them. By the way, Tian Bo, do you have any liquor, salt, or spices on hand? Wang Yu suddenly inquired. Tian Bo, perplexed yet hesitant to pry, replied, "We have plenty of liquor. 6 jars. In fact, the spices and salt are all stored in the cabinets." Wang Yu approached, gazing at the large vat of liquor and tearing open the red satin. A refreshing aroma of liquor wafted into the air, the rich scent of grain filling his nostrils, subtly accompanied by a hint of spiciness. Delicious. I shall take 2 jars of liquor, and please pack the salt and spices for me, Wang Yu instructed. I will return shortly to collect them. The 3 individuals present exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their expressions. Xulan spoke up, Brother Yu. What do you need those for? Are you planning a picnic? Hee, that shall remain a secret for now. If it succeeds, I will share the details upon my return, Wang Yu replied as he rose and waved his hand, departing the room, leaving the 3 in a state of astonishment. Su Jianwu, ever the strategist, pondered, do you think he intends to discuss matters with the Beast King using that liquor? As the sun hung high in the sky, with not a cloud in sight and the azure waves rippling beneath, white clouds floated gently above in the open fields of the village. 15 individuals were engaged in training. The sounds of fists striking and powerful roars filled the air. Amidst this group, an unexpectedly youthful voice stood out. Ha! Ha! 14-year-old Zhang Yiling diligently practiced her punches, sweat glistening on her fair face. Standing among a group of muscular men, she appeared remarkably out of place, akin to a piece of tofu amidst a plate of steak. Wang Yu approached, greeting, Old Master Gu, you are all busy with training, I see. Gu Jianglu, holding the cleansing scripture that Wang Yu had provided, was expounding its teachings. This book emphasized the refinement of the body, the unblocking of meridians, and its methods were nothing short of miraculous, reflecting the compiler's profound understanding of the human body. Yu Jianglu, having thoroughly read this text, felt its mysteries and was practicing diligently. Wang Yu, look at these warriors. They are handpicked by me. According to your request, I have included this young lady in the elite team. But I fear she may not be able to withstand it, Gu Jianglu remarked. Wang Yu waved his hand in acknowledgement towards Gu Yuetong and Zhang Yiling among the team. The 2 individuals exchanged smiles and continued to diligently practice their skills. The system had previously alerted Wang Yu to elevate the combat power of his legion to 7,000. However, with the inclusion of 3 Do Emperors, the legion's combat power soared to an impressive 37,000. Wang Yu pondered that the 3 Do Emperors would not easily make an appearance, and thus, the majority of tasks would still need to be executed by the legion's ordinary soldiers. Although it appeared that Wang Yu had completed the previous mission alone, in reality, if he resorted to deceit, it would ultimately be detrimental to himself. Wang Yu remarked, the restoration of the village is of paramount importance, yet it is essential to have a group of warriors trained to lay a solid foundation for future missions. Gu Jianglu responded, indeed. At all times, there must be an elite legion in existence. Earlier, Su Lao and I discussed that in due time, we would need to send someone to the Beast Mountain range to procure some food supplies. Wang Yu suggested, during this period, I hope you and Gu Yuetong can take a few individuals to the Beast Mountain range to search for medicinal herbs and concoct some potions. Jiyu Jianglu stroked his beard and replied, this is simple, a trivial task, as long as you establish a good rapport with the beasts and ensure they do not harm us. I have already negotiated with the Serpent King regarding this matter. Wang Yu produced a small vial containing the precious essence cleansing liquid. The previous night, he had exchanged 100 points of prestige for 2 vials, but the Serpent King demanded 1 vial daily. The prestige points of the village's mere 100 inhabitants would not suffice to meet the Serpent King's consumption. Old Gu, I hope you can analyze the components of this essence cleansing liquid and see if you can produce more. Wang Yu implored, I have heard from the villagers that you were once a paragon in the alchemical realm of the Gamma Empire. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Ha ha ha, those were days of yore. Old Gu chuckled as he accepted the vial. I shall give it a try. With the matters of the village finally addressed, Wang Yu felt a weight lift from his heart. Suddenly, he exclaimed, oh no, I almost forgot about the system's scanning ability. It's the perfect opportunity to examine the talents of my legion's warriors. Chapter 24, Basketball, Rap, Soccer, Fishing. Activating the talent scanning function of the system, Wang Yu contemplated as a mass of data materialized before him. The information danced like a living entity, akin to the Shinigami's eyes in Death Note, revealing a string of data to Wang Yu's gaze. He first scrutinized the 2 significant individuals, Jiyu Jiangliu's talent, Celestial Prodigy. Gu Yuetong's talent, Celestial Prodigy. Indeed, to become someone of prominence, one requires exceptional talents. Next, he examined the ordinary warriors on the field. The majority were commoners, with only a few possessing talent. There were no celestial prodigies, nor any at the royal level, as for divine talents. Such aspirations were mere fantasies. Having 1 or 2 prodigies in this small mountain village should suffice. Wang Yu's gentle gaze fell upon Zhang Yiling, who exuded a certain fierceness despite her delicate appearance. A girl without parents, utterly alone. Initially, She was the only one who, during the month before Wang Yu acquired the system, offered him ample care and friendship. Wang Yu resolved to treat her as his own sister. Zhang Yiling, possessing only ordinary talent, would still be more than adequate. With my presence, I shall procure extraordinary experiences and medicinal herbs to nurture your growth. Wang Yu supported his chin, chuckling softly. It is precisely individuals like Zhang Yiling, who are devoid of support, that Wang Yu finds most essential. The talent of the Serpent King is indeed formidable. Wang Yu mused with self-deprecation. Ding, the system has activated a new task. Just then, unexpectedly, a chilling mechanical voice emerged, startling Wang Yu to his core. The suddenness and the coldness of the voice bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly wail. Wang Yu communicated within his consciousness. System brother, might it be possible to alter the voice? The abrupt emergence and the ghostly tone are rather unsettling. Could we perhaps opt for a lowly voice or a mature voice? If that cannot be arranged, even the voices of Hanazawa Kana, Akio Sora, or the character Diao Chan from Honor of Kings would suffice. Ding, changing the system voice requires the expenditure of 1,000 reputation points. Poor host, with no reputation points, what conditions can you possibly propose? Pathetic. Wang Yu. So, is it the case that when the host is impoverished, the system also looks down upon them? Ding, explanation of the new task, the will of the people. Continuously enhance the host's reputation in the eyes of the villagers, achieving a total of 2,000 points. Upon completion, rewards include a series of entertainment items such as basketballs, rap equipment, fishing rods, and soccer balls. What on earth is this ridiculous task? Brother, basketball, fishing rods, soccer balls, are these even beneficial for the development of the Legion? Wang Yu could not shake the feeling that the system for sweeping through the heavens had transformed into a sports system for village activities. Ding. Soldiers are human, not machines. An enriched entertainment life can augment a soldier's aspirations and enhance the cohesion of the Legion, ultimately improving overall combat effectiveness. Wang Yu. Ding, commencing the first task of the will of the people. Speak before the soldiers to elevate the host's presence. The more moving the speech, the higher the reputation points gained. Wang Yu, what is troubling you? Amidst the desolation, Wang Yu noticed a pair of aged hands before him. When he regained his senses, the venerable Gu Jianglu was gesturing before his eyes. Why did you suddenly zone out? Just pondering over some matters, Wang Yu awkwardly replied. Grandfather, might you allow them a moment of respite? I wish to speak with them. Very well, Gu Jianglu addressed the troops. Take a 10-minute break. Come forth. Commander Wang Yu has something to share with you all. A dozen soldiers, around the age of 40, hurried over, with Zhang Yiling bouncing towards him, throwing herself into Wang Yu's embrace. Such is the capricious nature of a young girl. Wang Yu, brother, I finally found you. When I heard you were in a coma, I wanted to visit you, but with the Legion's training, I dared not leave. I was so worried. Tears of anxiety streamed down Zhang Yiling's watery eyes. Children, particularly girls, can express their emotions so freely. Wang Yu felt a warmth in his heart as he patted Zhang Yiling's small head, saying, It's all right, I'm perfectly fine. Are you still managing with the training? Can you endure this hardship? Zhang Yiling bit her lip, tearfully responding. I can endure it. If it means becoming stronger, I will bear any hardship, no matter how great. Silly girl. In the presence of so many people. Wang Yu felt somewhat flustered, his ears burning with embarrassment. The assembly of resolute warriors, embodying the essence of stoic masculinity, averted their gazes in discomfort. Clearing his throat, Wang Yu addressed them. Fellow warriors, as your commander, I must apologize for my recent absence. He bowed deeply, a gesture of sincerity. The ironclad soldiers returned his gesture, yet silence enveloped the gathering. The regiment was a place of strict discipline. When a leader spoke, subordinates were expected to listen without interjecting. Wang Yu continued, There is no need for such formality. I prefer a more relaxed atmosphere. Speak freely, if you wished, isn't that right, Gu Yutong and Zhang Yiling? Gu Yutong nodded in affirmation. Though spoken casually, his words bore significant weight. Jiyu Jianglu, perceiving the underlying meaning, interjected, During this period, I have taken on the temporary role of imparting knowledge to you. As previously agreed, the guard unit has been placed under Wang Yu's command, and you are to heed his leadership from now on. Yes. The warriors echoed in unison, their voices resounding with strength. As Wang Yu met the fiery gazes of the soldiers, he discerned a flicker of passion, albeit lacking a certain intensity in their eyes. He noted a distinct absence of admiration, respect, and faith directed towards him. Human sentiments are alive, not mechanical. Trust among warriors requires time to cultivate, alongside personal strength. Wang Yu remarked, Lately, there have been numerous matters in the village demanding my attention. Therefore, I have requested the esteemed elder to share the techniques I fortuitously acquired with you. He continued, regarding the village's reconstruction, I have instructed Xin Ru and Hua Bo to build villas, complete with swimming pools and expansive gardens for each household. By the way, are your wives still alive? Upon this inquiry, the warriors were momentarily at a loss for words, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Jiyu Jianglu chuckled. Hey, you should ask who still has their wives alive. Raise your hands. In synchrony, 10 warriors raised their hands, confirming the survival of their spouses. Wang Yu burst into laughter. That's splendid. Ha ha ha. It's good to know you are all well, he continued. Your arduous training and service in protecting the village have not gone unnoticed. In the future, I shall implement policies beneficial to your families and develop engaging recreational activities to enrich your leisure time. What are recreational activities? Can we eat them? Zhang Yiling inquired, perplexed, as curiosity swept through the other warriors. Wang Yu explained, they are simply activities to partake in. Otherwise, when night falls, won't you just end up going to bed early with your wives? At this remark, several warriors' faces flushed crimson in the dimness of night. What more could a man and woman engage in if not sleep? I must also add, as our village is small, we encourage families to have children. A spacious home requires a thriving household. Do not worry about expenses. I will devise a plan to support you. If you manage to have 5 children, there will be rewards. Wang Yu proclaimed earnestly, ha ha ha, brothers, put in a little effort tonight. Gu Jianglu laughed heartily. Wang Yu, at such a young age, you possess remarkable insights. Indeed, young lad, you truly understand much. Gu Jianglu expressed in astonishment. At such a tender age, one is already aware of the intricacies of procreation. Nevertheless, this sentiment holds a modicum of truth. After all, for a village to thrive and flourish, the current populace is evidently insufficient. Ji Yutong inquired, Grandfather, what does that mean? What does Wang Yu understand? Zhang Yiling, nodding her small head, innocently remarked, Wang Yu Gij. What are you talking about? Wang Yu replied, it turns out that individuals from ancient times had rather feudal ideologies. Ji Yutong, despite being 18, lacks knowledge of biology and appears quite naive. I find it essential to take you all along for this journey and explore the path ahead. Ding reputation points increased. 30. Wang Yu gazed at the crowd in astonishment, wondering how his reputation had suddenly surged. The honest and unassuming warriors, with their resolute expressions, laughed heartily, some even blushing with shyness. One slightly larger warrior expressed, Thank you, village chief. In the eyes of these warriors, living a moderately affluent life constituted happiness. Having a bountiful lineage and a prosperous family were but simple desires. Previously, due to the scarcity of resources, food, and medical care, the village chief had been deliberately cautious. A dark-skinned warrior posed the question, Village Chief Wang Yu, is what you say true? Can the village sustain so many children? Do not worry. Things have changed. As long as we can emerge from the monster beast mountains, we can procure anything we need. However, let us not rush. We must wait for old Su to bring back a batch of supplies. The village needs to prepare, so await my notification. Wang Yu joyfully accepted the reputation points. Yu Jianglu remarked, Wang Yu, you will have plenty to occupy yourself with in the future. You have ignited hope in the warriors. Your words must come to fruition. Relying solely on myself is insufficient. We must all strive together towards prosperity, Wang Yu declared. Ding reputation points increased. 5. Once again, his reputation had risen, albeit the increment was rather meager. This must be a threshold set by the system to prevent the host from artificially inflating their score. Wang Yu pondered. It seems that to enhance the villagers' sense of happiness and pride, I must comprehend their inner thoughts and address their needs accordingly, thereby facilitating an increase in reputation points. I need to establish an institution to gauge the villagers' sentiments. I will enlist Huanyang to spearhead this initiative. After a brief farewell to the warriors, Wang Yu hastened towards Huanyang's residence, a modest wooden house. Huanyang was seated at a long table with several middle-aged women, mending clothing and armor. Without the embellishments of cosmetics or skincare products, these unadorned women bore the marks of toil upon their hands, which were calloused, a reflection of the laboring populace. Huanyang greeted, Village Chief Wang Yu, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Wang Yu replied, Ladies, thank you for your hard work. You may be feeling a bit weary with the extra hands. He resolved to cultivate a persona of gentleness and thoughtfulness before the village women. In the presence of these charming individuals, he aimed to exhibit both gentlemanly grace and masculine vigor. The middle-aged women, having seen Wang Yu before, noted his youthful charm. One exclaimed, Oh, look at Village Chief Wang Yu. He is truly handsome. Come sit beside me. As she spoke, she patted her ample thigh. Wang Yu, coughed. I came here to inquire about certain matters. Ha ha ha. Aunt Chun is quite amusing with the young folks. Look how shy she has made everyone feel, Lu Aunt chuckled. Wang Yu, the village chief, do come by my house more often. I can share with you the situation in the village, in clear detail. Aunt Chun teased. Wang Yu, you ought to be cautious, lest Aunt Li lays everything bare for you. Her hands are quite skillful, Wang Yu. Did I come to the wrong place? Wang Yu felt an odd sensation, as if he had stumbled into the lair of a great wolf at his age. This is hardly a matter for jest. Huanyang promptly interjected, Village Chief Wang Yu, do you have something to discuss? Is there any way I can assist you? Wang Yu explained his purpose. I understand now. You wish for us to ascertain the genuine sentiments of the villagers, to uncover their desires. Huanyang, deftly working on her needlework, remarked with a smile, Village Chief Wang Yu, you truly care for the populace. I just hope your intentions match your capabilities. The village is quite small. Ding reputation increased by 12 points. Wang Yu replied, it's fine. Just help me gather the information, Huanyang, and compile it into a report for me. I will find a way. At that moment, Aunt Chun eagerly raised her hand, saying, Little Yu, I need something to warm my bed. Hee hee. Can you think of a way for me? Wang Yu responded, that I should take my leave. Quickly, this is no place for children. With the future planning task completed, he felt at ease to head to the ancient serpent for training. In Tian Bo's room, he gathered the wine jar and spices, strapping the 7-star sword to his waist, preparing to venture to the Beast King's throne, the location of the ancient serpent, the Beast King's throne. The air was fragrant, and the environment was breathtakingly beautiful. Even the decaying bones at the edge of the cliff were masked by the delightful aroma. The dense fog within the ruins flowed gracefully. If it were not a passageway to another realm, it would be a truly enchanting sight. Kid, what took you so long to arrive? Suddenly, the massive form of the ancient serpent descended from the heavens, stirring up dust, its overwhelming aura causing Wang Yu to retreat a couple of steps. Why has the serpent's power increased again? I've only taught it for a day. Its talent is indeed formidable. Wang Yu stepped forward, setting down the wine jar and tossing the spice pouch aside, saying, Brother Serpent, I've brought you some food today. A cold voice from the beast replied, You intend to poison me, don't you? I won't fall for your tricks. I do not consume human refuse, so proud. This Beast King is exceedingly haughty. Wang Yu responded, all right, if you want to eat, let us begin the lesson. The techniques of the washing marrow scripture are profoundly intricate. While imparting the teachings, Wang Yu also engaged in his own cultivation. However, in terms of progress, the ancient serpent's training speed surpassed Wang Yu's by a considerable margin, leaving him feeling quite strained. Regardless of the outcome, it would be beneficial to forge a brotherly bond with this serpent. Should it become an adversary, it would indeed pose a formidable challenge. In the majestic peaks of the Warcraft Mountains, there exists a treasure of unparalleled magnificence. If Wang Yu were to seize it and consume it, would the ancient serpent, in a fit of rage, not strike him down? Alas, let us abandon such thoughts. Wang Yu was acutely aware of the serpent's ire, yet felt utterly helpless, as the opponent was simply too formidable. The serpent harbored a disdainful attitude towards humanity. Could friendship ever blossom between them? It remains a mystery whether his actions would lead to fortune or misfortune. Sigh, I had brought wine with the hope of engaging the serpent in profound discussions about life. Yet the Serpent King showed no appreciation. A chilling voice, laced with murderous intent, pierced the air. The ancient serpent remarked, You, young one, are contemplating nefarious schemes against me, are you not? Do you presume to be a parasite within my very being? Wang Yu longed to utter a curse, lamenting his predicament. Chapter 26. The law of true fragrance. To admit such thoughts would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Yu mused before speaking. Oh, Serpent King, I find myself grappling with the intricacies of my cultivation technique, which proves quite challenging. The essence cleansing scripture emphasizes the harmony of breath and the unity of heaven and earth. While human nature is inherently intertwined with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, each possessing distinct attributes, I suspect that one must align their cultivation with their respective attributes. For instance, one with a fire attribute must cultivate fire-related practices. Hence, I ponder, what is your attribute, serpent brother? Fabricating a tale, he spoke without reservation. Regardless of whether the ancient serpent comprehended his words, it mattered not, for it was not human. The ancient serpent responded, I see it, then exhaled a dense, murky vapor, from which a fierce flame erupted, transforming into vapor and then smoke, accompanied by the crackling sounds of thunder. What do you discern as my attribute? It inquired. Wang Yu replied, You embody the elements of wind, water, and thunder, serpent brother. You possess a quintessence of attributes. Time passed, and after 3 hours, amidst the swirling smoke of the ruins, The sound of roaring thunder reverberated, and a colossal force erupted. Wang Yu, in astonishment, cautioned, "Be vigilant. Serpent brother, a magical beast approaches." The tremors of this relic surpassed the previous summoning of a fifth-tier magical beast in intensity. The ancient serpent coldly remarked, "What a nuisance. Mealtime has arrived." Wang Yu could only respond with silence as a formidable beast emerged from the thick fog, an imposing bull demon with 6 razor-sharp horns, blood-red eyes, and flaring nostrils, exuding a foul breath. Its presence was overwhelming, glowing with malice, and its gaping maw revealed a terrifying array of fangs, releasing a stench of decay with each breath. With a roar, the 6-horned bull demon extended its mountain-like arms, wielding a massive club. Yet at that moment, the ancient serpent coiled and struck, sinking its fangs into the bull demon's neck, unleashing a torrent of venom into its body. With a resounding thud, the bull demon was flung into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Overcome by paralysis from the venom, it could not muster the strength to unleash its fury, collapsing helplessly. The ancient serpent ascended the bull demon's form, constricting it with immense power, rendering the beast utterly immobile. Within mere moments, as Wang Yu swallowed his saliva, the bull demon lay still, no longer moving, lifeless. "It has been ages since I last indulged in beef." The ancient serpent opened its maw wide, preparing to bite down on the head of the bull demon. "Wait a moment," Wang Yu exclaimed, unable to fathom the gruesome scene before him. "What are you about to do?" The ancient serpent inquired, with an air of peculiarity. Great serpent, is it not repulsive to consume it raw? Does it not reek of blood and odor? And is it not unpalatable?" Wang Yu ventured, "As a king, you must dine with elegance and grace." He stepped forward and proposed, "How about you release it first, and I shall prepare a dish for you?" Opportunity had presented itself. With a jug of wine, an array of spices, and the 7-star sword in hand, Wang Yu awaited this moment. The ancient serpent scoffed, "Humph! What kind of abominable food can a mere human conjure?" As the serpent spoke, it instinctively loosened its grip and retreated to the side. Wang Yu approached, presenting the fresh beef, declaring, "This is prime beef, firm and muscular, having been rigorously exercised over the years, with a delightful chewiness. Moreover, it was freshly slain, retaining its liveliness and freshness." Drawing forth the 7-star sword, Wang Yu transformed into a skilled chef. Thanks to the knowledge gleaned from the Encyclopedia of Beasts, he was well acquainted with the various parts and organs of this bull demon named Lingzhuang Yoma, including whether any toxins were present. The 7-star sword, indeed a treasured heirloom of the Su family, proved its unmatched sharpness, slicing through the sturdy flesh of the bull demon with ease. He set up the fire, placed the meat upon it, and the sizzle of cooking filled the air. The aroma of grilled meat wafted about. As the juices began to seep from the crimson flesh, he sprinkled on the spices. The ancient serpent watched, entranced, unable to suppress its salivation, its gaze fixated on the beef. "It smells divine." Wang Yu fanned the flames, increasing the heat, all the while muttering to himself, "Look at you," initially scoffing at human food. In this beast mountain, even the beast king could not escape the allure of delectable aromas. "All right, come, eat," Wang Yu urged. The ancient serpent, disregarding the heat, devoured the meat voraciously. Slow down. Would you care for more wine?" Wang Yu suggested. "Drinking wine and eating meat is the true essence of a celestial existence. I refuse to consume the refuse brewed by humans," the ancient serpent retorted disdainfully. If Wang Yu's strength were formidable, he would have dispatched this serpent, which spoke so defiantly yet could not control its own body, countless times. "You find this beef, roasted by humans, to be so delectable, yet you refuse to admit it." Wang Yu set aside some meat, uncorked the wine, and the fragrant aroma filled the air, a gulp of fine wine followed by a bite of grilled beef. No words were necessary to convey the delight of the meal. The genuine expressions of satisfaction on the diners' faces, lost in the exquisite flavors, were indeed contagious. The ancient serpent, intrigued, inquired, "What is that delightful beverage you are consuming? Allow me to sample it. It is fragrant, truly fragrant." Wang Yu replied. The wine, smooth as it slid down his throat, offered a hint of spiciness followed by a gentle intoxication, with the natural aroma of grains lingering in his heart and mind. With a few more sips, the serpent found it utterly delightful. The fiery wine perfectly complemented the beastly physique of the beast king. Delicious, truly delicious. For the first time, the ancient serpent tasted wine, and after a few swigs, it felt a pleasant buzz. Mimicking Wang Yu's words, it chuckled, "Hee hee. No one can resist delightful delicacies, not even the beasts." Wang Yu approached with an eager demeanor, shouldering a large vat of wine, proclaiming, "Here, take this entire vat. I shall drink from this one, the cunning humans. Both casks belong to me, while you shall sip from your meager bowl." The Serpent King declared with an air of authority. All right, all of it belongs to the Serpent King. Is there enough meat? Shall I procure another magical beast for you to roast?" As the Serpent King indulged, his gait became unsteady with inebriation. The sight of Wang Yu grew increasingly delightful to the serpent, for it was Wang Yu who bestowed upon him the sensation of soaring through the heavens for the very first time. The hazy feeling was rather pleasant. Wang Yu tentatively inquired, "Dear brother serpent, how do you find my service today? Is it to your liking?" Though humans are wretched, their culinary skills are commendable, the Serpent King praised. Wang Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, approached to massage the Serpent King, seeking to provide relaxation. "Oh, Serpent King, this feels wonderful. Am I not a worthy little brother? I shall concoct even more delightful human delicacies for you in the future." "What new delights can humans offer?" the Serpent King inquired. "There are countless, from roasted to fried, seasoned with various spices, and an array of beverages from wines to red teas. As long as you, dear brother serpent, are satisfied, I shall procure them for you to savor." "Ha ha ha, splendid. With your attitude, little brother, I shall protect you henceforth." Chapter 27. A windfall. As the wine flowed deeper, so did their camaraderie. The Serpent King, feeling the effects of the drink, increasingly found Wang Yu to be quite agreeable. With the aid of the Pangu's primordial bone, the two indulged in a grand feast of spirits. Before long, the 2 casks of white wine were emptied, and only the bones of the beef remained. "Hey, brother serpent, the village can hardly kindle a fire these days. We intend to venture into the Beast Mountain range in search of sustenance. Can we send out some people?" "Very well. Only 5 may go. You must remain." The Serpent King belched contentedly before continuing, "You are to stay and impart your techniques to me, as well as prepare my meals. Despite being a wretched human, why do I find you somewhat pleasing to the eye?" The Serpent King's gaze drifted, his eyes unfocused, lost in the haze of intoxication. "Dear brother serpent, as long as I am pleasing to you, you must truly see me as a younger brother. No? Surely, this is not mere drunken banter." Wang Yu pressed his hands firmly beneath the Serpent King's massive head, providing a soothing massage. "I assure you, I, the Serpent King, am not like your pitiful humankind. My words carry weight. I am the sovereign of this Beast Mountain range. Do you understand what it means to be a king? When I declare something, no beast here dares to contradict me." The game of Do Di Zhu once captivated the streets. Whenever the term king arose, it conjured images of explosive pairs and 4 twos. Wang Yu mused, "From now on, I shall serve as your devoted underling." What sort of underling?" "That is of little consequence, dear brother serpent. I in order to concoct the cleansing elixir for you, and to aid the village's development, I require certain medicinal herbs from the Beast Mountain range." "Enough with the chatter. Did I not say you may roam freely in the Beast Mountain range? Gather whatever resources you desire. No one shall dare to hinder you." The great serpent, growing increasingly impatient, grasped the jar only to discover it devoid of any wine, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued beef lingering tantalizingly on his palate. Regrettably, it had all been consumed. That moment, a surge of energy rippled through the ruins, accompanied by the fearsome roars of magical beasts echoing through the mists. A fearsome creature emerged, sporting 8 legs and a robust, circular head reminiscent of a colossal squid. Wang Yu remarked, "Brother serpent, it seems we have yet another seafood delicacy. It's a pity we lack pickled peppers. We shall make do and roast it." In the days that followed, Wang Yu found himself living quite comfortably. Each day, he would journey to the great serpent's lair, laden with copious amounts of wine, simply to indulge. Naturally, the serpent would commandeer 2 jars, leaving Wang Yu with only a couple of small bowls. Most of the time, the serpent would drunkenly ramble on about wine, while Wang Yu remained thoroughly sober, which served to strengthen the bond between him and the ancient serpent. On one occasion, while feasting on a magical beast, Wang Yu discovered a magical crystal within its carcass. This was a 5th tier wood attribute magical crystal, and as he cradled it in his hands, excitement surged within him. Old Master Su Jian had mentioned that magical crystals could fetch a handsome price in the human cities. Tentatively, Wang Yu inquired, "Brother serpent, this magical beast contains a 5th tier magical crystal. Do you intend to use it for cultivation?" The ancient serpent replied, "As magical beasts, we do not require magical crystals for our cultivation." "Ah, how fortunate. No one would contest him for it." Curiosity piqued, Wang Yu asked, "Why do you not utilize magical crystals for your cultivation? They are evidently beneficial to humans." Ha! Of course, superior treasures are useful to inferior beings. The serpent scoffed. If magical crystals could enhance strength, the magical beasts of the mountain range would not be in such numbers. They would have annihilated each other long ago. Enough chatter. Come and give me a massage. All right then, brother serpent, Wang Yu exclaimed, clapping his hands as he bounded forward with exuberance. If magical beasts do not covet magical crystals, then he might just strike it rich. After the massage concluded, he scampered off to the precipice, a sight strewn with the remains of magical beasts. Below lay the remnants of the great serpent's meals over the course of more than a century. Just imagine how many magical crystals must be there. Wealth awaits. Reborn in a humble mountain village within the magical beast mountain range, resources were abundant, and, crucially, there were no competitors. How delightful! Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Yu leapt into the chasm, scavenging the magical crystals from the beastly remains. Money, money, money! Time flew by. Within the village, 3 esteemed elders, Gu Yutong, Shineo, and Su Lan, assisted in overseeing the orderly progress of work. After 4 days, Elder Gu formulated the recipe for a marrow-cleansing elixir and gathered numerous medicinal herbs from the mountain range, successfully concocting a variety of precious medicines. Shen Yuru and Huobo were diligently working on the village's construction, with Huobo taking a keen interest in the stone technology and villa designs Wang Yu had provided, dedicating himself tirelessly to research. Half a month later, Su Jianwu and Su Lan, armed with the herbs refined by Gu Jianglu and weapons crafted from minerals sourced in the magical beast mountain range, prepared to venture forth. Naturally, at the behest of the ancient serpent, Su Jianwu only took 6 individuals to leave the village. 4 ordinary soldiers, Su Lan and Shen Yuru, who wielded a beast-taming whip. Shen Yuru possessed extraordinary talent, excelling in construction work and cultivating the loyalty of magical beasts. To facilitate her future endeavors, she specifically captured 2 cloud-wrapped flying tigers. Prepared for the task ahead, Su Jianwu, adorned with treasures, rode the cloud-wrapped flying tigers out of the magical beast mountain range. Wang Yu had given explicit instructions for the mission. Firstly, to comprehend the power structure of the outside world. What defines a true powerhouse? Is a Do Huang considered top tier in this realm? Secondly, to ascertain whether the external situation remains as it was a century ago. Amidst a tripartite stalemate, 100 years has passed, and the world evolves rapidly, potentially giving rise to new empires. A month swiftly elapsed. The stone wall defenses of the village were completed, encircling the entire settlement. For convenience, gates were meticulously crafted on the eastern, southern, western, and northern sides. With the aid of numerous magical beasts, a protective moat was constructed, reminiscent of ancient military fortifications. Standing atop the walls, Wang Yu gazed out at the scenic vistas of the magical beast mountain range. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky blazed with fiery clouds. Wang Yu remarked, in just a month, the village has undergone a remarkable transformation. The foundational defenses are now in place. At that moment, an elderly man clad in archaic attire approached, flanked by 4 stern-looking middle-aged men. These 4 were disciples of Huobo, endowed with talents in architecture and technical research. Huobo exclaimed, "The craftsmanship of village chief Wang Yu is truly profound. This stone technology has opened a new realm for me. I am grateful to you, village chief Wang Yu." Traditionally, such advanced techniques were controlled by families and sects, seldom shared with outsiders. Just as the village's alchemical family, the Gu family, and the master of divine weapon forging, Su Jianwu's family, as well as the master of beast taming, Shuneo's family, maintained their secrets. Although countless practitioners of the 3 professions existed, their methods and techniques were closely guarded, shared only among those of exceptional connections. Moreover, the secrets within these techniques were pivotal to the rise and fall of a family. Thank you, village chief Wang Yu, for your selfless contributions to the village's development, Huobo said, bowing respectfully to the young man before him. Ding, reputation points increased, 10 points. Chapter 29. Reputation project yields reputation points. Ding. Total reputation points, 1087. Wang Yu wondered aloud, how curious. I hadn't noticed until now how I suddenly amassed over 1,000 reputation points. Initially, when Gu Jianglu failed to devise the formula for the cleansing liquid, he had exchanged 300 reputation points for the cleansing liquid for the Tsanggu Great Serpent. Recently, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the serpent, leaving the village's affairs primarily in the hands of the management team. At this juncture, Huobo observed Wang Yu intently and inquired, "Village chief Wang Yu, is something troubling you?" Wang Yu cleared his throat. "Not at all, by the way. How is the villa? Are the villagers satisfied?" He deftly shifted the topic, expressing his concern. "Haha, village chief Wang Yu, You do not know the joy that the villagers experience upon seeing their new abodes. They are simply ecstatic, having never resided in such spacious homes before. Moreover, it has been said by some warriors that you, village chief Wang Yu, have proclaimed that those who dwell in grand houses ought to bear more children, as the village must provide resources to care for them. This has brought immense delight to every household in the Gamma Empire. There has long been a tradition of procreation and the promotion of superior offspring, particularly among noble families, where it is common for households to boast numerous children. This stems from the intricate nature of power dynamics and the age-old beliefs that prioritize kinship and emotional bonds. Furthermore, a larger population allows the empire to reap greater resources and bolster its treasury. During times of conflict, the empire can also muster a formidable army due to its populous nature, whether for battles or for enclosing the empire itself. Thus, the notion of having children and nurturing them has subtly ingrained itself in the minds of the populace, becoming deeply entrenched. However, the burden of raising a child is not financially supported by the empire. It only offers tax exemptions to families when manpower is required. Wobo exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Village Chief Wang Yu, the villagers are immensely grateful to you and are eager to roll up their sleeves and strive alongside you, filled with anticipation for the brighter future you will bring them." Indeed, it is gratifying to hear that. Wang Yu laughed heartily, feeling particularly elated. With this understanding, he realized that by fulfilling the grand project of benefiting the people and earning the villagers' affection, he could amass a significant amount of prestige. It was akin to progressing through a game, continuously advancing technology and evolving from a feudal era into a technological empire, step by step towards greater strength. He needed to hasten the plans for food reserves, entertainment activities, basketball courts, soccer fields, and other sporting events, especially as Old Man Su and his group were expected to return with provisions soon. The sunset painted a breathtaking scene. The crimson sun dipped below the horizon, while darkness crept from the peaks of the Beast Mountain, engulfing the land below. It has grown dark. Everyone should return home for dinner, Wang Yu announced. Yes, the crowd responded, dispersing. I too should be heading home for my meal. As Wang Yu descended the stairs, villagers greeted him with respectful bows, their eyes alight with the flames of hope for the future development of their village. At that moment, the matron Chun coincidentally crossed paths with Wang Yu, colliding directly with him. Upon recognizing her, Wang Yu averted his gaze, unwilling to provoke the seasoned woman. "Hey, village chief Wang Yu, why are you looking down? Are you searching for money on the ground?" Chun teased. With expenses rising in all areas lately, everyone is guarding their coins tightly. They can't afford to lose any. Alas, he found himself ensnared by Chun's playful banter. Wang Yu sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 30. I am still a child. Wang Yu had no choice but to lift his head, revealing a youthful, sunny smile. "Aunt Chun, I was merely looking down to avoid stepping in beast droppings. They seem to relieve themselves wherever they please, and it's quite unpleasant. I see I shall have to be more cautious as well." Spring Denyang suddenly realized, our village chief is indeed clever. Hee, Wang Yu, the village chief, the new house you built for us is called a villa, right? Wow, this house is spacious enough. I even have a garden in front, 2 stories high, with more than 10 rooms inside. You also know. Wang Yu took a deep breath, gazing at the serious and sorrowful Spring Denyang as she lamented. Wang Yu understood that living alone, she too was afraid of the dark. At that moment, the astute Spring Denyang shifted the conversation, reaching out her small hand to pull Wang Yu's shoulder. "It's getting dark, and I see you haven't eaten yet. Why don't you come to my house, and we can share a meal together? Keep this poor woman company." Before her time travel, Wang Yu was an ordinary university student. He replied to Spring Denyang, "My parents have prepared dinner for me, and if I don't return, they will worry. Oh, that's such a pity. How about this? After you finish your dinner, come to my house and help me with something." "Help with what?" Faced with the sharp-tongued Spring Denyang, Wang Yu dared not casually respond. What if he fell into a trap? "Wang Yu, it's like this. The new house is a villa, and behind my house, there is a yard with a ditch that doesn't drain. Yet, the grass grows thickly along the ditch. Isn't that strange? At night, if you toss something in, odd things will emerge from the ditch, with an indescribable smell. Isn't that peculiar? I'm scared, so could you come and take a look?" Wang Yu inhaled sharply, skeptical. "Is the grass growing by the ditch black?" "Ah, yes indeed. Wang Yu, you are correct. It is black. Do you know about this ditch?" Spring Denyang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if she wished to seize Wang Yu at that moment. "This ditch has been neglected for over 10 years, with no soil turned, overgrown with weeds, and not a drop of water flowing. Wang Yu, could you come and help me clear the ditch tonight?" Wang Yu hesitated. "Can I really go? What if I fall into the ditch?" He quickened his pace, eager to escape, not daring to linger even a moment longer. Observing Wang Yu's hasty retreat, Spring Dinyang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Why is this young man running so fast? Does he understand this ditch? That shouldn't be the case. I remember Wang Yu is only 18. Wang Yu's new home was a villa, symbolically significant within the village. Thus, its spaciousness and architectural details radiated sophistication and elegance. Oh, how I longed to live in a villa before, and now, having crossed over, I have this opportunity." Wang Yu thought to himself, but there's no television, no computer, and no phone. Such a disappointment. Upon returning home, Li Xiuzhen and Wang Dechai had already prepared the meal. However, there was an additional guest at the table, Zhang Yiling. "Brother Wang Yu, you finally returned?" Zhang Yiling smiled. If you had delayed any longer, the food would have gone cold. Recently, Wang Yu had taken Zhang Yiling under his wing, as she was also alone, had good character, and was quite charming. However, Wang Yu regarded her merely as a sister. He sat down at the table, and Li Xiuzhen served the meal. Wang Dacai inquired, "My son, you venture to the realm of the Beast King daily. Do exercise caution and refrain from inciting the beasts, lest you become their meal." Wang Yu responded, "Fear not, for he still requires my assistance. How could he possibly consume me?" At that moment, Zhang Yiling interjected, "Brother Wang Yu, Su Lan and the others have departed the village. I too wish to leave and explore the world beyond." "What manner of place is it out there?" Wang Yu replied, "Wait until you have mastered your skills. For now, you are not yet strong enough, and neither are the villagers. Should we encounter ill-intentioned individuals outside, we must possess the ability to protect ourselves, you see." "Very well," Zhang Yiling conceded. "Brother Wang Yu, from now on, I shall accompany you. You must look after me diligently." "Indeed." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Wang Yu, the village chief, come forth quickly. There is a situation." The voice from outside resonated deeply, causing Wang Yu's heart to race. What calamity could have transpired to render old Master Gu Jianglu so flustered? Chapter 31. The sudden change of heaven and earth. Old Master Gu Jiangliu's anxiety suggested a grave matter was at hand. Wang Yu opened the door to find Gu Jiangliu's face etched with worry, a solemn expression overshadowing his features. However, even more peculiar than Gu Jiangliu's appearance was the sky above the Beast Mountain range. Suddenly, ominous dark clouds rolled in, stretching for miles as if heralding the end of days. A fierce wind howled, causing century-old trees to sway and leaves to scatter. Thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, imbued with tremendous energy, lurked within the dark clouds, poised to descend. What has caused such a drastic change in the weather? Wang Yu was captivated by the bizarre atmospheric conditions. Jiyu Jianglu remarked, "Xiao Yu, a terrifying ruler is about to emerge from the Beast Mountain range. This is no ordinary weather phenomenon, but rather a heavenly tribulation." "Heavenly tribulation?" Wang Yu echoed. "Indeed. Those who achieve mastery in cultivation must endure a heavenly tribulation. Exceptional strength draws the attention of the heavenly path, unleashing countless thunderbolts and hurricanes. Those who successfully navigate this tribulation ascend to higher realms of cultivation. It is an inevitable passage to becoming a formidable being." Gu Jianglu, gazing at the apocalyptic sky, was drenched in cold sweat, saying, "In this Beast Mountain range, could it be that the Serpent King is on the verge of a breakthrough? If it is truly him, our kind may be in peril. The Beast Mountain range is known to be the domain of the Serpent King, who possesses such formidable power. If there exists a possibility, it might be an enigmatic master cultivating within the mountains." At this very moment, in the heart of the eastern continent's various empires, within the capital of the Gamma Empire, atop the lofty spire of the Tongtian Castle, over 100 elderly men with hair as white as snow donned robes adorned with constellations. Among them, a venerable elder of high standing, wielding a scepter, proclaimed, "The heavenly path is envious. I have never witnessed such a grand scale of heavenly tribulation. The sprawling dark clouds have even shrouded the empire. Should this powerful being succeed in their tribulation, the strength of our empire will undoubtedly face a challenge. Quickly, report this news to the emperor." The elder urged in haste. "I in the golden castle at the center of the desert in the Holy Rock Empire." The emperor and the crown prince, clad in resplendent garments, stood upon a high platform, gazing into the distance at the ominous clouds gathering over the Beast Mountain range. The overwhelming sense of pressure rendered the onlookers breathless. In the grand city of Huangjin, millions of citizens found themselves captivated by an extraordinary spectacle from the heavens, their gazes lifted towards the distant horizon, filled with anxious speculation. It was indeed a dire omen, a scene reminiscent of a century past, foretelling the birth of a peerless beast king in the monster Beast Mountains. Now, 100 years later, It appeared that this beast king was on the verge of emergence. The old emperor gazed at the clouds, his eyes brimming with jealousy and unease. The golden-haired, handsome crown prince inquired with curiosity, "Father, shall we dispatch troops to the monster beast mountains to slay the beasts you speak of?" Summon General Shenluo. The old emperor commanded. The prince, taken aback, responded, "Father, the beasts are merely undergoing tribulation. Is it truly necessary to send the national protector general to subdue them? Shenluo is the shield of the empire, why child? You are still young. There is much about the world of the eastern continent that you do not yet comprehend," the old emperor replied. Soon, a robust figure, imposing in stature and clad in resplendent golden armor, knelt before the emperor, declaring, "I pay my respects to your majesty." The emperor instructed, "You shall lead an elite force of 3,000 and immediately venture to the monster beast mountains to seek out the tribulation beasts. You must ensure their demise. The immense calamity they have invoked signifies an unparalleled power. It is improbable that they will escape unscathed. This presents an opportune moment to eliminate a potential threat. Your command shall be followed," General Shenluo affirmed, rising to depart. "Wait," the old emperor suddenly interjected. "If the tribulation beast is not gravely injured, see if you can forge an alliance with it." However, such a scenario is unlikely. Many formidable beings have perished during their tribulations. Throughout the millennia of history on the eastern continent, no peerless strongman has ever traversed their tribulation with ease. In a separate scene, within the palace of the Gamma Empire, countless legions were assembling outside the Grand Hall, the crackling of bonfires resonating amidst the bustling crowd in the main chamber. An elder donned in a black robe stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the unfolding scene with calm composure. "Master Gu, the 3,000 troops have gathered and await your command," reported a warrior clad in armor. Master Gu proclaimed, "By the emperor's decree, there exists a peerless monster undergoing tribulation in the monster beast mountains. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we must fulfill the emperor's command. If we can eliminate it, we shall. If not, we will fight with all our might. Kill, 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 kill," echoed the rallying cry. A formidable army of 3,000, exuding an air of grandeur and indomitable spirit, stands ready. This group is none other than the elite legion of the Gamma Empire. The ancient national master turned his head slightly and spoke to the man beside him. "My son, in the days of my absence, the affairs of our family shall rest upon your shoulders. Do not worry, father." "I shall not fail in my mission," replied the middle-aged man. "Jiu Chengshan, during my absence, you must keep a vigilant eye on the Alchemy Association within the Imperial City, lest they take advantage of our vulnerabilities," the elder in the black robe reiterated earnestly. "Rest assured, father." With a firm step, the ancient national master alighted before a majestic beast-drawn royal carriage stationed before the Grand Hall. For winged beasts resembling rhinoceroses, exuding strength and ferocity, served as the carriage's powerful steeds. As the ancient master ascended into the royal carriage, the flying beasts spread their wings and soared into the skies. The 3,000 soldiers stood in formation, their march directed towards the Beast Mountain Range. At this moment, deep within the Beast Mountain Range, in the village where Wang Yu resided, he recalled hearing the Serpent King mention a premonition of impending tribulation and breakthrough in recent days. Could it be today? Wang Yu hastily grasped Gu Jiangliu's arm and inquired, "Old Gu, do you have any restorative potions? I need them to assist Brother Serpent in his tribulation." Initially skeptical, Gu Jiangliu's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he scrutinized Wang Yu, questioning, "Are you certain you haven't lost your mind? If he fails in his tribulation, the greatest threat from the Beast Mountain Range will vanish. Do you still wish to save him?" Wang Yu replied, "If I save him, we will have the greatest ally in the Beast Mountain Range. But how well do you truly know the serpent's character? Is he one to remember favors?" Gu Jiangliu expressed his doubts. "A beast remains a beast, not a human." A tense hiss escaped his lips. "Should we take this opportunity to eliminate the serpent?" "No, we cannot." Wang Yu's gaze was resolute, akin to a soldier preparing for battle. Gu Jiangliu questioned, "Why must we refrain from killing him?" "Old master, our village is currently flourishing, able to gather resources from the Beast Mountain Range, all thanks to the Serpent King's presence. If he were to fall, the other Beast Kings would inevitably assault us again. Without the Serpent King's protection, our village would face annihilation." "You speak wisely. Come, let us return to my dwelling to procure the medicine," Gu Jiangliu said, hastily leading Wang Yu away. Meanwhile, the formidable Beast Kings of the Beast Mountain Range were hastening towards the throne of beasts. This was indeed an opportune moment to strike down the Serpent King. The Forest Wolf King let out a low growl. Chapter 33. Peril lurks at every turn, danger abounds, A centipede. Its entire body a vivid crimson as if draped in molten lava, crawled with its hundreds of legs upon the ground. Its massive form loomed like a mountain. Hist, if the Serpent King successfully transcends, we shall forever be relegated to subservience, with no hope of ever reclaiming our status as kings, lamented one beast. Humph, fellow beast kings. Do not merely speak of intentions. We must be prepared to act when the time comes, remarked the six-winged cloud-swallowing beast. Go slay the Serpent King. We must unite our forces. Let fate decide the casualties. What do you propose? The Serpent King possesses extraordinary talent. Should he flourish, we shall find no opportunity for ascendance in the mountains of the Warcraft range. Six-tiered beasts and four formidable fighters of the Do Huang level hasten towards the Beast King's throne. In an instant, the Warcraft mountains find themselves at the vortex of turmoil. Both humans and the mighty beasts converge upon the mountains, at the entrance of the ancient elders' abode. Shin Ao and Shen Yu, along with others, perceive the ominous change in the sky and hastily arrive. Ancient Elder, Elder Shun, I shall proceed to the Serpent King's lair. The safety of the villagers is entrusted to you, Wang Yu declared. I have specifically designed a basement in the villa, which is not easily discernible. If any significant upheaval occurs, remember to instruct the villagers to prepare for refuge. For reasons unknown, an unsettling sense of anxiety gripped Wang Yu's heart. Akin to the oppressive stillness before a storm in online novels, it is often written that when a powerful individual faces the heavenly tribulation, it signifies their extraordinary prowess, possessing the strength to defy the will of the heavens, thus provoking the heavens' ire and summoning a tribulation. With each breakthrough, one's strength multiplies, advancing along the path of immortality. Yet, every tribulation conceals intent to kill, as the will of the heavens and the various powers of the world converge. The human heart is the most inscrutable. Rest assured, we shall take care of the village. Take these medicinal herbs. I hope they prove effective against the Serpent King, Gu Jianglu advised. Wang Yu packed his belongings, filled with an assortment of vials and containers, and secured the 7-star sword at his waist. Fully prepared, I entrust the village to you. I believe we can rescue the great serpent and assist it, ensuring a prosperous future for the village, he affirmed with a chuckle. Indeed, the assembled crowd was well aware that a peak Do Huang breaking through the tribulation possesses transcendent strength. The favor of such an unparalleled warrior is worth far more than mere gold. Let us hope for good fortune, they echoed. A peak Do Huang breakthrough had not graced the eastern continent for millennia. Shen Ao, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Wang Yu, shall we accompany you, just in case? No need. The great serpent is suspicious. If too many of us approach, it will surely suspect we intend to take advantage of its plight, Wang Yu replied, patting his satchel. In no more words. I shall set off and find a secure location to observe the tribulation. Witnessing it for the first time will undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. As he embarked on the mountainous path, having traversed to the Beast King's throne countless times, Wang Yu was intimately familiar with the routes, the nearest paths, the treacherous ones, and the quickest way to be on the safe side. He resolved to utilize the system's capabilities. While swiftly running, he contemplated, System, dear system, could you present yourself? Ding, how may I assist you? Host? Came the abrupt and unfeeling voice. This was not the time for pleasantries. System, display my reputation points. Ding, the host currently possesses 1287 reputation points. How has it increased by 200 points? Ding, the enhanced strength of the host's Legion members has reassured the villagers and instilled pride in the Legion, resulting in a cumulative increase of 200 reputation points over the past few days. Oh, not the time to dwell on reputation points. Chapter 34. System, you are deceiving me. System, do you possess any store functionalities? I wish to exchange my reputation points for specific items and medicines, Wang Yu inquired. At that moment, a screen unexpectedly materialized in his mind, revealing a scene from the game. A warrior, wielding a sharp blade, stood upon a precipice as the sky crackled with thunder, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Below the cliff lay a sea of warriors, each exuding an extraordinary battle spirit, seasoned by countless battles. The iron-blooded aura of these warriors seemed capable of subduing the very lightning that danced in the sky. Amidst the tumultuous clouds, numerous formidable beings, masters of extraordinary powers, bowed before the man at the cliff's edge. What a sight! Is this depiction of the man on the cliff a foreshadowing of my future? Will I one day command such remarkable individuals? Wang Yu pondered. He was not naive. Given that the system was named the Overwhelming Legion System, it must indeed possess an invincible army. The system responded, it ultimately depends on the host's abilities, intelligence, and emotional quotient. The system can only provide items, treasures, and techniques. It cannot supply items that engender unwavering loyalty. That is a quality the host must cultivate within themselves. That makes sense. If there were items to enhance loyalty, the enjoyment of the game would diminish significantly. If he could merely exchange items to control the ancient serpent and compel its submission, he could practically strut across the eastern continent with ease. Enter account name. Password. What the? System. I don't recall registering an account. Wang Yu exclaimed. Wait, this system requires registration? Other systems allow immediate access. Ding. This system is designed to reflect the authenticity of the game experience, hence the deliberate implementation of the entry screen. If the host finds it bothersome, it may be cancelled. Quickly, I wish to cancel. Let us expedite this process. Wang Yu blurted out, finding the entry process exceedingly tedious. Ding. Canceling the entry screen requires 1,000 reputation points. Commencing cancellation now. Wang Yu. Cancellation successful. Deducted 1,000 reputation points. Remaining reputation points, 87. Wang Yu. What the hell? The thunder roared, and the surroundings brightened as if it were day, yet to Wang Yu, everything appeared a ghastly white. He leaned weakly against an ancient tree, feeling as though he had wasted the past few days of his life. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the fury within him. System, please check my reputation points once more. Ding. The host currently possesses 87 reputation points. Wang Yu gasped in shock. At this critical juncture, I intended to use my reputation points to acquire medicine for Brother Serpent, and you tell me I only have 87 points? System, are you truly playing me for a fool? Ding. Host, may I inquire if you have ever been struck by lightning? Insulting the system could indeed result in such a fate. A moment of impulsive exclamation was forcibly repressed by Wang Yu. Just then, a bolt of lightning, precise in its aim, cleaved a nearby ancient tree in two. The immense force of nature instantly transformed the tree into a blazing inferno. System, I implore you to open the exchange shop. At that moment, a vision of the shop materialized in Wang Yu's mind, displaying a plethora of goods arrayed on the shelves, medicinal items, daily necessities, technological gadgets, weaponry, and even pets. System, dear brother, what can I redeem with 78 points for restorative potions? Chapter 35. The Serpent King faces the tribulation, having been completely drained of 1,000 points of prestige by the system. Wang Yu felt as innocent as a child weighing over 100 pounds. Unbeknownst to him, the Gamma Empire, the Holy Rock Empire, and the sixth-tier magical beasts from the Beast Mountain range were hastily converging towards the mountains. The ultimate goal of these three forces was none other than the tribulation of the Serpent King. Wang Yu, distressed by his meager 79 points of prestige, pondered how he could possibly save anyone from the clutches of such formidable powers. Ding. The restorative items available for exchange with 78 points are as follows. Iodine for disinfection, banlan root oral solution, a pack of cigarettes, a box of band-aids. Enough, system, spare me the details, I concede. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as 30 meters, descended upon the Beast Mountain range like a colossal dragon breaking through the clouds. A tempest roared, resonating with a thunderous cacophony from the depths of the mountains. The earth trembled, the sky darkened ominously, and a deluge of ominous clouds loomed, heralding the apocalypse. Amidst this chaos, a powerful aura of battle energy surged forth from the Beast King's throne, and a golden radiance shot skyward. Piercing through the clouds, the vast golden energy dispersed the dark clouds, swirling them into a vortex. Has it begun? Wang Yu instinctively quickened his pace, uncertain of where safety might lie. Scanning his surroundings, Wang Yu sought a nearby vantage point to observe, hoping to reach the scene promptly once the Serpent King's tribulation concluded to provide assistance. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically, the pitch-black clouds morphing into a blood-red hue. Countless bolts of lightning rained down like a spider's web, densely blanketing the mountain peaks. Crack! The thunder that rent the heavens echoed mightily, and Wang Yu, in close proximity, felt his blood surge backward, gripped by an overwhelming terror. The deafening thunder seemed poised to tear asunder the very fabric of the world. The earth emitted a mournful wail. How terrifying the thunder is, how dreadful the heavenly tribulation. Wang Yu marveled silently, contemplating whether the Serpent King could withstand such an overwhelming force of nature. It has begun. The Forest Wolf King, trembling at the explosive thunder, had its fur bristled in sheer terror. For creatures newly ascended to the sixth tier, confronting such divine wrath was far too daunting. The crimson blood centipede and the heavenly wolf spider halted in their tracks, gazing at the golden holy light before them, too fearful to approach. The celestial wolf spider proclaimed, "Esteemed beast kings, despite the considerable distance between us, merely sensing this formidable power fills me with trepidation. It is not due to cowardice on my part. Rather, the strength of this Serpent King is simply overwhelming. The beast kings present here are predominantly newly ascended to the 6th tier of magical beasts. Having trained for over a decade, on a fateful day a decade passed, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The ancient river flows, Su Jianwu and Shen Ao, 4 beast kings, similarly grasped the profound truths of cultivation that very night, breaking through the bottleneck of Do Huang to ascend to Do Huang. This represents a monumental opportunity, a rare chance in a millennium. In a single night, 7 Do Huangs were birthed amidst the Beast Mountain range. The might of these 7 Do Huangs is unparalleled, boasting the pinnacle combat strength of the Gamma Empire, the Holy Rock Empire, and the Lake Lord Empire, united as one. Meanwhile, the remnant ancient serpent has lingered at the peak of the Do Huang realm for a full 50 years, awaiting its own opportunity. The arrival of Wang Yu has accelerated this momentous chance. In the distance, the army stands in formation. The commander of the divine Luo observes the celestial anomaly and declares, "There is no time to lose, Yin Chuan. I shall advance with my men. You must hasten your troops to rendezvous with us using the signal." The commander of the divine Luo urges caution. Clad in white armor, Yin Chuan replies, "Exercise utmost care." The commander of the divine Luo dismounts with a resounding shout. "Those of Do Wang's strength, accompany me at once." From the 30 steeds, 30 men descend, elders and middle-aged warriors alike, exuding an aura of lethal intent that marks them as no ordinary mortals. The tribulation has commenced, and time is of the essence. As he speaks, a radiant feather sprouts from the back of the divine Luo, signaling the emergence of a Do Huang. Chapter 36. The Supreme Path has begun. This tribulation is indeed a spectacle to behold. It is more awe-inspiring than any disaster film imaginable. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Wang Yu is utterly captivated by the scene atop the Beast King's throne. If thunder is fearsome, this mount seems to harbor all the thunder of the world. If fierce winds are terrifying, this mountain appears to encapsulate all the tempestuous gales. At the epicenter of this calamity, a golden light shoots skyward, the roars of magical beasts reverberating through the heavens as the colossal form of the Serpent King weaves through the lightning. The colossal lightning dragon entangles with the remnant ancient serpent in a fierce struggle, yet the blue lightning proves insufficient to suppress the golden Serpent King. Within mere minutes, the Beast King's throne lies in disarray. The mountain itself has been cleaved by the lightning, and the peculiar ruins, shrouded in mist, sway precariously amid the tempest. Wang Yu dares not approach any closer. Even a single bolt of lightning possesses the potential to obliterate him entirely. An hour passes. The harsh conditions show no signs of abating. Instead, they intensify, the deafening cacophony drowning out all other sounds. This is the realm of thunder and lightning. 3 hours past. In the heart of the lightning storm, the golden radiance of the remnant ancient serpent wanes, reduced to a mere faint glimmer. Should a transcendent being who has weathered the tribulation witness such a display, they would undoubtedly marvel at the prowess of the remnant ancient serpent. Its fighting spirit, as vast as the sea, has allowed it to withstand 100,000 bolts of lightning for 3 hours solely through its own cultivated energy, a feat worthy of lifelong boasting. With a sharp crack, the golden light in the air shatters, revealing the true form of the serpent amidst the lightning. The real trial has only just begun. Transcending tribulations is the initial step towards immortality. Only by achieving a sanctified physical form, unyielding and invincible, can one wield the power to shake mountains with a mere gesture and command the elements with a flick of the wrist. Surviving great calamities begets future blessings. Emerging from the abyss of hell grants one the resolve for a rebirth through fire. The onslaught of 100,000 bolts of lightning serves as a formidable trial. The ancient serpent, fortified by the essence-cleansing liquid aided by Wang Yu, coupled with the purification technique, has honed its demonic beast form, sustaining itself at the pinnacle of the Do Huang realm for 50 years, undoubtedly laying a solid foundation for the ancient serpent. It is overwhelmingly powerful, indeed. Wang Yu, exhilarated, clenched his fists, his blood surging with fervor, navigating through perilous circumstances with ease and resilience, forging his own path through sheer will and strength. This is the essence of a hero. System, will I also face such tribulations in the future? Wang Yu inquired. Ding, certainly. The process of transcending tribulations is an examination every cultivator must endure. Breaking through to ascend, transforming like a butterfly from its cocoon. Do you think that becoming a powerful being is a mere trifle? Without any skills, do you still aspire to be an unparalleled powerhouse? Dream on. At that moment, a thunder dragon struck the ancient serpent's beastly form, its heart-wrenching roar resonating clearly with Wang Yu at the foot of the mountain. That lightning strike it hurts so much, Wang Yu exclaimed in fear. Ding. Do not worry, Host. Once you collect all 8 fragments of Panga's primordial remains, you will be able to withstand 100-fold of such lightning baptism. Do you think that Pango, the great god, opened the new world for mere amusement? It was 100 times more challenging than it is now in this lifetime, reaching the pinnacle of unparalleled supremacy. How could one not be intrigued? Wang Yu gazed longingly at the sky, his thoughts already soaring amidst the myriad bolts of lightning towards the boundless realms of immortality. What kind of mindset accompanies the attainment of ultimate power? One would only know by venturing forth. The tribulation continues. The ancient serpent's roars have not ceased. Its body can no longer withstand the divine might of the lightning and plummets from the skies to the ground. This is dire. Chapter 37. A thunderous strike. The Serpent King also cannot endure the onslaught of 100,000 thunders descending from the heavens. The terrifying spectacle of transcending tribulations persists. Wang Yu clenched his fists, hesitant to approach. Time is indeed excruciating. Merely watching leaves his heart in suspense. 3 hours later, dark clouds began to coalesce, the lightning extending for miles under the invisible force of the heavenly Tao, compressing and condensing into a cloud that is only the size of the Beast King's throne atop the mountain. What is happening? Has the tribulation concluded? Wang Yu, astonished by the celestial transformation, felt an escalating unease within. Ding! Host, the true visage of the tribulation will now be unveiled before your eyes. Await it with anticipation. A sudden voice echoed. Within the compressed cloud, still imbued with the power of 100,000 bolts of lightning, it gathered into one, an infinite convergence of thunder. The next bolt to strike will bear the destructive force of ultimate thunder. Crackle, a thunderous strike. The dark clouds unleashed a colossal dragon of lightning. Before him, the world transformed into a blinding expanse of white, with a powerful beam of light illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Wang Yu, gripped by terror, instinctively shut his eyes. The force was overwhelming. Too potent to behold. It was an annihilation of celestial and terrestrial proportions, a force capable of reducing everything to mere dust. Yet there was an eerie tranquility. Had it come to an end? When Wang Yu dared to open his eyes once more, the Beast King's throne and the Beast Mountain had vanished, replaced only by a desolate wasteland and smoldering ruins. Had the Serpent King succeeded in his tribulation? Had he survived? Wang Yu had no time for contemplation. He hastened towards the mountain, urgency propelling him forward. Brother Serpent King, you must not perish. Hold on, I am on my way to rescue you. You cannot die. The consequences of the Serpent King's death weighed heavily upon him. Everything Wang Yu had built alongside the villagers would soon be obliterated by the other Beast Kings. Meanwhile, the tribulation was indeed terrifying. The Forest Wolf King felt a surge of dread as the beastly blood coursed through him. Recalling the earlier scene that made his fur stand on end, a single mountain could be obliterated by such thunderous might. Surely, the Serpent King could not endure. The Crimson Blood Centipede expressed his concern. Enough of this talk, let's go see for ourselves. With such overwhelming thunder, I refuse to believe the Serpent King remains unscathed. Now is the perfect moment to strike, the six-winged beast murmured. After years of waiting, the opportunity had finally arrived. Now that we are here, let us hasten. The six-winged beast bellowed. At that moment, Wang Yu hastily arrived at the Beast King's throne within the Beast Mountain range. After being struck by lightning, the path had become level, a charred expanse lay before him, and the air was thick with a foul stench, seemingly hotter than usual. This is utterly outrageous, Wang Yu exclaimed as he turned his head, noticing that the ruins, despite the devastation surrounding them, stood tall and unscathed. What remarkable defensive capabilities must they possess for the power of thunder to fail to destroy them? Whose handiwork could this ruin possibly be? Wang Yu pondered within. What kind of world lay beyond this ruin? Countless pieces of evidence suggested that this site was anything but ordinary. Ding host need not worry about the ruins, as I have previously mentioned. The other side of the ruins leads to a superior realm, and in due time, you shall venture there to investigate, the system assured. Ultimately, you will lead your legion to sweep through the superior realm. The system eagerly anticipates the host's future. Wang Yu reined in his thoughts and continued on his path. As the temperature continued to rise, the foul odor intensified, and he caught a whiff of roasted meat in the air. As the mist dispersed, Wang Yu suddenly discovered a charred figure lying in a clearing, surrounded by countless serpent scales. How could there be a person here? Chapter 36. All parties arrive in urgent need. Could this person be the remnant ancient serpent? The first thought surged in Wang Yu's mind. Upon closer inspection, though the figure's back bore scorch marks, a faint golden glow pulsed weakly from his body, and a delicate aura of energy emanated from him. His hair, which should have been singed, seemed to possess an indomitable vitality, rapidly returning to normal. Most crucially, this mysterious individual stood tall, measuring nearly 6 feet. On both hands and feet, there were traces of skin peeling and flaking. Wang Yu had once read in a novel that after successfully transcending tribulations, a beast could transform into human form. "Brother Big Snake, are you still alive?" Wang Yu hurriedly approached, taking 2 or 3 steps at a time to inspect the body. Calling out repeatedly, the ancient serpent lay still, devoid of breath or motion, its body merely radiating heat, with no other signs of life. Couldn't he possibly be dead? Had it failed its tribulation? In a fit of frustration, Wang Yu hurled the pouch filled with medicinal supplies to the ground and hastily retrieved the remedies. No, you cannot die. He rummaged through the potions, applying healing salve to the serpent's body and then pouring restorative elixirs into its mouth, fervently hoping for a glimmer of effect. Damn it. If it weren't for the system robbing me of 1,000 prestige points, surely there would be a potion capable of reviving the serpent. What a critical moment to fall short. Helplessly, he pondered whether the medicines would take effect. He could not abandon the ancient serpent here. He needed to hasten back to the village and see if the old man Gu Jianglu could devise a way to save it. Just then, an epiphany struck Wang Yu. How could I have forgotten this? He retrieved a teleportation talisman and a vial of beast frenzy pill from his bag. The latter could temporarily elevate physical limits and unleash one's potential. Although it was a treasure bestowed by Old Man Shan, he decided to administer it to Brother Big Snake. Hoping for recovery, he extracted the beast frenzy pill and fed it to the serpent. Suddenly, a streak of light emerged from the darkness, shimmering in midair, and in an instant, a figure clad in black armor descended before Wang Yu. This individual wielded a dark iron sword and was none other than a commander of the Holy Rock Empire, bearing the title of Imperial Shield. Who was that person on your back? The commander had flown for 8 continuous hours, finally reaching the monster mountain from the capital of the Holy Rock Empire, while his companion, a battle king, had long been unable to keep pace with the battle emperor's speed. Did the tribulation summon a battle emperor? Wang Yu, not one to be easily fooled, quickly deduced the situation. My friend and I entered the mountains for herbs and happened to witness someone undergoing tribulation. My friend recklessly approached to take a look, and now he has turned into a fool. Brother, don't block me. I need to take my brother away quickly. Wang Yu, with the ancient serpent on his back, prepared to depart. Halt! The commander swiftly appeared, his translucent blue wings glowing behind him, a sharp sword brandished in front of Wang Yu. What incredible speed! Wang Yu hardly had time to be astonished. Friend, what do you mean by this? I'm in a hurry. If I delay any longer, I want to be able to save him. Leave the person behind. Let me see if he truly is your friend. I may have a way to save him, the commander replied, his gaze piercing. If I don't let you go, do you think you can? A sense of trouble loomed over Wang Yu as he felt a throbbing headache. Suddenly, a deafening tempest roared overhead, and over a dozen luxurious carriages, drawn by flying bovines, descended from the sky, each adorned with the grand inscription of the Gamma Empire. The magnificent beast car came to a halt, and an elderly man clad in a black robe was the first to step out. The scene of the tribulation was indeed heart-stirring. I wonder if we arrived in time? Chapter 37. All who come are enemies. The ancient master of the Gamma Empire, with a calculating gleam in his eye, scrutinized Wang Yu. You are the divine general of the Holy Rock Empire. Are you not? I have heard whispers of your prowess, achieving the rank of battle emperor at such a tender age. You truly are a prodigy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, over 10 men clad in black disembarked from the flying beast, all elite warriors of the Gamma Empire, each at the battle king level. The divine general remarked, Divine general pays respects to Senior Gu Qian-Kuan. The being you carry on your back may very well be a tribulation beast. Gu Qian-Kuan's gaze flickered as he looked at the creature Wang Yu bore. The tribulation beast lay unconscious, having survived the earlier onslaught of thunderous power. It was on the verge of awakening, yet was already renowned as the strongest in the eastern continent. Gu Qian-Kuan shifted his expression and stated, Divine General, in my humble opinion, a beast is always a beast. Even if it transcends to human form, it retains the heart of a beast, unable to assimilate into the realm of humanity. Perhaps. The Divine General's countenance hardened. I concur. Let us slay. 1 battle emperor, a mysterious elder, and 10 enigmatic figures in black. Despite Wang Yu possessing the Pango creation bone, his current strength was far from a match for either of them. What do you mean? What beast are you talking about? I don't understand. This is my brother who came with me to gather herbs. Wang Yu attempted to buy time. Enough with the nonsense, to venture into the Beast Mountain for herbs. Have you lost your mind? Gu Qiankuan retorted solemnly. Let us proceed. As he spoke, the ground trembled beneath him, and a silver sword inexplicably materialized in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Yu. Wang Yu summoned all his strength, leaping backward with a ferocious force from the Panga creation bone, narrowly evading the strike. Quite impressive. You managed to evade. Gu Qiankuan maintained his solemn demeanor. If you think you can escape from both me and the divine general, then we need not return to the empire to serve the emperor. Just as one crisis seemed to subside, another emerged. A resounding roar echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of 3 ferocious beasts from the forest. The cloud-swallowing 6-winged beast, the crimson blood centipede, and the forest wolf king, along with the netherworld 3-headed lion. All stood defiantly before the divine general and Gu Qiankuan. Witnessing the onslaught of beasts, the 4 beast kings radiated a dazzling aura, unmistakably the hallmark of 6th-tier magical beasts. Had the beast kings come to protect their master? The divine general had no choice but to temporarily abandon his immediate target and turn his attention to the 6th-tier beasts behind him. No one dared underestimate a battle emperor, nor expose their back to the enemy. The Beast Mountain truly posed a formidable challenge. Gu Qiankuan cursed under his breath, recalling how, a century ago, his brother led an army alongside 2 battle emperors deep into the Beast Mountain to quell the beasts, and their fates remained unknown to this day. The Beast Mountain was indeed a treasure trove, having birthed 4 6th-tier battle emperors and an unparalleled beast that had transcended to battle emperor rank. With a thunderous roar, the mighty General Shen Luo bellowed, his resonant voice imbued with the strength of 1,000,000 warriors. He stretched out his arms, brandishing his sword, embodying the indomitable spirit of a lone hero standing against an onslaught. Ancient predecessors, I shall hold these 4 beasts at bay for a brief moment. You need only focus on eliminating the targets behind. Once achieved, we shall each make our escape. This exceptional commander, in the face of peril, maintained a commendable composure and analytical mindset. In the fleeting moment of danger, he had already devised a strategy to confront the threat and fulfill the primary objective. Shen Luo, this is troublesome, Wang Yu exclaimed. Esteemed beast kings, the Serpent King is still conscious. He is quite pleased that you have come to his aid. He bids you to eliminate these 2 scoundrels. Chapter 38. To confront death and then live again. The 4 beast kings of the demon Beast Mountain, all at the peak of the Emperor of Battle Realm, surely could not be thwarted by these mere individuals before them. Shen Luo and Gu Qiankuan were formidable beings dispatched by the Holy Rock Empire and Gamma Empire. With the enemy now at their doorstep, Wang Yu was no saint. When these 2 had previously attacked, they had indeed aimed to slay him. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Shen Luo, Gu Qiankuan, and over a dozen enigmatic figures trembled, questioning the true identity of this youth. How could he possibly be entangled with the tribulation beasts? Despite being struck by such ferocious lightning, the Serpent King still retained a flicker of awareness. Esteemed beast kings, what say you? At that moment, the Yun Tun 6-winged beast emitted a low growl, its blood-red eyes radiating murderous intent. The Forest Wolf King, with its vicious gaze capable of extinguishing lives, remarked, "What is there to say? The killing intent emanating from you has already provided me with the answer." The 3-headed nether lion and the crimson blood centipede were visibly moved. After all, these 2 beasts were the weakest among the beast kings. With no hope of claiming leadership over the demon Beast Mountain, it mattered little who assumed the mantle. Moreover, the great serpent was an unparalleled powerhouse who had transcended the Emperor of Battle Realm. The crimson blood centipede inhaled deeply and stated, "I believe it is best not to engage. The Serpent King still lives, and its strength." Crack! The Yun Tun 6-winged beast lashed its tail, causing the crimson blood centipede's body to tremble violently, as cracks resembling spider webs appeared in its hardened armor. "What is this? Are you now betraying us?" The nether lion retreated timidly to the side. With a swift movement, the Forest Wolf King landed behind Wang Yu, declaring, "Human warrior, would you be interested in joining forces to eliminate this Serpent King? The 4 of us, all at the Emperor of Battle level, could easily dispatch a mere mortal and the weakened Serpent King. It shall have no chance to flee," Gu Qiankuan remarked. "Intriguing. I had assumed we were here to save him. Very well, I am willing." Shen Luo's heart brimmed with reluctance. His pride prevented him from associating with beasts. Yet what options remained in such dire circumstances? He resolved, "I shall defend against these 2 beasts. Do not allow them the opportunity to rescue their master." This turn of events was indeed dire. Wang Yu swallowed hard, feeling the sting of betrayal. Yet, such a shift was not entirely unexpected. After all, beasts were ultimately just that, beasts, lacking any sense of loyalty. Now that the Beast Kings found themselves in peril, the two avian creatures opted not to sully themselves by aligning with humans, truly a model of beastly integrity. Wang Yu cursed vehemently in the ancient realm of Qian Kuan. One could hear the disdainful words of the arrogant youth. You, a mere human, would seek to protect a magical beast? It appears that your heart has long since transformed into that of a monster. Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey in an instant. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the AI art. Jiu Qian Kuan's figure surged with excitement, the cloud-swallowing six-winged beast and the forest wolf king closely trailing behind, their formidable energy soaring defiantly. An overwhelming pressure pervading the atmosphere. Perish, bellowed the cloud-swallowing six-winged beast. Suddenly, Wang Yu exclaimed with delight, lo and behold, Snake King, you still draw breath. You startled me to death. I leave these three for you to handle. An inexplicable gale erupted from Wang Yu, his form igniting with fervor. The cloud-swallowing six-winged beast, Forest Wolf King, and Gu Qian Kuan abruptly halted midair. What is happening? Has the Snake King awakened? In that fleeting moment, Wang Yu's figure transformed into a swift gale, vanishing from sight, leaving only a swirling vortex of air and torn talisman in his wake. Jiu Qian Kuan was the first to soar towards the remnants of the talisman, clarity dawning upon him as he gritted his teeth in fury. This brat has deceived us. Quick, pursue him. Chapter 39. Rescuing a corpse and disturbing the Emperor's den. Shen Luo, the Forest Wolf King, and the cloud-swallowing six-winged beast gazed at Gu Qian Kuan in bewilderment. Curiosity etched upon their faces. Such a turn of events was unprecedented among those present. We have been played for fools by this wretched boy. Gu Qian Kuan clutched the talisman, proclaiming, "This is a teleportation talisman crafted by our family, capable of concealing one's presence and traversing a kilometer in a short span, meant for self-preservation." How could he possess such a talisman? Gu Qian Kuan urged anxiously, "Beast Kings, do not dawdle. We must pursue him. If the Snake King escapes, none of us shall survive." The cloud-swallowing six-winged beast surged ahead, taking flight to scour the vicinity. The Forest Wolf King, baring its sharp fangs, exhaled a breath of rage, stating, "Crimson Blood Centipede, Netherworld Three-Headed Lion, I beseech you both to assist in tracking down that fleeing scoundrel." The Crimson Blood Centipede, Netherworld Three-Headed Lion, Shen Luo, and the others divided into four paths, commencing their pursuit of Wang Yu from all directions. The Forest Wolf King howled to the heavens, roaring, "Wang Yu, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow." Meanwhile, as a fierce wind swept through the forest, Wang Yu materialized within its depths. Fortuitously, he had previously sought artifacts from the three venerable ones. It seemed that they had bestowed upon him considerable leverage, granting him these life-saving treasures. Wang Yu mused, without these artifacts, I would surely meet my end here. However, the ancient serpent upon his back remained eerily still, devoid of breath or any signs of life, presenting the unmistakable appearance of death. What kind of celestial luck have I stumbled upon? Wang Yu cursed, for the sake of a corpse, I have stirred the den of the Emperor. 6 Dou Emperors are now hunting me. As he pondered, Wang Yu dared not pause. The 6 radiant wings of the cloud-swallowing six-winged beast shimmered with prismatic brilliance, swirling above him. He had no choice but to rely on his speed and the cover of the forest's darkness to navigate his escape. What should I do? Where can I hide? If I return to the village, 2 Dou Emperors would surely fall short against 6. Surely, this will also bring harm to the villagers, rendering them unable to return to the village. Before long, the luminous wings of the divine general appeared in the nearby forest, moving with great urgency. Day by day, it was a relentless and sweeping contraction. Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. System, dear system, come forth and save me. Dinging sound. The system is unable to provide salvation, nor can it rescue the host's life. The host must find a solution on their own. System, dear grandfather, I shall overlook the 1,000 points of reputation you have taken from me. But please grant me some assistance. Perhaps instant teleportation or full resurrection would do. Dinging sound. Instant teleportation requires 10,000 points of reputation, while full resurrection necessitates 1,000,000 points. Damn. How about this? We surrender voluntarily, hand over the Serpent King, and plead for a chance to live. Then, let the 2 Dou Emperors escort the villagers out. This is indeed a viable plan. Wang Yu slapped his forehead, sitting down on the ground, exclaiming, why was I so obstinate, only thinking of saving the Serpent King? Handing over the Serpent King, with 2 Dou Emperors in the village. These 2 Dou Emperors are nearly as powerful as the 4 Beast Kings. Cough. At that moment, A faint cough emanated from behind Wang Yu, as delicate as a mosquito buzzing in his ear. "Big Brother Serpent, are you still alive?" Wang Yu exclaimed with surprise. "Wonderful, I can't believe it. Big Brother Serpent, I have offended 6 Dou Emperors just to save you." "Wait a minute." An unsettling premonition arose within Wang Yu. Chapter 40. Return to the village. Just as I was contemplating handing over Big Brother Serpent, he wakes up? Wang Yu muttered. "Brother, are you like a parasitic worm in my belly, knowing my every thought?" With familiarity in his thoughts, Wang Yu remarked, "This coincidence is too uncanny, isn't it? Could it be that heaven does not allow me to hand over Big Brother Serpent?" After careful consideration, aligning with Big Brother Serpent, the mightiest Dou Saint, would ensure at least several decades of development for the village, with no one daring to provoke Wang Yudai in the future, when venturing beyond the monster beast mountains and encountering formidable sects or enemies. He could also summon Big Brother Serpent for assistance. The benefits are simply overwhelming. What has happened? The weakened voice of Big Brother Serpent was feeble, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Observing Big Brother Serpent in such a state, Wang Yu no longer felt inclined to utter cruel words. A kind lie would suffice. "It's nothing serious. You merely suffered severe injuries from your tribulation. 2 powerful adversaries have come seeking your life, and 2 beast kings from the monster beast mountains have also betrayed us. I am currently helping you escape." Humph. A mere pest dares to threaten this king? Inflated, utterly inflated. This Big Brother Serpent, having successfully transcended his tribulation, had already begun to refer to himself as this king. "Wang Yu, my little brother, I am grateful for the medicinal substances within my body. My holy body is now barely recovering. Help me by some time so I can heal. Once I regain enough strength to move a finger, they shall all perish." Big Brother Serpent spoke weakly. "All right, I shall heed your words." Wang Yu contemplated his next move. "Though not be angry. I shall now escort you to the village to seek the assistance of the venerable Gu Jianglu, who shall tend to your affliction. 6 Formidable fighters of the Dou Huang level are patrolling in a comprehensive manner, sealing off all routes both above and below. Fortunately, over the course of the past month, Wang Yu has become adept at navigating the terrain of the monster beast mountains and is familiar with its hidden paths. On several occasions, when he nearly faced detection, he skillfully evaded the pursuers through these routes and crevices. Suddenly, the door to Gu Jiangliu's chamber swung open with a forceful thud, prompting Gu Jianglu and the esteemed Shin Ao to turn with urgency. Upon witnessing the situation, they hastened forward. "Is this the remnant ancient serpent?" Shin Ao exclaimed with excitement. "In over 2 centuries of life, this is the first time I have witnessed a beast transcend the Dou Huang realm. This is the fabled Dou Sheng, a corporeal transformation into sanctity, a beastly ascension into divinity, and an enhancement of intelligence." Wang Yu, filled with anxiety, addressed the elders. "Esteemed ones, the future of the village hinges on tonight. Should we weather the storm, I possess means to ensure my survival. Yet I would prefer not to resort to my last resort." Jiu Jianglu, in a state of urgency, approached a large vat, pressing a concealed switch. The stone mechanism beneath the dining table retracted, revealing a high opening, exclaiming, "You are being pursued by powerful foes, are you not? Such a formidable tribulation will undoubtedly attract the attention of imperial forces. Come, take refuge within." Wang Yu, bearing the colossal serpent, along with Shun Ao, leapt into the concealed chamber. Meanwhile, Shun Ao settled into a chair, leisurely lighting a leaf cigarette, maintaining a calm demeanor as if nothing were amiss. As the 41st chapter unfolds, a lamp was ignited, casting a warm glow. Jiu Jianglu assisted the ancient serpent onto a wooden couch, where an assortment of medicinal vials and provisions lay upon an aged cabinet, prepared specifically by Gu Jianglu. "Ancient master, what is the condition of the serpent brother? How long until recovery?" Wang Yu inquired. "Once the serpent brother is restored, we shall fear no adversaries outside." After a brief moment, Gu Jianglu extended his hands, enveloped in a layer of Dou Qi, which he then infused into the serpent's damaged and charred form. The gentle flow of Dou Qi coursed through the serpent's body, probing its intricate meridians and overall condition. However, as he examined the serpent, Gu Jianglu marveled at its extraordinary resilience in the face of injury. Though severely wounded, a nurturing force was at work, facilitating its healing. Yet, amid the recovery, surges of lightning energy crackled violently within it. "Maybe some time before it can move," Gu Jianglu remarked, "for the residual lightning power renders the body numb. Even if it wishes to move, the paralysis will impede its ability to do so." Wang Yu inquired, "Ancient master, how long until it can regain its mobility?" The venerable old master Gu furrowed his brow. stating, "We must observe the duration of the residual power of the thunder and lightning. If it lingers for a long time, it may take a day. If brief, perhaps 3 to 5 hours. We cannot afford to wait that long. Old Master Gu, is there no alternative?" "His alternatives, allow me a moment to ponder. There exists one, but presently, I am unable to refine such a potion." Jiu Jianglu interjected. "I recall a certain elixir that can temporarily stabilize the emotions and physical condition of the recipient, possessing the power to induce a hypnotic state in the brain. Even if one is gravely injured, it can alleviate bodily pain. The tranquilizer, however, due to its side effects, it can lead to dependency, hence." Old Master Gu waved his hand dismissively. "I am unprepared. In the face of an urgent crisis." Wang Yu clutched his head in despair. "What should we do in this situation? If the several Do Huang and the Beast King outside become enraged and take our village's citizens hostage, we will have no choice but to surrender the Great Serpent." Observing Wang Yu's troubled thoughts, Old Master Gu spoke. "Village Chief Wang Yu, I shall venture out and do my utmost to buy us some time." As he spoke, his heavy hand patted Wang Yu's shoulder. "You are the chosen one. At this moment, close your eyes and reflect carefully. Perhaps inspiration will strike you. I have great faith in your potential. Old Master Shin Ao and I will strive to gain you more time, if all else fails." With that, the elder departed the basement, leaving Wang Yu and the injured Great Serpent behind. What to do? Wang Yu took a deep breath, endeavoring to calm his racing thoughts. Anxiety would yield no benefits. It would only exacerbate his emotional turmoil. Who if only I had 1,000 points of prestige to exchange for items. "Exchange items," Wang Yu exclaimed. "Wait a moment, I have a solution. I must give it a try. System brother, come forth quickly and grant me the ability to exchange for recovery items." Ding, the host possesses only 78 prestige points, which can be exchanged for iodine, banlan root, cigarettes. Exchange all 78 points for cigarettes, specifically those with a high tar content, potent enough to knock someone unconscious with a single puff. Ding, simple, deducting 78 prestige points. Remaining prestige points, 0. With a flick of his consciousness, Wang Yu grasped 10 cigars in his hand. "Great Serpent brother, smoke this quickly." Chapter 42. Surrender the Great Serpent, or I shall slay the entire village. Where has that wretched lad taken his people? In midair, several flying bovine beasts pulled royal carriages, patrolling the area. Yet, the inhabitants of the Gamma Empire still could not locate Wang Yu's whereabouts. As seconds ticked by, Gu Qiankuan grew impatient, his head throbbing. Where could that damned boy be hiding? Why can we not find him? Are we truly allowing him to escape? At that moment, the National Master Gu announced, "Ahead, I have discovered a village." A voice resonated forth. The National Master Gu surveyed the area, observing a row of 2-story houses, fields, statues, and city walls, indicative of a certain scale. It is indeed peculiar that a village exists deep within the Monster Mountain range. Could it be that the mischievous spirit from before was one of the villagers? We must descend and investigate. At this moment, after a fruitless search, the malevolent Forest Wolf King proposed. Instead of wandering aimlessly in this monster mountain, why don't we proceed to Wang Yu's village and threaten the villagers' lives to compel him to emerge? I refuse to believe he would remain indifferent. Perhaps we should simply annihilate the villagers. The 6-winged beast, brimming with murderous intent, took to the skies, its 6 massive wings exuding an aura of eerie power that shimmered in the darkness, imbued with a ghostly force. The 6-winged beast roared, "Wang Yu, will you surrender the Great Serpent, or will you choose to sacrifice the lives of all the villagers? You have 10 minutes to decide." The resounding, sonorous voice pierced through the clouds, shattering stone walls and reverberating throughout the monster mountain. The villagers, who had long taken refuge in the basement, were struck by the Beast King's voice, a sound that bore an essence of despair and fear. What is happening? What has Wang Yu done? What great serpent? Some villagers, perplexed, speculated in hushed voices. I recall this voice. It belongs to the beast that previously sought to assault our village. Huanyang remarked, "Our village chief, Wang Yu, has struck a pact with the great serpent, ensuring that the monsters will no longer attack us. But what then of the Serpent King?" Countless speculations and doubts swirled in the hearts of the crowd. One warrior suggested that perhaps our village chief is in peril and requires our assistance. Let us not be too hasty. Did not old Master Gu advise us to remain hidden in the event of danger? The warrior's wife interjected. That is what our village chief has instructed. Faced with such calamity, the villagers hiding in the basement no longer questioned Wang Yu. Humph! These monstrous beasts are relentless in their pursuit of our demise. Huobo, concealed in the basement while sipping old wine, mused. It seems the Serpent King has sustained injuries, and Wang Yu has rescued him. If we were to hand over the Serpent King, our village would ultimately face annihilation at the hands of these beasts. Tianbo remarked. What does it matter? We shall remain hidden and let things unfold as they willed. We trust in the village chief's judgment. At this very moment, in the basement where Wang Yu resided, he cursed. These despicable beasts truly have no shame. They are willing to jeopardize the lives of all the villagers to coerce me. With a cigar clenched between his lips, Wang Yu inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to swirl languidly within his lungs. At this moment, he was as composed as an old hound, addressing the Serpent King. How are you faring, dear brother? Is this cigar to your liking? Reclining on the wooden couch, the Serpent King straightened his posture, his long black hair cascading down to his waist. Each strand of his lustrous hair radiated an aura of strength. The presence of a true powerhouse was palpable, instilling a sense of intimidation upon sight. Without uttering a word, the smoke stung the senses, the great serpent replied. However, the numbness within my body has diminished. In a short while, I shall be able to move. Chapter 43. Rampant destruction. The peculiar creations of humanity, which can only be described as bizarre, filled the air with a stifling haze. The initial inhalation was somewhat choking, but with a few more puffs, a sense of dizziness enveloped one, inducing tranquility. The Serpent King took another draw and remarked, Thank you, Wang Yu, for rescuing me. Come, let us share another. Observing that his companion had finished the cigar, Wang Yu offered him another. The breakthrough to Do Huang signifies that one has 1 foot in the realm of the immortals, a state that has not been witnessed on the eastern continent for several millennia. The imperial families and sects are well aware that beyond Do Huang lies a further level of existence. Yet, countless cultivators find themselves unable to break through, sensing an inexplicable absence of something profound on this continent. Now, with the true Do Sheng manifesting, the Serpent King's true power can only be understood through personal experience. How terrifying it truly is. Once more, the elder serpent ignited a cigar, taking a couple of puffs to regain his composure. Wang Yu, I am ready to act at any moment. However, Wang Yu interjected, Elder Serpent, let us not rush. I wish to witness your grand display first. The current entrance lacks the desired impact. He pondered the considerable prestige he had expended for the Serpent King and contemplated ways to reclaim it. What constitutes a grand display? The Elder Serpent inquired, puffing on his cigar. It is exactly that. Wang Yu whispered conspiratorially. At this moment, the flying beast of Gu Qian had landed amidst the statue in Hero Square for quite some time. 13 figures clad in black were executing their mission of capturing individuals. Before long, a family from the village was seized and brought before Gu Qian. What is the meaning of this village? Gu Qian queried coldly without raising his gaze. The villagers trembled, a cold blade pressed against their necks. The male warrior protested, I was born in this village. I know nothing of the situation, and no one has ever informed me. If you wish to kill, then do so. As a warrior, he was utterly obedient to Wang Yu's commands and would never betray even a whisper of information regarding the village. The crux of the matter was that he truly had no knowledge of what was happening. Who knows? Gu Qian responded icily. The warrior remained silent, unwilling to speak. Daddy, please don't harm my father, cried another captive child in a desperate scream. Jiu Qian declared, if you wish to spare your wife and child from becoming corpses, you would do well to speak the truth. I shall grant you 3 seconds. 3, 2, do not kill them. I will speak. I shall take you to the house of someone who knows. The warrior clenched his teeth in anguish, filled with righteous fury. Disaster had arrived, and destruction was upon them. After several fruitless cries for help, the 6 monstrous beasts descended from the heavens, their massive forms wreaking havoc upon the village's dwellings and forests, while the forest wolf king rampaged within the settlement. Come out, Wang Yu. If you do not appear, I shall annihilate your entire village. The once peaceful village stood helpless as the 2 beast kings unleashed their fury, yet not a single soul emerged from hiding. Houses could be rebuilt, but lives lost would never return. Just then, a commander of the divine realm descended with great force, his hand outstretched, unleashing a powerful surge as he grasped the claw of the forest wolf king. The Timberwolves king inquired with an air of incredulity, Are you truly seeking to make an enemy of me now? To which Shenluo replied, No, these houses are the foundation for the villagers. This matter has nothing to do with the innocent inhabitants. Does it? The winged beast, Yun Tun, retorted coldly, irrelevant. How absurd. You, an outsider, fail to grasp the origins of this village. Spare us your feigned compassion. The lad who abducted the beast king is none other than the village chief. Do you not see the connection? Chapter 44. Farewell, Brothers, the leader of Shenluo expressed his confusion. What exactly is the history of this village? To the eyes of the average person, the Beast Mountain Range is a realm inhabited by magical beasts, a forbidden territory for humans. Yet, it is astonishing that such a large village could exist here, and how these people managed to coexist peacefully with the beasts. Is this the place? Under the guidance of a warrior, Gu Qiankuan arrived before the residence of Gujianglu, where over 30 villagers had gathered behind him. Initially, some warriors had contemplated resistance and had even banded together to fight. However, the power of the mysterious individual proved overwhelming, swiftly subduing the warriors present. Fortunately, Gu Qiankuan did not issue orders to execute the village warriors. After all, without understanding the origins of this enigmatic village, one cannot act recklessly. Jiu Qiankuan stepped forward and politely knocked on the door. Knock, 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 the door resounded with noise. Inside the room, Shinao and Gu Jianglu sat, with Wang Yu and the Great Serpent behind them. Gu Jianglu looked at Wang Yu with curiosity and asked, Wang Yu, what do we say now? Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively and smiled. Go ahead. If they harm any of our villagers, Brother Serpent will emerge to exact vengeance upon all the beasts and humans that come. Is there no one home? Gu Qiankuan turned to the warrior guiding him. The warrior replied, the one residing within is our village's patriarch. No one can interfere with them. Gu Qiankuan extended his hand, intending to forcefully push the door open. Just then, the door swung open, and a voice drifted out. Who goes there? At this late hour, making such a ruckus in our village, are you not concerned about disturbing others' rest? Shinao and Gu Jianglu stepped out. Brother! Gu Qiankuan gazed at Gu Jianglu, his entire being trembling as if struck by lightning. Younger brother? Gu Jianglu exclaimed in astonishment. Such an unexpected turn of events left the onlookers perplexed, with the 30 villagers surrounding them utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Shinao stood by, equally baffled, as he had prepared himself for a confrontation. The villagers, though surprised, felt a sense of relief. After all, the enemy had a connection with their patriarch, suggesting that a conflict might be averted. Jiu Qiankuan suddenly realized, brother, could it be that you survived the demon slaughter war a century ago and instead established this village? Gu Jianglu replied, younger brother, it has been a long time. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall return to our family, and we shall share a drink together. Upon hearing that Gu Jianglu intended to return to the family, a glimmer of sternness flickered in Gu Qiankuan's eyes. In response, he chuckled, how splendid, brother. You are alive. What a relief, for otherwise, the Bai family would have lost a true genius. Just then, the commotion revealed that this place was indeed bustling with activity. The six-winged beast, the forest wolf king, the crimson-blooded centipede, the fierce three-headed lion, and Shenluo, among others, heard the ruckus and hastily surrounded the dwelling of Shinao and Gu Jianglu. In an instant, 6 Do Huang gathered, swords drawn and tension palpable, with the eyes of the magical beasts glinting with murderous intent. "2 Esteemed elders, we have come to visit you." Ordinary warriors suddenly rushed towards Gu Jianglu and Shinao, wielding blades and swords that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, bracing themselves for battle. Family members of the warriors hurriedly informed others, and before long, an increasing number of villagers flocked to the scene. They all understood that if the esteemed elders were to perish, none among them would survive the night. In the eyes of the villagers, even in the final moments, they would prefer to die together as a united village. Chapter 45. The stance of the 2 esteemed elders. Observing the villagers who continued to arrive, the simple-hearted folk brandished swords, hoes, and wooden sticks, forming a protective barrier around the 2 esteemed elders. Shinao, a stalwart of the iron-blooded Jianghu, felt a surge of emotion and exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Are you not afraid of death?" One villager replied, "If the 2 esteemed elders perish in battle, we surely cannot survive either." However, the ordinary villagers were puzzled as to why there were humans among those who had come. Jiu Jiangliu's eyes reddened slightly as he remarked, "As one ages, emotions become more intense. Witnessing such a scene makes it hard for me to contain myself." With that, he patted his younger brother Gu Qiankuan on the shoulder. "Brother, given the current situation, are you willing to assist me?" Gu Jianglu inquired, gesturing towards the magical beast before them. Jiu Qiankuan replied, "Brother, you are unaware of the circumstances. You should know my purpose for being here. How could we possibly become enemies?" Gu Jianglu countered. "Brother, you have come here solely under the Emperor's orders. From my understanding of his character, you are here to assess the conditions of the magical beasts undergoing tribulation. Perhaps the Emperor has sent you to slay him?" "Correct. That armor belongs to a formidable warrior of the Holy Rock Empire. Your Emperor must share the same sentiment, am I right?" Gu Jianglu pointed at Shenluo and questioned him. "Shenluo, with military straightforwardness, affirmed, "Indeed, magical beasts are inherently different from humans. The Emperor fears that a successfully tribulated magical beast could become a future threat to the Empire, a calamity for humanity. Thus, we have come today to end the life of the tribulated magical beast." The strong man who had come to subdue spoke with conviction, standing at the moral high ground from humanity's perspective. Logically and emotionally, as a powerful human, eliminating the tribulated magical beast had become an ultimate mission. Then, Shenluo continued, "Previously, a young lad took the weakened tribulated magical beast away. I do not comprehend his intentions, but I heard from this beast king that the boy is the village chief of your settlement. I am unclear about any dealings you may have with the magical beasts, but I must insist that you surrender the tribulated magical beast." The resonant voice of the six-winged beast echoed, reverberating through the vast expanse of the mountainous region inhabited by magical beasts. "Wang Yu, I find myself in your village at this very moment. If you fail to surrender the Serpent King, the lives of the entire populace shall be forfeit. Ha ha ha. Do you truly wish to exchange the life of a single beast for the lives of all the villagers? I shall grant you but 10 minutes. If you wish to save them, hasten back." At this instant, Wang Yu sat within Gu Jiangliu's chamber, indulging in a cigar. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingquan's countenance shifted dramatically, and he spoke in a state of alarm. "Elder brother, that youth from before is the village chief of your community. You must comprehend the gravity of this situation and assist us in locating Wang Yu, or else we shall meet our demise here tonight." Gu Jiangliu, well versed in the intricacies of human nature, had already placed his bets on Wang Yu. For Wang Yu's sake, he was prepared to confront their adversaries, he inquired. "Therefore, dear brother, I ask you, are you willing to assist me? What jest is this? You expect me to aid you, alongside 13 formidable Do Huang experts? Our opponent's number 5 Do Huang.it is simply unwinnable, brother," Gu Qingquan retorted. "Do not remain obstinate. Aiding a mere beast, are you out of your mind?" Gu Jiangliu chuckled, replying, "Brother, I am but an aged and weary man. Whatever the village chief dictates, I must abide." Whoosh! Gu Jiangliu unleashed his Do Qi, and a pair of luminous wings unfurled behind him. Shun Ao mirrored his actions, both revealing their Do Huang prowess. 145 villagers, along with 13 elite Do Huang from the shadows, and 2 Do Huang, combined with Yu Jiangliu proclaimed, "Brother, with such strength, we can at least contend with the 5 Do Huang, can we not?" Chapter 46. The promise of the Do Saint. Gu Qingquan gazed in disbelief at the 2 Do Huang before him. "Elder brother, you have ascended to the Do Huang realm? How is this possible?" Ever since Gu Jiangliu had embarked on his expedition and not returned, Gu Qingquan had utilized the 3 years to attain the esteemed position of national master of the Gamma Empire, second only to the Emperor himself. For over 90 years, he had employed countless methods to amass rare treasures and devoted himself to breakthroughs. Yet, after reaching the pinnacle of Do Huang, he found himself unable to advance, lingering at that peak for over 50 years, and now, his elder brother had become a Do Huang. The envy within Gu Qingquan's eyes grew ever more pronounced, yet his seasoned mind reined it in. The Forest Wolf King taunted, "Old man, are you truly unaware of the chasm that lies between Do Huang and Do Huang? You are welcome to test your mettle against our 5 Do Huang." At this moment, the fighting spirit surged among all the villagers present. Gu Jiangliu's declaration had made their stance unambiguous. Battle, only battle remained. They vowed to follow in the footsteps of their elder brother Wang Yu, and whatever his command, they would risk everything. Zhang Yiling spoke up, her voice ringing clear. As the youngest warrior, she stood at the forefront of the ranks. Wang Dacai echoed, "I pledge my unwavering loyalty to village chief Wang Yu. I refuse to believe he would abandon us. He must have his reasons. I vow to follow village chief Wang Yu till death. I vow to follow village chief Wang Yu till death." The villagers of Wuyuan village stood united as never before, united in their enmity. Should Wang Yu give the order, even if it meant traversing through hell, they would charge forth together. Wang Yu is the chosen one, deserving of trust. At this moment, within the confines of the room, a cold, mechanical voice from the system echoed. Ding! The village, united in an unprecedented manner, drew strength from Wang Yu as the source of their faith, activating a double prestige reward. Ding! Prestige points increased by 500. A smirk of satisfaction curled upon Wang Yu's lips as he regarded the formidable man before him. "Big brother Dashi, did you hear that? From now on, you must treat the people of my village kindly. For your sake, I have offended the Gamma Empire, the Holy Rock Empire, and even the Beast King of the Monster Mountain Range." The king had long sensed the presence of those among the Beast Kings who harbored ulterior motives against him. Humph! Just in time to seize this opportunity to eliminate them. The Snake King replied coldly, Wang Yu, little brother, your villagers have altered my perception of these wretched humans. Rest assured, little brother, I acknowledge you as my true little brother, and from now on, I shall be your genuine elder brother. Settled. Wang Yu was overjoyed, for this was a promise from the Saint of Battle. His standing in the heart of the great snake was on the rise. The scheme had succeeded, heh. All of this was precisely Wang Yu's design. He intended for the great snake to witness everything his villagers had accomplished. It was time to prepare for action. This moment, the atmosphere at the door of the room was tense. Shen Luo gazed upon the simple, honest villagers before him, feeling a pang of compassion. Dear villagers, you are all innocent, and I do not wish to harm you. I implore you to remain calm. Any entity that poses a threat to the Empire's interests must be eradicated by my own hand. If you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me. Shen Luo gripped his dual swords tightly. Brother, after much consideration, I shall still assist you. Yu Qinkuan stepped back to stand behind Gu Jianglu, stating, the two of us have not joined forces against an enemy for a long time. Thank you. Pucci, a cold dagger pierced Gu Jiangliu's back. He felt an immediate difficulty in channeling his battle energy, and the wings of light on his back disintegrated in an instant. Yu Taigong. Why? Ha. Gu Qinkuan's face contorted into a sinister expression, as if he had transformed into a different person. Chapter 47. A knife in the back, brother. After over 100 years, the family believed you to be dead, and now that you have become a Do Huang, Gu Qinkuan raved. If you return to the Bai family, everything I have done over the years, my power, my position as the Imperial Master, will all be usurped by you. 100 years ago, you were the Imperial Master of the Gamma Empire. In a world governed by strength, where the weak are devoured by the strong, brother, only by your relinquishing your position can I barely sit upon it. I have forever followed in your footsteps, pursuing your shadow, brother. For the sake of my future, I beseech you to die. Gu Qinkuan attempted to stab once more. At that moment, beast! Shen Ao erupted in fury, ready to strike, but Gu Qinkuan had already prepared for escape, his figure twisting mysteriously as he landed within the opposing camp. The six-winged beast, Yun Tun, remarked, tonight shall be lively. Having witnessed a grand performance, the spectacle of kin turning against kin is both amusing and thought-provoking. The Forest Wolf King declared, there are merely 3 minutes remaining until our appointed time, Wang Yu. If you do not make your appearance soon, the heads of the villagers shall surely fall. The general of the Divine Empire scorned the actions of Gu Qinkuan, yet the events transpired nonetheless. He proclaimed, you have no chance of victory. Surrender now. Urgently summon Wang Yu, for time is of the essence. Old Master Gu, the villagers' emotions surged with fervor, and the warriors following him were eager to engage, intent on annihilating the beasts before them. Halt! Do not act recklessly. Do not court death, Old Master Gu admonished sternly. The villagers and warriors gritted their teeth, suppressing their righteous anger. Old Master Gu spat out a mouthful of dark blood and lamented. Brother, you have truly squandered a divinely bestowed opportunity. You have missed your chance with Wang Yu. Ha. Who is this Wang Yu you speak of? I am unfamiliar with him. What abilities could he possibly possess? Gu Qinkuan retorted, after all this time. Where is the Wang Yu you speak of, to save you? Who says I am not here? It is nearly my time to make an entrance. A calm voice drifted through the crack of the door, the youth's tone resonating with strength, devoid of any previous timidity or anxiety. Wang Yu pushed open the door, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Thank you, villagers. I have heard your unwavering loyalty. Now, gather behind me, he commanded. Old Master Gu, you have performed admirably. If you could hold on a little longer, I implore you to take a moment to recuperate and enjoy this splendid act. Wang Yu strode forward nonchalantly, puffing on his cigar, as the villagers retreated behind him, encircling Old Master Gu. Wang Yu has arrived, the village chief is here. Ha, you little rascal. So you've been hiding inside all along, leaving your father in a state of worry. Wang Dekai chuckled, delivering a playful punch to Wang Yu's shoulder. All is well, father. Take good care of mother. Villagers, I have received your sentiments. Prepare your seats and get ready for a spectacle. Ding reputation increased. 100 points. Such pretense. The six-winged cloud-wrapped beast emitted a low growl, its aura pressing down like a dense fog. Do you truly believe you can intimidate us with such antics? How could you possibly contend with us alone? Gu Qinkuan glared at the young man before him. The ease and composure he exuded were deeply disconcerting. Boy, hand over the Snake King quickly, and I may allow you to remain intact. Wang Yu retorted, allow me to remain intact. What a farcical notion. Whether you live to return or not hinges entirely upon my whims. The Snake King has already awakened and is currently seated within, listening to the commotion outside, contemplating how he might crush you with but a flick of his finger. Wang Yu provocatively continued, I offer you a chance. Any of you fighting emperors who wish to defect may stand with me now. The Crimson Blood Centipede and the three-headed Nether Lion involuntarily exclaimed, The Snake King has awakened? Chapter 48. Before the Saint of Combat, the Emperor of Combat is but a mere triviality. The Crimson Blood Centipede declared, Wang Yu, I follow the Serpent King, and I am willing to engage in battle with you. The three-headed Phantom Lion spoke, Wang Yu, I too follow the Serpent King, and I stand ready to battle. No. The Forest Wolf King, instinctively attuned to the wild, sensed the shifting allegiances of the Crimson Blood Centipede and the three-headed Phantom Lion behind him. These two beast kings, with no hope of claiming the throne of beasts, were unstable in their resolve, compelled to assist only upon witnessing the Serpent King's grievous injuries. Should this young man manage to deceive them further, disregard the boy's bluster. The power of the Tribulation Thunder is evident to all beast kings. How could the Serpent King possibly awaken now? How could he recover so swiftly? Roar. The Wolf King charged forth, enveloped in fierce blue hellfire, transforming into a whirling tempest of azure, lunging fiercely at Wang Yu. In the blink of an eye, a colossal aura of combat surged forth, a pressure that could rival the might of tribulation itself. This force was terrifying, surpassing all expectations. Boom. A shadow, resembling a divine commander, appeared out of thin air, its instantaneous killing intent sending tremors through the entire assembly. What is this? How could this be? Gu Qiankuan, Shen Luo, and the six-winged cloud-swallowing beast were unable to track the shadow's movements. By the time they realized it, the Wolf King's head had been severed. Rolling across the ground like a shattered basketball, drip, drip, blood fell. The Serpent King emerged on the scene, a large cigar clamped between his jaws. Filth, beside him, the Wolf King lay decapitated, devoid of life, dead. Gulp. Shen Luo and Gu Qiankuan instinctively swallowed hard. The might of the Saint of Combat was truly fearsome. Before him, even the Emperor of Combat was utterly powerless, reduced to a mere target. The Serpent King took a deep drag from his cigar and remarked, Cloud-swallowing six-winged beast, are you not going to tuck your tail and flee? Madness, death, an overwhelming pressure. The cloud-swallowing six-winged beast exerted every ounce of strength, unfurling its six radiant wings. As a flying magical beast, when it soared at full speed, it could traverse thousands of miles in a single day. A streak of light shot heavenward at breakneck speed. Bang! The Serpent King's movements were obscured. Only a resounding explosion echoed as the heavens began to weep a rain of blood. The cloud-swallowing six-winged beast was obliterated. Almost instantaneously, as the cloud-swallowing six-winged beast took flight, Gu Qiankuan felt his vitality wane, and in a desperate bid, he tore apart a teleportation talisman with unparalleled haste. A tempest arose, transforming his figure into a fleeting gust, vanishing from sight. Who? Seeking to escape. You have 3 seconds. The Serpent King inhaled deeply, the remnants of smoke swirling languidly within his lungs. This battle was so simple it bordered on tedious. At that moment, Wang Yu shouted, Serpent King, do not kill him. Just capture him. The Serpent King exhaled a cloud of smoke, his feet a blur as he vanished in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. On the 4th second, the Serpent King reappeared, now holding the terrified Gu Qiankuan aloft. Clap! Gu Qiankuan felt his legs weaken, collapsing helplessly to the ground, displaying an expression of utter despair, while beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled off onto the earth. Unbelievable! The shock was overwhelming. The commander of Shen Luo found himself in a state of utter disarray, an endless terror swirling within his heart. After years of battling on the battlefield, evolving from an ordinary soldier to the imperial shield of Shen Luo, he now resembled a mere wooden figure. Before him, even the legendary Do Huang appeared insignificant. The heavens, in their jealousy, conspired to stifle his growth, imposing tribulations upon him. The great Serpent King approached Shen Luo and commanded, Kneel. Chapter 49. Do not kill, let them depart. The commander of Shen Luo possessed his own pride, forged from an indomitable spirit, resolute in his refusal to yield. Yet, in the face of absolute power, his pride and defiance seemed to be mere traits of the weak. The commander knelt before the great serpent, compelled by the overwhelming aura of strength emanating from it. In less than 3 minutes, the ancient serpent effortlessly dispatched 4 Do Huangs. The 13 elite dark warriors at the Do Huang level exchanged glances, each wondering what the others were thinking in this moment of dread. Even the life-saving Xingxing talisman could not escape. What other means did they have? The Crimson Blood Centipede and the Netherworld three-headed lion dared not resist any longer, standing like docile kittens in the corner. Among the villagers present, Do Huang Shen Ao and Gu Jianglu felt a tremor in their hearts, silently reflecting on their fortune in being allies of the Serpent King. The emergence of a Do Shang was indeed terrifying. Jiu Fenghin and Gu Yuetong exchanged slight shakes of their heads in the battle before the Do Huang. They, as great Do Masters and Do Masters, were utterly ineffectual. What difference was there between them and the ordinary villagers wielding hoes and wooden sticks? The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The ultimate powerhouse could extinguish life with a mere flick of the wrist. The great Serpent King spoke. Wang Yu, little brother, this matter is no longer of my concern. The fate of these two lies in your hands. Thank you, great Serpent King. Wang Yu stepped forward, while the great serpent leaned against the side, observing as the Serpent King approached, prompting the crowd to part, with some even providing a chair for the great serpent to sit comfortably. Jiu Jianglu, enduring his pain, inquired. Wang Yu, what do you intend to do with the powers of the Gamma Empire and the Holy Rock Empire? Wang Yu replied, Old Master, it is up to you. You decide. In truth, Wang Yu had already devised a plan, yet given that these were the younger brother of the Old Master, the manner of their fate required the elder siblings' input. Sensing an opportunity for survival, Gu Qianquan, disheveled, lost the solemnity and composure he had before and resembled an ordinary beggar on the streets. He pleaded, Brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, please do not kill me. I have been blinded by greed for power and wealth. Brother, I beg you, do not take my life. Jiu Jianglu sighed and said, Enough. We are of the same root. Why must we hasten to harm one another? Village Chief Wang Yu, I implore you to spare my brother and allow him to return. Thank you, elder brother, I shall not forget your great kindness. Jiu Qinquan almost begged. Shenao, in a fit of anger, retorted, Old Gu, this shameless brother of yours has stabbed you. Are you truly letting him go so easily? Indeed, we cannot allow him to depart in such a manner. How dare he harm our esteemed elder? He must pay a price for his actions, an eye for an eye. We too must leave our mark upon him, an impassioned villager exclaimed fervently. Wang Yu, resting his chin upon his hand, inquired earnestly, Ancient Elder, what, in your esteemed opinion, should be the fate of this individual from the Holy Rock Empire? The presence of these two here suggests they are on a mission from the Emperor. A century prior, it was the upheaval of the monster beast mountains that compelled us to come here. I surmise that a great army is surely on its way behind them. Moreover, with the Serpent King grievously injured and in urgent need of recuperation, we must wholly avoid unnecessary conflict. Gu Jianglu, supported by Shenao, approached Wang Yu. Wang Yu, it would be prudent to release these two. Inform the Emperor that the powerful who undergo tribulation perish amidst the thunder of tribulation. The monster beast mountains shall pose no threat to the Holy Rock Empire or the Gamma Empire. Our village, above all, requires stability. Chapter 50. A generous gift of 13 battle kings. Wang Yu contemplated deeply. Just as Gu Jianglu articulated, the current priority of his sweeping Celestial Legion system is to establish a foundation. This village represents the initial step in his strategy to conquer the eastern continent. The natural geographical advantages of the monster beast mountains can obscure the village from external awareness, allowing for discrete development. Once his forces reach a considerable scale, their sudden emergence within the eastern continent will empower him to contend with formidable adversaries. Excellent. Just as the elder suggested, I shall allow you two to depart. Wang Yu stated coldly. Let me make it clear, Gu Qianquan and Shen Luo, should I discover that you have revealed the secrets of our elder brother, the great serpent, rest assured, he would not hesitate to pay a nocturnal visit to your emperor to collect your lives. Wouldn't you agree, great serpent? As a few cigars were consumed, the great serpent found himself in a most agreeable state. Preoccupied with smoking, he lazily replied. Seeking the emperor is of little interest to me. I prefer to raise cities. He, Shen Luo and Gu Qianquan, your words could very well seal the fates of millions within the imperial city. The choice is yours. Thank you for your clemency, esteemed ones, Shen Luo said, offering his hands in gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, Wang Yu. Thank you, great serpent. Gu Qianquan rose, prepared to depart with the 13 elite members of the Dark Division. At that moment, Wang Yu interjected. Gu Qianquan, the 13 individuals you have brought shall not return. You may go alone. The 13 battle kings of the Dark Division were momentarily taken aback, yet with Wang Yu's command, Gu Qianquan felt compelled to remain silent, for he had just been spared. Very well, after a bow, Gu Qianquan and Shen Luo boarded their flying cow mount, which took to the skies, vanishing into the night. The 13 battle kings wore black veils, obscuring their expressions. If one were to describe their feelings, the term utterly perplexed may suffice. Jiyu Jianglu queried. Village Chief Wang Yu, why do you retain a confidant from the Gamma Empire? The Dark Division serves as the Imperial Army, composed of individuals who have been indoctrinated with the palace's ideology since childhood, remaining steadfastly loyal to the Emperor. Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions of this? What is sought are these ironclad minds. What is desired are these individuals devoted to the sovereign, in forming a legion who would not resort to some methods of brainwashing. It is fortuitous to utilize them for experimentation. This will greatly enhance the loyalty of the legion members in the future. Wang Yu remarked, the village is short on manpower, and there is much reconstruction to be done. Assistance is urgently needed. Gu Jianglu retorted, but these are 13 Do Wang. Aside from myself, Shin Ao, and Su Jianwu, no one in the village can contend with them. They pose a destabilizing factor. What if they were to harm the villagers? Wang Yu's expression shifted, and he coldly commanded, remove their hoods. I wish to see their faces. With the villagers' assistance, the hoods of the group were removed, revealing a collection of middle-aged men, some handsome, some unattractive, and some of average appearance. Wang Yu stood before them, casting a cursory glance. Among them, 3 individuals harbored particularly hostile sentiments towards Wang Yu. Cheng Gang, the leader of the Dark Division's 13, was 45 years old. With a demeanor that suggested he was indifferent to life or death, a man of unwavering principles. The remaining 10 displayed expressions of concern and trepidation. Wang Yu stated, firstly, I bear no animosity towards you, nor am I your father's murderer or enemy. My demands are quite straightforward. Assist in the village's reconstruction for 3 months, and upon completion, I shall allow you to return. Should you refuse, I will release you immediately. If you choose not to leave, return to the village to find me. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 51. The celebration feast before departing. Consider this. When your master left, not a single word was spoken on your behalf. Wang Yu added, in their eyes, your lives are expendable, mere pawns. Here, it is altogether different. Elder Shun, those who are unwilling to leave, I shall entrust to your care for the time being. Disarm them of their weapons and equipment. I would appreciate your supervision. Wang Yu instructed. Shin Ao, hailing from a family of beast tamers, possessed numerous methods to subdue magical beasts. Tempering the human spirit should be a simple task for him. Shin Ao nodded in agreement. No problem, Village Chief Wang Yu. The choice now lay with the 13 Do Wang, with Cheng Gang as captain, enjoying high esteem among his comrades who naturally awaited his decision. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Gang sighed in resignation. Let us stay. We are deep within the Beast Mountain range. Venturing out would only render us fodder for magical beasts. Wang Yu felt a surge of joy upon hearing their words. At that moment, 2 soaring cloud-swallowing tigers descended from the sky, as Su Jianwu led Su Lan, Shin Yu, and 4 warriors back. The cloud-swallowing tigers landed in the area where the villagers had gathered, and Su Jianwu hurried over, anxiously inquiring if everything was well in the village. I just finished exchanging the grain, and upon noticing the unusual changes in the skies over the Beast Mountain range, I rushed back in haste. Wang Yu replied, all is well. The matter has been resolved. How much grain did you manage to bring back? Su Lan took the initiative, exclaiming with excitement, the medicine from the ancient patriarch, along with the magic crystals, has been seized the moment it entered the human city. It is sufficient for a month's worth of provisions, and has also been exchanged for an array of exotic meats and fine wines. Wang Yu responded, excellent, fellow villagers, this food arrives at the perfect moment. Let us celebrate the successful tribulation of the Serpent King with a grand feast tonight. We shall drink and converse until we are inebriated. The villagers appeared exhilarated. For the first time in over a century, the village was hosting a celebratory banquet, as previous gatherings had been limited due to food shortages, resulting in only small-scale gatherings. Gu Fenghen and Gu Yuetong brought the elderly Gu Jianglu back to their quarters to recuperate. Wang Yu approached the Serpent King, inquiring, Brother Serpent, how do you fare? Is your health sufficient for the gathering? It is a rare occasion of joy. How could I possibly miss it? The Serpent King clapped in response. In the dead of night, at Hero Square, a roaring bonfire blazed. The villagers busily prepared, igniting flames, roasting meat, and setting out over 30 jars of fine wine in an orderly fashion, allowing those who wished to drink to partake freely. The crowd gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing, the air filled with jubilant voices. Come, Wang Datsai, I toast to you. Your son is truly remarkable. Once a neighbor of Wang Datsai remarked enviously, look at your son. He has only been the village chief for a little over a month, And we have already forged an alliance with the Beast King. I envy you for having such a capable son. Wang Datsai, holding Li Xiuzhen's hand, sat at a wooden table laden with fruits, delicacies, and roasted meats. As the parents of village chief Wang Yu, they naturally received the finest treatment. Wang Datsai drank heartily, exclaiming, 18 years, a full 18 years. I thought my son would never amount to anything. Truly, I never expected this. Li Xiuzhen, slightly annoyed, retorted. What did you not expect? I have long told you not to underestimate our son, yet you insisted on heeding the neighbor's words. Upon hearing this, several neighbors felt embarrassed. After a day of farm work, they often enjoyed teasing Wang Datsai about his son. Sister Li, how could you say such a thing? My face aches from embarrassment. A neighbor chuckled apologetically. Chapter 52. Assisting Aunt Chun at Hero Square. The celebratory banquet was in full swing. The 13 members of the Dark Division, with Wang Yu's consent, were seated at one side. However, under Shun Ao's arrangement, they were separated, particularly the Dark Division leader, Chen Gang, who sat near Shen Ao. Gaining Chen Gang's favor would enable the rest of the members to work under him. Shen Ao said, Come, Chen Gang, I toast to you. We have met under auspicious circumstances. Chen Gang, seeing the Do Huang's respect towards him, felt honored, for in the Gamma Empire, Do Huang's were esteemed figures close to the emperor, far removed from ordinary soldiers like themselves. You flatter me, Senior Shen Ao. I am humbled, Chen Gang replied, quickly raising his cup and downing the drink. Shen Ao continued, Do you have a wife and children in the Gamma Empire? Will you miss them during your extended absence? Wife and children? Chen Gang set down his wine cup, momentarily lost in thought, and remarked, The Imperial Blood Warriors find that romantic attachments only serve as a soldier's Achilles heel, a sign of weakness. Apart from our relentless training, we are afforded no opportunities from above. Oh, is that so? What of the others? Senior Shen Ao, like myself, they too have none. They are all warriors. Without wives or children, these individuals possess unwavering loyalty solely to the emperor. Thus, there exists no antagonistic relationship, no hostility, nor any necessity to regard one another as foes. Shen Ao replied, laughing heartily, but a man must establish a family and a legacy, for that is the essence of life. Practitioners will inevitably age, and one must accumulate resources, weapons, and status. There must be someone to inherit it all. Focusing solely on cultivation can deprive one of the joys of living. In my youth, I was much like you, singularly devoted to my training and the enhancement of my strength, which bore fruit as I led my family to become one of the 4 great families of the Holy Rock Empire. However, upon arriving in this village and slowing down, I discovered a multitude of delights. As Shen Ao began to influence Chen Gang's thoughts, Chen Gang nodded fervently, offering no rebuttal to tea that moment. A delectable aroma wafted through the air, and Aunt Chun approached Chen Gang with a bottle of white liquor, taking a seat beside him. Observing her arrival, Chen Gang inquired with curiosity, And who might this be? Shen Ao's face broke into a mischievous grin as he replied, This is Aunt Chun, the belle of our village. Oh dear, old Master Shun, in my youth, I could have been considered a flower, but now, alas, I am merely an old tree, Aunt Chun remarked, gazing at Chen Gang with sincerity. An old tree with gnarled roots only grows more intriguing with time, Shen Ao interjected. Chen Gang, unfamiliar with the village and its inhabitants, complimented, Aunt Chun, compared to me, you are far more youthful and beautiful. Shen Ao, having known Aunt Chun for decades, was well aware of her temperament and disposition. Once married to a soldier, she was unable to bear children, which was indeed tragic. Her husband perished in battle against the magical beasts, leaving her to face the world alone, a pitiable fate. Eventually, she sought companionship again, but that too ended without resolution. Rumor had it that Aunt Chun possessed a peculiar talent, able to draw from the earth when seated, leaving her partner unable to stand upright by morning. The men of the village trembled at the mere thought of her. Who could forget the fierce Aunt Chun, known for her formidable prowess? Tears welled in Aunt Chun's eyes as she gently touched her cheek and said, I rarely receive compliments, and hearing such kind words from you, brother, has truly moved me. Thank you, thank you. Chen Gang replied, I merely speak the truth. Thank you, brother. My home has a ditch that has not seen a passerby in decades, overrun with dark weeds. The water has ceased to flow, and I am quite distressed about it. Would you be able to help me clear it tonight? Chapter 53. Big Brother Dashi, you must cultivate a pure heart. With a chuckle, Shen Ao thought that had he not wished to keep Chen Gang close for Wang Yu's sake, he might have spewed his drink all over Aunt Chun. Seems Aunt Chun had been quite starved for attention over the years. Shen Ao raised his glass and said, Chun Shao, my brother, if you find yourself with nothing to do this evening, Do lend a hand to Aunt Chun. Qin Gang, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, well, as an outsider, your warm hospitality makes me feel uncertain. Aunt Chun quickly lifted her drink. Fearing that the opportunity might slip away, she said, nonsense, today, as you visit our village, we are all ordinary people. It is only right that we assist one another. I have no time to indulge in petty schemes. Shin Ao nodded in agreement. Qin Gang then asked, all right then, Aunt Chun, is the gorge deep? Should I bring along more brothers? Aunt Chun thought to herself, bringing more people? Is he jesting with me? This time, seated in the prominent position were Brother Snake King and Wang Yu. After Su Jinwu reported the news, he took Su Lan, Xin Yuru, and Zhang Yiling to check on the condition of Gu Jianglu, concerned for the elder's health. The bonfire blazed bright, and the atmosphere was lively. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air as Brother Snake King casually grasped a piece of roasted lamb leg and placed it into his mouth. He remarked, transforming into human form for just a few hours, I find human life truly fascinating. Wang Yu raised his glass in a toast to Brother Snake, asking, in what way is it interesting? After taking a sip, Brother Snake said, get me a cigar. Sure thing. Wang Yu eagerly handed over the cigar, lighting it with a small torch. He thought to himself, am I really encouraging Brother Snake's smoking habit? If he runs out, he might just suffocate. However, this too had its merits. Because of this cigar, his status in Brother Snake's eyes soared to great heights. Why? Because only he could exchange it through the system. Brother Snake, this is the last one. Once it's finished, there won't be any more, Wang Yu reminded him. Brother Snake replied, this king has taken you under my wing as a little brother. Should I be concerned about such matters? Prepare a box for me tomorrow, to be brought from the Beast King's throne. Brother, this is rather difficult to procure. What I am giving you is all that the village possesses. Wang Yu feigned difficulty, saying, you shouldn't smoke too much. It's bad for your health. Taking a puff from the cigar, Brother Snake remarked, the magical beasts use the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed. Pitiful humans can build houses and sleep on wooden couches. Magical beasts can only consume their bloodied kin, while you, in contrast, can enhance flavors and roast such delectable dishes. Our village exists to serve you. Brother Snake. You must protect us in return. As Wang Yu uttered these words, he felt he had perhaps overstepped in his flattery. Throughout the ages, emperors have risen to power, enjoying the wealth of the world, commanding vast territories, and possessing countless treasures. Yet, faced with wealth, beauty, power, and the ability to control the lives and deaths of others, even emperors can easily stray from the path, becoming tyrannical rulers. Should Brother Snake become a despotic ruler exploiting our villagers, it would spell disaster. I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Resistance would be futile. At that moment, Wang Yu spent his prestige points to exchange for a book within the system. He said, by the way, Brother Snake, I have a cultivation manual here. I would be honored if you would take a look. The great serpent grasped the tome and began to recite the Sutra of Tranquility and Detachment. What kind of book is this? My dear brother, this book is extraordinary. It is a unique text on the path of cultivation, extremely rare, and will greatly aid you in enhancing your skills, ascending to immortality. Impossible, the great serpent cursed. You fail to comprehend, Wang Yu retorted, entering into his oratory mode, weaving elaborate tales. Chapter 54. The Burning Fire Sect of Black Tiger City. Whether one can achieve cultivation or not. Why not test this book for yourself? Wang Yu proposed. As a cultivator, the pursuit of power is paramount. Do you not intend to give it a try? If you do not learn, I certainly shall. In the cultivation narratives he had encountered, the celestial beings adhered to numerous regulations, fostering self-discipline and suppressing malevolent thoughts. Essentially, all of this is for the benefit of humanity. If my elder brother, the great serpent, could embark on this path, possessing self-restraint, it would only bring advantages to him and the villagers. Noticing Wang Yu's inclination to reclaim the book, the great serpent hastily took it back, declaring, I shall read it. My elder brother, once you achieve immortality, do not forget your little brother. Wang Yu fabricated, uncertain of the book's efficacy, yet confident it would serve his interests. A new mission has commenced, rapid advancement. The host must expedite the elevation of his strength to the Emperor of Battle Realm. In this era teeming with formidable beings, the Legion requires a powerful leader. Wang Yu pondered internally. Another mission has begun. Indeed, relying on the strength of my elder brother, the great serpent, is not a sustainable strategy. I must strengthen myself to speak with conviction. After a simple feast accompanied by a few drinks, Wang Yu raised his cup and addressed the assembled villagers loudly. Dear villagers, if not for your dedication and your faith in me this evening, the outcome of today's events would likely not be as gratifying. Henceforth, I implore you to continue to believe in me and support me. Come. This toast is for all of you. The villagers raised their cups in enthusiastic response, drinking heartily and feasting on meat, reveling in joy. Ding, reputation value increased. 100 points. The banquet continued until the late hours of the night. The following morning, after the Serpent King had rested and regained his formidable vitality, he returned to the Beast King's throne to meditate and contemplate the Sutra of Tranquility and Detachment provided by Wang Yu. Meanwhile, in a spacious, sunlit chamber, the village's key officials gathered: Fire Uncle, Field Uncle, and Flower Lady, along with the ancient father-son duo, Gu Yu and Su Lan, as well as Shan Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu occupied the prominent position at the large round table, and his standing in the eyes of the people had risen considerably. The purpose of convening everyone today was to glean information regarding matters beyond the Beast Mountain range. Wang Yu inquired, Elder Su. Su Lan, what useful news have you gathered since your departure? Su Jinwu responded, Village Chief Wang Yu. A century has passed, yet the external world remains largely unchanged. At the nearest edge of the Beast Mountain range, there lies a city named Black Tiger City, predominantly inhabited by bounty hunters and merchants. In the treacherous expanse of the Warcraft Mountains, one hunts for beasts to exchange for gold. Situated at the crossroads of the Gamma Empire and the Holy Rock Empire, merchant caravans pause here to regroup, rest, and procure essential provisions. Black Tiger City, though thriving, is a melting pot of diverse populations, housing both nefarious criminals and members of the Gamma Empire sects tasked with maintaining order. While we barter for food and supplies, we have also drawn the attention of others, Su Jinwu remarked earnestly. However, since I have not revealed any weaknesses, they dare not act recklessly, wary of my prowess as a Do Huang. Wang Yu inquired, Black Tiger City, you say? And what of the sects you mentioned, Old Master Su? Su Jinwu replied. The Burning Fire sect is formidable, led by a peak Do Huang elder who, a century ago, had dealings with me. Over this past century, I wonder if he has achieved a breakthrough. Yet, what astonished Su Jinwu and the assembly most was Wang Yu's sudden awareness of the external power dynamics. As Old Master Su noted, had he not been a Do Huang, the village's resources and provisions would have likely been plundered by outside marauders. Wang Yu addressed the gathering. If I am to vigorously develop our village, we must inevitably engage in trade and commerce with the prominent sects beyond our borders. Thus, I am cultivating a legion of our OWN. As the village expands and gains strength, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of various sects and factions. With the emergence of rare treasures and the village's growth, competition for resources will be fierce. In the future, we will certainly have to interact with the formidable powers of the major clans and sects. If we remain too weak, even the simplest transactions may lead to exploitation by those with ill intentions. As the village chief, I have called you all together today primarily to discuss how we wish to develop our village. Do we aspire to transform it into a bustling metropolis, or shall we continue to live a simple, unremarkable life? Furthermore, esteemed elders, do you still harbor an interest in breaking through to the pinnacle of Do Huang? In Wang Yu's mind, this was quite simply about instigating change. Having acquired a system for sweeping through the heavens with an army, it was evidently a path of conflict and upheaval. However, he recognized that he alone could not lead the village on the path of expansion and development. His willingness was not enough. The support of the villagers was essential, as was the backing of the current leaders. Initially, Wang Yu had contemplated forcing the villagers into action by eliminating Gu Qinkuan of the Gamma Empire and Shen Luo of the Holy Rock Empire, which would have directly thrust the village into the flames of war. To avert the ire of the empires, it became imperative for the entire village to pursue comprehensive development. With Wang Yu's inquiry, Gu Jianglu, Su Jinwu, and Shin Ao, all of whom were once illustrious figures within the empire, reflected on their blood-soaked pasts. Now, having ascended to the Do Huang realm, granting them an additional 5 centuries of life, did they truly wish to spend these years as ordinary, unremarkable old men? I concur. Gu Jianglu raised his hand and remarked, Currently, I have no intentions of returning to my family. I shall wait for my brother to make his own mistakes and rise to become the Grandmaster of the Gamma Empire. As for the old man, feeling rather idle, he will simply entertain himself with village chief Wang Yu. Almost within 2 seconds, someone responded. Su Jinwu said, I concur. If I do not break through to the Do Huang level, a few years of comfort and leisure will suffice. However, achieving the Do Huang level grants an additional 500 years of life. Without engaging in some endeavors, life becomes exceedingly mundane. Shin Ao added. As village chief Wang Yu has stated, the expansion of the village's influence will inevitably lead to conflicts with external sects and families. We must vigorously develop the village's army and recruit soldiers. The Gamma Empire does not oppose the establishment of sects. Go be frank, Whether the village thrives or not is of little consequence to the three esteemed elders. What truly matters is the attainment of the Doshang realm. The formidable presence of the Doshang Great Serpent King from last night lingers vividly in memory. Who would not yearn for such strength? Moreover, this sentiment was articulated by the chosen one before us. Wang Yu.at that moment. Huanyang expressed her concerns, village chief Wang Yu, esteemed elders, in striving for the development of the village and competing with the outside world, could we inadvertently harm the ordinary villagers who merely wish for a peaceful existence? They seem to harbor no aspirations for conflict or power. It appears that my position within the management ranks is insufficient to voice my dissent. There are indeed opposing voices to my will. Chapter 56. The one-voice council. Wang Yu gazed at the assembly, silently shaking his head. He deliberately aimed for Huanyang to perceive his disapproval, as her worries ignited his ire. Wang Yu stated coldly, "The overarching direction shall be determined by myself and the three esteemed elders, along with the management team. As for the path we take, the conflicts with sects and families are an inevitable trend for the village's future. If we wish to develop, such circumstances are bound to arise. In truth, like the empire, the village requires a formidable army for protection. Huanyang, there is no such thing as a tranquil existence. Someone must bear the burden for you." Wang Yu continued, "Your perspective diverges from that of myself and the three esteemed elders. If you desire our villagers to live in peace and harmony, we shall remain forever hidden within the Beast Mountain range, never to escape. Venturing out will undoubtedly invite countless unforeseen changes." Wang Yu then addressed the crowd, "Our development will be approached with utmost caution, ensuring the villagers' sacrifices are minimized. Let us proceed to a vote," he declared abruptly. After the three esteemed elders raised their hands first, Gu Fenghin, Gu Yuedong, Su Lan, Xin Yu, Tianbo, and Huobo followed suit. Only Huanyang remained steadfast, but as others raised their hands, she was compelled to do so as well. Wang Yu announced, "Very well. From this day forth, the village shall embark on its second phase of development, building an army and accumulating strength to compete with the major sects and families." In the subsequent proceedings, Wang Yu delegated responsibilities. Su Jianwu and Su Lan were entrusted with overseeing the village's economic affairs. The Gu Jianglu family would govern military matters, while the Xin Ao family would manage food resources and overall development. Last night, the buildings besieged by the demonic beasts once again commenced their restoration. Su Jianwu and the members of the Su Lan family continued their journey to Heihu City to engage in some trade, exchanging for supplies. After a few hours, during which the Great Serpent was preoccupied with recuperation, Wang Yu found himself with some free time. Bored, he decided to visit the 13 Battle Kings of the Dark Division to see how they were faring. Master Shun Ao was leading this group of Battle Kings and assisting with the repair of the village's structures. Upon noticing Wang Yu's arrival, Shin Ao hurried forward and greeted him politely. "Wang Yu, you have come." Wang Yu's gaze fell upon Qin Gang, who sat nearby, his pallid visage and trembling hands that clutched a steamed bun betraying his condition. Curiously, he inquired, "Master Shin Ao, what has happened to Qin Gang? He seems considerably weakened since last night." At that moment, Shin Ao leaned in closer and whispered, "This fellow was coaxed by Madame Chun to her home for assistance yesterday. He may have overexerted himself." Madame Chun. Wang Yu suddenly recalled his earlier encounter with her on the road. Surely, Chun Gang did not go to help Madame Chun with her drainage issues, did he? Ha ha ha. Indeed, indeed. Remarkably, after that night, Chun Gang's demeanor towards us has changed significantly. Shin Ao remarked cautiously, gesturing towards the Battle Kings behind him. "You see, their hostility towards us has diminished. They feel less of a sense of disgrace in remaining in the village." Ha ha ha, that's splendid news. Wang Yu chuckled. Turning to address the assembled Battle Kings, he continued, "Dear friends, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to our village. Please stay a few more days to integrate with our villagers. Returning to the Gamma Empire entails daily missions. Consider this a well-deserved respite. Do not overthink it. Enjoy good food, drink, and leisure. Should you find any areas where assistance is needed, feel free to lend a hand." Wang Yu beamed with an innocent smile, declaring, "Isn't this village chief quite commendable?" Meanwhile, in the Gamma Empire, unsettling news was spreading throughout the imperial city. Chapter 57. A grave matter in the Grand Hall of the Gamma Empire. Today's South Morning Court Assembly, which should have been filled with officials and lively discourse as the emperor addressed pressing matters, was instead attended by only 5 individuals, all trusted confidants of the emperor. The emperor spoke. "Master Gu, is your claim truly credible?" Gu Qianquan responded, "Your Majesty, what I say is unequivocally true. I witnessed with my own eyes the calamity beast successfully navigate its tribulation and ascend to the rank of battle saint." At this point, Gu Qianquan's expression reflected deep trepidation, vividly recalling the devastating might of the Serpent King from the previous night. The Battle Saint Beast effortlessly annihilated 2 6th-tier magical beasts. Neither Shenluo nor I could muster any resistance. Its power is terrifying. With a shift in his demeanor, Gu Qiankuan's eyes glinted with menace as he continued, Your Majesty, do you remember the 3,000-strong legion you dispatched a century ago, led by 2 battle emperors? When Gu Qiankuan articulated the prowess of the Battle Saint, the atmosphere among the 5 was one of utter shock. These were all esteemed figures within the Gamma Empire, renowned for their contributions to the Emperor's achievements and their own illustrious exploits. The Emperor wore a visage clouded with sorrow and said, Recall that it was our nation and the Gamma Empire that jointly dispatched 2 formidable Do Huang warriors to lead a grand army into the Demon Beast Mountains. Is the legion connected to the beasts? Indeed, Gu Qiankuan replied. For reasons unknown, that very legion established a village within the Demon Beast Mountains and forged an alliance with the beasts. Last night, when the Tribulation Beast was gravely injured, we could have united to vanquish it, but then an enigmatic youth appeared, rescuing the Tribulation Beast and fleeing back to the village. Your Majesty, I spotted my elder brother in the village. The former national master, he has allied himself with the beasts and no longer serves the Gamma Empire. What? At Gu Qiankuan's words, the assembly shuddered. It should be noted that Gu Jianglu once garnered remarkable military achievements. The emperor inquired, How could Gu Jianglu consort with the beasts? I do not understand. Your Majesty, if his heart still resided with the Gamma Empire, he would have returned by now. Gu Jianglu informed me that he has followed the enigmatic youth. Obeying his commands, Gu Qiankuan deceitfully claimed. The emperor inhaled deeply, his anger simmering. What a Gu Jianglu! What a tribulation beast! Now that he is allied with the beast's national master, do you possess any means to counter this? Gu Qiankuan replied, There is no solution. The Demon Beast Mountains are under the jurisdiction of a Do Shang, rendering us powerless. The emperor furrowed his brow and said, Very well, let it be for now. With that, the assembly dispersed. Gu Qiankuan coldly remarked, Elder brother, even if you return in the future, it is likely no one will believe you. The position of national master in the Gu family will forever belong to me. Do not think to reclaim it in the days that followed. The village flourished immensely. The only regret for Wang Yu was that the magical crystal, left behind by the beast that the Thunderstrike had devoured for over a century, was utterly obliterated. What a tremendous economic loss! Over a century's worth of magical crystal could have propelled their village to the pinnacle of wealth. The strength of the warriors in the Legion was also advancing rapidly. With the techniques and potions provided by Wang Yu, as many as 5 villagers had broken through to Do Wang. Everything was progressing favorably. However, one fateful night, the cloud-swallowing flying tiger was struck by several arrows. Its body soaked in blood. Yulan, piloting the beast, was covered in blood, his face a mask of terror, and the villagers who accompanied him on the supply exchange mission had gone missing. Village Chief Wang Yu. We are in grave trouble, Sulan, bloodied and anxious, exclaimed. Chapter 58. Ambushed by the people of Black Tiger City quickly. Come in, Sulan. Do not panic. Speak slowly. Wang Yu opened the door to his chamber and helped Su Lan inside. Wang Dekai and Li Xiuzhan intended to approach, but Wang Yu, unwilling for them to worry about him, said, I shall carry you to Gu Jianglu's residence. Gu Jianglu's abode. Gu Fenghen and Gu Yutong arrived just in time as Gu Jianglu examined Su Lan's condition. He has sustained some superficial injuries, but is not seriously harmed. I have administered medicine. And with a few days of recuperation, he will recover. Gu Jianglu inquired. What about Su Jinwu and the others? At this moment, the optimistic Su Lan could not help but shed anxious tears. Her grandfather had been treacherously attacked, and the comrades who fought alongside her had perished while covering her escape from that gang. Su Lan declared fiercely, You must help me. I will avenge this gang and rescue my grandfather. Gu Yutong comforted her, saying, Su Lan, do not let your anger consume you. You are injured, To which Su Lan retorted, How can I not be furious when my grandfather's fate hangs in the balance? With a heavy fist, she struck the wooden couch. The brazen ruffians of Black Tiger City were indeed heartless and audacious. Before Wang Yu and his group could intervene, these villains had already dared to bully them. Su Lan, clarify the details. We shall surely help you exact revenge for this grievance, Gu Jianglu offered. These scoundrels, whoever they are from Black Tiger City, have dared to provoke us. We have avoided trouble for over a century. Yet now it has come to our doorstep, he lamented, Su Lan recounted. During our last mission, we brought an abundance of magic crystals, medicines, and items and exchanged them for many provisions. My grandfather noticed that several individuals were already keeping a close watch on us. Although they trailed us, they did not act. Who would have thought that this time, they would strike? According to our agreement, we procured supplies and were preparing to return to our previous village, while grandfather sought rest at a shop. But unbeknownst to us, someone had poisoned the food. We all fell into their trap as they emerged to seize our goods and began to kill while grandfather displayed his Do Huang prowess. However, the poison they used was exceedingly potent. Despite his strength in resisting, he ultimately could not overcome the prepared adversaries. Lives were lost, and our resources were plundered. Drawing a deep breath, Su Lan continued. Wang Yu asked, Old Master Gu, as an alchemist and expert in toxins, what kind of poison possesses such potency? How dare they target a Do Huang? Gu Jianglu replied, The world is vast, and there are countless poisons. In the past century, the changes in the outside world are beyond my comprehension. Only by investigating can we ascertain the truth. Indeed. Wang Yu calmly analyzed, Old Master Gu, making hasty conclusions may lead us into a mindset of preconceived notions. Su Lan, take a moment to rest. Once you are ready, I will lead a party down the mountain to assist you in avenging your grandfather, Wang Yu affirmed, patting her shoulder with determination. Time is of the essence. Every second wasted increases the chances of my grandfather's misfortune. We must set off immediately, Su Lan insisted. Wait a moment. You are gravely injured and need to recuperate. I must also seek counsel from Brother Snake King, which will take some time, Wang Yu reasoned, resting his chin in thought. Yu Jianglu, Gu Yuedong, Su Lan, prepare yourselves, await my signal, and the three of you shall accompany me down the mountain. As for the Legion, bring 3 experts of the Do Wang level. It's not about numbers. Ji Yu Fenghin, inform Old Master Shen. While I am away, you and Old Master Shen will oversee the village affairs. Wang Yu's gaze hardened. Brothers, those who dare to bully my comrades shall find no place to rest in death. Chapter 59. The descent from the mountain to Black Tiger City with relentless haste. Wang Yu expended 178 points of reputation to exchange for 2 packs of cigars and brought along some fine wine. He ascended the mountain overnight and arrived at the Beast King's throne. This moment, the area had been reduced to scorched earth, scarred and ravaged. Yet the ancient ruins stood resilient upon the hillside, utterly unaffected by the wrath of thunder. Brother Snake King, are you there? I urgently seek your counsel. Wang Yu called out, unsure of the whereabouts of the great serpent. He raised his voice, but the silence was deafening. Strange, has the great serpent fallen asleep? Just then, he turned his head and collided abruptly with a shadow. Wang Yu was startled by the figure before him. The great serpent had inexplicably appeared behind him, displaying signs of impatience as he inquired, Is it not too late for me to be awake? These 2 packs of cigars are a token of my respect, and the wine should suffice for your enjoyment for several days. My esteemed elder in the village has encountered trouble in Black Tiger City, and I must take some people down the mountain to rescue him. I hope for your approval, Great Snake King. Rescue, you say? The great serpent pondered, running his fingers through his long, dark hair, glancing at Wang Yu's offerings. Are you planning to enlist my assistance? Brotherly bonds, the ties of kinship. My younger brother is being wronged, and as the elder, I cannot stand idly by. Let us proceed. Wang Yu was taken aback. How has the great serpent's attitude shifted so dramatically? This proud being, who once deemed humanity as mere scum, now appears so protective. Could it be the influence of my book, Serenity and Detachment? No need for you to involve me, brother. You are the king of the Beast Mountain Range, and any matters concerning me must first be reported to you. Of course that I intend to lead some individuals down the mountain, which will serve as a fine opportunity for training. Very well. You are free to take as many as you wish. Shall I inform a few Beast Kings at the border of the Beast Mountain Range to lay waste to Black Tiger City? Those wretched humans dare to bully my younger brother. Brother Snake King, it appears you are not one to care for the well-being of your kin, yet suddenly you are so protective. Has my act of saving him prompted this change? Quickly gather a few formidable warriors to assist me in guarding these ruins. Should I free myself, I can also lend a hand. Suddenly, the great serpent expressed his desire to entrust the guardianship of the ruins to Wang Yu, which was why he sought to offer assistance. Wang Yu understood. The other side of these ruins connected to a realm of higher caliber, where formidable magical beasts could emerge. The great serpent, reluctant to leave, was undoubtedly harboring concerns. All right, brother, I shall take care of these minor matters. You focus on your recovery. If there are any experts in my village, they will certainly assist you in overseeing things. Currently, there are 3 masters at the Do Huang level. Although one has been captured, if you have any requests, simply inform the villagers. I must attend to my duties now. Upon returning home, Wang Yu exchanged a few simple words with his parents, assuring them not to worry, before hastily setting off towards the residence in Gujiangliu. System, Are you still there? Ding, what can I assist you with, host? The long-absent, cold voice echoed within Wang Yu's consciousness. Display the Legion information. I wish to take a look. With the passage of time, Wang Yu had been preoccupied with winning people's hearts and developing the village's foundation, laying the groundwork for his Legion. Coupled with the multitude of village affairs, he had yet to focus on cultivating talent and enhancing his own strength. However, he firmly believed that the efforts he had invested in the early stages were crucial, forming the very basis for the Legion's development. Ding, unfolding Legion data. Chapter 60. Selection of divine techniques. Ding, displaying Legion information. Commander name, Wang Yu, 18 years old, mortal, transmigrator. Age at the time of transmigration, 22. Current age, 18. Legion size, 45 individuals. Legion strength, Do Huang, 3. Do Wang, 5. Do Shi, 11. Do Shi, 15. Do Zhe, 11. Legion resources. Possesses a village, temporary rights to a mine in the Monster Beast Mountain range, and a modest supply of medicinal herbs. Converted into the Gamma Empire's unified currency, the village holds only 100 gold coins. The Gamma Empire's currency consists of gold, silver, and copper. Copper serves as the most basic unit of conversion. 1 gold, 10 silver, 100 copper. Legion combat power, 37, 500. Reputation points, 522. Listening attentively to the system report his Legion's information, Wang Yu pondered, in my spare time, I must truly exchange for some superior techniques and fine weaponry for my subordinates. By the way, system, when you initially issued the rapid advancement task, what rewards await upon reaching the Do Huang realm? Wang Yu inquired. Isn't it customary for tasks and games to offer rewards? Will you not provide me with a powerful technique to refine amidst my busy schedule? The affairs of the village have been overwhelming lately, leaving me little time to devote to proper cultivation. Since acquiring the system, he had never known a moment of leisure, perpetually engaged in an endless array of trivial matters. Moreover, he had yet to truly manage the affairs of the Legion. Ding, system detection complete. The host has not practiced the primary techniques. Thus, primary techniques will be made available for selection to facilitate the host's upgrade. Point 1. Star absorption technique. Capable of absorbing the Do Chi from powerful individuals, thereby allowing for rapid elevation in realm. Note: the individual being absorbed will lose centuries of cultivation, becoming an ordinary person devoid of Do Chi, necessitating their need to start anew. 2. Sacred body breathing technique. Centered around the physical body, this technique hones the flesh, refines the bones, and transforms the body into the ultimate weapon, surpassing all under heaven. Note: this technique is a unique secret of the Panga deity, suitable for hosts who inherit the remains of Panga's primordial bones. 3. Level up by defeating monsters. As the name suggests, slaying enemies grants Do Chi and experience points, thus enhancing one's own strength. Note: defeating monsters strengthens one's abilities, heavily relying on the terrain and the foe's configurations. The higher the realm of the defeated adversaries, the more significant the enhancement one can attain. The 3 fundamental cultivation methods await the host's selection. Dear system, if I refrain from requesting a technique, would you withhold it from me? Wang Yu felt a sense of being duped. Ding, naturally. Wang Yu sighed, remarking, it seems this host is not quite personal. These 3 cultivation methods will undoubtedly require me to adhere to them for some time. Hiss. The first, the star absorption technique, has been utilized in numerous web novels, lacking novelty. The third, the monster slaying enhancement, although appealing in theory, necessitates relentless grinding. I must toil day and night to bolster my strength, and therein lies the crux of the matter. Hiss. I have played online games in the past, partaking in legendary quests. While minor monsters are easily dispatched, they yield scant experience, whereas formidable foes offer substantial rewards but are arduous to defeat. To be prudent, I shall select the second. Ding, initiating the loading of the sacred body breathing technique. A flash of inspiration illuminated Wang Yu's mind as countless techniques and manuals began to populate his consciousness, akin to a computer swiftly uploading data via a USB connection. I hope this technique aids me in rescuing Old Master Su, enabling me to grow stronger. Reviewing the sacred body breathing technique. Chapter 61. Sacred body breathing technique. In the vast universe, the essence of all things is birth. The source of life lies in breathing. As long as breath continues, life persists. The path of cultivation hinges on respiration. Breath is the gateway to myriad methods, the fountain of life. Through the power of breath, one refines the physical body, strides towards the sacred body, and ascends to supreme status. The breathing technique flows as smoothly as breath itself, sanctifying the flesh. Fists and feet can transform into divine weapons and shields. With brute force, monstrous strength, and divine power, traverse the realms of existence. Smash through the myriad worlds. What a splendid proclamation of smashing through the myriad worlds. Wang Yu's eyes shimmered with brilliance. The introduction of this technique is impressively formidable. Smashing through the myriad worlds, Wang Yu excitedly appended 2 words, contemplating. He, if I impart this technique to the members of my legion, our collective combat prowess will surge dramatically. This technique can only be practiced by the host. Should it be exposed, the host will face instant obliteration. Well then, it appears this cheat can only be unlocked by myself. With thoughts soaring, Wang Yu hastened his steps, eager to return to his village. Of course, he did not immediately set out with Su Lan and Gu Jianglu. Upon his return, he allowed them to rest for a moment and prepare some weapons and supplies. He then retreated to his basement, sealed the door, and commenced his practice of the sacred body-breathing technique. Sitting cross-legged, he emptied his mind, placing his hands at his sides, closing his eyes to achieve a state of tranquility and emptiness. No striving, no thoughts, no distractions. He focused all his attention on his breath, placing the essence of life upon respiration. With a deep breath and a gentle exhale, 2 hours later, Wang Yu was astonished to discover that he had attained a state of utter transcendence, merging seamlessly with the scene before him, as if he were floating in mid-air. Suddenly, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. An indescribable force from the Zhou dynasty flowed into his body with each breath he took through his nostrils. It was an exquisite sensation, as if his body, nourished by this power, had become light and brimming with vitality. The essence he inhaled was the purest spiritual energy in existence, which, upon entering his dantian, could transform into fighting spirit. Observing the continuous influx of luminous particles into his being, Wang Yu felt the impurities within him being expelled as sweat. He felt as though he had undergone a profound evolution. Wang Yu exclaimed, "My fighting spirit is also on the rise. Just sitting here for an entire night, this breathing technique is truly marvelous." Before him, numerous luminous specks floated in the air. Some white, some gray, and some pale white. These particles were seeping through the crevice of the door. Entering Wang Yu's body, it seemed that this breathing method required a more suitable environment in the future, he pondered. Just then, a golden speck appeared, merging into his form. Wang Yu felt as though he were on a roller coaster. Soaring up and down, left and right, a surge of 3 flowers converging at his crown intensified his power significantly. What could this mean? Wang Yu contemplated. Could it be that the specks I see represent the quality of spiritual energy? There are many gray and white ones in the world, but this golden one appears only once every 2 hours. After absorbing for another 2 hours, the golden specks ceased to appear. Withdrawing his consciousness from the realm of the holy body-breathing technique, the luminous particles before him vanished in the blink of an eye. Having practiced for 4 hours without rest, he felt no fatigue. Wang Yu mused, "Is this the pinnacle of cultivation?" Congratulations to the host for reaching the first rank of Do Master. Wang Yu remarked, "Hudad, I'm so powerful, yet I'm only a first-rank Do Master." Something seems amiss. In the past, during his assessment with the Demon Stone, he had shattered it with a single punch. Within the cultivation system of the Eastern continent, that would classify him as a formidable great Do Master, at least at the 8th rank. Why then did the system categorize him as merely a Do Master? The only explanation could be that their methods of assessment differed. Well, now that I am recognized as a Do Master, I can certainly contend with great Do Masters, and Do Kings can challenge Do Emperors. Rising to check the weather outside, Wang Yu observed the overcast sky. With stars rarely visible, it was nearly time to lead his companions down the mountain. Accompanied by Gu Jianglu, Su Lan, Gu Yuedong, and 3 Do King experts, Wang Yu made the necessary preparations and set out from the mountain around 5 o'clock in the morning. 8 hours had passed, and Su Lan was increasingly anxious. With the assistance of the cloud-consuming flying tiger beast, they had spent approximately 5 hours reaching the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. The vastness of the Beast Mountain Range was beyond imagination. If one were to rely solely on foot travel or horseback as means of transportation, the journey would span 10 days, covering a distance exceeding 2,000 kilometers. In the not-so-distant ahead, a fortified city, encircled by towering walls, comes into view. The entrance of the city gate. Imperial guards of the Gamma Empire maintain vigilant watch, while an array of merchants in peculiar garb bustle about. Among them, pedestrians clad in opulent robes and Taoist garments traverse the thoroughfare, likely practitioners from various sects journeying across the continent. Within the largest sect of Heihu City resides the Burning Fire sect, whose influence is so potent that even the city lord must heed the words of the sect leader. Wang Yu and his companions returned the cloud-swallowing flying tiger to the Beast Mountain Range. Seeking a secluded spot to disguise themselves, they gathered to discuss their next steps. Wang Yu addressed the group, "Esteemed friends, the esteemed Su and his party have fallen victim to treachery. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to split up. Su Lan, Gu Yutong, and I will project the identity of mere Do masters, feigning a lack of strength. Yu Jianglu, you shall accompany the 3 Do kings and remain hidden in the shadows, providing us with support. Should we encounter peril, your presence will be our safeguard. What say you? Gu Jianglu raised his hand in agreement. I concur, Su Lan added. Wang Yu, you have spoken to my very heart. I pondered this matter throughout the night. The hearts of the people in Heihu City are treacherous, and we must indeed separate. Yu Yutong remained silent, his striking white hair a testament to his fierce resolve. It was evident that he was exhilarated by his first venture beyond the city gates. Jiu Jianglu cautioned. We shall remain concealed. You 3 must exercise utmost vigilance. In the village, the villagers were simple, but here, the complexities of human nature abound. Be clever. After their initial ambush, Su Lan's demeanor had noticeably frayed, her anxiety palpable. Jiu Yutong, too, was tense due to the novelty of city life. Conversely, Wang Yu, having once been a content creator on Bilibili, had prepared a special program on navigating urban pitfalls. Old Gu, our safety rests in your capable hands, he stated. With a swift motion, Gu Jianglu and the 3 Do kings vanished from Wang Yu's sight. Slipping into the shadows to maintain their watchful surveillance, we shall keep a distance of 50 meters, reducing to 30 in necessary circumstances, and within 5 meters in cases of extreme danger. Remember, should I appear within your line of sight, prioritize your safety. True to his prowess as a Do emperor, Gu Jianglu's voice echoed, its origin elusive to Wang Yu. Are you 2 feeling tense? Wang Yu inquired, turning to face them. Su Lan replied. In comparison to my grandfather's life, my own anxiety pales. My foremost concern is for him. I shall lead you to the shop where I was previously attacked. Very well, Wang Yu and Gu Yutong responded in unison. Chapter 63. Enduring humiliation, Su Lan continued, upon entering the city, if we wish to avoid scrutiny or undue hardship, we must offer a token of appreciation to the guards at the gate. As she spoke, she retrieved a prepared sum of 90 copper coins from her pocket, offering 30 coins per person, according to the customary practice. Jiu Yutong, possessing a bold spirit and a sense of integrity, remarked with discontent, to enter, we must part with 30 copper coins. The regulations in this city are indeed excessive. Wang Yu explained, the duty of the gatekeeper is to guard the city gate. And yet we are charged 30 copper coins to enter, with no oversight from those above. Su Lan replied. Brother Wang Yu, the people of Black Tiger City are far from the Gamma Empire. The mountains are high and the emperor is distant, so there is no one to oversee them. Halt. You 3 unfamiliar faces, what business do you have in the city? The guard, with a face full of excess flesh, glared at them, his beer belly betraying a complete lack of the resilience and valor expected of a soldier. Instead, he emitted an air of greasy indulgence. Indeed, they eat well. Wang Yu scoffed. Su Lan, accustomed to the situation, presented the pouch of copper coins, saying, we merely wish to stroll through the city and purchase a few items. The guard weighed the bag, entirely indifferent to the gazes of the passers-by, a commonplace occurrence, and stated, behave yourselves while in the city. At that moment, a voice rang out. No money, no entry. Get lost, thud. A woman, wearing a conical hat, was suddenly kicked to the ground by a guard, her hat falling as a 5-year-old child tumbled alongside her, wailing loudly. The woman, distressed, clutched her child and knelt on the ground, pleading, Guard, my husband conducts business within the city. He hasn't returned home to see us in years. I hurried here with my child through the night, and my funds have nearly run out. I truly have no money to enter the city. I beg you, please let me in. I will find my husband and repay you immediately. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her face covered in dust and her clothes tattered, while the child beneath the hat looked frail, with sunken eyes. They had endured considerable hardship on their journey. Nonsense. If I let you into the city, who knows where you might run off to? The guard replied coldly, drawing his spear and adding, if you wish to avoid harm, go cry elsewhere and do not delay others from entering the city. Just then, a group of 6 men clad in black robes approached, exuding a menacing aura, their eyes glinting with malice, swords in hand. Upon seeing them, the guard quickly stepped aside, ingratiatingly saying, Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, welcome, please enter. However, the group paid no heed to the guard. The man at the forefront held a position of great authority, rendering the gatekeeper nothing more than a mere watchdog. The woman, frantic, had not eaten for 3 days and had relied on sheer will to reach Black Tiger City. Only by passing through the gates did she see hope for survival. With her eyes reddened from desperation, she pleaded, Guard, I implore you to show some kindness. Look, you allowed them to enter without charge. I am but one more soul. I beseech you, if I cannot enter, I truly do not know how I will survive, and furthermore, you see my—" Before she could finish, the guard's expression shifted, and the group in black halted as if struck by thunder. "Who the hell do you think you are? You cannot compare yourself to these esteemed gentlemen. You are just worthless trash without money and the face of their status and power. Your life means nothing." The guard lunged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, and another guard joined in, following suit. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, spare me," the woman cried, covering her head in agony. At that moment, a cloaked figure approached and commanded, "Silence. My brother does not wish to hear another word from her." "Indeed," replied the guard. Chapter 64. I could no longer bear it. "Please, I beg you, brother, do not. I merely wish to enter the city. I implore you, do not strike me," the woman pleaded. However, the guard responded with a forceful punch to her face, gripping her collar with his other hand. With a series of resounding blows, the woman's face became a tapestry of bruises, and blood flowed from her nose. A child, barely 5 years old, was paralyzed with fear, crying out in distress, "Do not hit my mother, please." The woman's visage was swollen, her teeth lost, yet the guard continued his assault, growing more brutal with each strike. "You shameless wretch, who dared to offend our young master? With your pathetic self, you think to enter the city." The guard's fury intensified with every blow. Passers-by, clad in the simple garb of farmers, cast wary glances at the scene. Such occurrences were all too common in Black Tiger City. They, being mere peasants without the prowess to fight, could only toil in the fields, surrendering their meager earnings to the guards of Black Tiger City. "Alas, how pitiful," lamented one farmer. "What are you doing? Do not intervene. If you attract their ire, we cannot bear the consequences," warned another farmer, seeing his companion's inclination to step forward. "We owe 30 copper coins every week. Do not risk your own safety." Meanwhile, some bounty hunters and gang members, accustomed to such spectacles, observed with indifference. Dressed with a touch of finery and moving in packs, these individuals were untouchable. The guards would not dare to demand tribute from them, for offending such a group could lead to dire repercussions, even death for the guards, who would be left to swallow their grievances in silence. This was a world where might reigned supreme. Without strength, one was merely prey. "Wang Yu, Gu Yuetong, look away, let us depart," Su Lan urged. When I arrived, so much had already transpired, and I feel utterly powerless. Wang Yu felt a pang of sympathy. The woman lay on the brink of unconsciousness, her face drenched in crimson, her injuries far too severe to be described merely as bruises. "Do not strike me. I only wish to see my husband," the woman murmured weakly. Mother, please, do not harm my mother." The young child rushed forward, only to be kicked to the ground by the guard. "Toc, your husband? I'll send you to meet the king of hell instead. Who told you to offend our young master?" The guard raised his fist high, poised to deliver a crushing blow to the woman's nose. At that moment, Gu Yuetong could no longer contain himself. He delivered a swift kick to the guard's back. The guard stumbled forward, losing his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. "Who the hell is that blind fool seeking death? Capture him." The young master, clad in a black robe, did not hastily retreat. Instead, he paused, casting a lingering glance at Gu Yuetong, whose hair shone like snow and whose handsome features bore an air of chilling detachment. Lan, with a headache, remarked, "I knew this young lad would take it upon himself to right wrongs." Wang Yu, equally troubled, lamented the trouble caused by Gu Yuetong as soon as they emerged from the mountains. The young man had offended the guards of Black Rock City, who, regardless of their station, were still individuals of some standing. In an instant, Gu Yuetong found himself surrounded by 3 other guards, their spears menacingly pointed at him, effectively trapping him in their midst. "You little rascal, what do you intend to do?" one of them demanded. However, the guards hesitated to act, as Gu Yuetong bore the demeanor, appearance, and attire of a young master from a prestigious family. Until they understood the situation, none dared to act recklessly. Gu Yuetong tossed down 30 copper coins and said, "I've already compensated the woman. Oh, not overstep your bounds." Chapter 65. Poisonous Techniques. A 10-sided ambush. The young master clad in black robes waved his hand, and his servant, understanding the unspoken command, stepped forward and asked, "Brash young man, who do you think you are? Which family do you hail from to dare act so arrogantly in Black Tiger City?" With a scoff, Gu Yuetong retorted, "I detest bullies who prey on the weak. What kind of prowess is it to intimidate a woman and a 5-year-old child?" He stepped forward, lifted the child, and gently wiped the dirt from the child's face. soothingly saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Do not be afraid." As Gu Yuetong performed these actions, the 3 guards still did not dare to move. The young man was too composed, too unflappable. These seasoned guards, accustomed to various encounters, would have acted if they had detected even a hint of fear in Gu Yuetong's eyes. Yet he remained resolute, exuding a chilling calmness that rendered the imminent danger insignificant. One of the guards, getting back on his feet, questioned Gu Yuetong, "Which family's young master are you?" At that moment, the leader of the black-robed youths interjected, "Forget whose family he is, attack him." "Yes, big brother." With that, 5 black-robed youths surged forward like a flash of light toward Gu Yuetong, while the 3 guards lunged at him with their spears. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Su Lan felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, "Wang Yu, this is truly not the time for such antics." Before he could ponder further, Wang Yu sprang into action, launching a fist aimed at the waist of the black-clad man. Possessing the skeletal remains of Penga's primordial being, Wang Yu, despite being merely at the Dou-Shi level, moved with a swiftness that surpassed ordinary Dou-Shis, reaching the heights of a great Dou-Shi in Black Rock City. A formidable being at the great Dou-Shi level could assume the role of a family patriarch, and one with the strength of an 8th-rank great Dou-Shi could elevate their family to a position of prominence within Black Tiger City, not to mention the exalted realms of Douwang and Douhuang. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu's punch sent one of the black-clad assailants flying. They were merely fellow Dou-Shis themselves. Yet, Wang Yu was still too late to prevent the others, who had already launched themselves at Gu Yuetong. Poisonous techniques, an ambush from all sides. With a fierce roar, Gu Yuetong unleashed a potent toxin meticulously concocted by his grandfather, the esteemed Douhuang Gu Jianglu. With a flourish of his hands, the 2 vials of poison transformed under the dominion of his Dou-Qi into a swirling cloud of toxic mist, spreading forth and ensnaring those who dared to approach. Caught unawares, they were rendered immobile upon contact with the noxious vapor. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, their bodies succumbing to paralysis and collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Wang Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth? Gu Yuetong possesses such formidable resources. Had I known, I would have refrained from intervening." Seizing the moment when others were distracted, Wang Yu swiftly retreated into the crowd. The figure in the black robe observed this with mild surprise and remarked, "You young rascal possess some skill. What kind of treasure did you employ?" Humph! Gu Yuetong snorted disdainfully, channeling his Dou-Qi to draw the toxic mist back into the vials in his grasp. "An alchemist possesses the power to both save and slay." The onlookers were left in awe, while the group of guards stood helpless, as more spectators gathered to witness the spectacle. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. The man in the black robe, incensed by Gu Yuetong's audacious demeanor, abruptly lowered his cloak, revealing his true visage. A middle-aged man with a grim countenance and fierce glare. Distinguished by his strikingly red hair, he bellowed, "I am Jia Eolai, the 3rd son of the Burning Fire Sect's patriarch. Whoever aids me in teaching this arrogant brat a lesson shall receive 50 silver coins from me." Chapter 66. Young Master Gu's subordinate arrives. A sinister smile crept across Jia Eolai's face, growing more menacing as he declared, "No matter which family this boy hails from, in Black Rock City, he must heed the commands of the Burning Fire Sect. Should any trouble arise, the Burning Fire Sect will bear the consequences." His arrogance was palpable, a privilege reserved for the scions of grand families and illustrious sects. In their own territory, how could they allow themselves to be bullied by others? This was the 3rd son of the Burning Fire Sect's leader. His presence here was alarming. It was no wonder the guards would go to such lengths for him, even brutalizing a woman in Black Tiger City who would dare provoke him. Alas, this meddlesome youth was doomed. The ordinary farmers lamented for Gu Yuetong. Black Tiger City was essentially the domain of the Burning Fire Sect. Even the city lord was compelled to heed the sect's patriarch. Although the city lord hailed from the Gamma Empire, the Burning Fire Sect had deeply entrenched itself in Black Tiger City, with key positions filled by its members. Thus, we, the ordinary farmers, must endure the harshness of life. The crowd expressed their sympathy. The pent-up emotions of the farmers had simmered too long. They had been exploited and oppressed for far too long, with no one caring for their struggles. When misfortune befell them, such as poor harvests, they, despite being the producers, found themselves in dire straits. "Master Jia Eolai, allow me to handle this trivial matter." At that moment, a tall, gaunt man with a fierce expression and dual blades strapped to his back stepped forward from the crowd. "I am an 8th-rank Dou Master. This reward is certainly mine to claim." "Heh, what significance does an 8th-rank Dou Master hold?" A towering figure, standing 8 meters tall and adorned with a pair of hefty axes slung over his back, made his entrance, proclaiming, "I am a 9th-rank great fighter. One rank above you." That moment, a massive sword engulfed in flames descended from the heavens, causing the air to sizzle with heat. Simultaneously, a man landed gracefully on the blade with one foot, light as a swallow, executing a flawless somersault before securing the sword upon his back. "Young master, I heard from a distance that you seek a reward. Who dares to cause trouble on our territory?" The smile on Galio's face deepened as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Uncle Een, your timing is impeccable. It is this white-haired brat before us." Een Hungyo fixed his gaze upon Gu Yuetong, his expression one of disdain. "I am Een Hungyo, a first-rank fighting king and a disciple of the Flame Sect, here to seek your guidance." That moment, Su Lan and Wang Yu, standing at the periphery, wore expressions of helplessness. Su Lan remarked, "Wang Yu, we cannot associate with Gu Yuetong. Offending the third young master of the Flame Sect will surely make us targets once we enter the city. We must pretend not to know him." Wang Yu replied anxiously, "Very well, we shall feign ignorance. Alas, we must devise a way to assist Gu Yuetong. How did he attract the attention of a fighting king?" The farmers present sighed in unison, acknowledging that Een Hungyo was but a sycophant to Galio, always conveniently appearing whenever Galio was in need. In truth, Een Hungyo hoped that the third young master would speak favorably of him to the sect leader. As the powerful took action, several bounty hunters retreated into the crowd, realizing that their opportunity had fled. Alas, regardless of whose young master he was, it would ultimately result in a collection of corpses. It was unfortunate that he encountered Galio at such a moment. With a whoosh, Een Hungyo surged forward with remarkable speed. Gu Yuetong, taken aback, prepared to defend himself, but the blade was already slicing towards his neck. How swift! Was there such a disparity in power with just one rank difference? Bang! A formidable aura erupted as a black-robed elder struck Een Hungyo into the concrete with a single punch. 3 powerful figures descended as if sent by the heavens, surrounding Gu Yuetong. "Young Master Gu, I have arrived too late to your aid. It is truly a grave sin." The fighting Emperor Gu Jianglu spoke. Chapter 67. The 2 old men in a play. The black-robed elder moved with astonishing speed, akin to a thunderclap, followed closely by 3 men in black, whose presence was equally imposing. Galio stood frozen. Astonished, a first-rank fighter like Een Hungyo has been obliterated by a single punch from this adversary. Most importantly, we did not even notice the arrival of this black-robed elder. Who exactly is this black-robed individual? The surrounding mercenaries wondered curiously. Not to mention the black-robed figure, which family's young master does this pertain to, given the presence of such a formidable companion? The mercenaries and farmers along the roadside inquired. Galio demanded, "Who are you? Dare you wreak havoc on the territory of my Flame Sect? Do you wish to perish?" The pride and dignity of the third young master must not be compromised, especially with so many spectators around. However, witnessing his subordinates being brutally beaten, he could only brace himself and declare, "Who am I?" As if in response, resplendent wings of light emerged from his back, radiating a gentle white glow, saturated with fighting spirit. A third-rank Do Huang. What? A third-rank Do Huang is actually serving as this young master's bodyguard. The utterance sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. To possess a Do Huang as a bodyguard and to refer to him as a subordinate, what an immense and formidable family must this be? In the entirety of the Burning Fire Sect and Black Tiger City, the most powerful figure, the sect leader of the Burning Fire Sect, barely reached the pinnacle of Do Huang. Within the Gamma Empire, Do Huangs are esteemed guests of royalty, and now one serves as a mere young master's protector. This white-haired youth is indeed extraordinary, truly remarkable. Galileo, taken aback, promptly turned to flee, disregarding the fate of his smaller companions and guards. This news must be reported to grandfather without delay. This group surely harbors ulterior motives. Observing Galileo's hasty retreat, Gu Yutong stepped forward, and at that moment, the surrounding villagers instinctively parted ways, as if they were in the presence of a demonic deity. The city guards, once brazen, now dared not continue their arrogance. Jiu Yutong seized the guard who had assaulted the woman, delivering 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each strike landing with brutal force, eliciting agonized cries from the guard. Yet no one dared intervene. This moment, Wang Yu and Su Lan stood by, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. This turn of affairs was beyond their expectations. It seemed that the old gentleman indeed had a knack for theatrics, instantly elevating Gu Yutong's status. Should Gu Yutong's reputation echo throughout Black Tiger City, it is likely that few would dare target him. This was not the trajectory we had envisioned, Wang Yu pondered. If we continue to investigate this Gu Yutong and the individuals who kidnapped and robbed Old Master Su, will they, out of fear, avoid showing themselves and thus hinder our efforts to rescue old Master Su? Su Lan, deep in contemplation, replied earnestly, indeed. I have similar thoughts. At this juncture, it seems our only option is to act independently. Just then, having rendered the guard unconscious, Gu Yutong approached to assess the woman's condition and called out to Wang Yu. Brother Wang, come lend a hand. Let us assist these women. Brother Wang, could it be that someone accompanied this young master? Who could it be? Upon hearing Gu Yutong's voice, the onlookers turned to search the crowd. Wang Yu and Su Lan exchanged awkward glances, clearly reluctant to acknowledge the connection. How could they admit to such a thing? Was it appropriate to be so conspicuous in their efforts to save others? Chapter 76. The rare treasure of the Monster Mountain Range. Wang Yu exchanged glances with Gu Yutong, who, perceptive as ever, cleared his throat and remarked, where has Brother Wang gone? Never mind. Old Gu, please help me carry the women into the city. To be honest, Gu Yutong had seamlessly slipped into the role of a young master. It must be said that these two indeed possess a remarkable talent for acting, portraying the roles of the young master and his bodyguard with great aplomb. Yes, young master. Jiu Jianglu gestured behind him, prompting the Do Wang to step forward and lift the woman. Jiu Yuetong gently cradled the 5-year-old child, soothingly ruffling the little one's head, and reassured, it's all right. Brother will save you now. Mother, do not worry. With me here, no one shall bully you. Wang Yu and Su Lan followed closely behind Gu Yuetong, maintaining a composed demeanor. The villagers and mercenaries, having etched Gu Yuetong's visage into their memories along with the day's astonishing events, could not help but sigh. Just a few days ago, it was said that a Do Huang had arrived in Black Tiger City, and now another one appears. Is something monumental about to unfold in Black Tiger City? At the Hall of the Burning Fire Sect, a resounding voice echoed down the corridor into the grand chamber. What is happening? The magnificent hall, adorned with opulence, housed 10 elders of the Burning Fire Sect seated on either side. At the center sat an elderly man with graying hair, robust in stature and with a ruddy complexion, resembling one scorched by flames. His temper was equally fiery. Who the hell is bellowing in the hall? Sect Master Jia Wuya bellowed in fury. Thud. Jia Ali knelt, prostrating himself before the grand hall, and said, Grandfather, a grave situation has arisen. A young master has arrived in the city, and his attendant knocked In Hung unconscious with a single punch. A single punch to incapacitate a first-grade Do Wang. Who on earth is this person? Jia Wuya slammed the table, rising in agitation. His voice, deep and resonant, filled the hall, reverberating with indignation and the scent of gunpowder. A young master accompanied by a third-grade Do Huang. Furthermore, he is followed by 3 cloaked figures, exuding considerable strength. Jia Ali hastily added, Grandfather, their arrival is most untimely. Are they after the treasures rumored to be emerging from the Monster Beast Mountains? A young master accompanied by a third-grade Do Huang. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the assembly, causing the elders to exchange uneasy glances. The irascible Jia Wuya's fury subsided as he returned to his seat. It is possible. The treasures from the Monster Beast Mountains must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Jia Ali, you have encountered these individuals. Send someone to keep a close watch on them. There can be no room for error. Yes, Grandfather. I vow to fulfill this task. Jia Ali responded dutifully, then exited the grand hall to Do Huang. Heh, even a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. I shall see what you intend to do. At this juncture, Gu Yuetong found a lodging establishment and secured a room, assisting the woman onto a wooden couch to channel her energy for healing. Assess the condition. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old child, having endured considerable hardship, wolfed down the meal Gu Yuetong had ordered, savoring every bite. Gu Yuetong remarked, the woman's condition is no longer critical. With some rest, she will awaken. Merely bruises mar my visage, and my nasal bridge has been fractured by the guards. Alas, there is naught I can do to mend it. Cursed fate. With a childlike fist, Gu Yutong struck the wooden post, expressing her indignation. Is this how the guards treat the common folk here? Chapter 69. Kindred spirits. An aged hand of Gu Jianglu rested upon Gu Yutong's snowy tresses, and he spoke. Grandchild, this world is far more treacherous than you can fathom. The multitude striving to become combatants and embark upon the path of cultivation do so in the hopes of altering their destinies, seizing power into their own hands. Grandfather, can I assist them? I cannot tolerate such oppression of the weak. Jiu Yutong clenched her fists with fervor. You cannot help them. There are too many, far too many. Jiu Jianglu shook his head in lament. Black Tiger City is but a microcosm of the Gamma Empire. The plight of ordinary citizens depends on the nature of their lord. Should those in power be obstinate and decayed, the lives of the townsfolk will be fraught with hardship. Gu Yutong's gaze dulled, her head bowing gradually, as her strong sense of justice struggled to accept this harsh reality. Wang Yu placed a reassuring hand on Gu Yutong's shoulder, saying, "Do not despair. We can take it step by step. As long as we welcome the villagers to our community, we shall ensure they lead prosperous lives and protect them with our strength. We will no longer allow them to endure such subjugation. Our efforts are essential." Wang Yu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Understood. Thank you, Village Chief Wang Yu. Gu Yutong nodded. Ding reputation increased by 10 points. The ancient texts proclaim that by treating the worthy with respect and striving towards a common goal, one may forge profound friendships. Wang Yu understood that Gu Yutong would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. At that moment, Su Lan interjected. "Old Master Gu, esteemed guests, we must devise a plan to rescue my grandfather." Wang Yu replied, "Since Gu Yutong's identity has been revealed, I shall accompany you to the shop where you were attacked. Old Master Gu, please conceal yourselves and assist us from the shadows." "What do you think?" Earlier at the city gate, Gu Yutong's prominence raised concerns that the villains might be deterred from showing themselves. Ji Jianglu affirmed, "Indeed, I believe this plan is sound." Gu Yutong stated, "I shall heed Brother Wang Yu's guidance." Su Lan agreed. "Excellent. Wang Yu, there is no time to lose. I shall lead you to the shop now. The women and children can remain here." After their deliberations, the group commenced their actions. Wang Yu and Su Lan proceeded along the pebble-strewn path, passing by the bustling townsfolk, occasionally overhearing discussions about a mysterious young master accompanied by a Do Huang bodyguard. The tales circulating among the people grew increasingly embellished, transforming the mysterious young master into a figure of great intrigue. Wang Yu mused, indeed, not traveling with them was the wisest choice. The road was lined with numerous shops, predominantly selling magic crystals, monster organs, various herbs, and weapons. Some were open markets where vendors showcased treasures from across the eastern continent, a mix of genuine and counterfeit goods, reliant on luck and keen vision. However, Wang Yu and Su Lan paid little heed, resolutely continuing on their path. "In the past, my grandfather and I sold weapons and magic crystals right here, exchanging them for food and other necessities." Su Lan's eyes darted around, observing the people nearby, each of whom seemed to have a history of confrontation with him. "Be cautious. Those who can conduct business here are as clever as monkeys." They arrived at the establishment ahead. Su Lan pointed towards it, where a wooden sign read "Home like accommodation." Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting that this shop was strategically located at the bustling street corner. Initially, he had assumed that Su Lan and his companions would encounter trouble in a remote area, but he was surprised to find such a populous and lively location. These people must possess considerable audacity to act here. Wang Yu inquired curiously. "It is not as you imagine." Su Lan shook his head, his gaze towards the shop growing increasingly furious. He longed to storm inside and confront the proprietor to demand information about his grandfather's whereabouts. If his grandfather were indeed in peril, he vowed to take vengeance upon this group. Wang Yu asked, "What? Is there something peculiar about this shop?" "Indeed. This street becomes deserted by 9 in the evening. Those conducting business here will disperse, leaving the street devoid of passers-by. It transforms into an exceptionally eerie and desolate place. Even the patrolling guards seldom traverse this area." Su Lan speculated. "I suspect this shop may be intentionally designed this way, presenting a facade of safety and liveliness during the day, only to become a prime opportunity for robbery at night." Wang Yu replied, "Let us proceed. No need to ponder. We shall discover the truth once we enter." As they stepped forward, Wang Yu lingered at the entrance, hoping to give the elderly Gu Jianglu a chance to prepare himself. However, Gu Jianglu and his companions were adept at concealing their whereabouts. Inside the home-like accommodation, the atmosphere was lively, with patrons bustling about in the 2-story dining area, half of which was filled to capacity. The waiter approached the two gentlemen with enthusiasm. "Welcome. Are you young masters here for a meal or to stay?" Su Lan scanned the crowd, searching for any individuals who appeared suspicious. The assailants from earlier had donned black cloaks, obscuring their identities, making it impossible to discern who they were. "We are looking for someone," Su Lan stated. "Oh, so you are in search of someone. Please, make yourselves comfortable," the waiter replied without delay, returning to attend to the other diners. Wang Yu, puzzled, asked, "Su Lan, how do you plan to find them? Do you have any leads?" Su Lan responded, "We were poisoned during our meal, so I intend to directly inquire with the owner and then question the chef who prepared our food." "Brother Wang Yu, be prepared. It is highly likely that we will need to take action soon." "Understood. I am ready," Wang Yu affirmed. After making their preparations, they approached the counter, where Su Lan inquired, "Hello, may I ask if the owner is present?" "I am the owner. How may I assist you, gentlemen?" The proprietor's demeanor remained calm, and upon seeing Su Lan, his eyes revealed no hint of awareness. as if he were entirely oblivious to the situation. Su Lan's countenance was frigid as she spoke. Boss, the day before yesterday, while dining at your establishment, someone poisoned us, our supplies were pillaged, and a life was taken, and my grandfather was also seized. Are you aware of these incidents? Wang Yu discreetly concealed a dagger within his attire. Should the adversary dare to attack, he would not hesitate to retaliate. The portly, balding proprietor, gazing at his ample belly, replied coolly, I am unaware. I have no knowledge of such matters. The boss was indeed adept at feigning innocence, claiming ignorance. Su Lan retorted. How could you be oblivious to events transpiring within your own establishment? Boss, I distinctly witnessed you present on the day of our tragedy. How can you assert that you know nothing? I truly do not understand. My young brother, please elaborate. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yu sprang into action, gripping the boss's head with one hand while placing the icy blade of the dagger against the boss's throat with the other. The abruptness of his movement rendered the surrounding patrons momentarily stunned. Soon, several waiters and diners hastily retrieved their weapons, encircling Su Lan and Wang Yu with a dozen men. The boss showed no sign of fear. Sneering, my young brothers, do you intend to stir trouble in my establishment? Chapter 71. Come on, aren't you quite formidable? The proprietor of this establishment was no ordinary villain. He possessed a temperament befitting a ruthless individual. Moreover, many of the waiters and patrons were his subordinates, all of whom were at the level of combat masters, while the boss himself was a formidable grand combat master. Even under the threat of Wang Yu's dagger, he remained unperturbed. What could these youths possibly possess in terms of strength? At most, they were mere combat masters. He, being a third-tier grand combat master, had an immense advantage due to the disparity in their realms. The boss scoffed, ha ha, I recall the events of the other day quite vividly. It seems you have indeed stumbled upon some loose ends. You two are quite wealthy, I see it so. You wish to exact vengeance with just the two of you? Su Lan's face flushed with anger as she demanded, tell me everything you know. Who are they? One of the waiters could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, ah, so you two have come to seek out my boss. Do you know what realm my boss occupies? He is a grand combat master. In his eyes, those daggers in your hands are merely toys. Understand? Toys. Ha ha ha, what a pair of deluded youngsters. The boss's longtime subordinates erupted in mockery, their laughter ringing out. The two youths, appearing to be just over 18, despite their exceptional talents, had barely reached the 6th-tier peak of their cultivation. What was there to fear? The boss declared, youngsters, allow me to impart a lesson today. Impulsiveness is the devil. As he spoke, the boss suddenly stepped forward, his movement uncanny. With a swift motion, he seized Wang Yu's arm with one hand while gripping the wrist of the hand holding the dagger with the other, forcefully twisting it aside. His actions flowed with remarkable fluidity and speed. Crack, ack, Wang Yu exerted force with one hand, and the boss's series of fluid movements not only failed but resulted in Wang Yu firmly pinning him against the counter. The solid head struck the wooden table, producing a sharp and resonant sound. Are you pretending to be a jungler? Wang Yu pressed a dagger against the boss's neck and declared, if you wish to live, speak the truth. If you desire death, I shall gladly assist you on your journey. Su Lan, watching from the side, was left dumbfounded and quietly inquired, Brother Wang Yu, I usually see you not training much. How is it that you can subdue even a grand fighter? Wang Yu replied with a chuckle, surprised? Astonished? After all, I am the village chief. The boss, taken aback, was about to resist, but Wang Yu's formidable hand pressed down with the weight of a mountain, leaving no room for defiance. How is this possible? How does this kid possess such strength? The boss exclaimed, what on earth do you want, kid? Wang Yu's actions attracted the attention of patrons within the shop. For a moment, he and Su Lan became the focal point, as no one anticipated these two youths would dare to act in someone else's territory. Su Lan, for one, dared not. He lacked the strength. As for Wang Yu, he carried a system within him and possessed the primal bone of Pangu. Upon accessing the talent inspection feature, he discovered that the boss was merely an ordinary adult with limited potential for cultivation. Wang Yu forcefully gripped the boss's face and slammed it once more onto the wooden table, demanding, what do I want? I want you to tell the truth. Who harmed our people? Who abducted them? Speak up. With each assertion, he grew increasingly agitated, repeatedly striking the boss's head against the table, the sturdy wood nearly splintering under the impact. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you. It was a group of outsiders. The boss cried in pain, I'll take you to find them. Chapter 72. A group of ruthless individuals. Su Lan observed Wang Yu and asked, isn't this sudden offer from the boss to lead us to the culprits a potential trap? He then voiced, Brother Wang Yu, Should we go? Yes. I'm holding on to this boss. If things go awry, I'll kill him, Wang Yu asserted. Deep down, he believed that Gu Jianglu and the three Duke Kings lurking in the shadows would surely come to their aid. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the boss's neck and commanded, "Clear the way, all of you. Are you all wishing for my demise?" The boss, filled with rage, bellowed at his subordinates, feeling humiliated as he, a notorious black market owner in Black Tiger City, found himself bound by two 18-year-olds. How could he show his face again? Lead the way, and don't try any tricks, Wang Yu warned, squeezing the boss's shoulder while concealing the dagger within the boss's jacket pocket. "If I sense anything amiss, this blade will find its way to your kidney. Rest assured, I'll lead you," the boss replied. As they exited the shop, Su Lan and Wang Yu flanked the boss, following his lead as they departed Black Tiger City, traversing a narrow path. As they ventured deeper along the narrow path, the number of people dwindled, and the soldiers stationed as guards ceased their patrols in this secluded area. "Where are you leading us?" Wang Yu inquired. Su Lan, ever vigilant, scanned their surroundings. Pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows of the trees, clearly intent on instilling a sense of surveillance. "They have made it abundantly clear that you would return. Having long since informed me of the location," the proprietor interjected. "The house ahead is the destination." Suddenly, both Wang Yu and Su Lan felt a jolt of apprehension. Su Lan remarked, "Brother Wang, why do I have the impression that they are deliberately targeting us? It feels premeditated. What could they desire from us? Our wealth?" Wang Yu steadied his breath. Indeed, this realm of mystical cultivation was far from a harmonious, egalitarian society. "Fear not. We shall discover the truth upon entering." Yet, despite his words, the enigmatic nature of their adversaries lingered ominously as the group approached the small dwelling. A flurry of movement erupted from the surrounding woods, where over a dozen figures clad in black and masked descended upon them. Upon their arrival, the proprietor exclaimed, "Gentlemen, spare me. I am of no further use." Wang Yu, with a firm push, sent the proprietor ahead of him, stating, "It appears these masked individuals are not your associates. Your life holds no leverage over them." The recently escaped proprietor, in a fit of desperation, concealed himself behind one of the masked figures, bellowing, "Ha, fools, when I say let go, you let go. Heh, these individuals are my allies. Do you truly believe they would disregard my commands? Everyone, please teach this brat a proper lesson." Cursing under his breath, he cradled his face, his arm in pain, his movements awkward. Yet, the masked figures paid his words no heed. The leader among them coldly commanded, "Get lost." The proprietor's face froze in shock. As he turned to flee, he cursed, "You ungrateful lot. Don't expect me to partner with you again for business. To hell with you." Before he could finish, a black-clad figure appeared before him, brandishing a sharp sword in a swift motion. The blade cleaved through the air. Hiss, blood sprayed forth as the proprietor's head fell, his corpulent body collapsing to the ground like a sack of rotten flesh. Su Lan swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What ruthless individuals! This is my first encounter with such treachery." At that moment, the earlier speaker addressed them, "You two, step inside." Chapter 73. The mysterious masked figures Su Lan and Wang Yu stood at the threshold of the small cabin. Encircled by the masked figures, with no avenue for escape, Su Lan queried, "Is my grandfather still alive?" The leader of the masked individuals responded, "You will find out once you enter." Wang Yu scrutinized the surroundings with caution. Su Jian's fifth uncle possessed the power of a battle emperor, and it was imperative to rescue the village. Regardless of their identities, those who dared to harm his village would undoubtedly face his wrath, and he would show no mercy. The room was spacious, its windows boarded up, allowing only faint shafts of light to penetrate, rendering the atmosphere dreamlike. Wang Yu and Su Lan strode forward with purpose. Before them stood a table, at which sat an elderly man, equally masked. Behind him loomed several other masked figures. "You have arrived. Please, take a seat." The speaker's voice was deep and resonant, betraying a considerable age. Wang Yu felt a sense of perplexity stirring within him, pondering. What is the intention of this group? System, activate the talent observation function. In the face of uncertainty, it was imperative to ascertain the strength of the opponents. The existence of a direct means to discern their realms would undoubtedly prove advantageous. The talent observation function was activated. Before Wang Yu's eyes floated a series of data above the masked elder. Ordinary, 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 genius. The elder at the forefront was classified as a genius. Wang Yu surmised that this old man must possess at least the strength of a fifth-tier Do Wang, if not higher. The imperial master of the Gamma Empire, Gu Qiankuan, had only reached the pinnacle of Do Wang. This elder could not possibly be a Do Huang. Wang Yu and Su Lan took their seats, and Su Lan, anxious, spoke up. "Where is my grandfather?" The masked elder raised his hand, and one of his subordinates brought forth 2 cups of tea, stating, "Young ones, after such a long journey, you must be weary. Please enjoy this fine tea, which I brought from Mount Amei." Wang Yu pushed the tea aside, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. "Where are the people you've captured? How can we free him? Where is he now? If you do not drink this tea, I fear you may never see him again," the elder threatened ominously. Gulping, Su Lan raised the cup to her lips and drank deeply. Wang Yu was taken aback. The tea was clearly laced with poison. Yet Su Lan drank without hesitation. Why doing so? She was falling into the trap set by this group. "Bring my grandfather out," Su Lan shouted defiantly. The elder gestured toward Wang Yu, saying, "Please, go ahead." Wang Yu lifted the cup, swallowing the tea in large gulps before violently throwing the cup to the ground. "Bring him out." Indeed, once the tea coursed through his body, he felt flames igniting within him, and his doqi spiraled out of control, wildly surging in every direction, nearly beyond his command. He attempted to forcefully regulate his energy, only to be met with a debilitating sense of weakness that rendered him powerless. "Do you really need to resort to poison to deal with 2 mere juniors?" Wang Yu mocked through the pain. "Ha ha ha!" The elder sprang to his feet, exclaiming with derision. In the world of martial arts, one cannot blame the use of such despicable tactics. Though they are shameful, they are effective. "Ha ha ha, otherwise how could I have captured a Do Huang expert? What is it that you truly desire? Having seized our resources, do you seek money or lives?" Su Lan's face flushed with anger, her eyes bloodshot. Su Jianwu was her only grandfather, who had raised her and taught her martial arts since childhood. When Su Lan was 5, her father had joined a band of warriors from their village to venture into the Beast Mountain range, seeking assistance from the outside world. However, he never returned. From that moment on, she and her grandfather had relied solely on each other, enduring together for a decade. "Grandfather, let me see my grandfather." Chapter 74. Who is the fool? The masked elder spoke. "Excellent. Since you are aware that my tea is poisoned, yet still dare to drink it, I commend your courage. Bring forth the captives." A room on the 2nd floor was pushed open by men clad in black, who brought forth the bloodied Su Jianwu, his body restrained by 2 sharp iron chains piercing through his scapula, suppressing his fighting spirit. Su Jianwu's breaths were faint, clearly subjected to inhumane torment. The 2 figures in black pressed him against the edge of the corridor on the 2nd floor. With his head bowed low, the blood streaming down his face was a sight that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. "Grandfather, grandfather!" Su Lan screamed frantically. The grandfather who once accompanied him and imparted martial arts knowledge was being so brutally mistreated. He erupted in rage, shouting, "Damn it! I'll fight you all for daring to treat my grandfather this way." The most cherished and intimate person, now bloodied by the mysterious assailants, ignited a fury within him that threatened to drive him mad, stripping him of reason. Crack! Su Lan abruptly stood, but his body was uncontrollable, crashing to the ground and colliding with the nearby chair. "Ha ha ha, with a pathetic display like that, you think you can save anyone? Do you even have the strength to fight me?" The mysterious elder rose and stomped down hard on Su Lan's head, trampling him mercilessly. "Why aren't you fighting back? Look how I'm treating your friend. Doesn't it infuriate you?" The elder increased the pressure underfoot. Stubbornly, Su Lan endured the agony in silence, cursing, "Dare to lay a hand on my grandfather? I'll haunt you even in death. Ha ha ha, come at me. I've taken countless lives and still live quite well. If you have the guts, come back as a ghost to find me." The masked elder grasped Su Lan's head and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Crack! Blood oozed from Su Lan's forehead, his appearance disheveled, hair in disarray. He couldn't retaliate. It wasn't yet the time to strike. Wang Yu inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. However, witnessing his comrade treated in such a manner ignited an immense fire within him. Yet, he had to endure. There were too many unanswered questions. If this group of mysterious individuals sought money, they would not have tortured the Duke of Battle, Su Jianwu. Severely injured, Su Jianwu was subjected to interrogation by these people. Wang Yu and his companions had not descended from the mountains in a century, nor had they offended anyone from the outside world. Yet this group sought to annihilate them. Wang Yu forced himself to remain calm, analyzing the situation with a clear mind. The only feasible explanation involved the Holy Rock Empire's Shenluo or the Gamma Empire's Gu Qiankuren sending individuals after them. Wang Yu inquired, "Are you from the Gamma Empire's Gu Qiankuren?" After the words left his lips, Wang Yu observed the other party's actions, noting a conspicuous pause. You truly are clever. You've seen through it. The elder suddenly shed his black robe, revealing hair as white as snow and a face etched with age, adorned with a sinister smile, a ghastly scar slashed from the edge of his eye to the corner of his mouth. The ancient master sent me to kill you, provided I do so without drawing attention. Crazy San Lao Zhang laughed maniacally, his scarred smile growing increasingly sinister as he said, "Hee hee, since you have guessed my intentions, I shall make your death painfully clear. As for the people of your village, I will lure them out and eliminate them one by one." Crazy San released his foot and fixed his gaze upon Wang Yu, wickedly declaring, "You are quite clever, boy. Since you have unraveled my scheme, I will kill you first and use these two fools as bait." That moment, Su Lan, lying on the ground, managed a strained smile and retorted, "Fools? I think you are the real fool. You have fallen into your own trap." "What?" Crazy San gasped in astonishment. Chapter 75. No Mercy. Gu Jianglu, the former imperial alchemist of the Gamma Empire, was a fifth-tier pharmacist capable of both healing and poisoning with his concoctions. Renowned as the foremost master of alchemy and toxicology in the Gamma Empire, he had now filled the room with an odorless, colorless poison gas, unnoticed by those present, all of whom inhaled it into their bodies. This toxin, upon entering, bore no immediate side effects or sensations. However, outside the room, a calm voice echoed, "Combat technique. Cardiac paralysis. Thud, thud." Crazy San's expression changed abruptly as he clutched his heart, which was seized by excruciating, torturous pangs, rendering his body unresponsive and stiff, collapsing to the ground. Devoid of any strength, it was not only Crazy San who succumbed. The other masked figures fell lifelessly to the ground as well. Su Jianwu, already weakened and in discomfort, could hardly express his plight when suddenly a figure clad in black emerged from the corridor. Jiu Jianglu placed a pill into Su Jianwu's mouth, and as the pill took effect, he regained his composure. You. Crazy San stammered, incredulous as he stared at the two young men before him, astonished. How is this possible? This is the Gu family's combat technique. How could you? Suddenly, three men dressed in black burst through the doorway, their blades stained with blood. Wang Yu commanded, "Spare this old man. The rest can be killed." The black-clad men moved with precision and skill, effortlessly dispatching over a dozen incapacitated foes on the ground. Crazy San exclaimed in shock, "How have you mastered such profound toxic techniques?" He recalled how the imperial alchemist Gu Qingquan had tasked him, emphasizing the need for discretion and stealth. He believed he had been cautious enough, but to his astonishment, he discovered that his adversaries were accompanied by unparalleled masters of poison. Struggling to rise, Su Lan spat in Crazy San's face and said, "As Gu Qingquan's lackey, today I shall ensure you receive ample satisfaction. Do you enjoy a full-service experience?" With a resounding crack, Su Lan seized a wooden stool and began to mercilessly strike Crazy San's head, exclaiming, "This is what you get for being arrogant. Did you truly think we came here merely to rescue someone? Fool!" As he berated and battered, his hands grew weak from the exertion. "I will make you pay for capturing my grandfather, dragging you back to the village, and tormenting you for 100 years, 500 years until you perish. How dare you touch my grandfather?" Wang Yu observed from the sidelines, taking action but refraining from interference, merely advising, "Su Lan, just leave him with a breath." The mad old man struggled, exclaiming, "You cannot kill me. Your bodies still harbor the poison I have sown, and only I can resolve it. Is that so?" At that moment, a sudden, chilling voice emerged as Gu Jianglu removed his black robe, revealing his true identity. "Jiu Qingquan, I spare your life. Yet you show no remorse and send others to harm my village." In that instant, Gu Jianglu made a resolute decision to sever ties with his own brother. Gu Jianglu, you are not dead?" The mad old man raved, doubting his own vision. "It seems Gu Qingquan told you nothing and merely sent you to kill." Gu Jianglu approached Wang Yu and Su Lan, bowing to Wang Yu and inquired, "Village Chief Wang Yu, may I take this man?" Wang Yu retorted coldly, "Absolutely not." Chapter 69. Arrest them all, Wang Yu declared. "Old Master Gu, I understand this is a matter concerning your family. However, he has harmed Su Lan and injured Old Master Su. It would be best if you did not involve yourself in this matter. Just observe." Wang Yu thought to himself, "Gu Jianglu, I have given you a chance by letting Gu Qingquan go. How could I possibly hand over this person to you?" Gu Qingquan explained, "Village Chief Wang Yu, that is not my intention. I simply wish to inquire some information from him. The poison capable of subduing a Do Huang-level warrior is no ordinary toxin. The only families able to concoct such poisons, aside from the top-tier alchemical families and the barbaric Wandu sect, are the Gu family. We possess 3 types of toxins that can subdue Do Huang-level strength. And the antidote for this is different. I still need to provide an antidote for Su Jinwu. Is that so? Su Lan, do you have any objections? Wang Yu queried. Su Lan replied, what objections could I possibly have? Do you want my grandfather to die from poison? The three Do Wang level warriors eliminated all opposition and rescued Old Master Su Jinwu, subsequently returning to the others. Jiyu Jianglu conducted a thorough examination. Although Su Jinwu was gravely injured, he was not fatally wounded and would recover after a period of rest in the village. Suddenly, Wang Yu remarked, Old Master Gu, has Gu Qinghuan disclosed our village's affairs to outsiders? Could he have informed the emperor that the Dosheng is not dead? Gu Jianglu responded, Village Chief Wang Yu, there is indeed a possibility. Gu Qinghuan is not a benevolent man. He would do anything for his own gain. However, this aligns with Wang Yu's plans, enabling him to vigorously develop the village's military upon his return and expand its ranks. The enemy is the Grandmaster of the Gamma Empire, Wang Yu declared. Let us depart. We have rescued our people. There is no need to linger here. Su Lan, cradling her grandfather, felt an urgency to return and said, let us go. I just want to get back quickly. Just as Wang Yu and his group prepared to leave, they were encircled by the sound of rustling footsteps from outside the room, as numerous individuals surrounded them. What is happening? Who has come again? Wang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Could they be the agents of the insane San Lao lurking around us? Do Huang Gu Jianglu said. Regardless of who they are, I will lead you to fight our way out. With a loud crash, the door to the room was violently kicked open. All murderers, bind them immediately. Countless warriors clad in the armor of Heihu City surged in, brandishing their sharp blades and steel knives. What murderers? Wang Yu questioned, bewildered. What is going on? The captain leading the charge replied. We have just received a report from the Rujia lodging that two young individuals have kidnapped the owner. On our way here, we discovered the owner's corpse. Upon entering, we were met with a strong stench of blood. You two must be the culprits, correct? Wang Yu's heart sank. What kind of logic is this captain employing? How can he conclude that we are the murderers? Did you see that? It was these black-clad individuals who did this. We have no connection to it. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the captain observed the room filled with a pungent odor of blood. Due to the dim lighting, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the ground was littered with at least a dozen corpses. Did all these people do this? The captain swallowed hard, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Do we have enough manpower for this? Can we handle the situation at hand? If I return empty-handed without apprehending anyone, it won't bode well for me. Brothers, charge. Capture this group and don't let them escape. Chapter 70. Commencing the experience life task. These ordinary guards standing before them could scarcely hope to impede Do Huang Gu Jianglu. With a sudden movement, Gu Jianglu stepped forward, blocking the path of the crowd, and with a single hand, brandished a white sword. The captain of the Heihu City warriors launched the first attack, shouting furiously, having killed so many, do you still wish to resist? You deserve nothing less than death. In theory, such sectarian conflicts would not involve the warriors of Heihu City. However, the owner of Rujia Lodging was a notorious figure, commanding a gang of dozens. If the Heihu City warriors abstained from intervening, it would undoubtedly lead to further chaos in the city's security. The consequences could escalate dramatically. Jiyu Jianglu retaliated swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to the captain's abdomen, sending him flying back, crashing through the wooden door and collapsing outside, unconscious. How formidable! How can this person be so strong? This brief display of power sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding warriors, who hesitated to advance recklessly. Jiyu Jianglu, realizing that their opponents were too weak for him to even draw his sword, kicked one of the guards aside. The incoming warriors were merely insufficient to serve as a warm-up for such a formidable Do Huang. Let us hurry back to the village, Gu Jianglu urged. Wang Yu nodded. Remaining here would only exacerbate the impending danger. Let us go. At that moment, the system unexpectedly announced, Ding, a hidden task has been activated. Experience life. The host must be captured by the officials of Heihu City and thrown into the prison, where they must remain for a week. Complete the task of experiencing life, unlock new technologies, including football fields, basketball courts, and swimming pool construction techniques, as well as the crafting of basketballs, footballs, and swimming trunks. Wang Yu inquired, System Brother, what use is this reward to me? Ding, it can enhance the recreational activities of the villagers, possessing the ability to instill cultural influence, thereby increasing the sense of belonging among the villagers during their leisure time. Just as everyone hurriedly departed along the path, the approaching Do Wang was carrying Su Jinwu, Wang Yu, and Su Lan. The two individuals still bore the remnants of the poison from the tea, unable to unleash their fighting spirit. Su Lan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang Yu, for accompanying me. I've even caused you to be poisoned. Jiu Jianglu remarked. I recognize this poison. It won't be fatal, merely suppresses one's fighting spirit. A few days of rest will suffice for recovery. Let us find a safe place to hide. I shall return to search for my grandson. However, at that moment, Wang Yu interjected, let me down. I wish to go to prison. Upon uttering these words, Wang Yu distinctly felt the peculiar gazes of the crowd, along with Su Lan's expression of disbelief, as if to say, are you out of your mind? Su Lan replied, brother, do you think prison is entertaining? Once inside, you will face a world of suffering, especially under the pretense of murder. Wang Yu countered, the key is that I did not commit the murder, so what do I have to fear? I merely wish to experience life within those walls. Su Lan, having never been imprisoned herself, recalled her grandfather's tales. Those held within are all individuals who have committed various heinous acts. Jiu Jianglu, seemingly perplexed, asked, Village Chief Wang Yu, do you have an alternative plan? Wang Yu pondered, I can hardly disclose that I have a system that wants me to experience prison, lest I be deemed insane. Chapter 71. Trouble awaits. Indeed, Wang Yu declared, since Guqian Kuan has arranged for Feng Sanquang to kill us, I wish to observe whether the Gamma Empire will secretly contact those in Hutu City and how they will treat the villagers. Will they attempt to kill me? I am quite curious to see. Old One, send someone to monitor me. If you hear news of my demise, come to my AID. Jiu Jianglu responded, I see. Wang Yu is concerned about other arrangements, which is a valid approach. I shall dispatch individuals to ensure your safety. Wang Yu halted, speaking earnestly. During this time, I entrust the matters of the village to you. As for my parents, inform them that I am safe and that I will be staying in Black Tiger City for a few days. All right, do not worry. Su Lan approached with reluctance, excitedly embracing Wang Yu. Be wise, do not suffer losses. Wang Yu urged, you all should leave quickly. The pursuers will arrive shortly. The group moved swiftly, soon disappearing into the forest, while Wang Yu exhaled a heavy breath. An undercurrent of anxiety swirled within him. Prison? Before his transmigration, he was a distinguished university student, and now he found himself in this peculiar world, entangled in a system's design. Experiencing life, indeed, is a profound journey. System, I wish to exchange for an item, a potion capable of expelling toxins from the body. In accordance with the principle of cost-effectiveness and high value, I present to you the Yuan Recovery Pill. Effect, potently eliminates bodily impurities and toxins, enhancing the immune system. Reputation points, 300. Exchange. With a mere thought, Wang Yu conjured a black pill in his mind, grasped it in his hand, and placed it into his mouth to chew. Remaining reputation points, 222. Alas, the good days have come to an end, Wang Yu sighed, making his way back to his previous quarters, where he faced daily hunger, an abundance of cockroaches and rats, and was surrounded by all manner of grotesque figures. Lord City Master, something is amiss. At the Black Tiger City Lord's mansion, a warrior clad in black armor rushed in, colliding with nearby soldiers and palace maids, heedless of the chaos, sprinting desperately. Yes, terrible. My lord, it's terrible. The guard burst into the grand hall, where the Lord of Black Tiger City, Yang Yong, donned in simple robes, was perusing a scroll in the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, he inquired, what is it? Why the haste? The guard replied, a murder has occurred. A murder. What is there to be alarmed about? In this chaotic Tiger Head city, where lawlessness reigns and various factions intermingle, one can merely grab anyone to take their place. Yang Yong scolded, I often advise you to act with a bit more intelligence, yet here you are, so foolish, my lord. The madman San Kuang's associate is dead. With a resounding slap, Yang Yong's scroll fell to the ground. Where is the murderer? The murderer incapacitated our first squad of guards and fled. Yang Yong inhaled sharply, quickly, take me there, hurry. Yang Yong donned his armor and spurred his horse, rallying nearly half the city's guards to pursue the madman San Kuang. This is disastrous. How will I explain this to the National Master? San Kuang is a person favored by the National Master. 300 guards lined up, marching swiftly, drawing the attention of the surrounding citizens and passers-by. What calamity has befallen us? Yang Yong personally led the charge, accompanied by such a formidable array of guards. Is there a beast siege impending? Surely, something dreadful is about to unfold. Chapter 72. Would you believe me if I said this? My lord, it is just ahead. This very house. A guard pointed towards a 2-story building. Yang Yong raced up, instantly detecting the scent of blood wafting from within. He dismounted abruptly, advancing swiftly, and with a powerful strike, he forced the door open. The sheer force of his energy shattered the entrance. Who dares to disturb the madman San Kuang? Yang Yong bellowed, his heart racing with anxiety. San Kuang's prowess lay within the Do Wang realm, and his accompanying guards were at least of the same caliber. It must be the work of a formidable opponent. However, as soon as the door was opened, a scene of horror unfolded. Numerous figures clad in black robes lay strewn across the room, lifeless. Their necks bore the remnants of dried blood. That moment, positioned at the threshold of the room, sat a young man. This young man was none other than Wang Yu. Upon noticing the arrival of a formidable group, Wang Yu feigned terror, exclaiming, What has happened to these people? Yang Yong. Guard. Yang Yong lunged forward, his imposing physique radiating strength as he seized Wang Yu by the collar. He growled, I've only just arrived. And you dare question me about how these individuals met their fate? I suspect you are the culprit. Without any regard for the circumstances, the youth before him appeared exceedingly suspicious. Seize this boy and take him away for rigorous interrogation. Yes, sir. Two guards advanced, gripping Wang Yu tightly by the neck. The brutal force left Wang Yu feeling quite uncomfortable, and he resigned himself to the inevitable week-long confinement in a cell. Easy there, brother. Take it easy. Yang Yong's mind boiled with rage. This is it. This is the end. Move quickly. Check if the madman San Lao is among them. Yes. In swift succession, Yang Yong, the city lord, ordered the guards to seal off the scene and escort Wang Yu back to the magistrate's office. However, as the investigation unfolded, the guards could only ascertain that a skilled assassin was responsible, with no further information emerging. At this moment, Wang Yu was shackled with iron chains around his neck and ankles, while over 30 fully armed guards stood flanking the great hall, glaring at him with expressions akin to that of avenging kin. Yang Yong, seated in the grand chair of the hall, thundered, What is the meaning of this? What has transpired? The innkeeper, who had been lodging at the establishment, pointed an accusing finger at Wang Yu and reported, My lord, this afternoon, I was on duty when this scoundrel arrived with a young man, abducting our proprietor under the pretext of seeking a group of people. Our boss was taken away, and in the interest of safety, we dispatched someone to follow them, only to discover later that our boss lay dead amidst the wild grass. Wailing, while our boss was a kind soul, always doing good deeds, tears streamed down the innkeeper's face as he pointed at Wang Yu, cursing, It's all your fault. You are the one who murdered our boss. At this moment, Yang Yong had little time to concern himself with the fate of a mere innkeeper. He demanded, Speak quickly, boy. Who was responsible for the deaths of the black-clad individuals in that room? Of course, it was my own people who did the deed. Yet, how could Wang Yu possibly divulge the truth? He replied, My lord, esteemed innkeeper, the situation unfolded as follows. Your proprietor was indeed slain by that group of black-clad individuals. As for his bringing me into their midst, it was merely a misunderstanding. He took a wrong turn. When we entered the room, we happened upon their transaction, and in our attempt to flee, he was murdered. With the proprietor now deceased, there was no one to corroborate his story. Wang Yu, armed with nothing but his words, spun his tale as he pleased. Chapter 73. Imprisoned in the dungeon. Smack! City Lord Yang Yong slammed his hand down on the documents, exclaiming in exasperation, Do you take me for a fool? The realm of the proprietor of the inn eludes my understanding. Why did he perish while you survived? And what of those who accompanied you? Did not the waiter assert that there were two of you? The waiter firmly addressed Wang Yu, stating, It is you who must take responsibility, Lord City Master. Spare us the words and simply incarcerate him. Wang Yu regarded the waiter with an air of indifference and inquired, Are you the city lord, or is it the individuals above you who hold that title? Whose commands should I heed? Yours or his? Upon hearing this, the waiter abruptly clasped his mouth, fearing to utter another word. Wang Yu, intent on imprisonment, knew he could not bear too grave a charge. Should the other party take offense, he might find himself facing the guillotine. Why, lord, we originally ventured forth as a trio, by mere chance. We stumbled upon the lair of these cloaked assailants, witnessing a transaction between them. We three scattered in our flight, and my dear brother was captured by these ruffians. I am at a loss as to the reason behind the proprietor's death. They rendered me unconscious, and when I regained my senses, I found myself surrounded by the corpses of the black-clad men. My lord, I must assert that these enigmatic figures are rather foolish, Wang Yu exclaimed. How could a mere fighter of my caliber slay so many of them? Their attempt to frame me is utterly ridiculous. Yang Yong rubbed his head and remarked, It does seem to align with reason. At that moment, a guard rushed forth to the hall, kneeling on one knee, and reported, My lord, a contingent of guards previously dispatched to investigate the proprietor's murder happened upon a small wooden cabin. Unfortunately, they were overpowered and rendered unconscious. They have since regained consciousness. Hasten and summon them, the lord commanded urgently. Wang Yu felt a pang of anxiety. After Gu Jianglu and his group had eliminated the crazed assailants, they were fortuitously apprehended by the arriving guards. Now, he found himself standing alongside them. The awakened guards entered the hall, their heads wrapped in white bandages, blood trickling from their lips, clearly injured. The Lord instructed, "Relate in detail what you witnessed. Leave no detail unspoken." The revived guard, upon spotting Wang Yu, leapt up in excitement, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Why, Lord, it was this rascal. When I stormed into that small room, it was filled with the dead." This scoundrel stood alongside another group of black-clad individuals. There was a formidable adversary among them, far too powerful for us to contend with. He single-handedly incapacitated us all. It is indeed this scoundrel. The guards present tensed, swiftly raising their spears to encircle Wang Yu, forming layers of protection around him. With blades gleaming with a chilling white light, they stood merely half a meter from his head. Yang Yong clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "A murderer! Though your strength may be lacking, you possess formidable allies. How audacious of you to commit murder in my Black Tiger City. Seize this scoundrel and cast him into the dungeons, where he shall await his fate." "Yes," the guards responded with a thunderous roar, the air thick with murderous intent. Wang Yu cried out, "I am innocent. I am wronged. They seek to frame me. I do not even know their identities." Unbeknownst to him, the lord of the city declared, "First, imprison him in the dungeon and guard him closely. He must not escape. If this scoundrel manages to flee, every single guard shall pay with their lives." The orders were unequivocal, the military command as solid as a mountain. With no opportunity for explanation, Wang Yu was unceremoniously thrust into the depths of the prison. Chapter 74. Friends in the dungeon. As the skies darkened, the midnight Black Tiger City lay deserted, the streets void of life. The flickering lights cast an aura of desolation, resembling a lifeless, empty city. Yet, within the grand hall of the city lord, the illumination remained vibrant. Upon returning to his chamber, Yang Yong retrieved his brush and ink, settling at his desk with a grave expression. "This matter was beyond my capacity to resolve, and I could not uncover the identity of the murderer. Thus, I must report to Master Gu Qiankuan at the earliest opportunity." Yang Yong penned a missive and secured it to the leg of a carrier pigeon. The bird beat its wings and soared into the inky night, eventually vanishing into the shadows. Before the master could respond, I must first locate the accomplices of the murderer. On the other side, Wang Yu took a deep breath, contemplating, is such treatment truly necessary? The air in the dungeon was thick with a musty odor. At that moment, a wooden collar encircled his neck, iron chains bound his hands, and shackles clung to his feet, presenting him as a notorious criminal. Wang Yu was carelessly tossed into a cell strewn with dried weeds. The rodents feasted better than he, each one plump and robust, far more vigorous than the prisoners confined by Lori. Seated on the frigid ground, Wang Yu found himself utterly helpless, exclaiming, "I am so hungry. How unbearable it is, cold and famished, and the stench is unbearable." He scoffed at his predicament, lamenting, "What kind of system is this? Is it truly necessary to experience life in a dungeon? The flies and mosquitoes are brazen, crawling all over me, while the mosquitoes feast freely, as my hands are bound, rendering me incapable of swatting them away. Behave yourself. Cease your noise. Do you think you are in a tavern? Keep it up, and I swear I'll teach you a lesson," barked a guard, rapping his iron sword against the bars. Wang Yu obediently recoiled. The guards overseeing the dungeon took turns resting. They did not sleep, and at designated times, provisions would be delivered. "Hey there, young man, come here," called a neighboring prisoner, an elderly man with a shock of white hair and a disheveled appearance. "Shoo, keep it down. We must not attract their attention." Wang Yu approached cautiously. The old man queried, "What trouble have you gotten yourself into?" "Ever since your arrival, the guards in this dungeon have increased significantly. They are clearly wary of your ability to escape. You must be someone of note. Care to introduce yourself?" Wang Yu replied, "What benefit is there in knowing you? Are you suggesting that I should entertain the idea of associating with a fellow inmate?" Those confined within these walls were likely wrongdoers, and Wang Yu could not be bothered to engage with those of dubious character. "Does knowing you serve any purpose for me?" Wang Yu retorted. The old man sighed, his weathered face etched with the marks of countless hardships. "Alas, what power do we ordinary folk possess? We are merely prey to these fighters, masters, and kings. Youth," he continued, "we are but pawns in their grand game that I am wrongfully accused, old man. Many years ago, a fighter from a minor sect in the city committed murder, and by mere chance, I happened to pass by. This fighter proclaimed me to be the murderer. The family of the deceased dared not voice their doubts, and the city lord, unwilling to offend the minor sect, laid the blame upon my shoulders. It has been 30 years since I was thrust into this place. Young man, seeing how the city lord has dispatched so many to watch over you, if you happen to have friends who might rescue you, I sincerely beseech you to take this old man along. I have endured enough. I do not wish to linger here any longer. I am truly tired of it. In that moment, Wang Yu felt a surge of sympathy for the man before him. Before entering the city of Black Tiger, Wang Yu had already witnessed the oppression of the common folk, the exploitation of their livelihoods. Such heinous acts could only be perpetrated by that group. You are not deceiving me, are you? Wang Yu inquired, still uncertain. Young man, why would I deceive you? Black Tiger City. Oh, Black Tiger City. The hearts here are as dark as the name suggests. I deeply regret coming to this place. The old man lamented. Young man, I am but an ordinary individual, belonging to the lowest echelons of society. Among 100 ordinary people, only a few become fighters. Just consider this. In the Gamma Empire, with a population of 22 million, how many ordinary people are there? 22 million, approximately 2 billion people, Wang Yu mused, calculating. Even if 5 out of 100 become fighters, that is merely a 5% chance. From 22 billion, there would be 110 million fighters, leaving over 20 billion ordinary citizens. Wang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. This is a staggering disparity compared to the world I once inhabited, where the ratio of elites to commoners was infinitely more favorable. In that seemingly equitable realm, global wealth was concentrated in the hands of a mere 8% of the population. This eastern continent, the poor have no way to survive. Wang Yu shook his head, grateful for his own system. The old man continued, Young man, do you see the eccentric old fellow beside me? Wang Yu turned to look, spotting a frail old man with a head full of white hair, clutching at the weeds on the ground. Muttering to himself, I am going to prosper. I am going to prosper. This business is so easy. In less than a year, I shall become a small landlord in this city, free from labor. The old man remarked. This gentleman was once a merchant who conducted business in Black Tiger City and even supported several fighters. However, as his business flourished, the city lord grew envious, fabricating a reason to seize his assets, confiscate his enterprise, and imprison him, resulting in the shattering of his family. He has since lost his sanity. It appears that in this eastern continent, where might reigns supreme, the world shows no kindness to the ordinary people. Here, the impoverished are stripped of dignity and status. In stark contrast, the world from which Wang Yu had traversed felt like paradise, where the people lived in peace and prosperity, with access to healthcare and social security. Old man, what is your name? Are all the individuals in this prison, as you claim, wrongfully imprisoned? Wang Yu began to contemplate gathering those who had suffered under the wrongful accusations of the Gamma Empire to bolster the population of his village, thereby strengthening its foundation. Young man, my full name is Guozhang, he chuckled, and from now on, I hope you can bear with me. The elder Guozhang stroked his beard and said, Wang Yu, displaying his cleverness, replied, It's a trivial matter, but it depends on how you perform. If you can serve me well, I shall consider it. After all, Wang Yu also intended to recruit people back to the village, so he decided to observe their conduct. Guozhang remarked, Alas, young man, I still do not know your name. Wang Yu? Young Master Wang Yu, if there is anything you need in the future, just let me know, and I shall endeavor to meet your request. I was brought in this afternoon, and I am a bit hungry. Would you kindly procure some food for me? Very well. Guozhang cautiously departed, rummaging through the madman's belongings, then searching through the weeds on the ground. Perhaps dissatisfied, he sought some provisions from his fellow inmates. Wang Yu squinted and inquired, What delectable treats has this old man hidden? Come, young hero, the goods have arrived. The elder Guozhang extended his hand, revealing a grim sight. An assortment of more than 10 deceased cockroaches, blackened and greasy. The finest delicacies from the dungeon, gathered over several days, are all yours. I can hardly bear to eat them. Guozhang lamented. Come, while they're still warm. Wang Yu observed the twitching legs of the cockroaches, his brows furrowing slightly. After tonight, there are still 6 days left. How will I survive? Chapter 76. Experiencing life under severe torture on the first night. Wang Yu, with an empty stomach, found nothing palatable. Can one truly consume insects such as cockroaches, flies, and mosquitoes? The dungeon guards refused to provide him with any sustenance. Desperate for a taste, Wang Yu called out, Brother guard. Heh, could you spare a sip of water? A youthful guard spat a puddle on the ground, retorting, Lick it up, Wang Yu. Taking a deep breath, he thought, The world is truly beautiful, damn it. Do the guards in this dungeon not regard him as human? To all the guard brothers, could you show me a bit of kindness? I shall not forget your benevolence. Please procure some food and drink for me. Wang Yu gazed longingly at the food on the wooden table, salivating. What if I offer you something valuable in exchange? Eat shit, you vile creature. Take a beating instead. Guard A and Guard B brandished wooden sticks and charged forward. Meanwhile, the onlooking guards cheered, shouting, well done, well done. Give it your all, beat the crap out of him. The vicious wooden stick struck Wang Yu, yet for one with the bones of Pango, the blows felt merely like tickles. It did not hurt. Wang Yu pleaded, Big brother, please stop, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was merely offering you food. The two continued their fierce onslaught, drawing the attention of nearby inmates. Guozhang shook his head, sighing, alas, what a brutal beating indeed. 2 hours later, the city lord arrived at the dungeon, and over 30 guards rose in unison, paying their respects. The city lord, Yang Yong, commanded, take this young man to the interrogation room. I wish to see whether he speaks the truth. The interrogation chamber lay in the lower level of the dungeon, dimly lit and permeated with a damp odor. In a dimly lit chamber, various instruments of torment lay scattered about. Handcuffs, shackles, a crucifix, a split, and an assortment of knives of varying designs. Wang Yu found himself suspended upon an iron cross, his hands bound by chains, while a coal stove nearby roared with fervent flames. A red-hot shovel, inscribed with the character for sin, lay ominously close. Damn it! This cursed system, what a wretched experience this life is. Wang Yu muttered quietly. Yang Yong, with a stern countenance and an air of menace, wielded a sharp knife, rhythmically tapping it against Wang Yu's body. Speak the truth, and you may be spared the agony of flesh and blood. You see those documents on the table? Sign them, and I assure you, your subsequent days will be comfortable, he urged. Wang Yu, rolling his eyes, refused to meet Yang Yong's gaze, a bit of spirit. I do admire those with backbone, Yang Yong remarked, turning to the blazing shovel, gently blowing on it. The high temperature hissed ominously, echoing like the growl of a wild beast. We have plenty of time. Let us take our time with this, Yang Yong declared, brandishing the searing shovel. Murder is a crime. One must pay with their life. Every action has its consequences. Just consider how I might pierce you, he taunted. Should this scorching metal sear your flesh, it would surely leave an indelible mark, the skin charred and tender. Can you imagine the pain? Yang Yong gripped the shovel, extending it towards Wang Yu's abdomen. No, no, no. I will speak. I will tell you everything. I know the ones who are mad with bloodlust, Wang Yu exclaimed loudly. Yang Yong was taken aback. Is this lad truly so spineless? Quickly, remove that terrifying object. I will tell you whatever you wish to know. Wang Yu, eloquent and quick-witted, continued. The ones who are mad with bloodlust have fled to the Beast Mountain. If you wish to capture them, you must act swiftly. Yang Yong, astonished, responded. What, you are betraying your friends? Chapter 77. The difficulty of living life, my lord, you are forcing me to speak the truth. Whether sooner or later, I must speak. Why must I endure such suffering? Wang Yu lamented internally. The system only required me to experience 7 days of dungeon life, not to endure torment. Yang Yong set down the shovel, stating, I have never encountered anyone so lacking in resolve. Very well, speak. What is the name of the one who killed the madman? Wang Yu replied honestly, it was Gu Jianglu who committed the murders. I am his subordinate. If you need a witness, I can simply testify to his crimes. We do not concern ourselves with evidence. We only need someone to take the blame, Yang Yong said with satisfaction. Where is their hideout? What level is Gu Jianglu at? How shall I put it? Wang Yu pondered, debating whether to reveal that Gu Jianglu was at the Emperor Do level. If he disclosed this, it would reflect poorly on Gu Jianglu, yet withholding it would deceive the Lord before him. I must speak the truth. Can you assure me that my future will indeed be comfortable? Wang Yu squinted, inquiring. Rest assured, I, Yang Yong, am a man of my word. Once I speak, I cannot retract. Gu Jianglu is a third-rank Emperor Do. Their hideout lies deep within the Beast Mountain, where there is a village. I can guide you there. A third-rank Emperor Do? There is a village deep within the Beast Mountain? Yang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, a third-rank Do Huang. The Beast Mountain range harbors settlements, Wang Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. A third-rank Do Huang. I will thrash you. Without warning, Yang Yong produced a whip from seemingly nowhere and struck Wang Yu fiercely. A third-rank Do Huang. A third-rank Do Huang has long been a renowned powerhouse of the Gamma Empire. How dare you deceive me with your claims of being a third-rank Do Huang? Why not boast that you are at the pinnacle of Do Huang? And as for the Beast Mountain range, for centuries it has been a battleground where beasts devour humans and humans slay beasts. An irreconcilable enmity. Settlements in the Beast Mountain range? I would sooner wash my hair with iron water. Crack, crack, my lord, I speak the truth. It is truly a third-rank Do Huang. There really are settlements. Although the whip struck him without causing pain, the sting of having his sincerity dismissed as deceit was unbearable. How disheartening! A third-rank Do Huang. If that were the case, I would gladly consume this iron chain. The more Yang Yong struck, the angrier he became. I have always detested liars like you, those who speak not a word of truth. Incorrect, incorrect. Ancient Jianglu is of the 5th-rank Do Wang realm. There are no villages. I was merely speaking fancifully. Wang Yu proclaimed loudly. Now that makes sense, Yang Yong replied. Enough for today. Guards, take him away to rest. 2 guards stepped forward, unlocking Wang Yu's chains and escorting him toward the dungeon. Why, lord, what about our promise of good food and drink? Wang Yu protested. To hell with that. You deceitful scoundrel. Yang Yong snapped the whip again in fury. Do you still wish to be struck? With a clang, the iron door slammed shut, confining Wang Yu within the dungeon. He collapsed onto a pile of weeds, his stomach gnawing with hunger, utterly devoid of strength. It was merely the first night, and there were still 6 days to endure. How could he possibly survive? Being human is so difficult. Drowsily, Wang Yu succumbed to slumber. He slept soundly through the night, while Lord Yang Yong remained awake, reveling in his triumph as he penned a letter. The murderer of the madman Sanquang, ancient Jianglu, 5th-rank Do Wang, I humbly request the National Master to advise on the next course of action. He sealed the letter within a small box affixed to the leg of a carrier pigeon, which vanished into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 78. Experiencing life, humans are inferior to dogs. The following morning, even the wild dogs were still slumbering when Guard A, brandishing an iron rod, began to pound forcefully upon the iron door of the dungeon, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Startled from his dreams, Wang Yu hastily lifted his head and exclaimed, Old Master Gua, what is happening? Why so early? Guozheng replied. What is happening? Morning exercises. Young Master Wang Yu, you must keep a low profile today and refrain from speaking recklessly, lest you incur another round of punishment. Wang Yu retorted, What the hell? Morning exercises in the dungeon? Who in the world thought of this? Resigned, Wang Yu rose and joined over 30 fellow inmates in the dungeon, forming 6 rows. The warden proclaimed, It is now 6:30 in the morning. I shall lead you all in today's morning exercise. If anyone cannot keep up or falls behind, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Yes, replied the inmates weakly, resembling a human body part yearning to release gas, yet hesitating to do so. Louder! Have you all not eaten? The warden bellowed. Yes, Wang Yu, who had gone an entire night without food, could only respond loudly. Let us set off. At 6:30 in the morning, they began their march through the pitch-black streets of Black Tiger City. The prison walls loomed at 15 meters high, and Wang Yu could only see the cold, unyielding concrete. Upon glancing at the restroom, he noted it was still the antiquated pit latrine, with a wooden cover placed over the cesspool to prevent the noxious odor from wafting into the air. The conditions were far worse than he had anticipated. Finally, after running approximately a kilometer, Wang Yu felt his strength waning, as hunger caused his stomach to cling to his intestines, emitting grumbling sounds. Dizziness enveloped him. The energy expended was merely drawn from his body's stored muscle. The other inmates, likewise suffering from hunger, witnessed some collapse from exhaustion on the road. Someone has fallen. Someone has fallen. The guards, E, B, C, and D, wielded iron rods, indiscriminately delivering a barrage of blows. Wang Yu could not bear to watch, yet he felt utterly helpless. After a relentless beating, when the fallen failed to stir, the guards dragged the bodies away, leaving a trail of blood behind as they moved to the far side of the prison. Those people seemed to be dead, Wang Yu inquired. Initially, the victims had struggled, but soon they ceased to resist and lost their breath. Guozheng sighed. Wang Yu, my friend, with these 6 individuals have perished this month. Alas, we are but worthless lives, discarded into the ravine behind the mountain upon death. Their treatment of us is merely to hasten our demise. Death saves them on rations. I bought a watch last year. Wang Yu swallowed hard, questioning the humanity of these individuals. Brother Wang, I have endured here for over 30 years, surviving on cockroaches, rats, and insects. Alas, one cannot survive without eating. Just a few months ago, there were over 100 of us in this prison. Now only 32 remain. Guozheng whispered, fearful of attracting the guard's attention. Stop right now. Just as he thought this, the warden glared furiously, striding towards Guozheng. Was it you two who were speaking just now? The warden cast a menacing glare at Wang Yu, exuding arrogance and tyranny. Guozheng replied, No, we were not speaking. Smack! The warden's merciless slap struck Guo Zheng's face, leaving a stinging mark that caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. The blow was delivered with considerable force. Ouch, brother, that slap was truly remarkable. It certainly cleared my head. It was I who spoke. It was I who spoke. Thank you, Guo Zheng, like a beaten dog, lowered his head and hunched over, blood pooling on the ground beneath him. Chapter 79. The uncontainable fury. The warden was indeed clever. Thank you. Thank you for slapping me awake. Grandfather Guo covered his face, having received a resounding slap, as if he were the one at fault. However, Wang Yu's fists were tightly clenched, a tempest of unbridled rage raging within his heart. An elderly man, frightened and bullied, treated like refuse, endured a merciless blow yet still bowed and smiled apologetically. This was the plight of the weak. This was the struggle for survival. Those who wield power and authority, possessing even a modicum of strength, could act with impunity? Damn it. I no longer wish to fulfill the system's tasks. I want to strike back. Wang Yu seethed with fury. Enough is enough. I cannot remain here in peace. The captain of the guards regarded Wang Yu with a disdainful snort. Soon, 5 guards approached, weapons in hand, surrounding him. They outnumbered him, especially with the shackles still binding him. The captain, looking down upon Wang Yu, spoke. Did you just speak to this garbage? Grandfather Guo, do not accuse me of bullying you. As long as you say this young man conversed with you, you shall have no trouble. Grandfather Guo chuckled and replied, Captain, it was I alone who spoke, and it has nothing to do with this gentleman. How audacious. Strike him, beat him to a pulp, and if he dies, just toss him into the mountains behind. It's the captain's command. The guards, A, B, C, D, and so on, began to rain blows upon Grandfather Guo. They struck his face, his nose, his abdomen, a tempest of violent assaults. Grandfather Guo curled up on the ground, clutching his head, howling in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Fellow inmates pleaded, for Grandfather Guo was their pillar of support. Without him, they could scarcely endure the bleakness of their existence. He had always encouraged them to persevere, to survive. Survive, and there is hope. Smack. One guard struck the speaker across the face, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground, convulsing. The others dared not speak, merely watching in silence. Damn it, filthy trash. If you want to take responsibility, I'll make you. Watch as I don't beat you to death. No one is to eat when we return today. A bunch of garbage. The captain bellowed furiously. At that moment, Wang Yu could no longer contain himself. Stop. Is it a display of skill to gang up on a single person? I said, if you wish to strike, then strike me. The guard captain retorted. I knew you would speak up. The Lord commanded us to treat you well, and we cannot fail his orders. Beat him. Make sure to include this young man. Garda swung his weapon violently towards Wang Yu's face. Fueled by rage, Wang Yu paid no heed to anything else. Smack! He summoned the power of Penga's creation, extending his hand to firmly grasp the weapon. He glared fiercely at Ha. I don't believe you dare to resist. Let us see you try, the guard mocked. You are the real garbage. Wang Yu took a deep breath, channeling the sacred body's breath technique. A surge of primal strength erupted from within him. Boom. The shackles upon him shattered in an instant, and he delivered a resounding slap to the face of Guard A. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. This lad truly dares to strike. Chapter 80. Ambitious aspirations. I cannot endure this any longer. What will it be? Come at me. I care not. Wang Yu roared, his sacred aura erupting with overwhelming force. With a single hand, he unleashed a tremendous blow upon the guard's face. Guard A, standing at a mere 1.60 meters, was sent flying, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, unconscious. MD, this fellow truly dares to act. Kill him. The guards present, having never endured such humiliation, swiftly advanced to encircle Wang Yu. Yet, Wang Yu was swift. Stepping forward, he grasped Guard B by the throat. With a crack, he landed 2 slaps that left Guard B disoriented and unconscious once more. However, this group of guards was indeed well trained, and from behind Wang Yu, one guard struck him fiercely on the back of the head with a weapon. With a resounding clang, the metallic sound echoed. The steel weapon bent upon impact. Wang Yu, his eyes ablaze with fury, turned to face his assailant, lifting a leg to send the sneaky guard flying aside. MD. This lad possesses remarkable prowess. What shall we do? Captain! Someone exclaimed in panic. The guards present were all at the ranks of 8th-tier combat masters to 5th-tier combat masters, with the captain standing at the pinnacle of the combat master realm. Yet, they could not withstand Wang Yu's ferocity, nor could they contain his wrath. Are you not capable of fighting? You garbage. 1, 2, 3. Wang Yu counted, noting that there were a total of 15 adversaries. Come at me all at once. Let me show you who the true garbage is. Gulp. In that moment, the guard warriors hesitated to charge forward, daunted by Wang Yu's murderous intent. He was too formidable. They had never encountered such a fierce young man before. At that moment, the guard captain seized the collar of Elder Gua, drawing a knife and pressing it against his throat. He bellowed, "If you wish for this trash of an old man to perish, then feel free to make a move. Though, wait. If you act again, I will slay every last one of you here." "How are you threatening me?" Wang Yu retorted, brimming with confidence, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You claim to be warriors, yet resort to such despicable tactics when you cannot prevail. You are merely bullies of the weak. It has been an eternity since I have seen anyone stand up for us. In this Black Tiger City, everyone lives in fear, and the impoverished have no voice," Elder Gua said, his eyes glistening with moisture, tears welling within. "Wang Yu, my dear, vanquish them. Do not concern yourself with us. We are but refuse. Death is but a release. Indeed, our hearts have long been extinguished. Living is merely a form of existence. Death would be liberation. Kill us. If we can witness these guards being struck down before our demise, it would fulfill my lifelong wish. Hero, strike hard." Some stood tall, their spirits ignited. The inmates were filled with righteous indignation, in the hearts of Guode and all his fellow inmates. Their spirits had been ground down and their hopes for survival extinguished under the relentless barrage of insults. A profound hatred for the guards consumed them, as they yearned for a hero to liberate them from their torment. Yet, would such a hero ever materialize amidst the ceaseless cycle of days and years? The answer remained elusive. However, today, the appearance of Wang Yu was akin to the descent of a divine being, offering a glimmer of hope, a champion willing to stand up for them in the city of Heihu. Clenching his fists and raising them high, Wang Yu proclaimed, "My fellow inmates, if I, Wang Yu, can survive and lead you back to freedom, will you join me in battling across the land to liberate this twisted world? I aspire to establish a village devoid of oppression, a place where ordinary people can lead joyful lives. Will you accompany me?" Chapter 81. Delusions of grandeur nonsense? The guard captain sneered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. This young man was lost in a dream, harboring foolish fantasies. The eastern continent was vast and rich, dominated by royal nobles commanding armies of 1,000,000 warriors, with the imperial palace nurturing formidable fighters. In terms of resources, military strength, and population, it was unrivaled. Did this fool truly believe he could establish a city of his own upon the land of the Gamma Empire? Was he seeking to declare war against the entire empire? "Wang Yu, is it?" The guard captain pressed his sword against Guode's neck, the sharp blade slicing through flesh, crimson blood trickling down its edge. "These worthless souls dare to call you a hero. Go on, resist if you dare." At that moment, Guode felt a surge of fear. "Please, don't kill me." For reasons unbeknownst to him, as Wang Yu spoke, he appeared to Guode as a radiant beacon, akin to the sun casting golden rays or the dawn breaking through darkness. The prospect of pursuing this light, of establishing an ideal city for the impoverished in a world where commoners struggled to achieve greatness, filled him with hope, a place free from the oppression of the powerful, devoid of their arrogance. Such a vision lay ahead. A laugh erupted from Guode, a hearty laugh filled with newfound joy. "Wang Yu, great hero, I am willing, I wish to follow you and live." The fellow inmates echoed, "I too am willing. I can no longer endure this unjust existence. Why must we suffer simply because we are not fighters?" Ding Host's reputation increased by 300 points. Ding the host exudes charismatic charm, activating the heroic iron blood aura, gaining elevated prestige. Suddenly, a chilling voice from the system echoed in Wang Yu's mind. He could not help but chuckle. "How amusing. I have unwittingly become these inmates' hero. It seems a saint resides within me after all." Initially, Wang Yu considered himself a cold-blooded creature, having prepared to navigate the dark undercurrents of the eastern continent, adopting a ruthless persona, avoiding trouble, and quietly leveling up. Yet, with a heavy sigh, Wang Yu exhaled a cloud of frustration, allowing his arms to fall limply by his sides. "Kill me, come on," he exclaimed. The captain of the guard, noticing the opponent's capitulation, bellowed an order, prompting 5 guards to charge forward. The sound of blows echoed like thunder. Undeterred by the relentless assault, Wang Yu gritted his teeth and stood steadfastly in place, enduring the onslaught of weapons as they struck his body to "Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it," Wang Yu roared, suppressing the fiery rage that threatened to erupt within him. Damn it, this brat is infuriating. I could truly beat him to death. Just give him a taste of hardship, but leave him a breath. The guards commenced their brutal assault on Wang Yu, who remained unwavering in comparison to the physical pain inflicted upon him. The anguish within his heart was a seeping wound that bled profusely. When the upper beams are crooked, the lower beams will be skewed. Black Tiger City. I shall be the first to eradicate you. Black Tiger City, just wait. The Pango opening sky bone, truly a divine treasure bestowed by the system, was indestructible, capable of splitting the heavens and earth, impervious to fire, and capable of tearing through darkness. 30 minutes later, the captain of the guards and his men were utterly fatigued, their limbs trembling as they gasped for breath. The weapons in their hands, made of steel and iron, had shattered over a dozen times. Yet Wang Yu showed no signs of injury on his head or face, not even a single drop of blood had been shed. The captain fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Yu, bewildered by the extraordinary aura and strength emanating from this seemingly young individual. This lad could not possibly be an ordinary person. Could he be a disciple of some formidable and inscrutable sect? The captain's mind was plagued with doubts about Wang Yu, akin to a haunting specter, lingering without respite. Chapter 82. Terrifying news. The beating continued unabated, and the captain's expression grew increasingly grim. Continuing this way was not a viable solution. Rather than diminishing Wang Yu's fighting spirit, they were exhausting their own men. After half an hour, while Wang Yu remained unperturbed, the guards who had been striking him were reduced to the state of exhausted dogs. Was this not a disgrace? The captain declared. Enough. Take these worthless fools back. Do not feed them today. But captain, what about this brat? One of the guards inquired, gesturing towards Wang Yu, who stood resolutely like an insurmountable mountain. What to do? Should they leave him here as a deity? Take him back. The guard stepped forward, trembling as he approached Wang Yu, handcuffs quivering in his grip. You doubt will you put them on yourself, or shall I assist you? You doubt you are going back to prison. Get lost? I will walk myself, Wang Yu retorted, striding over to the captain's side. In a low voice, he warned, I, Wang Yu, will remember how you treated me today. If you dare to harm them, I will be the first to end your life. With that, he returned to the dungeon alone, leaving a crowd of dumbfounded onlookers behind. The captain furrowed his brow, pondering, what kind of monster has the Lord captured? Under Wang Yu's intimidation, the group of guards dared not threaten the inmates in the dungeon any further. Eldurg sustained muscle damage, his face bruised and swollen, returning to the dungeon with the aid of his cellmates. An atmosphere of gravity enveloped the scene, silence reigning as no one dared to speak. After Wang Yu demonstrated his prowess, the guards hesitated to hastily impose shackles upon him. Wang Yu inquired, Guozhang, how fares your body? Can you still move? Hesitant and faltering, Eldurg's visage was unrecognizable, one side of his cheek swollen as if harboring a large bun. He could only force out a few words with great difficulty. Wang Yu felt a pang of compassion. Regardless of the circumstances, this old man possessed a certain charm and fortitude. The fact that Eldurg shouldered all the responsibility moved Wang Yu deeply. Come closer, drink this, he commanded. Wang Yu still had 2 bottles of cleansing essence left, unconsumed. Though you are gravely injured, this essence can refine your bones, polish your meridians, and unblock your blood vessels, alleviating some of the internal bruising. Drink it. Eldurg struggled to crawl to Wang Yu, separated by an iron bar. Wang Yu dripped 2 drops into Eldurg's mouth. Close your eyes and rest well. You may feel some discomfort. But that's normal. After giving his instructions, Wang Yu began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Following the prior explosion of energy, he was ravenously hungry, the sensation of hunger pervading his mind. I am so hungry. If this continues for 7 days, I fear I may perish from starvation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Wang Yu. Right? The sacred body-breathing technique allows me to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. If I practice it overnight, perhaps I can alleviate this hunger. The sacred body-breathing technique is a method for achieving sanctity through the flesh. Legend speaks of the revered Bodhidharma, who meditated beneath the Bodhi tree, dedicating himself to his practice without food or water for decades. Could it be that he, too, was absorbing the spiritual energy of the cosmos? With this thought, Wang Yu began to meditate, activating the sacred body-breathing technique, clearing his mind and entering a state of self-forgetfulness. Soon, dark gray orbs of light appeared before him, indicative of the sparse spiritual energy in the area. Yet, anything was better than nothing. Absorbing the spiritual energy, Wang Yu chuckled. Indeed, it works. It genuinely alleviates my hunger. The fatigue began to dissipate as well, proving effective. Ha ha. Just as Wang Yu reveled in this newfound relief, a dreadful piece of news was brewing. Chapter 83. Decapitation of Wang Yu in Black Tiger City. Within the Lord's Grand Hall, a pigeon alighted upon the wooden window ledge of Yang Yong's chamber. At last, the letter from the National Master had arrived. Yang Yong approached, retrieving the missive, which bore the ominous phrase, "Kill if you can." Yang Yong crumpled the letter in a fit of malice, his thoughts turning ruthless. Heh, the National Master's intent is clear. Wang Yu, I shall find an opportune moment to send you to meet the King of Hell. The night passed without further incident. In the following 3 days, Wang Yu was summoned to the interrogation room by Yang Yong multiple times. There were no severe tortures. Rather, Yang Yong treated him with kindness and plentiful food, for he sought to win favor with a man on the brink of death, hoping to prevent any lingering grudges should Wang Yu become a vengeful spirit. Additionally, he aimed to extract information from Wang Yu in Yang Yong's perspective. Wang Yu is merely a minor character, whose life or death holds little significance. Were he of greater importance, his associates would have dispatched someone long ago to rescue him. On the iron interrogation table, Yang Yong slid a steaming bowl of Yangchun noodles towards Wang Yu, saying, "My friend, ponder once more. Are there any details regarding your companions that you may have forgotten or overlooked?" Since a few days prior, Yang Yong had seemingly transformed, suddenly treating Wang Yu with unexpected kindness. Wang Yu, unfazed, relished the noodles, replying, I've said nearly everything. There's nothing more." Yang Yong inquired. "The ones who killed the madman Sanquang are members of a sect residing near the edge of the monster Beast Mountain range. The perpetrator is named Gu Jianglu, a 5th-tier Do Wang. This old man has a head of white hair, sports a goatee, stands at 6 feet tall, and excels in poison techniques, correct?" Wang Yu nodded affirmatively. Satisfied, Yang Yong peeled a boiled egg and placed it in Wang Yu's bowl, saying, "Young brother, do not just focus on eating. Look at this portrait. Does it resemble Gu Jianglu?" Before him lay a piece of rice paper, adorned with an ink drawing of a figure whose hair was tied with a rubber band, exuding an ethereal aura, with single eyelids. "Yes, that's him. Should you encounter him, be cautious." Wang Yu slurped the noodles, savoring the delightful blend of scallions, a hint of spice, and the rich flavor of aged soy sauce, complemented by tender pieces of marinated meat. This bowl of Yangchun noodles was simply delectable. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Yang Yong snatched the bowl from Wang Yu's hands and hurled it to the ground, scattering the rich broth, succulent meat, and handcrafted noodles across the floor. "What are you doing?" Wang Yu exclaimed. "You have outlived your usefulness," Yang Yong replied coldly, his voice low and menacing. "The higher-ups have decreed that tomorrow morning you shall meet the King of Hell. Tonight is your final night. Cherish these last few hours." He then called out, "Guard, take this scoundrel back to his cell." Wang Yu gazed at the man before him, neither angered nor surprised. He had anticipated this day for quite some time. However, it was only the 5th day. There were still 2 days remaining before a week had passed. Would the system task remain unfulfilled? Back in the dungeon, Wang Yu sat on the straw bedding, chewing on a blade of grass. Guozhang leaned against the iron bars, having regained considerable energy after consuming the cleansing liquid, though still suffering from hunger. "Hero Wang Yu, what troubles you?" Guo inquired. Wang Yu pondered, finding something amiss. According to the timeline, something feels off. What time? What is incorrect? Guo's curiosity was piqued. By my calculations, I left Brother Dashi with only 3 days' worth of cigars, yet it has been 5 days. Wouldn't he be in distress after 2 days without smoking? Wang Yu contemplated. Ultimately, he remained unconcerned about the prospect of his own demise. With Gu Jianglu as the sole Do Huang, that was more than enough to contend with. Moreover, in his village, there are 3 revered sovereigns of battle. Chapter 84. The Serpent King emerges from the mountains. As night falls, deep within the Beastmaster Mountains, in a humble village, darkness envelopes the surroundings. The ordinary villagers have long since retreated to their abodes for rest. However, at this moment, a shadow materializes eerily at the entrance of Gu Jianglu's room. With a whoosh as swift as lightning, the shadow raises a hand and knocks on Gu Jianglu's door. Creak. The door swings open, revealing a remarkably handsome man with an athletic build, yet his eyes glimmer with the enigmatic aura of a beast. "Greetings, Lord Serpent King. Please, do come in," Gu Jianglu said politely, cupping his hands in a gesture of welcome as he ushered the man into his quarters. "Where is Wang Yu, my disciple?" inquired the ancient serpent. "Reporting to you, Lord Serpent King, Wang Yu is currently imprisoned in the dungeons of Black Tiger City, no longer in the village," Gu Jianglu replied earnestly. The craving for cigars is insatiable. Even the mindful and desireless Sutra can only barely stave off my addiction for 2 days. I find it unbearable not to smoke a couple, the ancient serpent king lamented, raking his fingers through his jet-black hair. Do you still have cigars? Lord Serpent King, Wang Yu did not mention this matter before he left, Gu Jianglu admitted. Shall I accompany you to the dungeon to inquire? You old fool, you are wasting my time, I will go myself. With that, the Serpent King transformed into a gust of dark wind, vanishing into the night. Gu Jianglu called into the darkness, Lord Serpent King, are you able to find your way to Black Tiger City? At this moment, Black Tiger City lay shrouded in darkness, save for the execution platform, brightly illuminated, with a roaring bonfire crackling in the iron furnace, igniting the coal in a symphony of pops. The executioner, donned in a black hood, sharpened a sword 1/2 meter in length upon a whetstone, preparing to deliver a swift end to the condemned. City Lord Yang Yong personally arranged the defenses, stating, to prevent any accomplices from attempting a rescue tomorrow, station some men at the watchtower. Ensure that 30 individuals can hide in each room, while archers are positioned here. Instruct the guards at the gates to keep one eye open and one closed. Anyone suspicious is to be allowed into the city. Watch for my signal, and be ready to close the gates at any moment. Notify all sects, particularly the smaller ones. I want them armed and here to assist me. Yang Yong declared with unwavering confidence, I refuse to believe this time we cannot capture Wang Yu's accomplices. I have invited the sect master of the Burning Fire sect, Jiao Wuya, a peak Battle King expert, to witness the spectacle. Should you come to rescue him, I shall ensure that you return with nothing but despair. Ha ha ha, let it be known that in Black Tiger City, crossing me, Yang Yong, results in a fate of utter annihilation. Just as Yang Yong basked in his pride and ruthlessness, an apparition materialized before him, as if conjured from thin air. The figure appeared ghostly, with flowing black hair and a tall stature, eyes shining with a pale yellow hue. A man emanating an aura of malevolence had appeared. The 300 guards present stood frozen, captivated by the enigmatic charm of this individual, both terrified and inexplicably drawn to him. The ancient serpent cast a cold gaze around before approaching Yang Yong, asking, Fool, is this Black Tiger City? Fool, who do you think you are, daring to label me as rubbish? Someone, seize him, Yang Yong roared. The ancient serpent waved his left hand, and a fierce darkness howled forth from his palm. The 50 warriors to his left vanished into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Rubbish, is this the Black Tiger City? The ancient serpent remarked coldly. Chapter 85. Relentless Onslaught. Who, exactly, is this person? Yang Yong instinctively swallowed hard, having never encountered such transcendent strength in the man before him. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly annihilated 50 guarding warriors, displaying not a hint of exertion. Should he incur this man's wrath? The 300 guards present would scarcely suffice to withstand his wrath. What realm of power does this individual possess? A Do Huang could hardly slay 50 with such ease, could they? Yang Yong, trembling and drenched in sweat, stammered, brother. The prison is to the left. Keep walking until you reach the building with the enclosing walls. Inside lies the answer. The ancient serpent took a step forward, his figure vanishing like a specter, leaving no trace behind. So formidable, so formidable. Yang Yong collapsed to the ground, his visage pale, exclaiming, What purpose do such extraordinary beings have in Black Tiger City? Who have we offended? I in the prison. Wang Yu sat cross-legged amidst the weeds, meditating. The captain of the guards, wielding a weapon, glared through the iron bars, saying, Enough of your practice, rise and eat something. How strange. Why are these guards suddenly treating me so well, providing me with food? Wang Yu pondered. The captain set down a plate filled with food and porridge before departing. Do you think this brat will actually eat? Damn it, he just slapped me. My face still stings, Garda remarked. Garby muttered. Half my face is numb from his blow, and despite our numbers, we still can't defeat him. Boo-hoo, the captain is clever. Since we cannot best him, we can poison him instead, the captain stated. I've added dried excrement to his meal, and I stirred it in with a stick. He won't be able to detect it. Let us wait for the spectacle to unfold. Wang Yu took the food, scrutinizing it. The meal appeared no different from usual. Yet why have these people suddenly become so benevolent? There must be a trickery afoot. Wang Yu discarded the meal aside. Resuming his meditation, the captain exclaimed, Why aren't you eating? We've gone out of our way to prepare a meal for you, and now you refuse it, when we didn't offer you anything. You were wailing and complaining. Are you really that difficult to please? Wang Yu replied. If you wish to eat, then you eat. The captain, now furious, turned ashen, and in a fit of rage declared, You insolent wretch, Do you truly believe that your strength grants you the right to be arrogant? In this Black Tiger City, there are countless individuals far more powerful than you. Do you think I could not find someone to easily kill you? Just then, the prison shook violently, heads darting about, and screams echoed endlessly. What is happening? Bang! The wall behind Wang Yu suddenly burst open, a tremendous force shattering the stone into fragments that scattered about. The formidable figure of the ancient serpent emerged from the opening. Elder brother serpent, what brings you here? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. The serpent replied, this king has finished my cigar, and after 2 days without it, I feel utterly restless. Where is the cigar? Just then, the captain of the guards bellowed, prison break! Someone is breaking out. Quickly, apprehend them. Over 30 guard warriors sprang into action. Some retrieved keys to unlock the doors. The captain, acutely aware that their adversaries were skilled fighters, dared not charge forth recklessly but instead urged the younger warriors to advance. The ancient serpent pointed at those rushing forward, declaring, do not disturb this king. Capture those audacious souls attempting a prison break. They must be here to rescue Wang Yu. Seize them, and we shall be rewarded. With a swift motion, the ancient serpent unleashed a wave of domineering dark energy, instantly engulfing the guard warriors. In a heartbeat, more than 10 soldiers vanished without a trace. Hurry, report to the city lord. The captain, paralyzed by fear, fled towards the underground exit. Others, witnessing their leaders retreat, hesitated and soon followed suit. Elder brother serpent, could you assist me in bringing them back? Wang Yu inquired. Simple, the serpent responded. With a thundering crash, a tempest arose, the strength of a doe saint ethereal and supreme. Dealing with ordinary doe masters was akin to effortlessly besting kindergarten children. In an instant, the ancient serpent stood before the captain, coldly commanding, return. Wang Yu, I have captured them. Where is the cigar? The serpent asked. I don't have it on me right now. I've hidden it elsewhere, Wang Yu replied. If he were to utilize the system to summon the cigar, it would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings, especially with the ancient serpent. Then, Wang Yu glared at the captain, coldly stating, eat the meal you prepared for me. The captain gulped, staring at the bowl of tampered food on the ground. He had personally crafted this dish, participating in every step, nearly retching during its preparation. If he were to eat it, this king commands you to eat with gusto, the ancient serpent insisted. The captain grasped the meal and began to eat voraciously, disregarding the overwhelming sense of nausea, the soft texture, and the foul stench that assaulted his nostrils. The prisoners observed, catching a whiff of the repugnant odor. What is that smell? Is it the scent of excrement? Is the captain eating dung? Nearby guards, unable to bear the sight, averted their gazes, not daring to meet Wang Yu's eyes. What's wrong? You look like it's unpleasant. Make it taste better. Eat heartily, Wang Yu urged. Slurp. The captain of the guard wore an unseemly and peculiar smile on his face, struggling to utter, delicious, truly delightful. The Serpent King had imprisoned the captain and his entourage in the dungeon. Master Gua stepped forward and said, Young Master Wang Yu, is this your friend? He is truly astonishingly powerful. Young Master Wang Yu, are we leaving with you tonight? Wang Yu replied, I cannot leave just yet. I have some matters to attend to in this prison. Brother Dashi, could you please escort them out and find a place for the villagers to come and retrieve them? 5 boxes of cigars. The ancient serpent raised his hand and proclaimed, No problem, consider it done. Subsequently, Wang Yu followed the ancient serpent, leading 32 fellow inmates out of the dungeon. Along the way, the guards dared not obstruct them. Those who attempted to do so perished under the cataclysmic might of the ancient serpent. Upon reaching a room, Wang Yu exchanged 5 boxes of cigars from the system. 400 points of reputation deducted, remaining 122 points. Alas, my reputation seems impossible to retain, just as I accumulate some. It is spent on exchanging items. Holding the cigars, the ancient serpent promptly lit one, inhaling deeply with exhilaration as the smoke coursed through his lungs, swirling and diffusing, before exhaling a long plume of smoke. Comforting, truly comforting. I relish this feeling of euphoria, declared the ancient serpent. It was worth the journey. Chapter 87. A turn of events. Wang Yu stated, Brother Dashi, please convey a message to the villagers. The city lord intends to execute me tomorrow. Let them prepare themselves. If the execution takes place, instruct Gu Jianglu to rescue me at any moment. If not, then so be it. Wang Yu mused that with Brother Dashi's intervention, the city lord would surely be deterred from carrying out the execution. However, it is better to be cautious. It is wise to proceed with utmost care. All right, Wang Yu smiled. I feel quite embarrassed to trouble Brother Dashi with escorting these people back. Let them stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning, you can inform the villagers to come and take them away. Thank you, Brother Dish. A trivial matter. I shall return first, the Serpent King said with a flick of his fingers, causing the 5 boxes of cigars to levitate beside him. A streak of light shot upwards into the sky, and the Serpent King vanished from the room. Gu, filled with curiosity, inquired, Young Master Wang Yu, what realm is your brother in? Killing seems like child's play to him. Wang Yu merely smiled and did not reply. After all, it would not be prudent to disclose that he was at the Saint Combat realm. Those ordinary folk would not comprehend the intricacies of the cultivation path. Never mind, he is incredibly strong. Wang Yu responded, You all wait here. Tomorrow the villagers will come to fetch you. I must return to the dungeon. You are going back to the dungeon? Why would you do that? Aren't you afraid they will kill you? Gu expressed his concern. Do not return. You would be walking to your death in all honesty. Wang Yu was also reluctant to return, but the system's task required 3 more days to complete. In order to obtain the rewards from the cultural and entertainment technology, he had no choice but to go back. I am leaving now. Make sure to hide well. Upon arriving at my village, arrangements will be made for your stay. Life there is simple, Wang Yu remarked. Thank you, Dennis. Oh, the hero is the village chief. I had assumed he was merely some young master from a wealthy family. Guozheng replied, We shall await your return in the village. The inmates bowed their heads and performed a gesture of respect. We will be waiting for you in the village. You must return alive. I cannot possibly die. With that, Wang Yu solitary set forth towards the direction of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Lord Yang Yong arrived at the dungeon, only to find the walls collapsed and the structures damaged. With an eerie silence enveloping the camp, he shouted, This is not good. Something grave has occurred. Contemplating, he mused, Could it be that the formidable figure just now came to rescue someone? Surely not Wang Yu. It is possible. I had intended to slay him, and yet, someone appears to have come to his aid. But whom the hell have I offended? Such a powerful adversary, is it not a death sentence for me? National Master, why must you meddle? Do refrain from provoking such exceptional talents. If you do, it is you who should deal with the aftermath, not impose it upon me. With a swift stride, Yang Yong advanced, disregarding everything else, and hastened towards the dungeon. Along the way, he encountered few guards. A chilling corridor lay ahead, more terrifying than usual. At last, he reached the dungeon. However, within, apart from a few guards, there were no prisoners to be found. They have escaped. Did that formidable figure come to rescue Wang Yu? Yang Yong burst into the dungeon, inquiring of those present. The captain of the guards lay unconscious on the floor. Yang Yong covered his nose and exclaimed, Captain Wu, have you been feasting on excrement? What is that dreadful stench? Another guard stood silent, merely nodding. Where are the others? Where is Wang Yu? I instructed you to keep a vigilant watch. How did he manage to flee? Yang Yong, already fuming, could only vent his ire upon his subordinates. If you cannot even keep watch over a mere child, what use are you? Chapter 88. Wang Yu, dear brother, please do not toy with me. Lord Yang Yong, unable to contain his fury, began to strike the guards, who could only lower their heads in shame. They exhibited none of the arrogance they had shown towards the impoverished or the inmates. You worthless lot! A mere child has escaped, and you did not pursue him? I have been burdened with raising such imbeciles, Yang Yong declared. Reporting to the Lord, it is not our fault, one guard exclaimed. A formidable expert suddenly appeared, terrifyingly powerful. He took Wang Yu away, effortlessly killing 5 guards. We were paralyzed with fear, said the guard, with such cowardice. How dare you follow me? Yang Yong himself had been terrified, having witnessed the opponent's prowess firsthand. Yet, as the leader, he could not show weakness. He must instill confidence in his guards. Why did you not come to inform me sooner? By God, if I return to find that a jailbreak has occurred, I shall be the first to sever their limbs. Yang Yong feigned authority, but inwardly he thought, So Wang Yu is a revered figure. Thankfully, he has departed. If he has left, let him not return. MD, the national master truly knows how to trouble me. Even the madman San Kuang has been slain. What can a mere lord of a dilapidated city do? Let us depart, O great Wang Yu. Once we leave, do not return. Who was it that just threatened to sever my limbs? Just as Yang Yong was exhaling a sigh of relief, Wang Yu entered through the gaping hole of the prison door. Rubbing his eyes, Yang Yong was momentarily taken aback, and his heart sank as he thought, Good heavens, is this esteemed gentleman unwell? He has managed to escape, yet he returns of his own accord? Gazing at the unconscious captain of the guard on the ground, the 4 guards dared not be arrogant any longer, remaining silent as they looked expectantly at Lord Yang Yong. Why, Lord, this esteemed figure has returned. We shall guard the entrance, they said, hastily fleeing in a panic. Yang Yong swallowed hard and exclaimed, Did you not leave? Why have you come back? Wang Yu replied, It is quite comfortable here. Tomorrow you intend to behead me, and if I do not return, who will you behead? Wang Yu patted Yang Yong on the shoulder, saying, I am showing you considerable respect. Yang Yong thought to himself, feeling as though he had just consumed something utterly repugnant. My dear brother, today a peerless master comes to your aid, and you have already fled. Why return now? I beseech you, just go. Truly, I implore you. At that, Yang Yong suddenly knelt before Wang Yu, bowing his head. I am but a minor character, obeying the orders from above. The National Master instructed me to take action against you, and I dared not disobey. My dear brother, I was mistaken. I no longer wish to play this game. Please allow me to live in peace as a city lord. Such a change in attitude. Observe. In a world where power reigns supreme, the mere display of strength yields such results, far more effective than flaunting wealth. My dear brother, great hero, esteemed young master, how could I dare to behead you tomorrow? With your friend present, the lives of my subjects would hardly suffice for the toll. Thus, he proposed, you shall reside in my lord's mansion. I will take up residence here, if that is agreeable. As a city lord, having witnessed the demise of the madman San Kuang sent by the ancient national master, he initially hoped to achieve merit and be rewarded. Yet upon witnessing the strength of his adversaries, he realized he was merely a ragged city lord, powerless to change his fate. Chapter 89. Receiving system rewards. Wang Yu ruffled Yang Yong's hair and declared, No, it is comfortable here. I shall remain. Brother Wang Yu, Yang Yong asked, Are you deceiving me, or is this truth? I cannot discern. Truth indeed. I have some inquiries to make, Wang Yu replied leisurely. How shall we address tonight's events? Discretion, Yang Yong stated. Will you not report to the National Master? I, Yang Yong, swear to report to the National Master, but only half the truth. And what of the cellmate I released? Ah, the great hero acts for justice. I cannot thank you enough for your good deed. Very well, return to your affairs. I shall rest here. Yang Yong hurriedly fled, his anguished cries echoing in the air, while Wang Yu reclined leisurely among the weeds, enjoying the cool breeze wafting through the cave entrance. Alas, with the great serpent's emergence causing a commotion, my forthcoming days shall be rather comfortable. Wang Yu propped his leg nonchalantly, savoring the moment. Before he could finish his thought, Yang Yong had already summoned 3 guards to bring forth a fine pearwood couch. 5 guards gestured for Wang Yu to take the captain's seat, while the others attended to his legs with massages. A few more guards armed with brooms diligently cleaned the dungeon where Wang Yu resided, subsequently laying down exquisite carpets. After a brief interlude, the lord of the city, Yang Yong, arrived to inspect the surroundings. Bustling with excitement, Mr. Wang Yu, whatever you wish to eat or however long you wish to stay, it is but a word away. Do not hesitate to ask. I apologize for my previous negligence. Indeed, Yang Yong proved to be quite the accommodating host. Leave me be, Wang Yu retorted. Very well, Yang Yong replied, scurrying off in high spirits. In the days that followed, Wang Yu continued to relish his time. He would lie down or sit within the dungeon, and when weary, he would simply step out to bask in the sunlight of the prison yard. Whenever thirst or hunger struck, a mere call would summon the guards who hurried to serve him tea and meals. Resembling obedient hounds, if it weren't for my esteemed friend, the Do Shang, these people would treat me like refuse. Such snobs, Wang Yu lamented, clapping his hands in exasperation, having once contemplated eliminating this group. Suddenly, a cold alert rang out from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the experiential living task. Rewards are now being distributed. The rewards included construction techniques for basketball courts, football fields, and swimming pools, as well as manufacturing techniques for basketballs, footballs, and swimsuits. Additionally, there were training manuals for professional coaches and players in basketball, football, and swimming. Ding rewards distributed, please accept them. In his village, he could now initiate problem-solving activities. After 7 days had finally passed, when Wang Yu emerged from the dungeon, the sun shone warmly upon him. Lord Yang Yong, accompanied by 300 guards, unfurled a red carpet, heralding Wang Yu's departure with drums and gongs. Approaching Yang Yong, Wang Yu cautioned, be kinder to the ordinary citizens of the city. If you continue to exploit these people, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. At this, Lord Yang Yong's expression grew noticeably awkward. He replied, Brother Wang Yu, the city is not solely under my command. The influence of the Burning Fire sect far surpasses my own within the Black Tiger City. The oppression of ordinary, impoverished folk is not solely my doing. It is a habit formed over millennia. I wish to enact change, yet I fear the resistance from these fighters, masters, and kings. Lord Yang Yong candidly confessed. These individuals are known as the Jianghu people, and they adhere to their own rules. While I desire to assist the impoverished, my hands are tied. Enough of this nonsense. You've wasted enough time, Wang Yu retorted angrily. You must keep your people in check. I do not wish to witness your men oppressing the common folk. He has departed. Wang Yu left the prison and walked a short distance to the entrance. Chapter 90. Discussing future developments. Jiyu Jianglu, Gu Yuedong, Su Lan, Shen Yueyu, and his fellow inmate Guozhang had been waiting for some time. Upon Wang Yu's appearance, they eagerly approached him. Jiyu Yuedong inquired curiously, Wang Yu? How was your stay in the dungeon? Were you comfortable? Are you hungry? I imagine the food there was rather unpalatable. Su Lan squinted, remarking, why do I get the impression they truly welcome your departure? From a distance, one could hear the sound of gongs and drums, and the crackling of firecrackers. Shen Yueyu, with her stunning visage, radiated the vitality and charm of a young woman. Today, she had intentionally donned a light white dress. And having witnessed Wang Yu's encounters with rough men in the dungeon, he found himself momentarily entranced. Surrounded by such a beautiful woman, he scarcely had time for conversation with others. Noticing Wang Yu's captivated gaze, Shen Yueyu slightly lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. While Wang Yu was actively imprisoned, uncertain of his fate, Shen Yueyu had been deeply concerned for him. Su Lan exclaimed, Hey, what are you staring at? It's just a woman. There are plenty in this city. I'll take you to see them at a leisurely pace. Shen Yueyu huffed softly, turning away, slightly annoyed. All right, let us find a restaurant and chat. Wang Yu casually suggested, I have discovered some intriguing news. I in a private room of an inn. Everyone gathered. Village Chief Wang, what interesting tidbits did you gather during your time in the dungeon? Gu Jianglu asked while savoring a glass of fine wine alongside a few peanuts. Shen Yueyu sat opposite Wang Yu, her expressive eyes wanting to gaze at him yet hesitating to do so. Wang Yu replied, in recent days, I overheard Lord Yang Yong mention that the most esteemed figure in Heihu City is the leader of the Burning Fire sect. Gu Jianglu remarked, that is to be expected. From my understanding a century ago, a sect that has established itself in a location for over 100, or even 1,000 years, possesses a formidable foundation and profound heritage. They have long become the local predators. Even a regional lord must navigate the intricate web of relationships carefully, often resorting to a rotation system. What prestige could a city lord possibly have compared to a sect? I see. Lord Yang Yong also mentioned that in the coming days, rare treasures will emerge from the monster beast mountains, and the Burning Fire sect has been preparing to seize them, Wang Yu stated. Nodding that I would like to ask all of you, are you interested in contending with the Burning Fire sect for these treasures? Gu Jianglu responded, agreed. Gu Yuedong echoed, I concur. Jiyu Jianglu, a figure of great stature who once gallantly competed for numerous treasures, felt compelled to join the fray now that these rare items were in play, he added. The treasures from the monster beast mountains favor us in terms of timing and location. The beasts in the mountains will not attack us. Rather, they will target those from the Burning Fire sect. Excellent. Thus, the first matter is settled. Wang Yu nodded, and suddenly his gaze shifted, coldly stating, the second matter at hand is my desire to transform our village into a sect, one that can attract exceptionally gifted apprentices from across the realm, thereby laying a solid foundation for our village's development. Hence, I intend to dismantle the Burning Fire sect and support the Lord of Black Tiger City, Yang Yong, in establishing it as our outpost beyond the Beast Mountain range. We must seize control of Black Tiger City. What say you? At this, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd, and Gu Jianglu hesitated to voice his thoughts. Su Lan responded, I agree. Let us take action. Jiyu Yuedong added, I concur as well. From what I have gathered over the past few days, the citizens of Black Tiger City are struggling, living under our protection, with no one daring to oppress them. But what shall become of our village? Gu Jianglu interjected. Chapter 91. Challenging the Burning Fire sect. Gu Jianglu's concerns were not unfounded. Rather, they stemmed from a sense of self-interest. Unconsciously tightening his grip, his thoughts wavered. The village represented the culmination of over a century of efforts by the three venerable elders. If village chief Wang Yu were to develop another stronghold, resources, materials, and the collective energy of the villagers would inevitably shift to Black Tiger City. Regardless of the circumstances, the three of them, Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shenao, held the village dear as their own child, hoping for its robust growth and expansion. The development of Black Tiger City appeared to be a usurpation of the village's resources, draining village chief Wang Yu's vitality, marking it as a second stronghold. He voiced his dissent. Village chief Wang Yu, it's not that I oppose your plan, we, as a humble village, truly possess the capability to compete with the Burning Fire sect. While seizing rare treasures poses little issue, Engaging in combat with a sect is a matter of extensive conflict. It is a battle of financial resources, materials, and manpower, one that demands endurance. The Burning Fire sect boasts over 5 centuries of foundation. While we have merely developed for a few dozen days, reliant on Black Tiger City for our rations, if we do find ourselves in conflict with the Burning Fire sect, they could sever our supply lines from Black Tiger City. As winter approaches, our existence in the village would become increasingly arduous. Upon hearing Gu Jiangliu's insights, the 3 young individuals nodded in agreement. Ji Yuetong remarked, "Grandfather is right. Battling a sect is a large-scale endeavor." At that moment, however, Wang Yu squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "I have already devised a strategy. Given our current strength, why should we clash head-on? We can certainly rely on wits." Well-versed in historical classics and the strategies of the 3 kingdoms, Wang Yu possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the intricacies of cunning schemes. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. I have a plan to ensnare the Burning Fire sect entirely," Wang Yu asserted, striking the table, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "Old Master Gu, as you mentioned, the Beast Mountain Range is our territory. Previously, I spoke of the emergence of rare treasures. Can you not see the connection?" Wang Yu continued, in detail, "We will need each of you to gather intelligence and disseminate some falsehoods. During my days in the prison, I learned from Lord Yang Yong about the rare treasures. I have been contemplating how to deal with the Burning Fire sect ever since. Shin Yu's beauty is ethereal, her lustrous black hair shimmering with a captivating sheen, and her eyes, reminiscent of rippling azure waves, conceal a hint of autumnal allure. For reasons unknown, her gaze towards Wang Yu carries a trace of admiration. At the tender age of 18, she dares to compete with the great sects in the future. Wang Yu's ambition and audacity are likely to surpass all expectations." Wang Yu felt the intensity of a heated gaze. He slightly turned his head, and their eyes met. Shun Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she nervously lowered her head. Wang Yu, perplexed, mused, "This little girl, what have I done to evoke such a reaction? We have barely exchanged a few words, yet here she is, blushing at the mere sight of me? Ha, such youthful promise, such youthful promise." Jiu Jianglu clapped his hands in admiration, saying, "So it turns out that village chief Wang Yu has long set his sights on the Burning Fire sect. Under the pretense of seeking our counsel, he has actually prepared a comprehensive plan. It appears that the Burning Fire sect has caught the attention of our chosen one." Wang Yu responded with a smile, "Such a splendid opportunity, if missed, may never arise again. Allow me to share my plan with you all. Gu Lao, please lend your wisdom and see if I have overlooked anything or if my thoughts are overly naive." Time swiftly passed as Wang Yu meticulously laid out the details and steps of his plan. After listening, Gu Jianglu remarked, "Village Chief Wang Yu, this approach is remarkably sound. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall henceforth address you as Sect Master." Chapter 92. Wang Yu's plan. Gu Yuetong is a person of integrity with extraordinary talent and cultivation, yet he lacks cunning. Xu Lan is astute and well-versed in the intricacies of strategy, though her cultivation talent does not match Gu Yuetong's. As for the stunning beauty, Shun Yu, Wang Yu's understanding of her is still shallow, and he remains unaware of her true character. Judging solely by her appearance, she is indeed a great beauty. The 3 individuals, alongside Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shin Ao, gradually began to regard Wang Yu with newfound respect during their close interactions. Initially, these 3 were among the foremost powerhouses of the Gamma Empire and the Holy Rock Empire. If Wang Yu could not earn their acknowledgement, he would surely not receive their full support. Having reincarnated, Wang Yu was not a sage. He was not one to wait passively for trouble to find him. Instead, he was the type to take initiative when opportunities for personal advancement arose. Fortune invariably favors the prepared mind. Wang Yu inquired, "How is the recovery of old Master Su progressing? I have been quite worried about him during my absence." Su Lan replied, "Old Master Gu possesses remarkable medical skills. In about a week, grandfather will be nearly recovered. He is likely in the room, gearing up to teach that madman Sansan a lesson for poisoning him." "That's splendid. That's splendid. Our village's 3 esteemed Do Huang are treasures of our community. Nothing must happen to them," Wang Yu exclaimed with ease. He then proceeded to discuss the plan. Wang Yu stated, "First, Old Master Gu, you and Gu Yuetong will continue to masquerade as members of a prominent family from afar, claiming to have heard of the appearance of rare treasures in the monster Beast Mountain range, thereby seeking to discover these riches. With your Do Huang strength, you will undoubtedly exert some pressure on the master of the Burning Fire sect. Moreover, considering the recent commotion caused by the Snake King's tribulation, the master of the Burning Fire sect, being seasoned in the ways of the world, may be wary and choose not to show himself, instead sending subordinates to search the mountains. Secondly, I need to find some individuals to circulate rumors in Heihu City, spreading the word that the formidable beasts perished during their tribulation, thereby alleviating their concerns. Thirdly, we shall incessantly exert pressure on the Burning Fire sect, compelling them to dispatch a significant number of personnel into the mountains. This way, we can strike and eliminate them in terms of strength within the Beast Mountain range. They possess no chance whatsoever. Within the mountains reside 2 Emperor-level beasts, and our village boasts 3 Emperor-level fighters. Along with a Saint-level Serpent King, I have little faith that the Burning Fire sect can escape from the Beast Mountain range. Indeed, Sulan remarked. Luring out the key figures of the Burning Fire sect will render the remaining ones negligible. Gu Jianglu added, Wang Yu, I too have methods to apply continuous pressure. The woman saved by Gu Yuetong has reunited with her husband, who is the captain of a mercenary group with over 30 subordinates. By leveraging these mercenaries, we can orchestrate certain maneuvers. Excellent. These tasks shall be entrusted to you, Old Master Gu. The timing and specifics of the emergence of rare treasures must be meticulously investigated to ascertain an exact date. Understood. The group responded in unison. In the ensuing time, Guizhang undertook the mission assigned by Wang Yu, returning to the village within the Beast Mountain range with the rewards from the system: a basketball, a football, and swimming pool-related techniques. Wang Yu also returned to the village, exchanging thoughts with the Serpent King. I wonder if the treasures of the Beast Mountain range pique the interest of my elder brother. The Serpent King, after his cultivation in the mountains, the Serpent King's skin has grown lustrous, increasingly resembling that of a human, save for the beastly essence evident in his eyes. Outwardly, he bears no distinction from a human. Wang Yu inquired, How have you been, Serpent King? Is everything well? Chapter 93. The Sect Master of the Burning Fire Sect. The Serpent King, cigar in mouth, reclined upon a polished, unblemished stone. Wang Shao, little brother, are you not imprisoned in Heihu City? What brings you to seek this king? Wang Yu replied. After spending 7 days in the dungeon, upon hearing good news, I hurried up the mountain to report to you. Brother, as long as the Serpent King is willing to act for the rare treasures, he can eliminate the members of the Burning Fire sect. Whether or not Wang Yu obtains the extraordinary items bears little consequence. With sufficient prestige accumulated, what kind of artifact or magical item could he not exchange for? What matter is it? The Serpent King sat cross-legged, eyes half closed, breathing evenly, as an inexplicable aura from the heavens and earth coalesced around him. Indeed, the royal grade talent is remarkable. Has he even mastered a breathing technique? Wang Yu approached, curiosity piqued, and asked, What is this technique, Serpent King? It seems as though light merges into your body with your breath. This is a breathing technique passed down in my family, etched in my memory. You cannot learn it, the Serpent King replied. Wang Yu, little brother, quickly share the good news. I heard from the people of Heihu City that extraordinary treasures are emerging in the Beast Mountain range. Will you not go and take a look? Wang Yu responded. I am aware I shall visit when I have the opportunity. Wang Yu observed the demeanor of the Snake King, who appeared indifferent and engrossed in his cultivation, embodying an air of innocence and an ethereal quality. Could it be that the scripture he casually exchanged from the system had indeed been diligently studied by the Snake King? He chuckled to himself, pondering if the Snake King truly believed he could attain immortality. Wang Yu clapped his hands and declared, Snake King, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again when I have the time. Meanwhile, at the Burning Fire sect, within the volcanic Grand Hall, Jia Ali knelt on one knee before the main altar, hands clasped in reverence, and reported, Esteemed sect leader, I bring news. The young master, possessing the strength of a Do Huang, has come, possibly with intentions regarding the treasures emerging from the monster Beast Mountain range. Grandfather, we cannot allow outsiders to seize the treasures that our Burning Fire sect covets. Jia Wuye sat at the center. Flanked by 4 elders, he inquired, Have we ascertained the identity of their family and the extent of their strength? Grandfather, Jia Ali responded, They have 1 Do Huang and 3 Do Wang. The white-haired young master is merely an ordinary Do Shi. Such is their apparent strength. However, what lies beneath may remain unknown, Jia Wuye remarked, turning to the elder responsible for passing down teachings. Elder Qian, what is your perspective on the current situation? Elder Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before replying, Esteemed sect leader, this Do Huang poses a significant challenge. The emergence of this treasure cannot be mishandled. Should we miss the opportunity, we would have to wait another 500 years. The treasure that is surfacing from the monster Beast Mountain range is a relic recorded by our Burning Fire sect 500 years ago. The breakthrough fruit, which blooms on an ancient, immortal tree deep within the monster Beast Marsh, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon over 5 centuries, and purifying time, bearing fruit only once every 500 years. Now, with our sect leader at the pinnacle of Do Wang, Having solidified his foundation for over 300 years, he awaits this breakthrough fruit to ascend to Do Huang at that time. Our burning fire sect will have a Do Huang to preside over us, granting us the opportunity to challenge the top-tier sects. Elder Qian's calm analysis resonated with the others present, who nodded in agreement, their faces alight with fervent anticipation. Do Huang. For 5 centuries, the burning fire sect had awaited this chance. Elder Mo interjected, sect leader, when the ancient tree bears fruit, it will indeed be a test of personal strength. Even though we may outnumber them in Do Huang, our Do Qi and techniques cannot compare to those of a Do Huang. If they seize the fruit, we will be left powerless to stop them as they take to the skies. Chapter 94. The unpredictability of human nature. Jia Wulier asserted, the matter of the relic is of utmost importance, pivotal to the future trajectory of our sect. The Gamma Empire has stood strong for a century, its foundations unshakable, owing to the multitude of powerful individuals and the presence of ancestors within the royal family. The complication arises with the arrival of an external Do Huang. I must personally attend to this matter. Jia Wulie's voice resonated with authority as he proclaimed, Elder Mo, during my absence, you and Elder Feng will oversee the sect. Understood. The assembly responded in unison, gradually dispersing. Just as Jia Ali was preparing to take his leave, Jia Wulie called him to a halt. Grandfather, what is it that you seek from me? Jia Ali inquired politely, his demeanor betraying none of the arrogance typical of a young master, instead presenting himself as a dutiful grandson, exuding an aura of innocence and benevolence. Jia Wulie ruffled his hair and said, in the coming days, I need you to keep a close watch on the actions of that young master. Once the task is accomplished, your grandfather will not forget your efforts. Thank you, grandfather, Jia Ali responded before taking his leave. Jia Wulie then stepped outside the grand hall, where his 3 sons had been waiting for some time. Father, have you summoned us? The eldest, second, and third brothers spoke simultaneously. The youngest, Jianqing, was Jia Ali's father and the most formidable among the 3 brothers. Jia Wulie stated, in the days to come, I shall personally take to the field, and I will need to bring along some companions. I entrust the affairs of the burning fire sect to you. Remember, do not engage in schemes against one another, and cease your incessant bickering, especially you and Cheng. While it is commendable to be competitive, that should be directed towards outsiders. Jia Anqing clasped his hands in submission and replied with a smile, yes, father. Once Jia Wulie departed, the facade of his smile faded from Jia Anqing's face, revealing a sinister grin beneath his lowered gaze. He then exclaimed, beaming, brothers, in the days ahead, we must look out for one another. The elder brother and second brother exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Jia Anqing's intentions were far from benevolent. The second brother, Jia Xingxing, remarked, elder brother, third brother, I have no interest in sect affairs. During father's absence, I intend to take my son out for training. The matters of the sect shall be left to you. The elder brother, Jia Luosha, responded, second brother, among us 3, your talent for cultivation is the greatest, yet you show no interest in sect matters. You should take this seriously. In the future, father will undoubtedly pass the position of sect leader to you. Upon hearing this, Jia Anqing's expression darkened further, but in an instant, the jealousy vanished without a trace. Jia Xingxing, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with fire clouds, appeared strikingly handsome, contrasting sharply with the rugged and fiery appearances of his 2 brothers. Disinterest is disinterest. I simply wish to avoid complications, he stated. However, in his heart, he thought to himself that he did not wish to become embroiled in the power struggles among brothers, nor did he desire to jeopardize their relationship over the position of sect leader. I am leaving. The affairs of the sect are in your hands. I shall take my son out for training, Jia Xingxing declared, raising his hand as he departed. Jia Anqing unclenched his fist and forced a smile, saying, elder brother, I appreciate your efforts in the days to come. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the schemes you harbor. Jia Luosha retorted coldly, turning away without a hint of courtesy. Heh, elder brother, the more you act this way, the more I desire to eliminate you. Jia Anqing said maliciously, with your demise, I would ascend to the throne of sect leader without a shred of guilt. Chapter 95. The 36 Marvels of the Tang sect departing from the Beast King's throne. Wang Yu seized a moment to return to the village and rest for a while. The work in the village served as the foundation for the development of the Legion. Wang Yu discovered that the 13 Do Wang, confiscated from the side of the Grand Master of the Gamma Empire, inexplicably developed a fondness for the village. Initially, he believed it was due to the extraordinary methods of Old Man Shan. However, upon hearing Old Man Shan's explanation, he learned it was the diligent efforts of Aunt Chun and Flower Girl. Indeed, as he observed, Aunt Chun and the leader of the dark faction, Qing Gang, strolled together, their hands intertwined, exuding an aura of sweetness. While Chen Gang busied himself with labor, Aunt Chun stood by, fetching water and delivering meals. Shin Ao remarked, "Village Chief Wang Yu, these warriors, who are seasoned combatants in training, are mere children when it comes to matters of the heart. Human emotions are tender and vulnerable." It was then that Wang Yu comprehended that it was love that nourished these warriors. Shin Ao seized the opportunity to arrange for Flower Girl to provide psychological counseling to these fighters and introduce them to some of the village's women. Eventually, this endeavor bore fruit. According to Gu Fenghin from the apothecary, Aunt Chun was already pregnant, carrying Chen Gang's child. This revelation caused Wang Yu to shake his head in private delight. Aunt Chun had indeed contributed significantly, aiding him in retaining 13 formidable Do Huang experts. In the future, he would surely express his gratitude to her. With 3 Do Huang, 17 Do Huang experts, and dozens of Do Shi, the visible strength of Wang Yu's village was now capable of rivaling the first-rate sects of the Gamma Empire. However, this was merely the surface. Sect disputes tested far more than mere visible strength. They required land, treasures, population, resources, combat techniques, talent cultivation, and a series of strategic advantages. Wang Yu declared, "Once we seize Black Tiger City and secure the village's soft power, ensuring the villagers are well settled, we shall be prepared to showcase our prowess on the eastern continent." At present, it seemed the system had not issued any tasks, perhaps allowing him to develop freely. Curiously, Wang Yu inquired, "System brother, why haven't you assigned me any tasks lately?" Ding, the system's cold voice resonated. Currently, the host has identified a target for attack, strategizing to assimilate the Burning Fire sect, which serves as a test for the host. Ding, since the host has made a request, this system will temporarily issue a task. Let us see to what extent the host can assimilate the Burning Fire sect. 1. Complete destruction of the sect, ensuring the Burning Fire sect has no chance of revival. Reward: Sacred Heavenly Dragon Roar Fist. Eliminate all disciples of the Burning Fire sect, leaving no trace behind. Sacred Heavenly Dragon Roar Fist. The Dragon Soul Sacred Emperor commands all beasts to submit. The dragon is an ancient divine beast. Harnessing the power of the divine beast, unleash a fist that compels all beasts to bow. Upon reaching mastery, one can wield the power to traverse heaven and earth, transforming into a sacred dragon that reigns supreme. Upon hearing the system's description, Wang Yu was left astounded, his mouth agape. The technique was undeniably powerful, yet it required the complete annihilation of the Burning Fire sect's members. Wang Yu pondered, "Must I truly annihilate innocent lives for the sake of invincibility? Am I capable of such deeds?" 2. Simple destruction of the sect, dismantling the Burning Fire sect. Reward: Tang sect's 36 unique skills, displacing the sect leader and expelling the sect's disciples will suffice. The 36 unique techniques of the Tang clan, renowned for their mastery of hidden weapons and poisons. The intricate principles of toxic mists and concealed armaments derive from the Tang clan's 36 unique techniques, which manifest in a progression of 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, and 4 giving rise to all things. The 36 unique techniques serve as the foundation for the cultivation of toxic substances and gases. WQ. The Tang clan. A glimmer sparked in Wang Yu's eyes. This knowledge was truly befitting the venerable elder. Gu Yutong, this is it. Chapter 96. Fond of you. The Gu family, known for their adeptness in the use of poisons, is a lineage of alchemists. When complemented by the 36 unique techniques of the Tang clan, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger. In the future, as Gu Yutong achieves mastery, she will undoubtedly express her gratitude. Furthermore, I must exchange some profound level techniques for Su Lan and Shin Yuru. Wang Yu contemplated. It is a rare opportunity to be in Heihu City with Su Lan and Shin Yuru. I must cultivate a good rapport with them. After all, I am the leader. Am I not? As his thoughts soared, Wang Yu had already returned to his stronghold in Heihu City. Upon pushing open the door of the inn, he found Su Lan seated at a solid wooden table, cracking sunflower seeds, while Shin Yuru was perched on the balcony, engrossed in a book. Seeing Wang Yu's return, the two rose to greet him. Wang Yu squinted and inquired, "Why are you two sitting in the same room without uttering a word?" Su Lan shot a glance at Shin Yuru and chuckled, "Hee, this stunning beauty refuses to engage with me. We just had a quarrel, Wang Yu. I must warn you. This beauty can be quite formidable in an argument." Shin Yuru's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, her slender waist exuding a youthful vitality as she oscillated gracefully. "Shut up, Su Lan," Shin Yuru retorted angrily. Wang Yu smiled soothingly. "Why argue when we are all here to execute a task together? Speak up, and I shall mediate. I was planning to take you both out for a stroll and treat you to a delightful meal. If they did not resolve their conflict, how could they enjoy themselves? They were all young. Go on, speak. Then I shall speak." Su Lan grinned mischievously. A Shun Yuru's snow-white hand pinched Su Lan, causing him to yelp, "What are you doing? The elder brother is here to mediate. And you won't let me speak? Do not speak. Be quiet." Shin Yuru's face was so flushed it seemed as though it could bleed. Su Lan exclaimed, "Push harder. Wang Yu, Shin Yuru has a crush on you." In an instant, Shin Yuru's complexion turned even more crimson, and with all her might, she sought to imprint a lasting memory on Su Lan. Su Lan's shout resonated, powerful enough to rattle the ceiling. Shin Yuru dashed towards the door. Oh dear. Having been preoccupied with work and financial struggles during his university days, Wang Yu had never experienced romance. Just as he traversed into this new world, he encountered a stunning beauty who harbored affections for him. Such a beautiful girl, like a celestial being. Wang Yu grasped Shin Yuru's arm, saying, "Shin Yuru, do not go. If you like him, there is no need to feel embarrassed about it." Shin Yuru halted, her body turning to face Wang Yu. Her cheeks aflame and her ears tinged with red. "Why you, like me too?" Shin Yuru murmured, her head bowed. Wang Yu remarked, "I truly enjoy this Shun Yu. Like a blossoming flower, radiates beauty, her eyes shimmering like azure waves. I harbor affection for you, as well as for Su Lan, and I also hold a fondness for Gu Yutong, not to mention all the villagers in our hamlet. I cherish them all." You scoundrel," Shin Yu exclaimed, her foot stamping in frustration. It was her first experience of liking someone and confessing her feelings, only to be the subject of Wang Yu's jest. How could a young lady endure such mockery? Just as Shun Yu contemplated fleeing, Wang Yu, exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity, abruptly placed his hand upon her shoulder, firmly restraining her. "You, where are you wandering off to? The path to my heart lies here." Wang Yu gently took Shun Yu's soft, warm hand and pressed it against his heart. "Brother Wang Yu, you are quite something," Su Lan observed, astonished. "I suddenly thought of my pet." Wang Kai, with a touch of self-importance, Su Lan declared, "Brother, I shall stay in Shun Yu's room tonight. You and Shun Yu can share this space. I'll take my leave now." Chapter 97. A shopping date. Su Lan, "Are you trying to drive me to my demise?" As Su Lan spoke, Shun Yu delicately withdrew from Wang Yu's grasp, her face flushed like a ripe peach. Wang Yu responded, "A stunning beauty like you cannot simply cohabit because of affection. We are not married, nor have we engaged in anything of that nature." Though in the world Wang Yu once inhabited, the mindset was rather progressive, allowing romantic entanglements to unlock various intimacies. This realm was steeped in fantasy and traditional values. Shun Yu, fidgeting with her delicate hands, inquired, "Are we still going shopping?" Wang Yu and Su Lan exchanged glances and replied, "Why not? Let us go." The trio strolled side by side through the bustling streets of Black Tiger City. The city was a hub of commerce, teeming with merchants and filled with an array of goods on display. Clothing stores, equipment shops, weaponry outlets, and apothecaries. However, the wandering fighters and mercenaries could not help but cast their gazes upon Shan Yu's exquisite beauty. "Brother, so many people are staring at Shan Yu. What a nuisance. If only I were more formidable, I would gouge out their eyes." Su Lan huffed indignantly. "How dare they gawk at my sister-in-law?" Shin Yu felt a flutter of nerves, careful not to glance too long at Wang Yu. Forget about them. Wang Yu, however, relished the leisurely moment. "Since we have this rare opportunity, feel free to express any culinary desires or items that catch your eye." "I have the means," Su Lan skeptically replied. "Brother Wang Yu, as the village chief, we haven't seen you engage with any financial resources lately. How could you possibly have money?" Oh, suddenly, Su Lan's face lit up with realization as she pointed at Shun Yu. "Could it be that you and sister-in-law have been secretly dating in the village? Shin Yu is in charge of the village finances. Have you two conspired together?" "Ah," a familiar pang of discomfort coursed through her. Shun Yu interjected, "Stop with the nonsense. Despite the time that has passed, Wang Yu has never taken a single coin from the village. Do not tarnish his character, sister-in-law, despite this elder brother not yet having taken you through the door. How is it that you are already speaking on his behalf?" "Haha," Su Lan teased as she looked at the two, her hands resting on the shoulders of Wang Yu and Shin Yu. "Elder brother Wang Yu, may I inquire where your wealth originates?" Wang Yu replied, "In the past, I collected quite a number of magic crystals from the Beast King's throne, all of at least 3rd grade and above. I donated some to the village while keeping a portion for myself, which is more than sufficient for us to indulge in a feast." He added, "Later, we shall find a shop to exchange this money." At that moment, 2 young men approached, beckoned by the alluring voices of 5 elegantly dressed women standing at the entrance of a lavishly decorated establishment. Adorned in exquisite satin, the enchanting courtesans waved their delicate hands, exuding a myriad of charms as they playfully flicked their silk handkerchiefs. The sign above the entrance read Ladies' Fragrance Pavilion. Numerous passing warriors, unable to resist the allure, found themselves drawn inside, just as a drunken man, supported by one of the ladies, stumbled out, "Delightful, delightful. Today, little Hong has made me feel quite comfortable. I shall return," exclaimed a rotund gentleman, dressed in opulent attire. "Young master, do come often. Do not let little Hong miss you at night," one of the ladies replied. Shin Yu Ru remarked, "How shameless." Wang Yu gazed at the beauties, vowing he had just posed the most foolish question of his life. "Yu Ru, would you mind if I were to have multiple wives in the future?" he asked naively. Su Lan could only stare in disbelief. Shin Yu Ru responded, "I wouldn't mind. Is that truly the case?" Wang Yu pondered, "You are remarkably generous. In any other realm, merely embracing a current girlfriend while entangling with an ex would mark one as a scoundrel, let alone having 3 or 4 wives," he added. "I was merely jesting. I am a man of singular devotion." Chapter 98. Teasing Shin Yu Ru for someone I cherish. "I hope you would be kind solely to me, showering your affection upon just me," Shin Yu Ru earnestly conveyed to Wang Yu, her large eyes sparkling with sincerity. "I do not wish for you to pursue other girls, for I would feel envious." Unbeknownst to Shin Yu Ru, her affection for Wang Yu had blossomed over time. He had once been an unnoticed figure in the village, merely the son of an ordinary villager, while she, the granddaughter of the venerable old master Shun, had been born into privilege, surrounded by adoration and possessing access to the village's vast resources. Yet one day, Wang Yu emerged from the shadows, standing out during the village chief's election, exuding remarkable charisma and courage, ultimately averting the village's crisis of survival. He shone like the brightest star, drawing everyone's gazes toward him. "I understand now," Wang Yu nodded. "You are the first girl to harbor feelings for me. I shall take care of you." The allure of a man lies in his charm, charisma, and demeanor. Heroes are always accompanied by beautiful companions. At that moment, the rotund young master who had previously exited the fragrance pavilion fixated on Shen Yu Ru with an insatiable gaze, nearly drooling. "May I have the honor of getting to know this beautiful young lady?" The rotund young man displayed an utter disregard for both Wang Yu and Su Lan, exuding an air of tyrannical arrogance. Su Lan stepped forward defiantly, her voice laced with fury. "This is my elder brother's sister-in-law. Begone." "Your elder brother? I revel in snatching away the women of elder brothers. If this woman spends the night with me, I'll give you some money to leave," he retorted. The hefty man showed no signs of backing down, and at his side, 6 attendants materialized, encircling Wang Yu and his companions. Their gazes were cold and piercing, swords in hand, their demeanor menacing, clearly indicating rigorous training. "Who is this corpulent figure?" "He is the heir of the Huang family from Heihu City, a family that stands amongst the most powerful clans in the city alongside the Ma family. Aligned with the Burning Fire sect, they brazenly commit misdeeds, with the city lord Yang Yong unable to rein them in, forced to turn a blind eye. Alas, the Huang family's young master has succumbed to his old vices once again. This lecherous man cannot resist the allure of beautiful women. How many daughters from respectable families have fallen prey to this swine? Who could possibly discipline him?" "Hush, keep your voices down. He is not someone the mercenaries in this city dare to provoke," murmured the passers-by. Shin Yu Ru's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Her usual icy demeanor turned to loathing as she glared at the rotund figure. "Stand behind me," Wang Yu instructed, shielding Shin Yu Ru. "I refuse." "Refuse? What? Is the money insufficient?" Huang Qi retorted, producing a pouch of coins. "Here are 30 gold pieces. Take the money and scram." Smack! Before Huang Qi could even throw the coins at Wang Yu's face, Wang Yu had delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, and the onlookers gasped in astonishment. "This lad truly dares to strike the Huang family's young master. Who is he?" murmured the crowd. Puzzled by the unfamiliar face, as the attendants witnessed their master being struck, they drew their blades with alarming speed, advancing towards Wang Yu with the intent to strike at his neck. "You too. Refrain from acting. Leave this to me." Wang Yu seethed inwardly. If the one he cherished was treated like an object, such a person deserved to be thoroughly punished. The guards, trained by the Huang family, were formidable fighters. All at the Dome Master level. 5 of them surged forward, their movements appearing slow to Wang Yu, who inhaled deeply, unleashing a surge of potent fighting spirit. "For insulting Shen Yu Ru, I shall shatter your faces," Wang Yu bellowed. Chapter 99. Is it merely a young master? The divine artifact Pangu's creation bone, the supreme technique sacred body breathing absolute. These two unparalleled treasures complemented each other perfectly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu's fists radiated golden brilliance, transformed into the purest fighting spirit. 2 guards charged in from the side, swords poised to strike at Wang Yu's shoulders, while another two flanked behind, intent on forcibly subduing Shen Yu and Su Lan at Ha. You think you can surround me with sheer numbers? Wang Yu exclaimed, raising his fists and roaring, unfortunately, your movements are too slow. Smack, smack. As the tempest arose with sudden ferocity, Wang Yu's fists transformed into two swift gales, striking the faces of the two attendants before him in an instant. The overwhelming force contorted their features, shattering their jawbones at the corners of their mouths, with blood intermingling with several teeth stained crimson. The four attendants behind, taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, found themselves momentarily stunned. Yet, before they could react, Wang Yu's fists surged forward once more. Crack, crack. Another two blows sent two more attendants sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths. If you dare to lay a finger on my friend, I shall make your lives a living hell, Wang Yu bellowed, his chilling voice laced with a deadly intent as he realized he could not catch the other two fleeing figures. The two guards stood frozen in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Useless fools. Are you so easily frightened? How will you ever follow me in the future? Huang Qi roared vehemently. Slap. Before the two attendants could muster a response, Wang Yu's fists came crashing in once again. It was all too effortless. Wang Yu dusted off his hands and declared, All right, you fat pig, it's your turn now. Huang Qi's face flushed with rage. Having dominated the Black Tiger City for many years, he could not allow himself to lose face in his family's territory. How could he continue to assert himself? Impudent brat, do you have any idea who I am? I am the heir of the Huang family. This entire Black Tiger City is under my family's command. Do you truly dare to strike me? Wang Yu shook his head, recognizing a common flaw among these privileged scions. They relied on borrowed authority, wielding the power of their families to perpetrate their misdeeds, lacking any true capability of their own. The achievements of your family have nothing to do with a worthless, bloated fool like you. Did you genuinely believe I would hesitate to strike you? Wang Yu grasped the neck of the corpulent man. The burning fire sect in this Black Tiger City was indeed a den of depravity, filled with all manner of refuse. Originally, he had intended to eradicate the burning fire sect, and Huang Qi's appearance served as the perfect catalyst. Slap, slap, slap. Wang Yu delivered 3 resounding slaps, inviting the wrath of the burning fire sect to intensify. You dare strike me? Damn it, you will regret this. The next time we meet, I will ensure your demise. The sound of slaps echoed in a continuous rhythm. The satisfaction of striking that chubby face was delightful, soft and yielding with a delightful bounce. You will come to regret this. You cannot afford to offend the Huang family, nor the burning fire sect. The latter possesses a terror beyond your imagination. Slap, slap. Wang Yu casually turned back and said, Shen Yu, Su Lan, would you like to come and deliver a couple of slaps as well? This fat pig's face is quite enjoyable to strike. Shen Yu revealed her delicate wrist, rolling her purple satin sleeves to her elbows, her skin as smooth as silk, her slender fingers fair and radiant, a vision of ethereal beauty. Wang Yu, he has insulted me. Allow me to handle this, Shen Yu declared angrily. Chapter 100. This maneuver is beyond my tolerance. Wang Yu hurriedly stepped forward, clasping Shen Yu's elegant hand, her gentle grip akin to a precious gem. No, I cannot bear to strike this hand. It would be too kind to that wretched fat man. Su Lan, you take over, Wang Yu instructed. Observing Wang Yu holding Shen Yu's hand, Shen Yu shyly lowered her gaze. Su Lan took a deep breath and exclaimed, Brother Wang Yu, even while receiving a slap, you flaunt your affection. It's simply unbearable for me. My hands, rugged from forging, are not suitable for this. Allow me to take charge. Slap, slap, slap. Huang Qi, struck, felt his blood surge and stars dance before his eyes. His confidence and anger dissipated entirely. I was wrong, brother. I shouldn't have attempted to steal your beloved. Look, young Master Huang has been frightened into submission, pleading for mercy. Who is this formidable youth, capable of besting 6 of the Huang family's retainers at such a tender age? Could he possibly be one of the young masters visiting from another city, here to tour Black Tiger City? Wasn't there one who came accompanied by a Do Huang before? Oh, are you referring to that fair-haired young master? That fellow is quite extraordinary. He even drove away the 3rd young master of the Burning Fire sect. The crowd buzzed with speculation. However, the Huang family, being the foremost clan in Black Tiger City, had a powerful Do-Shi expert stationed within their ranks. The city's power dynamics were intricate, with tremendous entanglements of interests. In broad daylight, which master could stir such upheaval in Black Tiger City? Was the peace of the city to be disregarded? At that moment, a commotion arose within the crowd. The Lord of Black Tiger City, Yang Yong, rode in on a fiery steed, accompanied by 15 guards, just as he happened to be patrolling the streets. Upon seeing Lord Yang's arrival, Huang Qi felt as if salvation had come. He cried out, "Brother Yang, save me! I am Huang Qi, the third young master of the Huang family. This villain has assaulted me. Impudent scoundrel, release him at once." Yang Yong bellowed. Su Lan instinctively loosened his grip, and the rotund Huang Qi scrambled behind Yang Yong in a disheveled manner. With stars still dancing in his eyes and his face swollen like a dumpling, Huang Qi pleaded, "Lord Yang, you must take charge of this matter." "Why has Lord Yang arrived?" "I was just saying these few young masters were quite adept in dealing with us common folk," remarked one bystander. "But this lord possesses the strength of a Do Wang. I doubt these young masters will fare well." Dismounting, Yang Yong brandished his sword and fixed a cold gaze upon Su Lan, saying, "Young man, your audacity is remarkable. You dare to strike young Master Huang, and in my domain of Black Tiger City, to commit such a heinous act. Today, I shall uphold justice and teach you a lesson." Seeing the overwhelming numbers and the impressive demeanor of his adversaries, Su Lan, undeterred, replied, "This rotund fellow brazenly sought to abduct another's beloved in broad daylight. Did he not deserve the beating he received?" Yang Yong's expression darkened. He was well aware of who Huang Qi was. Yet, he found himself in a predicament, needing to give face to Huang Qi, as he relied on the Huang family for certain matters. "I did not witness the abduction of a lady, but your assault on an innocent is inexcusable. Seize him and take him to the dungeon. He shall face severe punishment." Huang Qi roared, "You wretched boy. Where is your bravado from just now? Damn it, you've bruised me so badly. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Do you truly think you're invincible? Damn it, what are you afraid of? Show me that temper of yours." At that moment, the arrogant scion of the Huang family, emboldened by the support of the city lord, resumed his brazen demeanor. "Goodness, is there truly no one who can put him in his place?" Just then, Wang Yu pulled Xin Yu forward, grinning. "Ah, City Lord Yang. It appears we have the pleasure of crossing paths once more after this brief interlude." Chapter 101. A long-awaited reunion with City Lord Yang. "What on earth is this brat doing here?" Yang Yong's expression stiffened. His face, previously aflame with anger, quickly transformed into a mask of cordiality. Wang Yu's elder brother, known for his notorious escapades in the dungeons, had ruthlessly dispatched 50 of his guards. Who would dare provoke him? Yang Yong, taken aback, commanded, "Cease at once." "Indeed. How fortunate we are to meet again," Huang Qi replied, bewildered, sensing an acquaintance between the man before him and City Lord Yang. He continued, "City Lord Yang, these 3 individuals assaulted me. Look at my face, bruised and battered. I implore you to rectify this matter. Tomorrow, I shall have my father visit you personally. He has brought back some exquisite vintage from Wuju City." "Su Lan, come here," Wang Yu said nonchalantly, in broad daylight. "This fat pig, accompanied by his entourage, attempted to abduct my companion and insult her. I was compelled to teach his minion a lesson and discipline this rotund fool. Was my response not justified? You insufferable buffoon. How dare you remain so audacious at this juncture?" Huang Qi shouted, his voice hoarse. Slap! Yang Yong swiftly delivered a resounding blow to Huang Qi's face. Stunned, Huang Qi gazed at City Lord Yang in disbelief. Yang Yong, with a forced smile, remarked that was well deserved. This wretched glutton brought it upon himself, daring to covet even Brother Wang's companion. "Guards, escort this lout back to the dungeon with strict supervision." In light of this unexpected turn of events, Huang Qi was perplexed. Despite being the son of the Black Tiger City, how was it that he found himself at the mercy of the city lord? "City Lord Yang, what is the meaning of this?" "My father," Huang Qi questioned. "What do you think this means? In my Black Tiger City, you dare engage in any underhanded dealings? Your father is of no consequence. Even your grandfather would hold no sway here." Yang Yong ordered his men to seize Huang Qi, who was then unceremoniously led away, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons. "How dare you, Yang Yong? Do you not fear the Huang family or the Burning Fire sect?" Huang Qi lamented, "I am the 3rd son of the Huang family. Bah! The Huang family would not dare to retaliate against me for your sake. Take him away." Yang Yong, with clarity of mind, understood precisely whom to offend and whom to flatter. With Wang Yu's unfathomable strength, he had even fabricated lies to the Grand Magus of the Gamma Empire. What fear had he of the Burning Fire sect? "Wang Yu, let us depart. You enjoy yourself here." With that, City Lord Yang and his entourage dispersed. Initially, the crowd assumed Wang Yu would face the repercussions from the city lord, but to their astonishment, the young man's capabilities were exceedingly formidable. Who exactly was this individual? What was his background? that the city lord yielded so readily before him. The lord of Yangyong City possesses quite the knack for affairs, and his actions have certainly elevated Wang Yu's reputation. The onlookers present dared not underestimate Wang Yu and his companions any longer. Once the matter concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The three strolled leisurely along the street, with no one daring to insult them further. Su Lan and Shen Yuru were intrigued. How could Wang Yu, who had spent time in prison and ought to be a criminal, command such respect that even the city lord seemed intimidated? Shen Yuru inquired, Wang Yu, what did you do to the city lord? Why does he fear you so? I hadn't noticed this before, brother. You truly have some remarkable skills. Impressive. Su Lan praised. You truly deserve the title of elder brother. Wang Yu placed his hands on their shoulders and recounted the tumultuous events surrounding the great serpent's imprisonment in detail. Oh my, brother, you are formidable. With the support of the fighting saint. No wonder you are so audacious. Exclaimed Su Lan, giving a thumbs up. From now on, I am definitely sticking with you. Chapter 102. The anomaly on the streets. The three spent a brief time meandering through Black Tiger City. Wang Yu produced a third-tier magic crystal and exchanged it for 50 gold coins, which was more than sufficient for their indulgences. Shopping, snacking, and dining. As night fell, Su Lan insisted that Shen Yuru and Wang Yu share a sleeping arrangement, but both Wang Yu and Shen Yuru simultaneously expressed their reluctance to hasten their relationship. In such a feudal society, if a man were to catch even a glimpse beneath a woman's garments, discussions of marriage would swiftly ensue. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following morning, before Wang Yu had even opened his eyes, he heard Su Lan's urgent voice, Brother, there's commotion outside. The Burning Fire sect is mobilizing. Wang Yu abruptly opened his eyes, leaped out of bed, flinging the white bedding onto the floor. What is happening? The Burning Fire sect has begun to summon laborers. I didn't inquire into the specifics, but I hurried back to inform you, Su Lan replied. Let us go see. Wang Yu and Su Lan quickly gathered their essentials, and upon stepping outside, they encountered Shen Yuru. Where are you two rushing off to in such a hurry? Shen Yuru asked, balancing steamed buns and porridge in her hands. I bought breakfast. Wang Yu snatched 2 buns, declaring, there's no time for breakfast. The Burning Fire sect is taking action. Let us go. The three hurried downstairs, exiting their lodging and stepping onto the street. There, they found numerous men clad in the robes of the Fire Cloud sect, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 as they knocked on doors. Come out. The Burning Fire sect is requisitioning laborers. We need able-bodied individuals who can handle heavy work. One of the sect's disciples announced, holding a paper and pen. Your household has 4 members. One must go. In Black Tiger City, over 40,000 households housed a total of more than 120,000 ordinary citizens. Excluding the elderly, the infirm, and those unfit for labor, there were more than 80,000 capable workers. This time, based on statistics from previous years, the Burning Fire sect was recruiting over 3,000 individuals from 3,000 families that had historically provided fewer laborers. An elderly man, with gray hair and tattered clothing, pleaded, Master, does the city lord know about this conscription? The disciple of the Burning Fire sect retorted angrily, that's not your concern. Just provide a person. Who's coming? Hurry up. I still have other households to visit. In the formidable Black Tiger City, our Burning Fire sect slays the beasts of the Beast Mountain Range, ensuring your peace and prosperity, providing land for cultivation. What harm is there in one individual stepping forth? Are you discontent? Another companion voiced his impatience. Alas, second son, step forward, you shall go. The elder called out, and a reluctant young man, approximately 18 years of age and of slender build, emerged. Father, my son. It is not as though I am sending you to your demise. The old man replied with a heavy heart. Your elder brother is marrying, with a family to support. He must provide for his wife and children, while you bear no such burdens. Exercising is beneficial. It would do you good. Enough of this chatter. What is your name? Inquired the disciple of the Burning Fire sect. Chonihung, replied the young man. The disciple then stated, prepare your own provisions for 5 days and bring your own clothing. Assemble at the East City Gate tomorrow morning. May I inquire what has transpired, esteemed brother? Do not ask what should not be asked. It is merely the transport of some supplies. That is enough. After registering, the disciple of the Burning Fire sect departed. The audacity of the Burning Fire sect is truly remarkable, conscripting the labor of common folk. Should this not be the task of the Lord of the Black Rock City of the Gamma Empire? Why have they taken on this role? Su Lan queried in confusion. What trickery is the Burning Fire sect up to? It seems I must inquire with Yang Yong about this matter. Let us depart. Wang Yu stated. Chapter 103. The recruitment of bounty hunters. Early in the morning, the Burning Fire sect unexpectedly called upon the ordinary citizens of the city, seeking over 3,000 individuals, each required to bring 5 days' worth of provisions. Wang Yu remarked. Are they preparing to muster a large force for an expedition? Su Lan pondered, scratching the back of her head, wondering if it might relate to the emergence of a rare treasure. Xin Yu expressed her concern. Wang Yu, can you truly be satiated with just 2 buns? A hearty breakfast is beneficial for one's health. Suddenly receiving such care from an exquisite beauty warmed Wang Yu's heart. However, now is not the time for such worries. Thank you, Yu. Understanding the intentions of the Burning Fire sect weighs heavily on my mind, leaving me unable to eat. Unconsciously, Wang Yu quickened his pace. Throughout the bustling streets and alleys, disciples of the Burning Fire sect were visible at every turn. Upon reaching the square, he found a large gathering of mercenaries, practitioners, fighters, and masters. An elder of the Burning Fire sect stood upon the square's platform, proclaiming loudly, esteemed mercenaries gathered in Black Tiger City, the Burning Fire sect is now extensively recruiting mercenaries. The bounty is double what you typically earn for your missions. As the elder's voice rang out, the mercenaries erupted in excitement. Such wealth to be gained is intriguing indeed. With such generous compensation, it would be unwise not to participate. What are the selection criteria? The elder of the Burning Fire sect responded with a smile. There are no conditions. Any fighter with strength may partake. The task is simple. Enter the Beast Mountain range and slay some beasts. You may need to remain for approximately a month. Those willing to earn the bounty, come forth to register. The Burning Fire sect will provide provisions. Fighters need not bring their own supplies in our Burning Fire sect. We shall also dispatch a formidable contingent to venture into the mountains. The Monster Mountain range is notoriously perilous. As bounty hunters, they engage in fierce battles with the beasts to obtain the magical crystals within their bodies, slaying them to claim these treasures and exchange them for wealth in Black Tiger City. This line of work is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where one's life hangs by a thread, and an encounter with a powerful beast could spell instant demise. Nevertheless, this perilous nature compels mercenaries to discreetly seek out capable allies to form a team for the expedition. This time, however, the Burning Fire sect is rallying a large force, with sheer numbers and the seasoned warriors who have long hunted the beasts. Safety is assured. I want to sign up. Count me in. The enthusiasm among the mercenaries was palpable, and soon, over 100 had registered. Su Lan observed the scene thoughtfully, remarking, Brother Wang Yu, even without going to Lord Yang Yong, I can surmise the situation. It's a fair guess. I speculate they are assembling a grand expedition to the Monster Mountain range, preparing to await the emergence of the rare treasure, replied Xin Yu. Let us go. The 3 of us shall register as well. We are signing up too. Su Lan questioned, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. The Monster Mountain range is our domain. Fear not, by joining them, we may find an opportunity to seize the treasure, Wang Yu reassured. Should Gu Yu and her group enter the mountains, we could gather intelligence for them from within. Su Lan nodded in agreement. Brother, that's a splendid idea. The trio made their way to the registration area, where a throng of people awaited. After a considerable wait, it was finally their turn to leave their details. Only names and levels of strength were required. At that moment, the registrar announced, tomorrow morning, gather at the eastern side of the South Square. There will be an assessment. An assessment? Wang Yu inquired, intrigued. What sort of assessment? The registrar gestured to a notice board on the right, saying, Sir, please refer to the notice yourself. There are others waiting to register. Wang Yu turned to see a lengthy line of over 300 individuals behind him, an eclectic mix adorned in various garbs, wielding an array of weaponry and sporting diverse hairstyles. Su Lan remarked, with so many people, could it be that all the mercenaries from Black Tiger City have gathered? Wang Yu replied, let us first see what the assessment entails. Before the grand expedition, it is customary to organize and arrange the troops, a fundamental principle of military strategy. The notice stated that the assessment was designed to evaluate the combat capabilities and levels of the mercenaries, categorizing them into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Su Lan added, Brother Wang Yu, I have some understanding of this. During a march, a large force clears the path while supplies are transported, yet within the Monster Mountain range, there must be individuals to safeguard the transport of provisions. His uncertain whether this superior power is positioned at the outer periphery or closer to the provisions, Wang Yu propped his chin on his hand and remarked, does this classification of strength also influence the execution of tasks? My dear brother, allow me to share a universal truth. Trash is merely cannon fodder. Su Lan nodded earnestly, asserting, for tomorrow's assessment, the 3 of us cannot be relegated to the lower ranks. We must at least secure a place in the middle. Ascending higher? That is precarious. There are formidable fighters present. Shen Yu, filled with concern, added, regardless, the 3 of us must remain together. Wang Yu replied, to be on the safe side, our speculated intelligence may lack precision. The information obtained from Yang Yong is far more reliable. Let us proceed. We must visit the Lord's Manor of Black Tiger City.in, the Grand Hall of Black Tiger City. Lord Yang Yong was receiving a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, who brought with him exquisite wines and rare treasures as offerings. Yang Yong, why have you detained my son? Inquired Huang Jinyong, the father of Huang Qi, taking the lead in questioning. Yang Yong slapped his forehead and replied, Ah, brother Huang, I am merely protecting your son. He is well fed and comfortable in the side hall, suffering not a bit. Huang Jinyong's expression stiffened, his gaze filled with resentment as he retorted, I am inquiring why you have captured my son. Yang Yong, holding a teacup, filled it to the brim for Huang Jinyong and said, Brother Huang, you may not be aware, but your son has provoked someone I greatly feared. He requires some discipline. Many mysterious figures have arrived in Black Tiger City recently. Just a few days ago, one of my guards was assaulted, and the third young master of the Burning Fire sect also encountered difficulties. What could I do but let it go? Huang Jinyong, having heard scattered rumors, noted, recently, a young master accompanied by a Do Huang bodyguard came to the city. Are you suggesting that this individual is connected to the young master with the Do Huang bodyguard? Yang Yong replied, reflect on it yourself. I can divulge no more in Yang Yong's estimation. The true terror of Wang Yu lay in his elder brother, a being more formidable than even a Do Huang. Huang Jinyong remarked, so, by capturing my son, I ought to extend my gratitude to you. Yang Yong chuckled but cautioned, no need for thanks. Quickly, go to the side hall and ensure your son rests well. During this period, it would be wise to remain low-key. With the emergence of rare treasures and the myriad affairs of the Burning Fire sect, you will have your hands full. Chapter 105. Like father, like son Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shen Yuru arrived at the Grand Hall of Black Tiger City. The guard stationed at the entrance had already committed Wang Yu's appearance to memory, particularly since Lord Yang Yong had previously instructed them to allow no hindrance should Wang Yu seek an audience. Mr. Wang Yu, please wait a moment. Lord Yang Yong is currently engaged in discussions within the city, announced one of the guards at the entrance. Once the Lord concludes his business, may I request an audience? Very well, I shall wait, Wang Yu replied at that moment. A corpulent man with a round face, adorned in resplendent robes, emerged, his countenance etched with fury. Wang Yu and his companions fortuitously obstructed Huang Jinyong's path. Already incensed, Huang Jinyong, without discerning right from wrong, unleashed a torrent of invective, bellowing, Get out of my way. Don't block my path. Are you seeking death? Taken aback by the other's brazen and domineering demeanor, Wang Yu chose to remain silent at that moment. Huang Jinyong's gaze fell upon Shen Yuru's exquisite beauty, lingering there, reluctant to look away. This enchanting woman, with her fair skin and striking features, radiated an ethereal charm. Despite her simple attire, she exuded an air of nobility and grace. What a stunning woman! Huang Jinyong squinted, stealing a few more glances at Wang Yu. Such a beautiful gem wasted on a pig. Infuriated by the insult to her elder brother, Su Lan retorted vehemently, You fat swine. How dare you call my brother a pig with that appearance of yours? Go take a look at yourself in the mirror. Damn it, you brat. Do you have a death wish? Huang Jinyong, seething with rage, exclaimed, Are the people of Black Tiger City so audacious nowadays? Do you dare to challenge me? Just then, Yang Yong, hearing the commotion at the entrance, rushed over to investigate. Upon seeing Wang Yu again, and recalling that Huang Qizai had offended him, he thought, Is Huang Jinyong really going to clash with Wang Yu now? Damn it, I told you to keep a low profile, yet it seems you haven't heeded my advice. Yang Yong was about to unleash his frustration when he grabbed Huang Jinyong and cautioned, Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to tone it down a bit? Do you know who this fellow is? Yet, Wang Yu gestured for Yang Yong to refrain from speaking. Enraged, Huang Jinyong bellowed, Mayor Yang Yong, you truly overstep your bounds. Am I not permitted to discipline a couple of young rascals? In Black Tiger City, although the Huang family was one of the two prominent clans, Yang Yong afforded them a degree of courtesy merely to facilitate smoother operations, not out of fear. Yang Yong replied, These three are esteemed guests I have invited. Are you truly going to confront my guests in the mayor's hall? The gravity of his words resonated, prompting several guards to approach, weapons drawn, glaring at Huang Jinyong. Hemph! Recognizing the precariousness of his position, Huang Jinyong, seething, stormed off. Come, let us enter the hall, Mayor Yang Yong said with a beaming smile, ushering Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shen Yuru into the grand chamber. He personally served tea to Wang Yu and his companions. Brother Wang Yu, what do you think? Am I to your satisfaction? Wang Yu, being the youth he highly regarded, was someone he wished to avoid offending. For reasons unknown, Yang Yong was eager to cultivate a relationship with him. As Yulan inquired, "Who was that person just now? He had such a lecherous demeanor, and with that pig-like appearance, he dares to insult others?" "That man is Huang Jingyong, the father of the rotund fellow you confronted yesterday." Wang Yu mused, "Truly, like father, like son." Chapter 106. Joining forces with Yang Yong, the mayor, smiled and asked, "Brother Wang Yu, you have come to see me today. Is there something you need?" "I am here to assist in any way I can." Wang Yu inquired, "Lord Yang, I have a perplexity I wish to discuss with you today. Are you not concerned about the fact that the Burning Fire sect is conscripting laborers within the city? Does a sect possess such authority?" Wang Yu's curiosity was evident, as he was still unfamiliar with the intricate relationship between sects and imperial cities in the eastern continent. However, he sensed that the depths of this matter could not be easily elucidated in just a few words. Yang Yong sighed heavily and replied, "I find myself helpless in this situation. Just as I could easily offend the young masters of the families in Black Tiger City, I must turn a blind eye to the young master of the Burning Fire sect. Should he commit murder, I have no means to administer justice. As for this conscription, technically speaking, the Burning Fire sect lacks the authority. Yet I am powerless to intervene." Wang Yu nodded in understanding and remarked, "As the Lord of Black Tiger City, you are caught in a dilemma. It must be quite suffocating for you." "Indeed, it is exceedingly frustrating," Yang Yong admitted. "The two families below, relying on their support of the Burning Fire sect, act with impunity within the city. If they encroach upon fundamental interests, the Burning Fire sect will exert pressure on me. Moreover, most of my guards, save for my trusted troops, have been bribed by the members of the Burning Fire sect." With a heavy sigh, Yang Yong continued, "I have issued a strict decree prohibiting my guards from extorting the wealth of ordinary citizens, forbidding them from plundering the common folks' resources. Yet, what do? They indulge themselves, and the unaware citizens naively believe I am responsible for these injustices. My influence in the city has dwindled." It was evident that Yang Yong harbored a deep-seated rage, and his role as lord had become one of utter humiliation. Xulan remarked, "So you are indeed a good person. I had thought you were merely turning a blind eye. It seems there are still virtuous souls in Black Tiger City." Wang Yu, intrigued, rested his chin on his hand. "Have you no intention of enacting change, Brother Wang Yu?" Yang Yong chuckled wryly, "You truly possess a sense of humor. How could I possibly instigate change from my current position? If I were a Do Huang, the elders of the Burning Fire sect would be wary of me, and my circumstances would not be so pitiable. Then what if I assist you in bringing about change? I could help you overthrow the Burning Fire sect and establish a new sect in its stead." "Really?" Yang Yong's interest was piqued. His calloused hands tightly clenched. Wang Yu's integrity and sense of justice resonated with him. Yang Yong had heard from the prison guards about the brutality inflicted upon inmates, and Wang Yu's resistance and vow to provide them with a new, liberated life left a profound impression on Yang Yong. At such a young age, Wang Yu exhibited remarkable ambition, prompting Yang Yong to protect him at all costs. Possessing both capability and compassion for the weak, he truly had the makings of a wise ruler. Wang Yu proposed, "Certainly, I will establish a new sect wherein no one is permitted to bully ordinary citizens, restoring their livelihoods. You will manage the city's security, while I will oversee the sect's governance. What do you think?" Yang Yong laughed heartily. "Should you require any assistance, count me in. I would be more than willing to support you. I wager you shall become an enlightened sect leader." Wang Yu felt a surge of joy within him, as the old saying goes, water can both capsize and propel a boat. Ancient texts often proclaim that those who achieve great things are accompanied by like-minded individuals. With the assistance of Yang Yong, the prospect of toppling the Burning Fire sect has gained an undeniable edge. It appears that being a good person can indeed win over some hearts. Wang Yu pondered. Fortunately, this Lord Yang Yong possesses a benevolent nature. However, had he been a tyrannical and foolish lord, I could still exploit his ambition to dismantle the Burning Fire sect. A coin has two sides, and one must act in accordance with the prevailing circumstances. Chapter 107. A grudge formed during the assessment. Upon returning home from the Lord's Grand Hall, Wang Yu began to contact Gu Yutong and his companions. He learned that Gu Yutong, in collaboration with the husband of the woman he had previously rescued, had disseminated the news of the demonic beast's demise amidst the thunderstorm throughout the streets and alleys. By now, it should have reached the ears of the Burning Fire sect. Similarly, rumors have circulated that Gu Yutong, accompanied by a Do Huang retinue, would also partake in the contest for rare treasures. The preparations Wang Yu had orchestrated were proceeding smoothly, their movements shrouded in secrecy to avoid detection. Early the next morning marked the day of the Burning Fire sect's selection of mercenaries. Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shin Yuru arrived as promised to participate in the assessment hosted by the sect. Upon entering, they were greeted by a throng of no less than 300 mercenaries, divided into several arenas where battles commenced in turns. Wang Yu remarked, "There are quite a number of people here. Let us find a spot to register." The person in charge of registration inquired, "What is your realm?" Wang Yu replied, "First rank Do Shi." "And the other two?" Su Lan answered, "Fifth rank Do Shi." Shin Yuru coldly stated, "Sixth rank Do Shi." The elderly registrar cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the trio, observing them intently. "You three must be under 18, right? Achieving the Do Shi realm at such a young age is indeed a mark of genius. Take this token and wait over there." Together, Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shin Yuru stood side by side, having signed in, awaiting their turn for the competition. The mercenaries who had arrived early were already engaged in combat within the arenas. Wang Yu observed closely from the sidelines, activating the talent system to assess the abilities of the mercenaries. Fortunately, few of these mercenaries displayed exceptional talent. Most were of ordinary capabilities. Wang Yu frowned, even if there are two with exceptional talents. The disparity in strength compared to regular individuals is substantial, allowing them to be swiftly defeated. Hee, although I possess the strength of a Do Shi, I should be capable of contending with a great Do Shi, which ought to secure a commendable rank for me, however. For the sake of Su Lan and Shin Yuru, I shall see what levels they can achieve. As he contemplated this, a few middle-aged mercenaries clad in black robes, exuding a rogue-like demeanor, approached, sizing up Shin Yuru. After casting a glance at Wang Yu, one of them sneered, "Young beauty, your boyfriend ought to seek a true powerhouse. This delicate-looking lad of yours doesn't he seem fit for a fight? How tiresome it is to encounter mockery wherever I go, especially while escorting a stunning beauty. Perhaps I should have Shin Yuru wear a veil in the future to ward off unnecessary troubles. I am 23 this year, a second-rank great Do Shi," he declared. The young man boasted with pride, declaring himself a rare prodigy in the city of Black Tiger, possessing an extraordinary talent and an astonishing pace of cultivation. Undoubtedly a paragon among his peers. A grand combat master is someone who could ascend to the role of family patriarch. Fine wine pairs with beauty, beauty with heroes. My elder brother is truly remarkable. Indeed, behind the young man, a group of admirers clustered around him. Wang Yu could hardly be bothered with such a fool and took the hands of Shin Yuru and Su Lan, making his exit. "Humph! Beautiful lady, consider your taste. Do not linger with this cowardly young man. Follow me, for I am your future." Wang Yu retorted coldly, "Whether I am courageous or not, why not let your try and find out?" The young man was immediately taken aback by the retort, furiously challenging, "Do you dare to face me in the arena?" Wang Yu, accompanied by the three, vanished into the crowd, leaving behind the disheveled young man, who seethed, "Do not let me encounter you in the arena." Chapter 108. Into the mountains. After departing, Su Lan inquired, "Wang Yu, why did you not strike him?" Wang Yu replied, "I find it bothersome. This is not the time to reveal our strengths. It is wise to remain low-key." The assessment was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Among the crowd present, members of the Burning Fire sect were assigned to evaluate the combat capabilities of the mercenaries and assign scores. Contrary to expectations, Wang Yu's group was not categorized as average, but rather as inferior. The inferior ranks were tasked with escorting villagers into the mountains, accompanied by two grand combat masters for protection. The outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range were inhabited by ordinary magical beasts, whose strength was not formidable. The presence of grand combat masters was more than sufficient. After a brief preparation, Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shen Yuru joined the throng of over 3,000 ordinary villagers, commencing their journey into the Monster Beast mountain range. It had been quite a while since they last ventured into these mountains. As they walked, Su Lan remarked, "It has been ages since we returned to the Monster Beast mountain range." The ancient trees in the forest overshadowed the sky, making the path difficult to traverse, while the villagers struggled to push their laden carts along. Shin Yuru commented, "With so many entering the mountains, it is rather strange that the magical beasts have yet to launch an attack." An elder from the group interjected, "I have heard that the advanced troops of the Burning Fire sect, elite mercenaries, have already entered to clear the path. Thus, the magical beasts in this area may have been eradicated." In truth, Wang Yu had previously reached an agreement with the Serpent King regarding the Beast King's throne. They would allow these individuals to enter first, and upon reaching the designated location, they would dispatch a horde of magical beasts to encircle them. During the day, the main force was pressed for time, having only a brief respite before hastening onward. Occasionally, a few magical beasts appeared, causing concern among the villagers, yet they were swiftly dispatched by the combined efforts of the Grand Combat Masters and Combat Kings. Time flowed like a swift current, and night descended. The commanding Grand Combat Master proclaimed. We shall set up camp here and rest for the night. The ordinary villagers shall remain in the middle, while the fighters focus on their advancements. Should any issues arise, notify us promptly. Before long, the main force established their camp and began to rest. Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Xin Yu Ru sat together around the campfire, consuming the simple rations distributed by the Burning Fire sect. The night felt interminable, yet the starry sky over the Monster Beast mountain range was resplendent, enchanting the atmosphere. Never before had they realized the beauty of the night scenery in the Monster Beast mountain range. Suddenly, Xin Yu Ru spoke. Unbeknownst to us, we have indeed ventured into the Monster Beast mountain range, able to come and go with such ease. How delightful, Su Lan remarked. I once thought I would be destined to remain in this dilapidated village for a lifetime. Brother Wang Yu, I am truly grateful to you. The villagers owe their present circumstances to your efforts, and you, in turn, must thank the formidable system of the Celestial Conqueror Corps that you have integrated. Once outside the village, he noted that the system's developmental capacity had indeed diminished significantly. Were it not for the sudden emergence of the system's voice in his mind, he might have doubted his own extraordinary nature. Why thank me? I should be thanking you all, Wang Yu replied earnestly. Without your support, I would have been unable to achieve many of my goals, so thank you. His sincerity was evident. The friends surrounding him were indispensable instruments in the pursuit of his ambitions. Among brothers, with shared ideals, they complemented each other, collectively striving towards great feats. Su Lan added, Brother Wang Yu, if there were wine, I would love to share a drink with you. Alas, duty calls. Xin Yu Ru interjected, Brother Wang Yu, after establishing your sect, what do you wish to pursue next? Will you take a moment to enjoy a tranquil life? Gazing into Xin Yu Ru's earnest eyes, Wang Yu managed a wry smile. Never. There are still many goals I wish to accomplish. This vast Gamma Empire offers our village insufficient strength to safeguard ourselves. Strengthening the village, perhaps? Su Lan responded, Brother Wang Yu, I will accompany you. I must at least attain my grandfather's level. A battle emperor. At that moment, a sentry's voice echoed from a distance. Beasts are approaching. Prepare for battle. Xin Yu Ru exclaimed, Brother Wang Yu, the magical beasts are near us. Chapter 109. Second-rank Battle Master Chen Duolin. Have the magical beasts indeed arrived? If only one beast were to appear, it might raise doubts among the team leader and the elders of the Burning Fire sect. Now, with two beasts arriving, it could alleviate the sect's vigilance. Wang Yu retrieved 3 garments from his pack, stating, Put these on over your clothes. Magical beasts will surely recognize them. The ordinary clothing bore the emblem of a serpent, a token of communication with the Serpent King. Confirming their safe passage through the Beast Mountain range without being attacked, Su Lan, Xin Yu Ru, and Wang Yu donned the garments. Wang Yu continued, Beyond this, do not concern yourselves. Assist me with my protective spells while I cultivate for a while. In seizing extraordinary treasures, a fierce battle was inevitable, and Wang Yu needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Mastering the sacred body breathing technique, he entered a state of selflessness, drawing in the ethereal energies of the universe. Su Lan and Xin Yu Ru gazed at Wang Yu in astonishment, unaware of the unseen power surging into his meditative form, propelling him towards a breakthrough. What kind of technique is Brother Wang Yu cultivating? It feels incredibly potent, Su Lan marveled, yet dared not inquire further. Indeed, the Chosen One harbored secrets beyond their comprehension. Su Lan, stop staring and maintain your vigilance. Protect Brother Wang Yu, Xin Yu Ru cautioned. Deep within the Beast Mountain range, upon a precipice, the silver moon gleamed. A pure white wolf king stood against the wind, surveying the twinkling village and the transporting convoy below. The 5-stage beast, the Snow Wolf King of formidable strength, serves as the alternate Beast King to the 6-winged beast of Yuntan and the Forest Wolf King. This creature presides over the outermost regions of the Beast Mountain range. With a thunderous roar, a low growl reverberates through the forest as over 10 beasts lurking in the shadows launch a night raid, initiating an assault. This moment. Be cautious. The beasts are upon us. Everyone, stay alert. The call of a sentinel from the eastern flank pierces the air as Luo Pingqing, the Grand Fighter of the Burning Fire sect, rushes forth to issue a warning. Maintain formation and be wary of beast attacks from other positions. The nearest teams should prepare for battle. Seasoned mercenaries, who have long been engaged in combat with beasts, have accumulated a wealth of battle experience. One mercenary calls out. Archers, ready your bows. Set the traps. Stay calm and do not let confusion reign. A fearsome roar erupts from the darkness as 5 beasts burst forth from the forest, their long fangs bared, claws poised for action, their massive forms resembling small mountains. Damn it, we're up against some heavyweights, declares the mercenary captain. Loose arrows. With a swift chorus of twangs, the trained archers release their volleys, A flurry of blades hurtles toward the beasts' bodies. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rings out, but the blades have no effect whatsoever. The captain stands in shock, exclaiming, "These are all tiered beasts. Our arrows are useless." This squad of mercenaries boasts strength comparable to grand fighters, with only a few possessing the might of a grand master. Just then, a youthful voice rings out, "Let me take the lead." A young figure charges forward, revealing himself to be the two-star grand fighter who had previously mocked Wang Yu. "Chun Duolin, you still have that fiery spirit." Charging headlong into battle with the beasts, his friend praises. With sword in hand, Chun Duolin exclaims, filled with vigor, "There are only 3 beasts. Follow my lead, and I shall transform into a blade to cleave them asunder." He strides confidently forward, leaping into the air, and with a furious shout, declares, "Combat technique. 3-claw sword slash." In midair, Chun Duolin manifests 3 streaks of white sword energy. "Perish," he cries. Clang. A violent tremor resonates. The sword shatters. Chun Duolin gasps in shock. Did this beast consume a strength-enhancing pill? How can it be so resilient? Chapter 110. A dire emergency. As the white sword splinters, the youthful and impetuous Chun Duolin feels his vitality surge backward in fear. He is helplessly propelled toward the terrifying head of the beast. The creature, noticing the human approaching, tilts its head back. With a resounding crack, Chun Duolin is violently hurled aside, landing in a disheveled heap amidst the trees. "Duolin, are you all right?" A mercenary calls out with concern, yet it is evident that none dare to rescue him. A second-tier grand fighter would be no match for such a beast. Would they not be throwing their lives away by charging in? "We must not allow these beasts to break through and join the supply convoy." Just in time, Luo Qingping, an 8th-tier grand fighter of the Burning Fire sect, arrives, flanked by 3 other adept grand fighters of equal rank. The Burning Fire sect holds a profound interest in this treasure-seeking expedition, attracting all the adept practitioners from within the sect. Luo Qingping intones, "Combat technique, burning fire swordsmanship." With a resounding crash, the white sword ignites spontaneously, flames roaring ferociously. The searing heat of the flames dispels the darkness, casting a crimson glow upon the surrounding scenery. As the fiery sword descends, a piercing howl erupts. The leading beast, engulfed in flames, emits a wretched scream as half of its head is consumed by the inferno. Yet, instead of retreating, the beast seems enraged, charging more ferociously into the ranks of the team. "This is dire," Luo Qingping exclaims, realizing that if this beast breaches the supply line and incinerates their provisions, it would severely hinder the mission's progress. Understanding the grave consequences, Luo Qingping exerts every ounce of his strength, recklessly dashing into the fray. He bellows, "All mercenaries, heed my command. Halt this pack of beasts. Under no circumstances should you employ fire-based techniques against them." With no other option, he sprints forward, pursuing the flame-clad beast. Luo Qingping accelerates, meeting the beast head-on with his swordsmanship. Hearing the orders from the elders' trusted aid of the Burning Fire sect, the mercenaries of the Zhou dynasty spring into action, with an increasing number of Easterners among them, upon hearing the roars and sensing the unusual situation outside. Su Lan remarks, "Brother Wang Yu, it seems the leader is summoning the mercenaries to engage in combat. What should we do?" Wang Yu, holding his breath and focusing intently, continues to harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Xin Yuru advises, "Let it be. Our priority is to ensure Wang Yu's safety." However, Su Lan, observing the growing number of frantic individuals around them, notices some casting anxious glances in their direction. Su Lan expresses her concern. "I fear these mercenaries might accuse us of negligence and sloth." Shen Yuru reassures her, "Fear not. Protecting Brother Wang Yu is of utmost importance." Half an hour later, thanks to the relentless efforts of the mercenaries converging from all sides, they finally manage to repel the ambushing beasts. A wolf's howl resonates through the forest. The remaining surviving beasts retreat back into the woods. Few they have successfully held their ground. Luo Qingping, drenched in cold sweat, realizes that had the beasts set the supplies ablaze, he would have faced dire consequences. Turning to the group, he expresses, "I extend my gratitude for your hard work. Once the mission concludes, I will request rewards for everyone in appreciation of your efforts." A fervent voice rises from among the mercenaries, "Thank you, Captain Luo, thank you." Just then, another voice interjects, "Captain Luo, during the chaotic battle, I observed 3 mercenaries idly playing in the mud instead of participating." The mercenaries, known for their rebellious and untamed nature, are inherently a free-spirited lot in such moments. A glimpse of negligence is an opportunity to set an example. "Who are they? Lead me to them," Luo Qingping commands with a stern fury. Such negligence is inexcusable. Chapter 111. The punishment of Wang Yu and his companions. Oh no, my fears have indeed come to pass. As Yulan watches as Captain Luo Qingping approaches, flanked by his 3 trusted aides, exuding a menacing aura. Beside him stood over a dozen mercenaries. After casting a fleeting glance at Wang Yu and his companions, they returned to their respective posts in the perilous environment of the Beast Mountain Range. One could not afford to allow idle spectators. Luo Qingping scrutinized the 3 youthful figures, each appearing to be around 18 years of age. The man in the center, upon noticing the arrival of others, remained engrossed in his meditation. Undisturbed, he coldly inquired, "Do you 3 disregard my orders? What are your names?" Shen Yuru's expression was as frigid as frost as she replied honestly, "I am Shen Yuru. This is Su Lan, and this is my elder brother." Wang Yu. Su Lan quickly explained, "Captain, my elder brother is in the midst of his cultivation, entering a profound realm. We dare not stray from his side." Fearing for his safety, one mercenary remarked, "These 3 youngsters are even lazier than us. Surely, they haven't come to squander the rewards of the Burning Fire sect?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, just a handful of weak fighters daring to sign up. These 3 rascals, if a confrontation with the beasts arises, we certainly won't have the time to look after you." Luo Qingping let out a cold laugh. After so many years, he had encountered all kinds of individuals. Such nonsense, a penchant for idleness, a fear of death, was it? Very well. You 3 shall take up positions as sentinels on the front lines, tasked with vigilance. He commanded, he added, "Should any mishap befall you 3, you need not worry about us intervening. I assure you it serve them right. Such rascals deserved no better treatment." Luo Qingping wasted no further time and departed with his men. After a while, Chen Duolin, supported by his companions, made his way over. Upon sighting Shen Yuru, he immediately broke free from their grasp. Fixating on Shen Yuru, who was concerned for Wang Yu, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "Oh, just fought a beast. Yet your boyfriend remains seated in meditation, truly a coward." Shen Yuru retorted, "Close your foul mouth." Chen Duolin, stung by her words, was met with ridicule from several mercenaries. "Brother, don't be upset. The captain has already dispatched those 3 rascals to the front lines as sentinels. These 3 are nothing but layabouts, someone curse it." Intrigued, Chen Duolin remarked, "Oh, so they've gone to the front lines as sentinels. How convenient. Beautiful lady, I shall accompany you all the way. Let me show you the difference between me and your boyfriend. I am 23 years old, a second-tier great fighter, and I will demonstrate to you the spirit of a true man, the aura of the chosen." Wang Yu remained oblivious, unaware of the turmoil occurring outside. He had entered a state of oblivion, his thoughts emptied, merging with the natural world, already beyond worldly disputes. The aura in the Beast Mountain range was indeed abundant. "What? Still sitting there? Hurry up and move." A mercenary urged as he spoke. He prepared to strike the seemingly wooden Wang Yu. Su Lan chided, "Stop. Let him cultivate." "Oh, quite defiant, aren't you? Let us see how long you can keep up this facade," the mercenary retorted. Just then, Wang Yu withdrew his spiritual consciousness and exhaled a breath of turbid air, awakening from his trance. Upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed several individuals glaring at him, including the self-important genius he had encountered earlier in the main square. "What is happening?" Wang Yu inquired. Su Lan elucidated the reasons behind their predicament. "Oh, that is the case. Let us proceed." Wang Yu rose, brushing off the dust, and with a relaxed demeanor, he ventured into the darkness of the front lines. The sky was clear and the wind gentle, devoid of any fear. Chen Duolin pouted and remarked, "Oh, this kid is even better at putting on a show than I am. Does he think the front lines are a mere joke? How amusing. I shall see how long he can keep this up." With that, he hastily followed suit. Chapter 112. Arrival at the destination. If Chen Duolin were to discover that Wang Yu was the younger brother of the legendary Beast King, the ancient serpent, from the Beast Mountain range, even the 4 great Beast Kings would have to show him respect. He would likely be left speechless, kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "Long live Wang Yu! Long live! Long live!" However, Wang Yu was well aware of the virtue of discretion, especially since he was in opposition to the Burning Fire sect. It was not the right time to reveal his identity. At the forefront of the large contingent, Wang Yu said, "Su Lan, Shen Yuru, you should rest. I shall keep watch." Su Lan replied, "Brother Wang Yu, that is not acceptable. You and sister-in-law should sleep while I stand guard." A malevolent and envious gaze fell upon Wang Yu. Chen Duolin stood nearby, sword in hand, coldly observing him. Shen Yuru deliberately said, "Brother Wang Yu, my hands are cold. Are you not cold? Please warm them for me." Wang Yu responded, "All right, just give me your hand." The 2 small hands intertwined tightly, causing Lin Duoping to grit his teeth in jealousy. He coldly remarked, "Beauty, your boyfriend can only warm your hands. When the magical beasts arrive, he'll likely soil his pants in fear, and you'll have to wash them for him. Shut your foul mouth." Shin Yuru shot back with a piercing gaze. Wang Yu pulled Shin Yuru closer and said, "Do not let him anger you. He is merely a buffoon. Who the real buffoon is remains to be seen. I am 22 years old, a second-tier battle master, and you, brat, what are you?" Wang Yu replied, "Ignore him. You too should sleep. I will keep watch." After a brief period of meditation, the sacred body-breathing technique proved its worth as a divine-level skill. Wang Yu felt invigorated, with abundant fighting spirit and strength surging within him. Were it not for his desire to remain low-key, he would have relished the opportunity to give Qin Duolin a sound thrashing. The night passed peacefully. Luo Qingping, wary of the prolonged night leading to unforeseen troubles, increased the marching speed. Yet ordinary villagers, burdened with provisions, struggled along the treacherous mountain paths. They had little time to catch their breath, and some of the younger ones could not withstand the intense exertion. Instead of making reasonable arrangements, Luo Qingping ordered the Burning Fire sect and mercenaries to whip the exhausted villagers who lagged behind. Anyone who dared to slow down or halt would suffer a severe beating. Over 3,000 villagers gritted their teeth, their feet blistered, persevering to deliver the supplies. Wang Yu sighed, a well-read scholar of history. He knew that in every dynasty, during the construction of edifices, the digging of canals, and amidst wars, it was always the common folk who bore the brunt of suffering. Endurance. Only endurance would see them through. 3 days swiftly passed, yet their destination remained elusive. Some villagers perished along the way, tragically abandoned in the wilderness, left to become prey for the magical beasts, ultimately turning into mere sustenance for the creatures. In military operations, casualties are inevitable. The adage, "A general's triumph results in the desolation of countless souls," certainly holds profound truth. 3 days have elapsed at the outpost where Wang Yu and his companions are stationed. There has been no sign of beastly attacks. Even if there were, the mere sight of Wang Yu donned in the attire of the Serpent King deterred over a dozen magical beasts from approaching recklessly, forcing them to take a longer route to harass other sentinels of the convoy. Qin Duolin had initially hoped to display his prowess in front of Shin Yuru using the magical beasts, but with none daring to approach, his impatience grew. Another 3 days passed. Luo Qingping remarked, "Thank you all for your hard work. After a long journey and overcoming numerous hardships, we have finally arrived. Let us set up camp here." At last, they had reached their destination after a grueling 9-day trek, Xu Lan commented. Before Wang Yu lay an endless expanse of black marshland. The stench of decay pervaded the air, with countless desiccated trees sprouting from the mire and the bones of magical beasts floating upon the surface, painting a scene of desolation. Yet, in the distance, an ancient tree flourished remarkably amidst the swamp. Around the perimeter of this ancient tree, many disciples of the Flame sect were already stationed. A great battle is imminent, Wang Yu declared with excitement. Chapter 113. The deployment of enemy forces. The marshland of magical beasts resembled a secluded lake hidden deep within the mountains. The mountain winds swept across the muddy terrain, bearing the foul odor of rotting corpses mingled with a hint of cooked rice. Wang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the sprawling open campsite of the Flame sect before him. The marshland of magical beasts was a graveyard for the Flame sect. A chilling realization gripped Wang Yu. Regardless of the Flame sect's nature, it would serve as the stepping stone for his ambition to forge a legion that would sweep across the heavens. Should the Flame sect prove sufficiently ruthless and malevolent, earning the disdain of the populace, it would hasten its descent into ruin. Xu Lan and Shin Yuru stood behind Wang Yu, momentarily captivated by his silhouette. In Shin Yuru's heart, an unprecedented sensation arose. Wang Yu's figure emanated an aura of solitude, resoluteness, and tenacity, as if he belonged to an entirely different realm. Just then, a figure clad in a black robe approached, murmuring, "May I inquire if you are young Master Wang Yu?" Wang Yu turned his head and replied, "And you are?" The dark-robed man, appearing to be around 30 years of age with a rugged visage, stated, "I am a subordinate of Zhang Hengyi, tasked with reporting intelligence to young Master Wang Yu." Zhang Hengyi is the leader of the mercenary group in Black Tiger City and the beloved of the woman saved by Gu Yuedong, whom Wang Yu had met previously in Black Tiger City. In gratitude for Gu Yuedong's kindness, he decided to assist Wang Yu and his party, overseeing intelligence gathering in Black Tiger City. "What intelligence do you possess?" Wang Yu inquired. The Flame sect is divided into 4 major camps. The sect leader, Jiao Wulia, resides in the Eastern camp's main seat. According to investigations by other members, The Flame Sect's encampment comprises approximately 1,500 households, each housing 2 individuals, totaling around 3,000 people, supplemented by 3,000 ordinary villagers from the supply convoy and 600 mercenary soldiers. The Flame Sect has summoned roughly 7,000 individuals for this occasion. Zhang Hengyi's subordinate harbored doubts. Even with a Do Huang stationed, the Flame Sect's combat-capable forces amounted to only about 4,000. What capability does this group possess to vie with the Flame Sect for extraordinary treasures? Did you not notice that the entire perimeter of this marsh is surrounded by the personal guard of the Burning Fire Sect? Exceptional disciples and esteemed elders of the sect have all mobilized to safeguard this contest for the rare treasure. Yet, Wang Yu remarked nonchalantly, the Burning Fire Sect has sent so many people, exceeding my expectations. How splendid! His subordinates gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the mysterious young man before them. What hidden abilities does this lad possess? What strength? Wang Yu inquired. What of Gu Jianglu and the others? What is their current status? Elder Gu and the others have already concealed themselves in the shadows, ready to act at your signal, came the reply. Let them act according to the situation, Wang Yu gestured dismissively. There are no specific instructions. Subsequently, Zhang Heng's subordinates swiftly departed, disappearing into the throngs of laborers. Xu Lan leaned in close to Wang Yu's ear. Big brother Wang Yu, I have heard that you intend to eliminate every member of the Burning Fire Sect. Over 3,000 of them. It was their first time participating in such a large-scale battle, and to be honest, both Xin Yuru and Su Lan felt a sense of trepidation, especially since they had never taken a life before. The members of the Burning Fire Sect oppressed the common people. You witnessed their tyranny on the way here. Wang Yu pointed to the diligent workers behind him. To overthrow such despotism, sacrifices must be made. Humanity is inherently kind, yet the Burning Fire Sect embodies evil. For the dawn of the people of Black Tiger City, it must be toppled. What are the three of you doing standing by the marsh? Is this a place for you to linger? Come over here. Just then, the leader Luo Qingping approached with disciples of the Burning Fire Sect. Chapter 114. Manual labor unruly rabble, do not loiter by the lake. This is not a place for you. Luo Qingping's face was filled with fury. The marsh's edge had already been claimed by the forces prepared by the Burning Fire Sect. Only trusted disciples of the sect may approach the marsh's borders, both to monitor the situation regarding the rare treasure and to prevent outsiders from contesting it. Oh, it is you, the idler. Luo Qingping's expression darkened. Shin Chun, take these three to assist in constructing the defensive fortifications. You three rascals, do not think you can laze about here and earn rewards. Move along. Wang Yu did not retort, but instead followed Shun Chun towards the ranks of ordinary laborers. As Luo Qingping surveyed the area, he instructed those nearby, construct a lookout tower here and draw a prohibitory line. Anyone from outside the Burning Fire Sect is strictly forbidden from crossing it. Move swiftly. The sect leader will be coming to inspect soon. Under Shan Chen's direction, Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Xin Yuru took up shovels, hammers, and spades. Among the over 3,000 laborers, some were loading soil, others transporting carts, while many were using mud to build rudimentary earthen walls. The heaps of yellow mud and stones grew higher and higher as they constructed a basic defense against beast attacks. The arduous labor took its toll on many, who, deprived of adequate nourishment, collapsed from exhaustion. In such moments, overseers wielding long whips would mercilessly lash the laborers, leaving their backs marked with gruesome welts and cries of agony. Xu Lan seethed. Big brother Wang Yu. The Burning Fire Sect treats people as mere tools. They truly deserve their fate. Do not be upset. It's nothing, merely a means of physical exercise. Wang Yu, wielding a shovel, diligently packed the soil mixed with stones, imitating the laborers' actions. Yuru, you need not exert yourself. As a young lady, it suffices for you to observe us at work, Wang Yu expressed with concern. Hearing Wang Yu's caring words, Xin Yuru secretly delighted, replying, Brother Wang Yu, I fear neither hardship nor fatigue. My grandfather often trains me in swordplay, which is far more strenuous than this labor. Yet, Wang Yu remained unwilling. How could one allow such a beautiful lady to toil at a construction site? You should take a rest. Allow me to handle this, he insisted, snatching the tools from Shan Yuru's hands. Who permitted you to rest? Get back to work. Trying to shirk your duties, are you? The foreman from the Burning Fire Sect rushed over upon noticing the commotion. Barking orders, you, young lady, take up your tools and get to work. Observing the foreman's anger and threats, Wang Yu replied politely, we three are battle masters. Surely, it is unnecessary to be so severe. Crack. The foreman cracked his whip against the stones, rebuking, battle masters must also labor. Anyone who receives tools must work. Do not overstep your bounds. Su Lan, skilled in strategy and eloquence, interjected, are you mistaken? I am a mercenary, earning your bounty. We have not agreed upon a price for this labor. It suffices that I am here to assist. If necessary, I shall forego your payment. There exists a distinct difference between mercenaries and ordinary laborers. The latter are compelled to serve by the Burning Fire sect, while mercenaries are hired for a fee. Logically, Wang Yu and his companions need not toil as they do not earn the sect's bounty. Enough of your prattle. Aside from the Grand Battle Masters, all others must labor. The higher-ups have stated that the sect leader will soon arrive to inspect the work. Thus, you must all hasten. The furious foreman suddenly lashed the whip towards Su Lan's face. Chapter 115. The darkness before the great battle. As the whip flew towards him, Wang Yu swiftly raised his hand to seize it. Do you dare to resist? Someone, come here. The foreman, witnessing the defiance, blew his whistle, summoning the surrounding overseers, who quickly gathered, at least 5 in number. Recognizing the overwhelming odds, Wang Yu stepped forward, shielding Shen Yuru and Su Lan behind him. Gripping the whip firmly, he resisted all attempts to reclaim it. Oh, a mere battle master, yet you dare to be so brazen. What can a pitiful battle master possibly do? Let go of me at once. The foreman was astonished by Wang Yu's strength. Wang Yu released his grip. Had it only been Su Lan and himself, he would not have sought trouble. However, he could not accept the notion of Shen Yuru, who admired him, being forced into hard labor. The bounty ends here. I shall accept not a single coin. Surely, the 3 of us can wait for our return to Black Tiger City? He stated. I do not intend to cause trouble, no. This is not merely a matter of money. Came the response from the 5 disciples of the Burning Fire sect who had encircled them. It is a necessity. Do you comprehend? It appeared that this group regarded the inspection by their leader as exceedingly significant. Should the argument persist, Wang Yu would likely find himself in a confrontation. So never mind, I shall take a step back. Let us not burden my girlfriend with toil. Instead, let us both exert ourselves a little more. Shall we? Wang Yu suggested. Are you deaf? Even the fighters must endure hardship, unless you are a grand fighter, retorted a disciple of the Burning Fire sect. I shall give you 3 seconds. After that, I shall take action. 3.2. Halt. At that moment, Chun Duolin made his entrance, confidently proclaiming with a self-assured smile, I am 23 years old, a second-tier grand fighter, Chun Duolin. Everyone, cease your actions. The disciples of the Burning Fire sect indeed paused. For a grand fighter at the age of 23 is considered a remarkable prodigy. Many do not reach the level of grand fighter until they are in their 40s. Chun Duolin continued, My dear lady, do take a look at the kind of boyfriend you have chosen. Is there any future with someone like him? You shall toil on construction sites, stay with me, and you shall be free from such labor. What do you say? I am a grand fighter, and everyone here ought to show me some respect. However, Shen Yuru coldly interjected, Brother Wang Yu, it's all right, I am not tired, do not argue with them. Wang Yu understood that, within the realm of their adversaries, they were ultimately outnumbered, being merely 3 against many. To forcefully resist would only bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. He released the whip and said, Very well, let us focus on our work. Can we consider this matter settled? Had I known it would come to this, I would have avoided such suffering. If you were not a fighter, I would have already beaten you into submission. Fighters, after all, enjoy certain privileges that ordinary mortals do not. Some impoverished laborers have even been beaten to death by the overseers. Once the overseers departed, Wang Yu remarked, Yuru, do not take it too seriously. Merely feign compliance. Shen Yuru nodded and replied, Brother Wang Yu, I assure you I am fine. There is no need to worry about me, Su Lan, with a sullen expression, stated, Let them act arrogant for now. Soon enough, they will have cause to lament. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the afternoon meal. The laborers set a fire to cook, and smoke rose from the camp. Wang Yu and his companions formed a line to receive their rations. A disciple of the Burning Fire sect, carrying a large vat, served 1 spoonful of watery porridge per bowl. Observing the meager portion in her bowl, Su Lan expressed her dissatisfaction. How can this be sufficient? We worked all day. We deserve more. The disciple responsible for serving replied, This thin gruel is reserved for the warriors. Those doing hard labor must eat less, as the food is limited. Chapter 116. Exchange for snacks within the camp. There lingered an ever-present air of exploitation and oppression. The laborers seemed to be mere tools, toiling yet receiving scant sustenance. Those lacking strength are ultimately the ones who suffer oppression. Su Lan finished the meager contents of her bowl in 1 gulp and complained, This little bit is not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Are the fighters only given this? How can the laborers possibly be satisfied? As a girl, Shen Yuru's thoughts were inherently tender and soft. Yet could they, as mere fighters, truly effect any change? She lamented, the laborers endure such hardship. They toil all day, yet do not eat their fill, only to rise and labor again the next day. Wang Yu declared, "Come now, Yu Ru and Su Lan. Take this bowl of mine and share it. But do not rush to eat just why eat," Su Lan replied. "What will you do if we eat?" At that moment, Wang Yu produced an eccentric item from his pocket. "I shall consume this," he stated, revealing a small, silver-wrapped, elongated object. "Is this a silver brick?" He proceeded to unwrap it, unveiling a biscuit in a long strip. In Wang Yu's realm, this item was known as a compressed biscuit. The exchange of reputation points required 10 points. Quite inexpensive indeed. Once consumed, a sip of broth would cause it to swell in the stomach, alleviating hunger. Wang Yu explained the method of consumption, distributing the compressed biscuits to Su Lan and Shen Yueyud. "It tastes delightful, quite palatable," Su Lan remarked. "Just this little bit, and my hunger is truly sated." Shen Yu had never before tasted such snacks. In this fantastical world of cultivation, biscuits, chocolates, chips, and other delectable treats had yet to be discovered. Wang Yu then retrieved more from his pocket. "Shen Yu, you rest here while Su Lan and I distribute these provisions to the laborers. They are also quite famished." Curiosity sparked within Shen Yu as she pondered, how could my brother Wang Yu suddenly produce so much food when he had not prepared any before? Nevertheless, she refrained from asking further, for in her eyes, Wang Yu was indeed a figure shrouded in mystery. Thank you, an elderly man exclaimed after consuming a compressed biscuit, unable to contain his gratitude towards Wang Yu and Su Lan. "Thank you, young gentlemen, you are truly benevolent souls. Young brother, what is your name? I wish to express my gratitude upon my return." Wang Yu and Su Lan distributed the food to the weary and ailing youth and middle-aged individuals. "I am Wang Yu. No need for thanks. Eat." Wang Yu flashed a hearty smile. Nearby, members of the Burning Fire sect observed the actions of Wang Yu and his companions, one scoffing derisively, "Who knows how many days we will be stranded in this monster beast swamp? Once you finish distributing this food, what will you do when you have none left for yourself?" Chen Duolin glared at Wang Yu, sneering, "Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade." With that, he devoured a bowl of plain white rice accompanied by meager meat. "Even I, as a great duelist, can only make do with such simple fare." Entering the monster beast mountains as a mercenary often meant enduring many days with uncertain meals. Moreover, a mercenary typically carried provisions for only 5 or 6 days at most. Sharing with others would only diminish one's own supply. Among mercenaries, unless they were brothers in arms, it was rare for ordinary teammates to exchange rations during missions. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 30 reputation points to AT." That moment, the system's voice resonated in Wang Yu's mind. Indeed, generosity in times of need could yield substantial reputation. Chapter 117. Pre-battle arrangements. What a loss. I spent 200 reputation points to exchange for compressed biscuits, yet I have only gained 30 points. Wang Yu mused, chewing on his lips. The reputation points I have accumulated truly cannot sustain this workforce of 3,000. Merely feeding 30 individuals has already depleted my reputation points. Now, only 30 points remain. Today, there is nothing more to be done. After a long day of labor, Wang Yu, accompanied by Su Lan and Shen Yu, returned to their tent. Inside, a solitary oil lamp flickered, illuminating a space designed to accommodate 4 individuals. However, the others in the room had yet to return. As they were on duty, Su Lan remarked, "Wang Yu, elder brother, you must distribute the food among them. Even a mere drop in the bucket is insufficient. There are over 3,000 of them. If this continues for another couple of days, I fear many of the laborers may truly starve." Shen Yu sat silently beside them, observing the conversation without uttering a word. A brief silence enveloped them. It was imperative to expedite the combat, which would not only liberate more laborers, but also allow them to seize all the grain accumulated by the Burning Fire sect. With over 3,000 laborers, that was no small force. Finally, Wang Yu spoke. "The location of the extraordinary treasure's emergence is right here. If we eliminate them, it will not hinder our opportunity to seize the treasure. I shall make a trip to the Beast King's throne. You wait here." Under the cover of night, Wang Yu utilized the ethereal movement of the Pango creation bone, slipping stealthily out of the camp. Along the way, vigilant sentinels stood guard. As night fell, the station's sentinels were disciples of the Burning Fire sect. From this alone, it was evident that they had not truly placed their trust in the mercenaries. As he raced forward, deep into the night, at the Beast King's throne, the Serpent King sat upon a stubborn rock, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His aura was extraordinary, embodying a serene and ethereal demeanor. Before Wang Yu could draw near, the Serpent King, eyes closed, exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, "Wang Yu, my younger brother, What brings you here? After a few days apart, the Serpent King's presence had grown increasingly formidable. Wang Yu responded, Serpent King, the disciples of the Burning Fire sect are lying in wait at the Monster Beast Swamp. They likely have confirmed the location of the extraordinary treasure. Should we not prepare tonight and launch an assault tomorrow to control the monster army and eliminate these foes? The Serpent King replied, Understood, and I shall notify the various Beast Kings at once. Before long, several beams of light flickered as the Crimson Blood Centipede, the fearsome six-headed lion, the Snow Wolf, and the barbaric Tiger King arrived. Upon seeing the Serpent King, they all knelt in respect. The newly appointed Beast Kings, the barbaric Tiger and the Snow Wolf, were fifth-tier monsters, while only sixth-tier monsters possessed the strength to communicate in human speech. We pay our respects to the Serpent King. The Crimson Blood Centipede and the fearsome six-headed lion bowed deeply, while the Snow Wolf and the barbaric Tiger lowered their heads in submission. The ancient serpent proclaimed, This is my younger brother. Treat him as you would treat me. Tomorrow, you shall heed his commands. Yes, the Beast Kings responded in unison. Wang Yu expressed his gratitude, asking, Serpent King, will you be joining us in battle? The Serpent King chuckled, as a dignified saint of combat, how could I lower myself to engage with such rabble? My esteemed status is far too noble for that, my younger brother. All you need to do is bring the extraordinary treasure before me. This revelation stirred something within Wang Yu. The Serpent King's trust in him was profound, and he could not let him down. Serpent King, I shall now return to the village with the Beast Kings to discuss some details with the village elder. The Serpent King replied, Wang Yu, my younger brother, do find time to prepare a barbecue for me. Brother Snake King, this matter is settled. Little brother will return to serve you for a few days. Hee hee. Chapter 118. Encounter with Huang Jingyong. Leaving the Beast King throne, Wang Yu returned to the village accompanied by the four Beast Kings. The magical beasts, inherently tyrannical and brutal, can only be controlled by the Beast Kings. Wang Yu intended to deploy them as the vanguard, leading the charge, followed by the warriors of their village, launching the main assault. In the village conference room, at the entrance, the four massive Beast Kings, their fangs bared, sat cross-legged. Old Master Su Lan, having recuperated, was in fighting form. Old Master Shun Ao deliberately summoned 12 Do Kings, with Chon Gang among them. Wang Yu addressed the assembly. Everyone, the Burning Fire sect has mustered a fighting force of over 4,000, including more than 3,000 disciples and a contingent of mercenaries from Black Tiger City. Shin Ao replied, Village Chief Wang Yu, our village comprises barely over 200 individuals. Collectively, we might not be able to match them. Wang Yu continued, Brothers Beast Kings, will you ensure that your magical beast army annihilates those mercenaries and the men clad in fiery robes, sparing only some ordinary laborers? Subsequently, our village warriors, along with the 3 esteemed elders, how shall we contend with the master of the Burning Fire sect? With 5 Do Emperors present and 20 Do Kings holding the fort, our team has every reason to emerge victorious. After a night passed, Wang Yu hurried back to his tent to rest. Warriors from the village were busily organizing their respective forces. Early the next morning, Wang Yu heard the shouts of the overseers from the Burning Fire sect, wielding hoes and tools, commencing their labor. The previously constructed earthen city wall now stood over 10 meters high, exceptionally sturdy, with a 3-man-high city gate for passage, guarded by sentinels and defenders atop the wall. Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shin Yu found a bustling area to begin their tasks. A middle-aged man, noticing Wang Yu's arrival, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Wang Yu, for the food yesterday. You hardly had enough for yourself, yet you shared with us. Truly a good person. Just then, the guards atop the wall stood at attention, saluting as a group approached. Luo Qingping quickly went to greet them, calling out, Welcome, Sect Master Jiao Wuya. For your inspection, Jiao Wuya nodded, leading his entourage into the area to assess the progress. How is the preparation proceeding? Luo Qingping reported. Master Sect Leader, our disciples are stationed near the swamp, guarding the area. The food has been distributed to the main force, but our reserves may not suffice to sustain these laborers. To seized the opportunity. I have arranged for mercenaries below the Great Dome Master rank to assist these laborers in constructing the defensive structures. Jiao Wuya remarked, Well done. The food supply is crucial. Elder Mo has entrusted this to you, recognizing your capabilities. If these individuals perish, it matters little. With a population of over 120,000 in Black Tiger City, losing 3,000 is inconsequential. Jiao Wuya proceeded towards the defensive works, surveying the laborers present. At his side followed none other than the head of the Huang family, Huang Jingyong, the head of the Lin family, and 5 elders from the Burning Fire sect. Jiao Wuya stated, We must expedite the repairs of this construction. The Beast Mountain Range is, after all, the territory of magical beasts. Luo Qingping replied, Rest assured, Sect Master. After a brief observation, the Sect Master took it upon himself to conduct a thorough inspection before preparing to depart. That moment, however, Huang Jingyong suddenly spotted Wang Yu. Wasn't he this the very young man who had assaulted his son? Huang Qi. What was he doing here? Huang Jingyong spoke. Sect Master Jia, I have noticed a rather peculiar individual. Internally, he thought, Wang Yu, surrounded by members of the Burning Fire sect, let us see how I shall deal with you. Chapter 119. Slaughter Jia Wuya turned his head. This time, he placed great importance on the emergence of the rare treasure. He believed in being hands-on with any task to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Every minute oddity must not be overlooked. Huang Jingyong, is there an outsider among this group? Jia Wuya cast a cold glance over those present. Huang Jingyong, having secured his position within the family, was no fool. He would seek every means to reclaim what was lost since Wang Yu had harmed his son. Sect Master Jia, those three young individuals ahead, 2 men and 1 woman, seemed to be acquainted with the young masters who recently entered the city. Could they be spies? Huang Jingyong suggested. How do you know? Jia Wuya inquired, somewhat skeptically. Huang Jingyong continued. My son was assaulted by these 3, and Yang Yong even imprisoned him. Moreover, when I sought an explanation from Yang Yong the next day, he warned me that this young man held a noble status and advised against provoking him. Now, seeing him appear here, it surely bodes ill, Jia Wuya decreed. Let us go and investigate. Wang Yu, Xin Yuru, and Su Lan noticed the sect master of the Burning Fire sect approaching them and maintained their composure while attending to their tasks. Jia Wuya stepped forward, a smile adorning his face, and asked, Huang Jingyong, do take a good look. Do you recognize this individual before you? Indeed, I certainly do. Huang Jingyong fixated on Wang Yu, feeling that heaven had not forsaken him. It seemed that the divine had provided an opportunity for him to avenge his son. Wang Yu, perplexed, inquired, Do you have business with me, you little brat? How dare you strike my son? Today, fate has brought us together. Huang Jingyong initially thought to curse, yet his astuteness prevented him from letting personal grudges interfere with official matters. He stated, Sect Master Jia, the city lord Yang Yong informed me that this young man is of significant background, possibly acquainted with the silver-haired young master who bears the title of Do Huang. Now that he stands within our camp, could he be here to seek vengeance? A sense of dread surged within Wang Yu. The formidable strength of his foes left them with no chance of escape. Wang Yu chuckled, Sir, what are you saying? I fail to comprehend your words. Jia Wuya cast a glance at Huang Jingyong and commanded, Seize them, eliminate the 3 of them. A chill ran down Wang Yu and his companion's spines. The old man from the Burning Fire sect, without grasping the intricacies of the situation, had ordered a massacre without hesitation. Behind them, several overseers, disciples of the Burning Fire sect at the Great Fighter Realm, rushed forward with the intent to seize Wang Yu and his companions. Su Lan, Shun Yuru, you 2 must flee. I will cover you, Wang Yu declared, stepping protectively in front of the 2. But how can we allow you to face this alone? Brother Wang Yu, Su Lan protested. Xin Yuru, resolute, stated, Brother Wang Yu, if we are to leave, we shall do so together. Initially, Wang Yu had intended to abandon the 2 and escape alone, yet he realized that such an act would brand him a villain for eternity. Enough with the sentimental talk, move, quickly, Wang Yu almost roared. The sect leader of the Burning Fire sect, Jiao Wu Lai, laughed and inquired, Wang Yu, what realm are you at? Luo Chengping replied, Great Fighter Realm. Do not let a single one escape. The sect leader and his entourage were indeed individuals of significant stature. 5 disciples of the Burning Fire sect surged forward, but Wang Yu swiftly positioned himself before them. He activated the Panga Creation Bone, employing the sacred body breathing technique, and in an instant, unleashed formidable combat prowess. A punch erupted, radiating golden light. Boom. The disciple of the Burning Fire sect was knocked back 6 steps, spitting blood, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably. He is not at the Great Fighter Realm. The disciple who struck was indeed at the 2nd tier of the Great Fighter Realm. Clearly, Wang Yu's punch had sent him reeling, while Wang Yu remained unscathed. Huang Jingyong, witnessing this, beamed with delight, exclaiming, Sect leader, see? I told you I wasn't mistaken. This lad, mingling among us, falsely claiming to be of the Great Fighter Realm, clearly harbors ill intentions. This time, bolstered by the Burning Fire sect strength, and with the sect leader present, Huang Jingyong murmured, You will repay the debt for my son's injury in full. Wang Yu glanced back, noticing that Su Lan and Xin Yuru had not fled. Instead, they stood resolutely behind him. Did I not tell you to run? Why are you still standing there? Wang Yu bellowed. Brother Wang Yu, all here are great kings and great fighters. Fleeing is futile. It is better to face our fate together, Su Lan declared, drawing forth her silver sword with determination. Shen Yu, her expression icy, added, "Brother Wang Yu, if we are to die, let us die together." It seemed that in their hearts, they believed their demise was inevitable. Wang Yu sighed, his fists tightening further. The impoverished laborers nearby, witnessing the commotion, turned their heads, while the overseers observed the unfolding drama, intrigued. "Ah, so this Wang Yu is a spy sent here, not a good person at all," someone remarked. Chen Duolin was exhilarated. The man he viewed as a thorn in his side was indeed an undercover agent from another faction, harboring malicious intent. It was a fortuitous moment for the Burning Fire sect's leader to apprehend him. Forget it, forget it. I dare not approach such a woman. Following me will only lead to misfortune, Chen Duolin muttered. The members of the Burning Fire sect, arrogant and dismissive, regarded Wang Yu with contempt. There was no encirclement, nor an escape route following the tribulation. Present were great kings, great fighters, and every man by Lai Wu's side was a seasoned expert, honed through years of rigorous training. Zhao Wulier exclaimed, "Scoundrel, who dares to covet my precious treasures? It seems you are no ordinary person. Do you have accomplices?" Wang Yu responded, "Jia Zhongzhu, I truly cannot comprehend your words. What accomplices? What do you mean by ordinary people?" Huang Zhengyong interjected, "You insolent brat, you even dare to lay a hand on my son. You lack the courage and the companions to back you up. What do you intend to fight with?" He continued, "I have no time to waste here. Luo Qingping, these three are in your charge. Employ severe interrogations to extract information." The lofty Zhao Yawu, with arms crossed behind his back, stated, "I have other places to inspect." At that moment, a series of beastly roars reverberated from beyond the mountains, accompanied by strange cries, as the earth seemed to tremble. Countless birds took to the skies, blotting out the sun, as if a ferocious beast lay hidden within the monster beast mountain range. "Monsters! There are hordes of them approaching," warned the sentry at the gate, swearing that he had never witnessed such a colossal number of beasts before. Moreover, in front of the various camps of the Burning Fire sect, an army of monsters continued to appear, thick and numerous, ranging from 1st to 5th tier beasts, numbering at least 10,000. The combined forces of the four beast kings of the monster beast mountain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, surged forth like a devastating flood, capable of obliterating an entire city with ease. "The monsters have arrived," Zhao Wulier lamented, pondering whether they too sought to seize the precious treasures. Yet, ultimately, the beastly onslaught was within the realm of his expectations. "Activate the sword formation," commanded Luo Qingping. However, the formation he desired remained dormant for an extended period. Chapter 121. You ask who I am. The monstrous army drew nearer, with the four beast kings leading the charge. Tigers, lions, rhinos, centipedes, spiders, snakes, lizards, and various other creatures roared deafeningly, as if all the beasts of the monster beast mountain had converged at this very spot. The disciples of the Burning Fire sect stationed at the border gazed upon the dark mass of creatures before them, secretly pondering, how can it be that all the monsters have come? Is this place hell? At the base of the Burning Fire sect, streams of dazzling sword light erupted as the silver-white sword formation, propelled by the disciples, unleashed waves of sword energy. The surging sword energy served to thwart the beasts before them. The three-headed lion, the blood-red centipede, the snow wolf, and the crimson-eyed barbaric tiger glared at the formation, hesitating to launch an attack. However, within the camp of the sect leader, the sword formation remained unresponsive, failing to activate successfully. "Did I not instruct you to arrange the sword formation beforehand? Why has it not been activated at this critical moment?" Zhao Wulier fumed, his eyes aflame. The sword formation's failure to activate was crucial. The gathered individuals were merely common laborers, along with disciples of the Burning Fire sect and mercenaries. Mere numbers could not possibly stand against the monstrous horde. Observing the sect leader's fury, Luo Qingping hastily remarked, "Zhongzhu, I inspected the formation last night and found no anomalies, but today, I have no idea what has gone awry." Huang Zhengyong and several elders were filled with despair. Although they possessed vast combat experience from their time in the sect, they remained terrified in the face of the overwhelming number of beasts. This is hell, a manifestation of the fury of the beasts of the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range is the domain of these creatures. At this moment, Wang Yu, with an air of ease, gazed at the assembly of individuals present, while the guards and disciples around him were too preoccupied with organizing the Burning Fire sect and arranging the mercenaries to fend off the onslaught of the beasts to pay him any heed. Wang Yu spoke up, "Oh, esteemed sect leader, what is the matter? Unable to activate the sword formation? How peculiar." Upon hearing Wang Yu's voice, the sect leader of the Burning Fire sect, Zhao Wulier, furrowed his brows, his blood-red eyes glistening with rage. "Is it you who has done this? Who exactly are you?" Wang Yu replied, "Esteemed sect leader, were you not just intent on taking my life? You even inquired about the whereabouts of my companions. Allow me to enlighten you. These beasts are all my allies. Ahem. Come forth." At Wang Yu's command, a portion of humanity emerged from among the mercenaries and the common laborers, encircling Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Shen Yu protectively. Su Lan inquired, "Brother Wang Yu, how long have you been orchestrating their arrival?" Though the number of individuals was but 15, somewhat lacking in quantity, their prowess was unparalleled. 10 were fighters of the king level, and 5 were grand fighters. They were arranged to arrive last night. The vigilance of the Burning Fire sect disciples is rather lacking. Witnessing such an extraordinary turn of events, the sect leader's complexion turned nearly ashen, devoid of color. Huang Zhengyong erupted in a tirade, "You deceitful brat! How could the beasts possibly heed your commands? Since time immemorial, beasts and humans have been sworn enemies. How could they ever listen to you?" As Chen Duolin observed the spirited and resolute Wang Yu, he found it hard to reconcile this with the cowardly individual he once knew. At that moment, disbelief gripped him. "A mere illusion, a mere illusion," Jiao Wuya coldly retorted. "Might I inquire your esteemed name? I harbor no grudge against you. Why come to wreak havoc upon us, the Burning Fire sect? Oh, ha 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 ha, you truly possess the audacity to say such things." Wang Yu, gritting his teeth, responded, "Look at the ordinary people oppressed by your Burning Fire sect. Do you consider these laborers to be human? To you, these over 3,000 souls are likely just the cheapest source of fear. I cannot abide this. The Burning Fire sect must perish." At that very moment, the boundary without the activation of the sword formation fell under the assault of the snow wolves accompanied by the beasts, who advanced with ease, devastating all in their path. The mercenaries and disciples of the Burning Fire sect fought valiantly, yet could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of the beast army. This formidable host resembled a disciplined battalion. Upon entering the camp, they refrained from rampant destruction or the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Instead, they gathered around Wang Yu, with the Snow Wolf King standing behind him, glaring fiercely at everyone present. How is this possible? The beasts truly heed this young man's words. Huang Zhengyong was already rendered speechless with fright, while Luo Qingping, Chen Duolin, and sect leader Jiao Wuya, seasoned veterans of countless grand spectacles, felt a rising dread within their hearts in the presence of this enigmatic youth. Wang Yu turned his head and said, "Brother Snow Wolf King, would you kindly assist me in playing my part?" The Snow Wolf King, inherently proud and imbued with the innate dignity and pride of the Wolf clan, found himself in the presence of Wang Yu, who was likened to the legendary serpent, the ancient serpent of ruins. The Snow Wolf nodded in agreement, but it was a grave miscalculation, an enormous blunder. Jiao Wuya believed his plan was impeccably executed, yet unbeknownst to him, a mysterious youth emerged unexpectedly. "Brother Wang Yu, is there truly no room for negotiation?" Jiao Wuya implored. "You are acquainted with the beast army, and I merely seek this extraordinary treasure that has come forth. I can offer you something else in exchange. What would please you? My sect has amassed a treasury of magical artifacts over a millennium. I would grant you half. In Black Tiger City, I will support you in becoming the most formidable family, or rather, I shall elevate you to stand equal with me." Upon hearing these words, Luo Qingping, Huang Zhengyong, and Chen Duolin exchanged glances, and even some disciples of the Burning Fire sect felt an overwhelming envy. Such treatment and offerings nearly represented half of the Burning Fire sect's wealth. Wang Yu responded, "There is no need. I have stated that I cannot abide by your existence. You all deserve to perish. Esteemed kings of combat and beast kings, unleash your wrath. Leave no one alive." Wang Yu's intent today was to eradicate every member of the Burning Fire sect, for leaving any behind would surely lead to future calamity. Utilizing the excuse of ordinary laborers, he could act ruthlessly while feigning righteousness. The Snow Wolf let out a fierce howl, and the army of magical beasts surged forth. The ground trembled under the iron hooves of the beasts, collapsing and raising clouds of dust. Luo Qingping, Huang Zhengyong, and the disciples of the Burning Fire sect gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for a desperate fight. "All mercenaries, heed my command. We cannot coexist with these treacherous humans allied with the beasts. We must carve a bloody path. If we can reach any camp with a sword array, we may survive," proclaimed the sect leader Jia. However, among the mercenaries, a voice cried out, "Big brother, great king, we mercenaries have not committed heinous acts. We have been coerced by the Burning Fire sect into these misdeeds. I am a good person. I do not wish to fight these people. They forced my hand. The cowardly and survival-driven mercenaries were the first to drop their weapons. Soon, more followed suit, raising their hands in surrender. Wang Yu chuckled, to surrender before the battle even begins. This is precisely the effect I desired. As the snow wolf howled, Wang Yu commanded a halt. The attacking magical beasts froze in place, displaying such obedience and discipline. The sensation of commanding thousands, even the opposing sect leader Jiao Wuya, who would have to refer to him as brother, was quite gratifying. Very well. I accept the surrender of the mercenaries, but I shall not accept any from the Burning Fire sect, Wang Yu declared, as the mercenaries stood alongside the common folk. Thank you, great hero. We are eternally grateful for your mercy, the mercenaries exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief, for they had anticipated certain death. Jiao Wuya, with a composed gaze, observed the futility of seeking peace and declared, You little rascal, are you intent on annihilating my Burning Fire sect? Today, even if it means a mutual destruction, I shall be the first to slay you. As a peak Do Wang, Jiao Wuya exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, and with a thunderous roar, a blazing sphere of fire materialized in his hand. The flames crackled and hissed, the temperature surging dramatically. An immense wave of heat and energy continuously surged forth from the inferno. What manner of weapon is this? Wang Yu was taken aback. Could it be akin to the extraordinary flames from Do Po Tsangqiong? If that were the case, Wang Yu certainly had to seize this artifact. With the formidable strength of a peak Do Wang, Jiao Wuya unleashed the treasure of the Burning Fire sect in a furious strike. Moving with the speed of lightning, he was upon Wang Yu in the blink of an eye. I'll drag you down to hell with me. The scorching waves of fire surged forth, catching Wang Yu off guard, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Jiao Wuya's fist hurtled towards Wang Yu's chest. At that moment, a brilliant flash appeared as Shen Ao transformed into a tempestuous wind. He raised a massive black iron sword and struck fiercely against Jiao Wuya's fist. Clang! Shen Ao's sword shattered into two pieces, yet Jiao Wuya's punch was also thwarted, blocked, a Do Huang realm warrior. Jiao Wuya did not anticipate that this mysterious youth could not only command magical beasts, but also had a Do Huang by his side. What manner of youth is this? Nonetheless, a mere Do Huang thinks to obstruct me. I possess the treasure of flames, capable of felling 3 Do Huangs, Jiao Wuya. His voice hoarse from exertion, bellowed, his hands transforming into searing flames. His fists, like a tempest, targeted Shen Ao's form. Clang, 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 clang. Shen Ao barely managed to defend himself with the broken sword. Yet Jiao Wuya's furious onslaught, empowered by the treasure of flames, was truly beginning to overpower Shen Ao. Moreover, Shen Ao was increasingly showing signs of being unable to withstand the relentless barrage. The air grew ever more sweltering, the temperature rising, as sporadic sparks danced like enormous hammers, striking against the iron sword and igniting a fiery glow. Shen Ao gasped for breath, valiantly sustaining himself with his potent Do Qi. Come on, come on, come on! Jiao Wuya became increasingly exhilarated, his body enveloped in a layer of blazing flames. Wang Yu and the other Do Wang warriors dared not rush in recklessly to assist. Rather than helping, they aimed to avoid causing trouble for Shen Ao. Just then, a voice descended from the heavens. Brother Shen Ao, we are here to aid you. Upon hearing the voice, Huang Zhengyong and Luo Qingping felt a chill run down their spines, as if plummeting into an abyss. Chapter 124. The emergence of the extraordinary treasure. At that moment, the 2 Do Huangs, Gu Jianglu and Su Lan, arrived just in time. Behind them, they unfurled their Do Huang exclusive wings of light. The 3-headed fierce lion and the crimson blood centipede, both 6th-tier magical beasts, radiated with the glow of Do Qi. 5 Do Huangs. Now, 5 Do Huangs had arrived. Huang Zhengyong swore he had never seen Do Huangs in his life. Do Huangs were exalted beings, esteemed guests of the Gamma Empire's king, and now, to behold 3 of them together, all aligned with this mysterious youth's faction, was beyond his wildest imagination. Astonishingly, Huang Zhengyong frantically struck his own face, the sound echoing like a relentless drumbeat, slapping himself repeatedly. I am despicable. I am truly foolish, he lamented. Lord Yang Yongqing had cautioned me against provoking this individual, yet I disregarded his warning, and now I must bear the consequences. With the arrival of the 3 Do emperors, Su Jianwu, Gu Jianglu, and Shen Ao, the furious and frenzied Jiao Wuya was swiftly subdued. Wang Yu, not forgetting to mock, remarked, Jia Zhengzhu, did you not claim you needed 3 Do emperors? Well, here they are. Take your time in dealing with them. Jiao Wuya spat out a mouthful of old blood, realizing that even the treasured artifact of the Burning Fire sect, the fire silk, could not withstand the overwhelming aura of the three Do Emperors. With a resounding crash, after enduring a punch and a slash, Jiao Wuya was sent flying, crashing into the dirt, his appearance utterly disheveled. Gasping, he struggled to rise, only to expel a torrent of scorching blood from his throat. Despair. A profound and inescapable despair enveloped the disciples of the Burning Fire sect, Luo Qingping and Huang Jingyong. The sect leader has lost. The Burning Fire sect is doomed. How long have we provoked such formidable beings? How long has this young man been around? A flurry of doubts whirled in Jiao Wuya's mind, but at this moment, he had no opportunity to seek answers. It was inconceivable that anyone of such strength existed within the Gamma Empire. The three Do Emperors, capable of commanding the army of magical beasts, left Jiao Wuya's thoughts drifting further afield. Once, he had envisioned leading the Burning Fire sect to become a prominent sect within the Gamma Empire. Yet this young man, surrounded by such power, possessed the capability to overturn the entire Gamma Empire. Jiao Wuya clearly observed that the three Do Emperors regarded him with complete disdain. Amidst the battle, they were engaged in light-hearted conversation with Wang Yu, laughing together. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Defeated, Jiao Wuya exhaled a heavy sigh. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted from the beast swamp, illuminating the surroundings with a divine radiance that captivated the attention of all present. The ancient tree in the swamp had blossomed, revealing a treasure that appeared once every 500 years, the body-crushing fruit. In his moment of despair, Jiao Wuya abandoned the fight and, in a daze, approached the edge of the swamp, gazing at the dazzling holy light. Wang Yu, Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, Shen Ao, Su Lan, and Shun Yu all stared intently at the radiant glow. Could this be the extraordinary treasure that is about to emerge? Such powerful light. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Wang Yu as he pondered, can I absorb this light using the sacred body's breathing technique? Without wasting a moment, he began to sit cross-legged, activating the method of the sacred body's breathing technique, entering a state of selflessness. Indeed, it was possible. Wang Yu felt a clear connection to the sacred fruit of the ancient tree, which was releasing a continuous stream of golden orbs. Without any force to guide them, these orbs floated like dust, like volcanic ash scattered in the sky. Yet, as Wang Yu exerted his breath, the golden light began to converge towards him. Chapter 125. Anomaly. The natural myriad realms nurture endless life. Transcendent and extraordinary, a rarity among countless others, or perhaps a divine artifact bequeathed by ancient immortals and mighty beings. A peerless weapon forged through innumerable trials, destined to achieve great renown and endure through the ages. The ancient sacred tree of the Beast Swamp stands as one of the most exceptional treasures, nurtured for 5 centuries. When it blossoms, its fame spreads far and wide. Why has village chief Wang Yu begun his cultivation now? Why is he seated in meditation? Gu Jianglu gazed in astonishment at Wang Yu, sensing an unknown power emanating from him, a physical honing and tempering. Has village chief Wang Yu mastered an extraordinary technique? Shen Ao observed Wang Yu, then glanced at the distant emerging treasure. At that moment, Su Lan and Shen Yu rushed over in a flurry, eager to protect Wang Yu with their spells. Wang Yu greedily absorbed the golden radiance of the treasure as it blossomed, feeling his meridians, blood vessels, and bones nourished and strengthened by the gentle power. The abundant fighting spirit surged within him, and he felt an unceasing force swelling in his body. With each breath, he grew stronger, a sensation of comfort and exhilaration enveloping him. Wang Yu exclaimed, just this light alone feels as if my body is evolving. If I could consume this fruit, I cannot even begin to imagine. The sheer might of this power was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Burning Fire sect witnessed their leader's effortless defeat, causing chaos among the ranks. 3 battle emperors, 2 6th-tier magical beasts, and countless monstrous armies had already shattered their last vestige of hope. Numerous bodies of Burning Fire sect disciples lay sprawled in the blood-soaked earth. Luo Qingping and Huang Jingyong fell before the combined might of 2 battle kings from Wang Yu's village. Slain in the soil of the Monster Mountain Range, Jiu Jianglu, Shen Ao, and Su Jianwu approached the fallen leader of the Burning Fire sect. The sect master gazed at the resplendent golden light before him, his eyes filled with admiration and intoxication. Do not kill me just yet. Allow me to witness the emergence of the treasure, he implored. Once, Jiao Wuya had ascended to the position of sect master through sheer will and an indomitable spirit, overcoming countless adversities and rivalries within the sect. Yet now, for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of futility, a realization that he could not win. No matter the circumstances, Su Jianwu inquired. What do you all think? Should we wait? Shin-Ao responded, "Let us wait. After all, it is a final word." Although Gu Jianglu and the others refrained from taking action, they remained vigilant against Zhao Wuya. The fire treasure he possessed, fire silence, could elevate the peak strength of a battle king to rival that of a battle emperor. Such power should not be underestimated. The golden light surged, as if there were two suns in the heavens. The decaying swamp was enveloped in a golden radiance, and as the bud of the broken body fruit unfurled, a translucent golden fruit emerged, exuding a fragrance that dispelled the decay and foul stench. It was sacred and noble, pure and elegant. The broken body fruit had appeared, but at that moment, a swirling vortex arose within the swamp, and the stagnant waters began to churn. What is happening? Could there be a monster within this swamp? Boom! A deafening sound echoed. A majestic dragon suddenly burst forth from the water, its colossal body resembling a great mountain, as its sharp fangs lunged menacingly towards the coveted fruit. There is indeed a monster in this swamp. Someone shouted loudly. Zhao Wuya witnessed this firsthand. It was a fearsome beast with 9 dragon heads, each adorned with scales of various hues. The savage visages resembled those of the legendary creatures long thought to be sealed away. This is bad. This creature has come to claim the fruit. The 3 Grand Dukes of Combat stirred their energy wings and ascended rapidly. To tease such a moment, they could not allow other beasts to snatch their prize. Chapter 126. The Chaotic 9-Headed Dragon. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuya cackled with a sinister grin as he beheld the unforeseen turn of events. If I cannot have it, then heaven shall not allow you to possess it either. Leaving it all for this beast. Ha ha ha. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Wuya shouted hoarsely at the 9-headed dragon that had emerged from the swamp. Ha ha ha, beastly friend, though I know you not. Should you consume this fruit, I implore you to help me vanquish these intruders. Annihilate them all, leave none behind. Zhao Wuya's blood-red eyes trembled with excitement. The scent of fresh blood wafted through the air. It was the scorching lifeblood of the disciples of the Burning Fire sect, which had flourished for over 3 centuries, in his generation. The losses were grievous, and many disciples had perished. Beast, you are the embodiment of my sect's vengeance. Avenge us, slay all those around, leave no one behind, not a single soul. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wuya laughed maniacally against the fierce winds. Suddenly, on the horizon, a shadowy figure appeared. 3,000 strands of black hair exuded an aura of malevolence. Breaking through the void, the distance between heaven and earth shrank to mere inches. The man with flowing black hair, standing tall, seemed to materialize from several kilometers away, now confronting the 9-headed dragon, with an outstretched hand. A torrent of dark energy surged forth, instantly thwarting the dragon's attempt to devour. Who is this? Such a formidable master. Zhao Wuya was astounded by the mysterious figure's prowess. What astonishing experts have emerged from the Beast Mountain? Could they be from the Gamma Empire? The 3 Grand Dukes of Combat, Gu Jianglu and his companions, paused at the arrival of the ancient serpent, halting mid-air. We cannot intervene in this battle, Gu Jianglu sighed. The 9-headed beast, struck by the dark power, howled in fury, its other 2 heads breathing forth searing flames. Boom. The temperature, hotter than molten lava, enveloped the ancient serpent's holy form. The splattering magma fell upon the camp of the Burning Fire sect, igniting towering flames, engulfing its disciples in a fiery inferno. Wails echoed throughout the land. The unwary beasts were likewise consumed by the flames, their hides melting away, revealing stark white bones, disintegrating into ash at a visible rate. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of golden light erupted as the ancient serpent waved a hand, and the flames engulfing it dissipated in an instant in the presence of the formidable chaos 9-headed dragon beast. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The creature, astounded by the prowess displayed before it, emitted a low growl, its voice resonating like thunder from the heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Who are you? It inquired. I am the chaos 9-headed beast, awaiting my prey for 5 centuries. Who dares to obstruct my hunt? With a sudden intensity, Wang Yu opened his eyes. The mere utterance of the beast's words sent a wave of blood surging through him. Breaking free from the confines of his sacred body's breath, such a beast lurking in this swamp? He pondered, his mind recalling the compendium of beasts bestowed by the system, which detailed this creature. The Chaos 9-headed dragon is one of the ancient divine beasts. With its 9 heads, it aspires to transcend into sanctity, breaking free from its shackles to achieve unparalleled greatness. This lineage, a divergence of the ancient dragon bloodline, was cursed by the Dragon King due to its ferocity and grand ambitions, leading to a fractious existence where the 9 heads would turn upon one another in a fierce struggle for dominance. Could there be other hidden bosses within these mountains of beasts? The system activated the talent inspection feature. Chapter 127. A breezy resolution to battle. Ding, the talent inspection system is now active. Wang Yu fixed his gaze upon the chaos nine-headed dragon. Each head of the dragon shimmered with iridescent lights, embodying royal-level talent, a sixth-tier beast. If it were to consume the broken body fruit, it would undoubtedly spawn another champion of combat. It cannot be allowed to devour it. Wang Yu exclaimed, readying himself for action. However, the opposing creature was a sixth-tier beast, inheriting an ancient bloodline, ranking alongside the supreme beasts like the ancient serpent. Just as Wang Yu was about to strike, the ancient serpent, with a mere tremor of its hand, caused the very ground of the swamp to quake, sending colossal waves surging forth. A profound and potent fighting spirit emanated seamlessly from the Serpent King's massive form. With a thunderous punch, the ancient serpent unleashed a force capable of rending space itself, creating a cataclysmic wave that rippled from one of the chaos nine-headed dragon's heads. The ensuing chaos erupted into towering waves, and before Wang Yu could make his move, the battle between the two titanic beasts concluded swiftly, determining a victor. The ancient serpent, with overwhelming dominance, effortlessly inflicted injury upon the Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon in shock. The Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon proclaimed, "You don't possess such strength. How is this possible? Even if you have reached the champion of combat realm, you should not be able to wield such power." The ancient serpent raised its fist, declaring, "This is the extent of my might. Do you still wish to contend for treasures? Do you believe I would hesitate to slay you? Time is on our side. For now, I cannot provoke you." The Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon replied, transforming into a streak of light as its immense form soared from the swamp, akin to a mountain taking flight in the sky. The ancient serpent made no effort to pursue, instead seizing the broken body fruit in its grasp. The fruit glimmered with golden radiance, its enticing energy rendering it impossible to look away. With a single, ravenous bite, the ancient serpent consumed the fruit. "Delicious," it murmured, as it began to stride toward Wang Yu's younger brother. By coincidence, the ancient serpent of ruin arrived beside Zhao Wuya, its formidable aura and overwhelming might instilling fear that compelled Zhao Wuya to kneel before it. In desperation, Zhao Wuya implored, "O great deity, please save me, I beseech you." Uncertain of the entity's identity, Zhao Wuya perceived this ancient serpent as his last glimmer of hope. "Great deity, this is the treasure of my burning fire sect. The fire of silence, possessing the unparalleled power to incinerate all and endure eternally. I offer this to you, and I humbly request that you eliminate these individuals." With a sudden gesture, Zhao Wuya pointed at Wang Yu. "O great deity, I beg of you. For you, dispatching these worthless beings would be but a mere flick of your finger." The ancient deity's gaze fixated on the blazing offering presented by Zhao Wuya. At that moment, Wang Yu approached, extending his hands with a smile. "Brother Serpent, what brings you here?" Zhao Wuya was taken aback, realizing, this young man is the younger brother of this unparalleled powerhouse. The heavens conspire to obliterate my burning fire sect. Terrified, Zhao Wuya fell to his knees as the ancient serpent inquired, "You wish for me to slay my younger brother?" With a rumble, the serpent's eyes glinted, and a fierce killing intent instantaneously reduced Zhao Wuya to mere ashes, leaving only the fervent fire of silence behind. All hail the Serpent King! All hail the Serpent King! The three great battle emperors, along with the myriad of beasts present, knelt in submission. The battle saint could only bow in reverence. Mercenaries, witnessing the ferocious slaughter of the beasts, prostrated themselves before the ancient serpent, kneeling in homage. Chapter 129. The great hero Chen Duolin wished he could bury his face in the ground, unable to dare glance at Wang Yu again. No wonder this stunning beauty chose to follow that young man. Were he a woman, he too would align with him. Theo be the younger brother of a supreme expert. Such a status is the dream of countless individuals. To serve the mighty, one must possess the qualifications to do so. Younger brother Wang Yu, I have consumed the broken body fruit. This is for you. The ancient serpent infused the power of the fire of silence, dispelling its recognition force before bestowing it upon Wang Yu. The fiery orb felt weightless in his hands, devoid of any tangible sensation. Had it not been for the flames, Wang Yu might have mistaken it for a mere wisp of air. "Thank you, great brother serpent. Thank you. There's no need for such formality with me. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Theo, all beast kings, your efforts are appreciated. I shall depart first." The ancient serpent, having consumed the broken body fruit, returned to the throne of beast kings to refine the burgeoning power contained within the fruit. The battle had concluded, and now they awaited the aftermath. "Wang Yu, with hands raised in respect, addressed the four great beast kings, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my beast brethren, for your assistance. I truly appreciate it. The four great beast kings, accompanied by their legion of beasts, withdrew. Ding, the assault on the burning fire sect is complete. Ordinary extermination task accomplished. Reward: the 36 techniques of the Tang clan. The Tang clan, originally a family of assassins, is renowned in the martial world for its mastery of hidden weapons and mechanisms. They excel at utilizing the transformable thousand mechanisms box and elusive movements, silently setting various traps, complemented by an array of long-range poison projectiles, bows, and arrows, rendering them unpredictable and immensely powerful in Wang Yu's mind. An ancient tome with a blue cover materialized. Thank you, Brother Wang Yu, for your immense kindness and generosity. Brother Wang Yu, we are grateful that you still think of us, the ordinary laborers. Thank you. You are indeed our great benefactor. Those present, the laborers who had not departed, numbering over 3,000, gathered around, kneeling in reverence. Without Wang Yu, they would likely have been turned into cannon fodder by the flame sect, perishing from exhaustion or starvation. Ultimately never to be recognized as human, Ding reputation increased, 5,000 points. Having become a great hero in the eyes of common folk, the title of great hero was unlocked. The more admiration he attracted, the higher his reputation soared. Observing the beaming faces of the innocent and kind-hearted people, Wang Yu cheerfully reassured them, it's nothing, nothing at all. A trivial matter, Black Tiger City will change, and Lord Yang will ensure you all live well. No one will bully you. Really? The crowd expressed their deep skepticism. If this were true, it would be a tremendous blessing. Wang Yu asserted, rest assured, I, Wang Yu, say this. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare confront the flame sect. I have witnessed your struggles along the way, he urged them. Descend the mountain now and reunite with your families. Thank you, Brother Wang Yu. Thank you. The common people were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy filling their eyes. All they desired was a simple life, a peaceful existence with 3 meals a day and family gatherings. Among the mercenaries, having witnessed Wang Yu's prowess, and with 3 formidable Do emperors at his side, who would not wish to ally with him? In this incident, Wang Yu gathered 300 mercenaries, including Zhang Hongguang's group, which also fell under his banner. As the crowd dissipated, it was time to tally the spoils of this battle. The 3 Do emperors arrived, and the warriors from Wang Yu's village assembled closely around him. Almost all of the flame sect members had perished. The remaining food would be distributed among the laborers and mercenaries until they safely returned to their village. The surplus would be taken back, enough to see the villagers through the winter. At that moment. Chapter 128. You two can divide among yourselves. Wang Yu, village chief, may I beg for a share of the fire jiqi? Gu Jianglu gazed at the fire jiqi in Wang Yu's hand, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. This item was a treasure of flames, akin to the from battle through the heavens. Capable of both offense and defense, it was of great importance. The Gu family was renowned for being alchemists. Possessing the fire jiqi would allow them to concoct high-grade potions with unparalleled purity and precision. Moreover, as a Do emperor, if Gu Jianglu were to wield the fire jiqi, it would be an invaluable asset. Wang Yu, village chief, dear brother Gu Jianglu, do not hold it against me for coveting this. I too am quite interested in it. Yu Jianwu hesitated in his speech, self-aware of the implications of contesting with Gu Jianglu over the item. He diplomatically continued, village chief Wang Yu, it is entirely up to you. You may bestow it upon whomever you wish, for you are the chief. Su Jianwu hailed from a family of weaponsmiths, adept at forging divine weapons, an endeavor that also relied heavily on fire. For fire could forge swords as well as create them. The fire-silencing treasure of the flame sect holds considerable value for both the Gu family and the Su family. The two individuals gazed at Wang Yu with fervent, genuine eyes, tinged with a hint of longing. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, devoid of sound. It appeared that everyone present was equally eager to witness Wang Yu's decision. This was indeed a matter of life and death. Wang Yu tapped the back of his head and pondered. Whom should I offend? I cannot afford to offend anyone. Both are esteemed Dohuang masters. Moreover, there will be future contests for treasures, and the issue of distribution looms ahead. Sigh, and here I am, facing it now. Wang Yu approached Shenao and said, Old Master Shun, I shall entrust this treasure to you. If the 2 esteemed elders wish to use it, they may retrieve it from Old Master Shun at any time. Just ensure to register and document its use, returning it once finished. All right, that works too. Gu Jianglu and Su Jianwu both laughed heartily in unison. Wang Yu then continued, esteemed elders, do not rush. I also have a cultivation manual I would like you both to peruse. Su Jianwu and Gu Jianglu leafed through the book titled The 36 Marvels of the Tang Sect, which detailed weaponry, concealed weapons, poisons, and various techniques and mechanisms. In terms of intricacy and applicability, it was poised to advance their current cultivation practices by centuries. Excellent book. Truly an exceptional work, Gu Jianglu exclaimed joyfully, attempting to tuck the book into his pocket. Old master, as for my skills in alchemy and poison crafting, I shall learn it first. The lethal nature of poison as a covert weapon will certainly minimize the losses of village warriors in future battles, Su Jinwu remarked. What's the matter? Our concealed weapons are no different from traditional arms, yet they are even more refined. This technique will greatly benefit my creation of divine weapons. After all, concealed weapons can also eliminate foes discreetly, reducing casualties, Su Jinwu insisted. Old Master Gu, grant me a favor. Let me have a look first, Gu Jianglu pleaded. Old Master, please extend me a favor as well. I wish to see it first, Su Jinwu echoed. Wang Yu, standing to the side, chuckled. Esteemed elders, I shall not meddle. The book is yours to manage. I have a series of concluding tasks to attend to. As Su Jinwu and Gu Jianglu watched Wang Yu's departing figure, they suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, Wang Yu was truly the chosen one, and this book, which could astound both families, was generously offered by him. Furthermore, he did so with effortless ease, devoid of any sense of loss. Village Chief Wang Yu is remarkably generous. Perhaps following him will indeed yield great rewards, Su Jinwu mused. Meanwhile, at that very moment, on another side, a majestic mountain range rose, its peaks adorned with ancient white structures. Thousands of disciples clad in white robes were practicing sword techniques under the guidance of the elder. Just then, the colossal form of the Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon Beast descended heavily, crashing down upon the central square with a resounding thud. Bang! As the massive body of the Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon Beast fell, the disciples of the sect swiftly scattered. In an instant, several powerful figures from the Elders' sect stood with divine weapons in hand, gazing at the Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon Beast with confusion and astonishment. They were bewildered, caught off guard by the unexpected arrival. At the summit of the sect's mountain, a formidable protective barrier has been established. Yet, this unknown beast of darkness has brazenly breached the sword formation, landing squarely in the heart of the plaza. What audacious fiend dares to approach the Yunqiong sect? Murmured an elderly man, his complexion pale and his demeanor ancient. Ah, the remnants of the ancient serpent clan are truly formidable. A single blow severed my head. The battle sage indeed instills dread. The Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon gnawed its teeth, the sharp, archaic fangs producing a hissing sound as they scraped together. One of its heads lay in ruin, leaving behind a neck enveloped in flames and molten rock. Fire and lava splashed upon the central plaza, causing the marble ground to emanate a putrid odor. This enmity shall be recorded by the Chaos Nine clans. In the days to come, this king will undoubtedly seek vengeance for the blood-soaked grudge. The Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon glared menacingly at the gathered multitude, numbering in the thousands, and declared, I do not know who you are, but do you wish to form an alliance? 3 days later, Wang Yu sat regally in his designated office chair, perusing the reports submitted from various factions. The confiscated provisions from the Burning Fire sect were sufficient to sustain the villagers for 3 months, ensuring their survival through the winter. 300 mercenaries had joined the village. When the mercenaries first beheld the village nestled deep within the monster mountain range, they were utterly astonished and expressed their desire to remain. The village's architecture was grand and sophisticated. Furthermore, the village provided rations and funds, proactively arranged employment opportunities, truly a paradise. Would the mercenaries continue living on the edge of a knife, earning bounties elsewhere? In terms of combat, the village's warriors had sustained injuries, but there were no fatalities among them. Under the guidance of the fiery elder, the basketball court, soccer field, and swimming pool were being constructed in an orderly fashion. The next step would be to establish a communication route to Black Tiger City, allowing the provision of food and resources from the citizens below, thus satisfying the foundational development of the village. As the village chief, the responsibilities are indeed burdensome, especially with the need to assemble an invincible legion. Wang Yu took out pen and paper, meticulously contemplating the forthcoming strategies and plans. Once the headquarters of the Burning Fire sect is attacked and brought under control, he would possess complete dominion over the territory of Black Tiger City. System Brother, are you still there? Wang Yu inquired solemnly. Ding, System Brother is present. How may I assist you, host? I wish to review the foundational information of the Legion. Ding, retrieving foundational information of the Legion. Commander name, Wang Yu, 18 years old, mortal, transmigrator. Legion personnel, 365 individuals. Legion combat power, 57,000. Battle sovereigns, 3 individuals. Battle Kings, 20 individuals. Battle Sages, 30 individuals. Grand Battle Masters, 30 individuals. Battle Masters, 120 individuals. Battle Warriors, 282 individuals. Legion Resources, Food, 4,000 points. Weapons, 3,000 points. Magical Artifacts, 12,000 points, including system rewards. All magical artifacts are carried by the Legion members themselves. Reputation points, 5,030. The once barren and frail little village is steadily thriving under Wang Yu's development. Conquering cities and lands is indeed a swift method of expansion. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and said, "It is precisely because the burning fire sect oppresses ordinary people that I possess a righteous reason to annihilate them. Doing so could win the hearts of the people in Black Tiger City. However, what if future sects treat the common folk well? I cannot simply mold my army into a force of evil." Chapter 131. The system's dual prohibition having mere data without a reference point is futile. If only the system could enable the viewing of the enemy's strength and the ability to ascertain their realm. Just then, a notification chimed. "Ding, does the host wish to activate the function to view enemy data?" Wang Yu exclaimed with excitement. "Absolutely. I have longed for this," he urged. "System brother, please activate it swiftly." Ding, the system unlocks a hidden mission. Investigate the marshland where the Chaos Nine-Headed Dragon Beast resides. There lies an unknown within. An unknown world. My, this fantastical realm is truly wondrous. Wang Yu mused. In this realm of fantasy, there exist unparalleled powerhouses, extraordinary treasures, and the development of various tribes and cities, each mastering their own arts and combat techniques, possessing distinct systems. The vastness of this fantastical realm is bizarre and cannot be comprehended through ordinary logic. I must go and explore. Wang Yu delegated the tasks within the village to the management personnel and sprinted toward the monster marsh. Upon his arrival, remnants of the abandoned sword formations and structures of the burning fire sect lingered around the marsh. The land bore the acrid scent of blood, and the corpses had likely been devoured by the beasts of the monster mountain range. The ancient tree in the marsh, which bore the broken body fruit, was immense yet indistinguishable from ordinary trees. Standing before the foul-smelling marsh, Wang Yu pondered, "System brother, how am I to enter? Surely, I am not required to swim through." Ding, the system grants the host a defensive technique. The Golden Gang Spell. The Golden Gang Spell transforms fighting spirit into a protective layer, enveloping the body and enabling the host to withstand enemy attacks. A torrent of information surged into Wang Yu's mind, the cultivation techniques of the Golden Gang Spell racing through his consciousness like a stream of data. With the system, navigating the eastern continent has indeed become convenient. 3 hours later, Wang Yu invoked the Golden Gang Spell. With a soft exhale, a layer of white fighting spirit enveloped him, solidifying around his form. He reached out to touch the marsh, and the fighting spirit parted the murky waters like a protective barrier. This is effective. Wang Yu took a deep breath and, feeling a tinge of apprehension, leaped into the marsh. The dark marsh seemed bottomless, and Wang Yu felt as though he were adrift in the cosmos. Aimlessly floating, silent and flavorless. The only reminder of his vitality was the consumption of fighting spirit, which confirmed to him that he was still alive. He had once mistakenly believed he was dead. "System brother, how much longer must I descend?" Wang Yu asked, boredom creeping into his voice. Ding, the host is requested to conduct their own investigation. The system holds no obligation to provide information, replied the cold voice. Very well. Wang Yu muttered agreement, yet within his heart, he had cursed the system 1,000 times over. Suddenly, a surge of lightning coursed around Wang Yu, the intense sensation of paralysis causing his body to convulse. Were it not for his indomitable will, he might have succumbed to the powerful current and lost consciousness. "System brother, why are you shocking me?" Wang Yu pleaded. "Ease off the electricity. If I faint, I could drown right here." He expressed his fear with a tone of desperation. "Ding, is the host, by any chance, cursing me internally?" "I am not." "Never mind, system. I too possess a sense of humanity. My only stipulations regarding you are twofold." Wang Yu's paralyzed face contorted into a smile, reminiscent of a mask. "Even if it's merely 2 stipulations, I could easily adhere to 10. Ding, the system has 2 primary restrictions. Neither this nor that is permitted." Wang Yu. At that moment, amidst the dark swamp, a radiant white light emerged. A colossal sword of light towering 100 zhang high. "What manner of sword is this?" Wang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the luminous blade before him. Such potent fighting spirit emanates from it. Yet, the formidable aura of the sword, radiating a resplendent white light, was clearly not of mundane origin. Furthermore, as a surge of brilliance intensified, a total of 9 swords of light gleamed within the darkness. Before these swords, Wang Yu felt as insignificant as an ancient tree gazing up at the celestial firmament. How immense! I feel so small in the presence of this sword. Wang Yu reached out. Crackle! A powerful bolt of lightning erupted, startlingly potent. The golden energy of Wang Yu's fighting spirit split apart, creating fissures. Is this sheer contact capable of such might? Wang Yu squinted. Could this also be a treasure of extraordinary nature? A divine weapon from the heavens? Just then, from the depths of chaotic darkness, an insidious voice suddenly echoed. Little brother, do you aspire to rule this eastern continent? Hee, handsome lad, if you release us, we shall grant you dominion over this eastern continent. Shall we? A woman's voice drifted forth, sharp and terrifying, reminiscent of a madman's shriek. Merely hearing this voice caused Wang Yu's bloodline to stir, unsettling his very being. What a dreadful interference! The voices multiplied, growing ever more numerous. Little brother, let us out. We beseech you. It is cold and we are starving in here. We have not eaten for over 5,000 years. I am on the verge of starvation. O great hero, release us and the deities shall fulfill your every wish. We can grant you 1,000 desires. A handsome lad, be my boyfriend. I promise to bring your wildest fantasies to life. Come on, destroy these 9 swords of light. Annihilate these 9 swords. Ha ha ha, this world was always meant to belong to us, filthy humans. The cacophony of malevolent sounds reverberated, striking a chord deep within Wang Yu. He raised his head in a daze. His gaze vacant, his movements stiff and uncertain. Very well, I shall release you. With a deep breath, Wang Yu lifted his hand. At that moment, the remnants of Panga's creation unleashed a wave of golden energy. Wail, wail. Wang Yu continued to cultivate the sacred breathing technique of the holy body, merging the dual divine powers into a singular force, capable of unleashing overwhelming brute strength. Young sir, hurry, swiftly disrupt this luminous sword, and your sister shall ascend to be your queen. My dear brother, do you relish the idea of becoming an emperor? To possess unparalleled beauties from across the realm, I can effortlessly elevate you to the throne. Wang Yu smiled foolishly, his lips stretching into an unnatural grin. This power, the formidable deity behind the Sword of Light, could fulfill his desires and realize his ambitions. With a whoosh, Wang Yu's fist radiated a profound golden light. Excellent, splendid, marvelous. I shall release you now. I am destined to govern this world. Wang Yu struck fiercely at the blade of light with a mighty punch. Clang, do not make a move, a chilling voice echoed. Crack! The sinister whispers in Wang Yu's mind evaporated, replaced by the system's cold yet soothing voice. What has happened to me? Wang Yu retracted his fist, filled with suspicion. Ding, leave this place at once. Do not look back, lest you fall into an endless nightmare. Yes. Wang Yu fled like the wind. Oh dear, what treasures lie within this young brother. Has my sinister voice been dispelled as well? Roar, how infuriating, after over 5,000 years, I encounter a human, and you let him escape. Chapter 133. Assault on the burning fire sect. Dear relatives, do not lament. If the youth can shatter the seal left by the great Pangu, then my countless years would have been in vain. The voices in the darkness were many, as if phantoms dwelled in the shadows. Finally, an ancient voice, weathered by the passage of time, resounded. Stop your gazing. Disperse. The Chaos 9-headed dragon will devise a way to claim what is ours, though not disturb my rest. I am weary. Huh? Yes, great ancestor, I in the dark marsh, the radiance of the luminous sword faded, leaving behind an eerie silence, shrouded in darkness. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Sitting at the marsh's edge, Wang Yu realized he was already ice-cold and devoid of sensation. As a seasoned enthusiast of fantasy novels and a gamer, he understood that this sealed location undoubtedly contained something extraordinarily mysterious. Their tone was overwhelmingly arrogant, as if annihilating the eastern continent was mere child's play. Wang Yu declared, no, the monsters within must never be released. Doing so would surely bring about calamity. The system responded. Ding, hidden mission completed. Collected 1 fragment of the ancient worldview. Ding, collect 3 fragments of the worldview to unlock the ability to detect power. Wang Yu reined in his thoughts, saying, System brother, has this task truly been completed? Yet, what intrigues Wang Yu even more is what lies sealed beneath these 9 swords of light. Merely through verbal curses, one can exert control over Wang Yu's consciousness, transforming him into a mere puppet. Wang Yu inquired, System brother, who is the person sealed away in here? It feels immensely powerful. Ding, unable to disclose, the host must gather 3 ancient world fragments. Once collected, the identity of the creature within can be revealed. Sigh, curiosity is such a thing. The more you deny me knowledge, the more I yearn to know. Wang Yu remarked. System brother, could you enlighten me about the nature of this lightsaber? Ding, the 9 lightsabers are crafted from the purest and most sacred holy light. Imbued with the power of the Holy Sun, they are inexhaustible and possess the ability to seal darkness and intimidate the forces of evil. The 9 Heavens divine sword formation was created by the Supreme Sage, utilizing the techniques of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, capable of opening dimensions and creating spaces. This sword technique is indeed a formidable existence. Listening to the system's voice, Wang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. In novels, games, and films, whenever a certain sword formation or seal appears, it is inevitable that one day, a fool or a villain will break this seal, leading the world down the path of destruction. I must prepare in advance. Upon returning to the village, he was approached by a villager who said, Village Chief Wang Yu, the villagers are looking for you to hold a meeting. Please hurry over to a meeting, you say? Wang Yu arrived at the conference room, which was already filled with people. He had entrusted the management of the village's mercenaries to Zhang Hongguang. Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, Shenao, Gu Yuedong, Su Lan, and Shun Yueru were all present, along with the captain of the Dark Division, Cheng Gang. You finally arrived. The entire village has been searching for you, Su Lan remarked. Wang Yu took a seat at the head of the table, and the attendees had completely regarded him as their leader. Zhang Hongguang spoke up, Brother Wang Yu, taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the Burning Fire sect's main branch. Chang'an has killed its leader's brother Dao. What does this have to do with us? Wang Yu asked, puzzled. Now that the leader of the Burning Fire sect is dead, he is likely to become the new leader of the sect. Came the response, it does not affect us. The Burning Fire sect is already within my grasp. You all should decide how to annihilate the Burning Fire sect, Wang Yu commanded. Understood. The attendees responded in unison. It was time to formally launch an attack on the Burning Fire sect. Chapter 134. The Loyalty of 12 Fighting Kings. Wang Yu sat upon the Grand Hall, surrounded by young and middle-aged individuals who sought his guidance. It was Wang Yu's charisma and commanding presence that had gathered these individuals together. They were the very foundation of his legion. Wang Yu stated, Today, as you all gather here, I may soon be preoccupied with other matters, so I shall delegate my authority to those who remain loyal to me. I assure you that you will achieve unprecedented accomplishments. Loyalty to Village Chief Wang Yu, Su Lan declared, raising her hand first. Loyalty to Village Chief Wang Yu. Loyalty to Village Chief Wang Yu, echoed Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shen Ao, their voices resonating with fervor. Wang Yu allocated the official positions, with Shun Ao serving as the overseer of the village's economy, Gu Jianglu responsible for the training of the village's military corps, and Su Jianwu in charge of logistics, including food, weapons, and resource supplies. The remaining individuals were assigned corresponding roles based on their respective specialties. Indeed, Wang Yu had long contemplated that the village's development, in gaming terms, was merely a side quest. His primary objective was to enhance his own strength and prioritize the advancement of the military corps, ultimately unraveling the secrets of the Eastern continent. After all, the monsters sealed within the 9 Heavens sword art in the Warcraft Marsh demanded vigilance. By the way, Wang Yu turned to say, Senior Do Wang of the Dark Division, the village has developed, and you may return to the Gamma Empire at any time. However, I hope you refrain from disclosing any matters regarding this place to the outside world. If you can comply, then you may go back. This. Chen Gang and the 11 Do Wang exchanged glances. In this village nestled within the Warcraft mountain range, they had enjoyed an unprecedented freedom. Each day was spent farming and enjoying the company of their loved ones, taking in the scenery and the sunsets. Gone were the days of bloodshed and relentless toil for the Empire. Was it truly necessary to return to the shadows of assassination? Chen Gang spoke up. Village Chief Wang Yu, I do not intend to go back. We have been away for so long, and the National Master has shown no interest in finding us, nor has anyone been sent to negotiate our release. He looked at his comrades, his brothers in arms. Brothers, the Gamma Empire has forgotten me. My wife is pregnant, and we are about to have a child. This village is my home, and I plan to start anew. Chen Gang rose and solemnly bowed to his brothers in the Dark Division. I apologize. I will stay. I intend to follow Wang Yu. Captain, you are right. I will also remain. Who wishes to live a life on the edge of a blade? Remarked the bald Do Wang, Tuo Ping. Captain, I too will stay. After all, the Gamma Empire believes us dead. Let us begin anew, said Li Zihaod. I will stay as well, echoed the 12 Do Wang, pledging their loyalty to follow Wang Yu. This young man, with his noble character and concern for the common folk, was a long-lost worthy ruler. Moreover, he had not declared enmity with the Gamma Empire. Good, good, good. Everyone stays. I am grateful for your trust. Wang Yu bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Heroes and gallant figures, he had become the sovereign of these heroes. Such a feeling was something he had never dared to imagine in his once ordinary life. Observing the fervent men, the once mighty Do Huang predecessors, how could the youth not feel passionate? Wang Yu exclaimed. The village's development is now on the right track. Let us, with unwavering resolve, take down the Black Fire sect. Chapter 135. Adventuring with the lowly. The annihilation of the burning fire sect within the Warcraft Mountains was a piece of news that Wang Yu's subordinates kept under wraps, ensuring it did not reach the ears of the forces in Black Tiger City. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was also devising ways to enhance the loyalty and sense of belonging among the warriors. In this rare moment of leisure, under the warm sun, Wang Yu's new home resembled a palace villa. With sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It is difficult to return home after a long time, but I can finally see my parents. Wang Yu pushed open the door, upon hearing that their son was coming back. Wang Datsai and Li Xiuzhen prepared a sumptuous dinner. Son, I've heard from them that you weren't injured. I was terribly worried. Wang Datsai remarked. Li Xiuzhen added, I heard you're still going out to fight, and I'm so afraid you might get hurt. Zhang Yiling, bouncing with excitement, leaped into Wang Yu's embrace. Brother Yu, you finally came back. I missed you so much. I thought I might never see you again. Li Xiuzhen remained silent. Wang Datsai, being a straightforward man, said, Little brat, can't you speak properly? Is it right to curse your brother like that? Wang Yu affectionately ruffled Zhang Yiling's hair and asked, Did you really think I wouldn't return? Oh dear, Dad, Mom, you misunderstood. I thought brother Yu was busy with village development and wouldn't be back. Zhang Yiling exclaimed, thrilled as she hugged Wang Yu. Indeed, ever since Wang Yu became busy, he rarely returned home. After spending just 2 or 3 hours at home, he would have to hurry off again. Enough talk, let us eat. Wang Yu nodded vigorously. Returning home, he gazed at his parents, who treated him as their own son, and at the obedient and understanding little sister, Zhang Yiling. Though not by blood, Wang Yu cherished the little girl immensely. After all, isn't a little girl meant to be pampered? A new adventure awaited, as he planned to traverse the world with his little sister. The little girl, sweet yet sassy, was an essential part of the passionate army. How could the team be complete without her? Does the system mean for me to take Zhang Yiling along? Wang Yu raised his head and asked, Sister Yiling, how is your strength now? Zhang Yiling placed her hands on her hips and proudly declared, I am already a 6th-rank fighter. Impressive, right? Grandpa Gu Jianglu even praised me for learning quickly. At 15, being a 6th-rank fighter is quite remarkable. Wang Yu smiled. Once you become a fighter master, I'll take you on adventures. Are you interested? Other prodigies like Gu Yuedong, Shenao, and Shun Yueru had already reached the fighter master realm by 18. Upon reflection, it was indeed a stroke of luck that the system rewarded him with the marrow cleansing liquid, as the marrow cleansing technique was exceedingly formidable. In the Gamma Empire, the typical genius condenses their fighting energy at the age of 7, a probability of 1 in 10,000. Most young individuals only manage to condense their fighting energy between the ages of 12 and 15. However, with Wang Yu's marrow cleansing liquid and technique, any young person who starts early can become a fighter by 6. This showcases the overwhelming power of system items, sweeping through the celestial legions with invincibility. Wang Yu lovingly stroked Zhang Yiling's petite face, her fair skin, charming big eyes, and short hair crafting an image of a spirited little girl. Yet her words bore the resilience and competence of a boy. How wonderful, thank you, brother Yu. I want to be with you every day, Zhang Yiling chirped, nodding eagerly like a little chick pecking at grains. Ding task completed, and Zhang Yiling was determined to follow her host. Rewards are being distributed. Poultry farming techniques. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Yu felt a slight jolt as the book's content and knowledge points were stored in his consciousness repository. This system is truly impressive. In the Beast Mountain range, beasts roam freely. I can choose to consume any type I desire, transforming beasts into poultry. Chapter 134. Mobilizing the mercenaries. The protein from the meat consumed by the villagers was rather scarce and monotonous. For instance, the meal before Wang Yu comprised simple rice, vegetables, and a meager amount of meat. Once the magical beasts were raised as poultry on a large scale, it was evident that wealth would ensue. With an abundance of poultry, one could sell to the major cities of the Gamma Empire, monopolizing the meat market and becoming a wealthy magnate in the region. How delightful! Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Yuer, what are you smiling about? Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through the AI. Li Xiuzhen inquired curiously, Do share with us. We would like to revel in your joy as well. Zhang Yiling proudly chimed in. Brother Wang, you must be thrilled to take me on an adventure, which makes me happy too, a little narcissist. Wang Yu offered Zhang Yiling a piece of the scant meat. Eat up, you need to grow. I want to eat. You are the brother, so you should eat. Meat is precious. Hee, do not fret. I have ways to make meat as commonplace as rice. Go on, eat. Zhang Yiling swallowed the meat in large bites, And then Wang Yu turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, how have you been lately? Thanks to you, heir. Our family eats well and drinks well. The villagers respect us, as if we are living in a dream. Li Xiujin replied with a smile that in the future, no one will dare to underestimate you, and no one will dare to harm you. Wang Datsai expressed interest, saying, Wang Yu, how are the cities outside? When can you take us to see the world beyond the mountains? Zhang Yiling, like a chick pecking at rice, chimed in, Brother Wang Yu, I want to go too. Didn't you say there's a sea outside, with delicious food and fun things to do? Wang Yu replied, soon, in a few days, everyone will be able to leave the mountains. As long as we take down the headquarters of the Burning Fire sect and leverage the ancient serpent's intimidation over City Lord Yang Yong, we will have thoroughly secured Black Tiger City. It1T belong now. Time to eat. The urgency was palpable. In the afternoon, the commander of the village militia announced the impending assault on the headquarters of the Burning Fire sect. This news had little impact on the ordinary villager warriors. However, the over 300 newly joined mercenaries harbored resentment. Why the gods, are we to live like this? Playing with gunpowder, having been forced into labor by the Burning Fire sect. And now we are expected to fight them? Grumbled a mercenary. I still wish to live for a few more years. Although the food in this village is decent and the living conditions are good, I refuse to fight. It would be better to enjoy my freedom in Black Tiger City. Clusters of mercenaries reluctantly voiced their grievances, yet they had no choice but to proceed to the assembly point. In the central Hero Square, over 300 mercenaries gathered. Wang Yu, Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, Shen Ao, and others had been waiting for quite some time. Shen Ao stroked his beard and remarked, this group of mercenaries is rather unwilling to engage the Burning Fire sect. Su Jianwu countered, if they are unwilling, let them descend the mountain. There are other ways to handle this. At that time, we shall summon a legion of beasts to assault the mountain of the Burning Fire sect, and the matter will be settled. It is futile to fret over trifles. Let us observe how village chief Wang Yu navigates this situation. Jiyu Jianglu remarked casually. Those who achieve great deeds must possess the audacity befitting their ambitions. Currently, there are but 300 individuals. What will Wang Yu do? Standing upon the platform, Wang Yu surveyed the more than 300 figures below. He proclaimed loudly, today, I have gathered you all for a brief pre-battle mobilization. Chapter 135. Are we mere cannon fodder? Is there an intention to deceive us into battling the Burning Fire sect? The headquarters of the Burning Fire sect is fortified by spirit beasts and protected by formidable defensive arrays. If we charge in recklessly, shall we not be merely marching to our doom as ordinary mercenaries? Enough, enough. If it comes to that, we shall withdraw from this village, one mercenary suggested. Would you truly abandon such an opportunity? Following village chief Wang Yu, do you not wish to reap some benefits? Wang Yu stood atop the platform, observing the crowd. He understood that having just recruited the mercenaries into the village, urging them into battle would likely stir resentment in their hearts. Gu Jianglu stood beside him, slightly furrowing his brow, and whispered, Village Chief Wang Yu, the establishment of the Legion requires a comprehensive system of rewards and penalties, as well as a promotion mechanism. Leave these matters to me. Once I implement the rewards, linking achievements in battle to economic gains and resource acquisition, they shall not remain so apathetic. But for now, it is up to you to inspire them to aid us in this fight. Gu Jianglu presented the dilemma to Wang Yu. At that moment, a chilling system notification resonated. Ding, a new mission has been activated. Impress this group of mercenaries and secure their loyalty. Upon completion of the mission, the reward will be the technology for producing feed, which will accelerate the maturation of poultry, shorten the rearing cycle, and enhance meat protein output. Wang Yu blinked, contemplating. This task is indeed a twofold challenge that must be accomplished. I must put on a show before these mercenaries. What strategy shall I employ? Gu Jianglu was the first to speak with bravado. To the mercenaries visiting our village for the first time, I trust you have observed the development of this settlement and the prowess of our village chief, Wang Yu. Henceforth, by aligning yourselves with village chief Wang Yu, you shall achieve unprecedented success. We are about to launch an assault on the headquarters of the Burning Fire sect, and we kindly request your assistance. The mercenaries, seasoned by years of urban life, were not naive. Mere verbal promises would not suffice to win their trust. At the very least, tangible offerings were necessary. Following Gu Jianglu's words, the reaction from the mercenaries below was tepid. They merely stared blankly at Gu Jianglu and those on the platform. Yulan scratched the back of her head and remarked, It seems this group of mercenaries lacks interest. Indeed, they are all driven by profit. Let us see how Brother Wang Yu will respond. Wang Yu pulled Gu Jianglu aside and whispered, Old Master Gu, allow me to take the lead. With purposeful strides, Wang Yu stepped onto the platform and proclaimed in a commanding voice, This marks your inaugural entry into my celestial legion. Our assault on the burning fire sect will serve as a test of your capabilities. Those of you who possess the mettle to remain, stay. Those lacking in ability and unwilling to pledge loyalty to my cause may descend the mountain now. If such is the case, please raise your hand. The villagers under Wang Yu's command offered generous provisions for the mercenaries, including villas for accommodation, sustenance, and a picturesque environment. However, the most significant allure was Wang Yu's promising future. Yet, their acquaintance with Wang Yu was relatively brief, leaving them hesitant to raise their hands, caught in a predicament. Wang Yu continued, "What is this? No one wishes to withdraw. Has everyone agreed to follow me against the burning fire sect?" He lamented, "This simply cannot be. The task of pretense remains unfulfilled. My reward in feed technology is at stake." Wang Yu shook his head in resignation. "Oh heavens, grant me the chance to display my bravado before these mercenaries." Just then, a hand was raised among the crowd. Observing this, others began to raise their hands as well. Wang Yu declared, "Very well, our village does not wish to coerce anyone in a couple of days. I shall lead you down the mountain." A middle-aged mercenary interjected, No, brother Wang Yu. I seek to inquire whether you intend to treat us as cannon fodder." He continued, "Just as the burning fire sect does. Lacking sufficient manpower, they compel their warriors to toil as laborers." Chapter 130. Mysterious level techniques. Wang Yu assured, "Rest assured, I would never allow any loyal follower of mine to become cannon fodder. However, should anyone contemplate treachery against me, I must confess, I deal with enemies with ruthless precision." Before this assembly of mercenaries, he understood the necessity of exhibiting absolute authority. Is there anyone wishing to raise their hand? Is there anyone wishing to withdraw? A burly figure among them bellowed, "Village Chief Wang Yu, words alone are insufficient. Could you perhaps provide some proof to allay our concerns?" "Excellent," Wang Yu thought, seizing the opportunity for display. He coldly replied, "Very well, proof is simple to provide. System, do you have any advanced techniques available for exchange under 5,000 points of prestige?" The system began its selection process, and upon completion, presented the following options: Inner Strength of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, an ancestral technique of the Taoist sect, imbued with robust and imposing vigor, enhances combat prowess and allows for the mastery of various transformative Taoist methods. Exchange prestige value, 500 points. Shushan Sword Technique. From the legendary sword practitioners of Shushan, this method involves the cultivation of sword energy, achieving a seamless unity of man and sword. Its techniques are versatile and adaptable. Exchange prestige value, 500 points. The corpse controlling technique of Xiangxi, manipulation of the deceased. Exchange prestige value, 500 points. Wang Yu frowned, "This will not do. I am well aware of these techniques. Yet I doubt the practitioners of the Eastern continent have ever heard of them." He then inquired, "System, can you provide techniques renowned throughout the Eastern continent?" The system commenced another selection process, concluding with 9 Elephants Manifestation Fist, a mysterious level martial art, harnessing the power of divine elephants, capable of manifesting a single elephant form to deliver a force of 10,000 pounds, refining 9 elephants to achieve unparalleled strength. This is a technique focused on the enhancement of the physical body. Exchange of prestige points, 300 points. Seasonal Swordsmanship, mystical sword technique, representing the 4 seasons, where the capriciousness of climate manifests in 3 sword forms of water, fire, and ice, leading to an epiphany of swordplay that showcases the mastery of these elemental techniques, impervious to the fluctuations of the seasons. Exchange of prestige points, 400 points. In the Eastern continent, martial arts and techniques are categorized into 5 major classes: yellow, earth, heaven, mysterious, and immortal. This classification extends to divine artifacts and medicinal elixirs. Heavenly grade techniques are predominantly held by prominent families, major sects, and powerful factions, with scattered remnants left by esteemed predecessors across the Eastern continent. Conversely, mysterious grade techniques exist in only a handful of first-tier sects, with perhaps a mere 20 volumes available. The second-tier sect, Burning Fire Sect, possesses only 1. Divine grade techniques are exceedingly rare treasures, with fewer than 5 known to exist throughout the Eastern continent. On the sidelines, the mercenaries gazed at Wang Yu, who stood silently on stage, eyes slightly closed in contemplation. "Look, how is Village Chief Wang Yu lost in thought? Is he unable to present any evidence?" They mused. He's troubled. Evidence? Nonsense, there is nothing to show. Let us just go." A few mercenaries raised their hands and declared loudly, "I withdraw. I'm done. Me too. Do they think we're fools? What is the point of waiting for evidence that could cost us our heads? Are they reluctant to let us use it?" Gu Jianglu shouted. "All right, those willing to withdraw, step to the left side and separate from those on the right." What on earth is Wang Yu doing? Why is he faltering at such a crucial moment? Shin'eo remarked. If he doesn't speak soon, everyone will leave. Gradually, 100 individuals had raised their hands, joining the ranks of those withdrawing. Just then, Wang Yu shook his head and said, "What a pity, brothers, these good things are worth the wait. To those who withdraw, I hope you won't regret your decision. This is the mysterious grade technique, 9 Elephants Manifestation Fist, and the mysterious grade technique, Seasonal Swordsmanship." What? Is this for real? The withdrawing mercenaries were taken aback. Chapter 131. Super shocked. Mysterious grade techniques. He truly has managed to produce 2 volumes? Standing by, the Battle Emperor Gu Jianglu gazed at Wang Yu with fiery eyes, his mouth dry from disbelief. Mysterious grade techniques. His own family, the Gu clan, holds only 15 such volumes, a culmination of centuries of effort. Yet this Wang Yu suddenly produces 2, the 9 Elephants Manifestation Fist and the Seasonal Swordsmanship. These techniques were thought to be lost. Zhang Jinxiao of Wuqing once dominated the world using the Seasonal Swordsmanship. Could it be fake? A mercenary questioned, skepticism etched on their face as the withdrawing mercenaries exhibited a myriad of expressions. Reluctant to accept the reality, the atmosphere was rife with fervent discussions. This was precisely the effect he sought. Ding exchange of 2 techniques successful, deducting 700 prestige points. Remaining prestige points, 4330, Wang Yu remarked with ease. Why do you still doubt? It matters not. After all, over 100 mercenaries have chosen to stay. Desiring to learn, I shall grasp the knowledge and subsequently seek out experts to guide your studies. Thereafter, Wang Yu produced the cleansing essence and the cleansing technique, proclaiming, "In this battle of the Burning Fire Sect, the participating mercenaries shall receive 2 volumes of profound techniques, along with this cleansing technique." The cleansing technique? He possesses the cleansing technique, which was believed to be lost to time. How did village chief Wang Yu acquire it? Indeed, in the days of yore, the Great Forest Sect, due to its possession of cleansing pills and the cleansing technique, could effortlessly cultivate combatants. 1 pill, 1 elixir, each complementing the other, could even coalesce into high-tier fighting spirit. It was for this reason that the Great Forest Sect was besieged and ultimately annihilated by the joint forces of various sects. The sects that participated in the assault scoured the entirety of the Great Forest Sect, yet found nothing. How is it that this now lies in Wang Yu's hands? This is dire. I find myself regretting this choice. How exhilarating. Wang Yu surveyed the faces of the crowd, noting the expressions of regret and chagrin among the defeated. In stark contrast, the mercenaries who had chosen to remain were ablaze with fervor and passion. Wait, this is still insufficient, still inadequate. Wang Yu made a gesture for silence and declared, "I also possess a volume of the Golden Shield spell. I wonder if you have heard of it. Its specific effects are as follows." With a deep breath, Wang Yu exhaled a cloud of turbid air, unleashing his fighting spirit to form a protective barrier enveloping his entire being. This technique serves to defend against the weapons and attacks of foes. The more robust the fighting spirit, the greater the defensive power of the Golden Shield spell. At critical moments, it can even be invoked for support. The mercenaries participating in the Burning Fire Sect are free to learn this technique upon their return. Splendid. Marvelous. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. I vow to serve village chief Wang Yu with unwavering loyalty. Zhang Hengguang, filled with excitement, clenched his hands so tightly that they became drenched with sweat. As a mercenary, one fights fiercely for survival. Is it not for the purpose of enhancing one's strength, acquiring pills and weapons, and possessing the confidence to compete for high-level techniques and combat skills? Otherwise, how could billions of individuals in the Gamma Empire aspire to become combatants? Yearning to enter the foremost sects for cultivation? I pledge eternal loyalty to village chief Wang Yu. I pledge eternal loyalty to village chief Wang Yu. The resounding roars of over 300 voices echoed triumphantly in the skies above the monster beast mountain village. Gu Jianglu nodded in approval. Indeed, village chief Wang Yu harbors such an abundance of treasures. Where could he have procured them? Shin'eo and Su Jinwu nodded in agreement, realizing that aligning themselves with Wang Yu was indeed the wisest choice. Ding, the super shock has been completed. Wang Yu's gaze turned serious as he waved his hand, causing the golden light surrounding him to dissipate. He spoke in a low voice. Those who wish to withdraw may descend the mountain. Chapter 132. The village's strength progresses by leaps and bounds. Ding, the mercenary mission has been successfully completed. The system awards the skill of feed manufacturing. Ding, the host has inadvertently created a super shock in the hearts of the mercenaries, establishing himself as their king. Ding, reputation points awarded, 700 points. Ding, the current prestige value of the host, 5,030 points. Listening to the voice of the system resonating in his mind, Wang Yu felt he had effortlessly acquired 2 volumes of profound level cultivation techniques. How delightful! Indeed, it was sheer bliss. Wang Yu's heart swelled with joy, while the mercenaries retreating below wore expressions of regret, resembling individuals dragged to the gallows, weeping in despair. Village Chief Wang Yu, Brother Wang Yu, I implore you to show mercy and allow me to stay. Thud, a mercenary in his 40s knelt on both knees, bowing reverently before Wang Yu's face worth anything. In the presence of genuine opportunity and power, face becomes utterly trivial. Thud. More than 100 mercenaries raised their hands, intending to leave, but all knelt in worship of Wang Yu. Brother Wang Yu, I was wrong that I failed to recognize your greatness. If you let me stay, my life is yours. Observing the frenzied actions below, Wang Yu silently shook his head. Indeed, in a world that reveres strength, the pursuit of supreme techniques and combat skills drives ordinary individuals to a near-manic state. Wang Yu chuckled. Are you truly willing to place your lives in my hands? Willing. We underestimated Village Chief Wang Yu from the outset. Very well, Wang Yu declared. I can offer all of you a chance. Those who withdrew to my left have already taken this opportunity. Should there be another instance of disbelief in me, I regret to inform you. Death awaits. We pledge our undying loyalty to Village Chief Wang Yu. We pledge our undying loyalty to Village Chief Wang Yu. Gu Jianglu silently applauded within, recognizing Wang Yu's clever preparation of so many enticing techniques to lure the mercenaries. He chuckled to himself. Alas, this group of mercenaries ultimately sought profit. Village Chief Wang Yu, mere inducement is insufficient. In the future, should they encounter greater temptations, they may betray you at any moment. Little did the elder Gu Jianglu know. The system that Wang Yu possessed was an invincible one. The items, techniques, and combat skills available in the system's shop far surpassed those of this world by millennia. It could be said that Wang Yu was the strongest in this realm. However, what he required was time. In the days that followed, Wang Yu did not immediately launch an attack on the Burning Fire sect. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to imparting his techniques to the three Do Huang. Concurrently, he engaged in his own training. The profound level techniques were indeed vast and intricate, testing the aptitude and comprehension of the practitioners. In the Beastmaster village, cultivation flourished and morale soared. Before dawn, the 365-member army practiced their punches, refined their chi, and honed their combat skills against the mountain winds. Naturally, under the strict military discipline established by Gu Jianglu, ranks were delineated among the captains, squad leaders, and team leaders, ensuring meticulous management and oversight of each warrior. Thus, within the comprehensive environment of cultivation throughout the village, every practitioner diligently applied themselves, and the combat prowess of the heavenly army multiplied exponentially. In stark contrast, at this moment, the Burning Fire sect was shrouded in a cloud of melancholy. The third son of Jiao Wuliye, Jianqing, was concocting a terrifying conspiracy in the Minor Lord's Hall. Garosha adorned himself in splendid attire, accompanied by 2 attendants, just as he was about to depart. Suddenly, he heard an 18-year-old youth exclaim, "Father, please do not go to Gon's for a meal. He harbors ill intentions." That a woman, elegantly dressed, approached and grasped Garosha's hand, saying, "My eyelids are twitching incessantly, and I cannot fathom why. I am truly concerned for your safety." Garosha reassured her with a light-hearted demeanor, "Fear not. I do not believe he would dare to harm me within the sect. Rest easy and await my return." Chapter 133. The Banquet of Deceit in the Hall of Elders of the Burning Fire sect. A lavish long table was set with exquisite delicacies. Sitting at the head of the table was the esteemed Jiao Wuliye, who inquired, "Is my elder brother not yet arrived?" A long elder clad in plain garments spoke up, "Young master, do you truly intend to kill your elder brother? Needless to say, if he is dead, who else would vie for the position of sect leader against me? Fear not, once I ascend, I shall not neglect the 3 elders, Jiaoqing replied with a smile. "We are all in the same boat." Present in the hall were the elders, Emo, Huang, and Feng, alongside the 2 other elders. All 5 of the sect's chief elders were in attendance, their intentions veiled in malice. At that moment, a voice resonated from the doorway, announcing, "Young Master Sha has arrived." Garosha pushed open the door, with his 2 attendants trailing closely behind. Upon his arrival, the 5 chief elders rose to greet him respectfully. "Apologies for my tardiness, dear brother and esteemed elders," Garosha expressed with sincere regret. Jiao and Cheng replied, No, you have arrived precisely on time. Please, take a seat." Once everyone was seated, Jiaoqing raised his cup and began, "The purpose of today's gathering is not for anything specific. Rather, as the sect leader ventures forth into peril, entrusting us with the sect's significant matters, it is fitting that we convene and deliberate." Garosha, maintaining a composed demeanor, lifted his cup and took a sip, He knew his brother's true character all too well, cunning, ruthless, and with ulterior motives, long coveting the position of sect leader. The elders raised their cups and drank, while Garosha set down his cup and picked up his chopsticks to serve himself some dishes. Yet, the elders remained still, their chopsticks unmoving. Dio, indulge, everyone. The food will grow cold, Garosha urged. Jiao and Qing laughed and said, Brother, we still do not know how father fares with his large contingent. Has he secured the otherworldly treasure? Who knows when he shall return? Stop dawdling, come, let us eat. At last, the elders picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Young Master Jiao and Chung, do try this dish. It was prepared by a top-tier chef from the city. Elder Imo remarked. Elder Huang took a bite and exclaimed, Young Master Jiao and Chung, this dish is delightful, truly exquisite and fragrant. You must taste it. Garosha coldly shook his head, seemingly not regarded as the acknowledged young master in the eyes of those present. Rather, every action of Jiao and Chung was under the scrutiny of the elders. This meal served as a reminder to Garosha that in his father's absence, the elders of the Burning Fire sect were beholden to Jiao and Chung. Brother, why do you not eat? Do partake in more dishes, Jiao and Chung urged. I am not hungry. You all may eat, Garosha replied. Gan Chung wore a sullen expression, his hand holding the chopstick suspended in midair, as he inquired, Brother, what do you mean? I invited you here, and yet you cast me a scornful glance. Is it that you are displeased to witness the elders attending to me? Or do you wish to assert that you alone are destined to be the future leader of the Burning Fire sect? A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the atmosphere. The elders collectively set down their chopsticks, resembling soulless automata, coldly observing Galosha. Galosha retorted, Brother, father established a rule prohibiting siblings from harming one another. Those who violate it shall be imprisoned. With a swift motion, Galosha brandished a dagger and plunged it into his own chest, crimson blood gushing forth. Esteemed elders, during our meal, Galosha and I clashed at a mere glance, resulting in him inflicting a wound upon me. Can you attest to this? Chapter 134. The deceit of Ganqing. Elder Imo bowed in shock, exclaiming, Master Galosha, how could you harm your own brother? What are you thinking, Master Galosha? Do you not fear the wrath of our father upon your return? How could you? Run, Gallows gasped, taken aback by his brother's sudden turn. This was no ordinary banquet, but rather a treacherous trap. Just as Galosha's attendant prepared to draw his blade, a throng of disciples surged into the hall. Blocking the exit point, 2 guards valiantly resisted but fell, injured and incapacitated. Hong Fei, Hong Chung, Gallows gritted through clenched teeth. I never anticipated you would dare to strike at me, brother. You have truly grown bold. With a thunderous roar, Galosha, possessing the strength of a 5th-rank battle king, unleashed a surge of energy, recognizing the influential figures surrounding him. He had no choice but to fight with all his might to escape this grand hall. Stop him. Do not let him flee. Elder Imo was the first to engage, delivering a powerful palm strike. Galosha countered with a raised hand, and a tremendous wave of energy erupted upon their collision, generating a fierce heat. Galosha charged towards the exit, fiercely resisting, but the disciples at the door were no match for his frenzied assault. Pursue him, quickly, Galosha has attempted to assassinate me, Ganqing bellowed, clutching his wounded chest. Meanwhile, at Galosha's residence, dozens of masked assassins infiltrated the grand hall. Galosha's beloved cradled their child, her expression fraught with urgency as she scoured the room for a hiding place. What is happening? Who are these cloaked figures? She was taken aback, realizing that even within the sect, adversaries lurked, and they were specifically targeting her family. Papa, where's Papa? I want Papa, Galosha's son cried, his eyes brimming with tears from fear and worry. Hush, my dear, listen to your mother. Do not make a sound. All right? She concealed her son within a cupboard just as the masked intruders reached the front of the grand hall. A cacophony of sounds echoed through the air. The masked figure raised a foot and shattered the door, brandishing a gleaming blade as he stormed into the dwelling, only to be met with the eerie realization that the room was devoid of any presence. Not a single servant, nor any other soul could be found. The beloved of Galosha had also vanished without a trace. What could be the explanation? Just then, a group of robed disciples from the Burning Fire sect rushed in from outside the hall, armed with bows and arrows, unleashing a torrential rain of swords that descended upon the masked intruder. A burly man, standing at 6 feet tall and wielding 2 fire cloud swords, donned in the garb of the Fire Cloud sect, was none other than Galosha's loyal assassin, Fong Luoping. He commanded, "Leave 2 alive. Eliminate all the others in masks." Meanwhile, the iron gates of the Elders' Hall were firmly shut, surrounded by towering walls reaching 15 meters high, erected to fend off any potential assassins. It had become a veritable prison. With a resounding crack, Galosha, summoning all his strength despite his grievous injuries, lunged towards the door. Yet, it remained steadfastly closed, impervious to his might. Gansheng, accompanied by 5 elders and over 30 masked assailants, advanced with an air of inevitability. "Brother, you cannot escape. Tonight, you may rest easy," he declared. Chapter 135. Who is the true victor? Galosha fixed a cold gaze upon his brother, who had always harbored an intense desire for victory since their youth. Within the sect, during his studies, he had always relished in competition, vying for superiority over Galosha. Little did he anticipate that this insatiable ambition would ultimately lead to his own demise. Blood trickled from the corner of Galosha's mouth as he bit his lip and spoke. "Brother, is it truly for the position of sect leader that you wish to kill me? I am your own flesh and blood. Are you really willing to take my life for such ambition?" Gansheng replied with a mocking laugh. "You cannot flee. Before you meet your end, I wish to exchange a few words. From childhood to now, you have always excelled in everything, mastering techniques and combat skills faster than I ever could. Father has always favored you over me. Is it simply because I am more competent that you wish to see me dead? How utterly ironic." Galosha chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, your brilliance is a sight so intolerable to me. Every time I see you basking in glory and receiving praise from Father, it makes me feel nauseated." Gansheng grinned malevolently. "Oh, and I abhor the way you look down on others. The more you disdain me, the more I desire to end your life. Brother, I have waited countless years for this day. I have longed to trample the proud, the contemptuous you beneath my feet. That day has finally arrived." Gansheng addressed the elders. "Elders, you may proceed." With a swift motion, Elder Emo struck, landing a powerful palm against Gansheng's chest. The overwhelming force of the attack caused Gansheng to spit forth a mouthful of scalding blood. To his astonishment, as Elder Emo made his move, the other 4 elders suddenly surged toward the masked figures. What was happening? What could this mean? At this moment, the grand hall's tightly shut doors were suddenly flung open from the outside. As a man reached out to support the injured Jalua Shah, a continuous stream of disciples clad in fiery cloud robes surged in. What is the meaning of this group of black-clad individuals? How did outsiders manage to infiltrate our sect without us receiving any prior warning? Quickly, assist the elders. Move. Gansheng was in a state of panic, never anticipating such an upheaval. Just a moment prior, he had resolved to eliminate his own brother and shift all blame onto him. Even if their father, Zhao Wuya, returned from his treasure hunt to find his eldest son dead and his second son away on a journey, he would inevitably have to place his only biological son upon the throne of the sect leader. Could it be that Zhao Wuya would entrust the Burning Fire sect to the hands of outsiders? It was precisely this understanding that had emboldened Gansheng to take action and coordinate with the elders. Yet, he had not foreseen such a turn of events. "Brother, you and the elders are." Elder Emo chuckled. "Gansheng, you are truly gullible, believing that mere monetary offerings could compel us to follow you. If we were solely driven by greed, we would have long pursued other ventures. What are you all truly up to?" Gansheng was left dumbfounded, while before him, his injured brother, despite his numerous wounds, exuded an aura of lethal intent. At that moment, it was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. "I have been waiting for you to kill me, for only then do I have the opportunity to strike you down," Jalua Shah declared. "Do you think the elders would align themselves with you? I knew you would attempt to take my life. I arranged for them to accompany you in this charade, making it all too easy for you to fall into the trap. A person who wears their intentions so openly. Do you truly believe the elders would choose you as the leader of our sect? They are not fools." Chapter 136. One crisis averted, another arises. "I will fight you to the end, you scoundrel." I died. Once again, defeat washed over Gansheng, filling him with a sense of humiliation. For decades, why had he always lingered in his brother's shadow? No matter how hard he tried, he could never keep pace with his brother's strides. He had thought his meticulously crafted plan was foolproof, only to discover it was a trap set by his brother. Just then, as Gansheng launched a frenzied counterattack, a shadow descended, raising a hand, with a fierce gale of fist wind howling. The Burning Fire sect's Burning Fire Fist, harnessing the intense heat of flames, unleashed tremendous power. Boom! Gansheng fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, as a heavy foot carelessly pressed down upon his neck. Feng Chenghu inquired, "Young master, how shall we deal with this man?" Gansheng's power had waned. The masked assailants were all eliminated by the disciples of the Burning Fire sect. and the 4 elders had gathered around, subjecting the masked men to severe interrogation. Under the pressure of the crowd, these 2 men finally divulged the truth, revealing that the one orchestrating it all was none other than Jian Qing himself. It turned out that the 3rd young master was willing to kill even his own brother. Thankfully, his ambitions were dashed. Had he ascended to the position of sect leader, life would have been arduous for the rest of us. Indeed, if he could slay his own brother, what heinous acts might he not be capable of? The disciples of the sect whispered among themselves, "Please spare me, do not kill me, brother. I am your own flesh and blood." Galosha did not hasten to take action, responding, "Father once said that we share a bond of brotherhood. Mutual slaughter is not a crime worthy of death, yet it will lead you to a dark prison. Take this time to reflect. Remain calm." "Thank you, elder brother, thank you," he replied, when suddenly, a man rushed into the grand hall. Hurrying forward, the newcomer reported, "Young master, a group of masked men in black has attacked the madam and your children. Just as you anticipated, our ambush team has captured them all. The wealthy and the young master are unharmed. Misfortune has not befallen your wife and children." Yet, concerning his own blood brother, he showed no mercy. With reddened eyes, Galosha drew his sharp sword from his waist and slowly advanced toward Galoro City. "Brother, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being heartless. Brother, please, do not kill me. I truly regret my actions." With a swift motion, the blade fell, and a head rolled to the ground. Galosha declared, "Let it be clear to all disciples present that it was not my desire to take my brother's life, but rather, he left me no choice. When the sect master returns, I ask you to bear witness to this." The 4 elders bowed and nodded. "We shall heed the young sect master's teachings." The disciples of the Burning Fire sect echoed, "We shall heed the young sect master's teachings." It was evident that Galosha would undoubtedly become the next sect master of the Burning Fire sect, a ruler of great caliber akin to Jiawuya, possessing an even greater aptitude for teaching techniques and enhancing the abilities of the sect's disciples. After dealing with his brother, Galosha placed his brother's spirit tablet in the family shrine. Regardless of their differences, he remained a member of the Jia family in the sect master's hall. Galosha proclaimed, "Let this incident be etched in your hearts, dear disciples. Never commit treachery against the sect." Just then, a disciple rushed in, exclaiming, "Report, young sect master, it's urgent. Outside, there is a force preparing to attack the mountain." Chapter 137. Claiming the reward within the grand hall, events unfolded rapidly. Galosha, already troubled by the act of slaying his brother, was now faced with an attacking force against the sect. Who would dare to assault the Burning Fire sect, one of the most formidable sects in the vicinity of Black Tiger City? Without substantial power, who would risk such an endeavor? Galosha inquired, "What could compel this group to attack our Burning Fire sect? Elders, I implore you to accompany me to investigate." He swiftly gathered over 400 disciples and 5 elders. Among them, 3 elders, Elder Imo, Elder Huang, and Elder Feng, were at the Do Wang realm, while Elder Lin and Elder Chiu were at the 8th rank of the Do Zong realm. Though Lin and Chiu were slightly weaker, their clear thinking and adeptness at strategy had earned them their positions. The entrance of the Burning Fire sect, a plaque inscribed with the sect's name hung above. A line of over 100 guards formed a wall, while on the other side stood men clad in peculiar attire, each bearing a distinct appearance. Amidst the clamor of voices raised in indignation, they shouted, "The bounty! We have come to claim the bounty. Let us in. Let us enter." What is this? Does the Burning Fire sect intend to renege on their promise? Are they no longer planning to pay us? What is happening? Upon the arrival of Jialuosha, a disciple of the Burning Fire sect stepped forward to report, "Respected sect master, they claim to be mercenaries from Black Tiger City, who previously accepted the task of escorting us into the Monster Beast Mountain range. Yet now they have all returned." Jialuosha took a step forward and declared, "Silence. I am Jialuosha, the eldest son of the sect master of the Burning Fire sect. Do not create a ruckus. Let us discuss matters calmly." One of the mercenaries, holding a somewhat elevated position, replied, "Excellent. A person in charge has arrived. We are over 300 mercenaries who journeyed to the Monster Beast Mountain range to guard the Burning Fire sect. Our task has been completed, and naturally, we are entitled to our reward." These individuals were mercenaries that Wang Yu had previously spared, and after many days, they had returned to Black Tiger City. Despite the devastating assault on the Burning Fire sect and the loss of their sect master and others, they were compelled to seek their due from the sect. Jialuosha retorted, "Ha! Your father and the members of the Burning Fire sect have yet to return, and you already seek your reward? Are you not fleeing in the face of danger?" The disciples of the Burning Fire sect were commanded, "Drive this group away." The disciples drew their swords, Yet it was evident that this band of mercenaries was not composed of timid souls. The leader of the mercenaries proclaimed loudly, "Jialuosha, your father will not return. The payment you owe us must be fulfilled. Not a single coin less." Jialuosha's face flushed red, his eyes burning with intensity. The bond of parental love, the gratitude for nurturing. While one may slay a soldier, one must not insult a parent, especially one such as Jialuosha. What do you mean? Why will my father not return? Jialuosha glared coldly at the mercenary. Elder Mo, Elder Huang, Elder Feng, Elder Lin, and Elder Chiu stood resolutely, their weapons gripped tightly in their hands. With the elder's demeanor, the disciples of the Burning Fire sect understood that true battle was about to commence. A palpable aura of killing intent filled the air, and the mercenaries observed that the disciples and elders of the Burning Fire sect seemed to have transformed, each exuding a fierce determination, clearly indicating their stance. The leader of the mercenaries remarked, "What are you threatening us for? We are not the cause of your troubles. If you wish to know what transpired in the Monster Beast Mountain range, please pay us what is owed. We are merely ordinary mercenaries seeking our rightful reward." Jialuosha narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily. "Ladies and gentlemen, please accompany us to the mountain to receive your bounty. You shall receive every last coin." Chapter 138. None shall escape. Hee. Brothers, let us go and claim our bounty. Onward. We mercenaries toil tirelessly for this meager reward. Tio think they would attempt to swindle us out of our earnings. What audacity! In the Grand Hall's plaza, the elder responsible for recruiting mercenaries produced paper and pen, along with the registry of names. According to the names listed, the individuals were organized as per the recruitment requirements to collect their rewards. The mercenaries, upon receiving their payments, were filled with excitement and enthusiasm, patting their bags filled with coins, contentedly stowing them away in their pockets. In stark contrast to the fervor of the mercenaries, in the Grand Plaza, an increasing number of disciples from the Flame sect stealthily approached, carefully concealing themselves in locations that were not easily discernible. On Garosha's tranquil visage, the surface remained serene, yet internally, tumultuous waves churned violently. A tempest long unleashed. The mercenaries undoubtedly spoke of his father's obligations and debts. What transpired deep within the Beast Mountain range? Garosha inquired. My esteemed companions, you have received your payment. What has transpired with my father? The leader of the mercenaries responded. I must urge you to brace yourself. Garosha inhaled deeply, forcing a strained smile onto his face, and urged, Speak. The leader continued. The disciples of the Flame sect who ventured into the mountains were assailed by beasts in the Beast Marsh, and their entire contingent perished. Not a single disciple survived, leaving only us and the laborers from Black Tiger City. A thunderous boom erupted like a clap of thunder. In that moment, Garosha felt as though he had aged a decade. Despite his usual composure and restraint, he could not withstand the weight of despair. His father, on this very day, he had personally dealt a fatal blow to his own brother, and now, he was confronted with the news of his father's demise. Grief compounded upon grief. Furthermore, his father had taken with him over 3,000 disciples of the Flame sect, a number exceeding half of their total, and comprised of formidable warriors. Elder Huang's heart sank, blood rushing to his head as he exclaimed in fury, How dare you deceive us even after accepting payment? What are your true intentions? The mercenary leader retorted. Deceive you? What benefit would that bring us? I regret to inform you, but we must take our leave. Having collected their compensation, the mercenaries turned to depart. Throughout the ordeal, they remained mere victims, seeking only the bounty that rightfully belonged to them. However, Garosha's sentiments diverged from this perspective. Over 1,000 disciples of the Flame sect, their expressions grim, brandished their swords, step by step blocking the path leading down the mountain. The mercenaries panicked, though bold, they numbered merely over 300, and breaking through the encirclement of the Flame sect's disciples would be perilous. Survival would be a hard one. What do you intend? Do you mean to kill us to silence us for not handing over the money? The mercenaries stammered, cursing in disarray. The foremost sect of the Flame sect, and yet you are so stingy with your coins? The mercenary leader questioned. Garosha replied. The beasts recognize only the disciples of the Flame sect. You survived? The laborers did not perish, yet all the Flame sect's people have fallen. Do you expect me to believe that? The crowd grew increasingly dense, encircling the mercenaries. Garosha declared. Do I not afford you an opportunity for explanation? Otherwise, I shall conclude that your band of mercenaries conspired to slay my comrades of the Flame sect. Ha! You truly possess audacity. Speak, I implore you. I will divulge everything. Whether I speak or remain silent, it is a path to death. Yet, should I reveal now, I may linger a while longer. There lurks a faction within our ranks that can control the beasts. Three formidable Do Emperors stand guard. And what is most terrifying, most dread-inducing is, Chapter 139. Annihilation. Do not squander time. Speak swiftly, Garosha exclaimed, brandishing his sword in a fit of rage, directed menacingly at the mercenary leader's throat. We witnessed a peerless powerhouse traverse the void, radiating golden light, akin to a celestial being. Even the gods pale in comparison. The mercenary leader recalled the scene with vivid clarity, the overwhelming shock and intense pressure still etched in his memory. The recollection sent chills down his spine, evoking a lingering terror. Their group is fearfully strong. We stand no chance against them, the mercenary lamented, covering his eyes in despair. At that time, when the monstrous being emerged from the marsh, it bore 9 dragon heads and could articulate human speech. Yet, this unparalleled powerhouse merely used a single punch to shatter the beast's skull. Furthermore, this powerhouse's younger brother commanded the annihilation of the Burning Fire sect. How can anyone believe such a tale? The mercenary leader continued. The Burning Fire sect was convinced they had not provoked such a formidable entity. How could such a terrifying force target the Burning Fire sect? Garosha furrowed his brow, retorting, "You speak nonsense." The mercenary leader replied, "Am I truly speaking nonsense? Come, imprison us, cast us into the dungeon, but spare us a path to survival." A mysterious young master, unable to tolerate the oppression of ordinary folk by your Burning Fire sect and the exploitation of labor, showed compassion towards us mercenaries and released us, sparing our lives while only slaying those of your sect. He mentioned that in due time, he would return to the Burning Fire sect's main gate to exact vengeance upon you. Prepare yourselves, the mercenary leader concluded. This is all I know. Garosha was at a loss for what expression to wear. Fear, trepidation, and concern waged war within him. As the sect leader, he was compelled to suppress these sentiments deep within. "What is the name of the individual you speak of?" Garosha inquired. "I do not know. My father departed with the Burning Fire sect's treasured relics, accompanied by 3 Do Emperors and a peerless powerhouse." Such a lineup. Garosha turned to Elder Imo, asking, "From your understanding, does the esteemed Yunxiong sect of the Gamma Empire truly have 3 Do Emperors in their ranks?" This news is too significant. "I cannot guarantee its accuracy," Elder Imo replied. "The displayed strength of the imperial royal family and sects may not accurately reflect their true capabilities." Garosha remarked, "With 3 Do Emperors at their command, alongside the ability to manipulate monstrous forces, why would they target us, the Burning Fire sect? Have we offended anyone?" He turned back, stating, "As you mentioned, we shall confine you. Should a true powerhouse assault the Burning Fire sect, I will send someone to release you. If no one comes to provoke us within 3 months, I regret to inform you that you may accompany my father, as well as the disciples of the Burning Fire sect." In their burial, Garosha ordered the confinement of over 300 mercenaries into the dungeon, ensuring they were provided with meals daily. In the ensuing time, Garosha convened a meeting with the 5 elders. During this period, the Burning Fire sect has entered a phase of strict regulation, where the presence of strangers is utterly prohibited. Even the usual caravans transporting provisions and sustenance may only operate within designated hours. Accompanied by trusted disciples of the sect, Jalua Shah is beset by a headache. 3 Do Huang and an unparalleled powerhouse stand before them, a lineup they are utterly incapable of contending with. An agitated rabbit may bite, and the Burning Fire sect is far from a mere rabbit. Moreover, the adversaries harbor a deep-seated vendetta, having decimated half of the sect's members. This faction is determined to annihilate the Burning Fire sect, as evidenced by their previous actions in the Monster Beast Mountain range. Jalua Shah has no time for sorrow or despair. A battle crucial to the future of the Burning Fire sect is on the horizon. Even if it means the destruction of the sect, they must ensure the enemy pays a bloody price. In the Grand Hall of the Burning Fire sect, the atmosphere is laden with gravity as the attendees bear solemn expressions. Despite their experience in formidable situations, the mere mention of the enemy's strength is enough to instill profound fear. Elder Imo, the elder responsible for passing down teachings, spoke up. "Respected sect master and fellow elders, in my humble opinion, we should abandon the sect, forsake all that we possess in Black Tiger City, and seek refuge on a new mountaintop, establishing ourselves anew, albeit gradually. At least we would still be alive." Since the mercenaries informed them of Jiao Wulia's demise, Jalua Shah ascended smoothly to the position of sect master. Furrowing his brow, Jalua Shah replied, "Elder Imo speaks truth. This is indeed a viable path. Surviving would allow the Burning Fire sect to endure. However, the bloodlust, the fury, the pride, and the hatred swirl within me. These individuals before us have slain my father and countless members of our sect. If we simply swallow our pride, how could I possibly continue to live with such disgrace? Jaluasha spoke with restrained indignation. Elder Huang shook his head, pained. Sect Master, it is not solely your kin that has perished. We, too, as elders, have lost our own descendants to the monster Beast Mountain range. We seek vengeance as well, yet the enemy's strength is on an entirely different plane from ours. Surviving and enhancing our cultivation is essential if we are to avenge ourselves. Elder Lin added, in this world where power reigns supreme, Sect Master, the decision rests with you. We gamble the future of the Burning Fire sect. I do not trust the mercenaries. It may be part of their scheme. Jaluasha asserted. During this time, disciples shall enter a warrior state, undergoing rigorous training and summoning spirit beasts. If any anomalies arise, we will activate the mountain protection formation at once. They seek our annihilation. We have no means of escape. The Burning Fire sect busily prepared for the impending battle. Meanwhile, on the side of village chief Wang Yu, ample preparations have been made. The newly arrived mercenaries, having practiced 2 profound-level techniques and the cleansing method, have significantly enhanced their realms. The village's development hinges on the destruction of the Burning Fire sect, which would grant them complete control over Black Tiger City. Over in Black Tiger City, Wang Yu brought along Gu Jianglu, Su Jianwu, and Shin Ao, 3 Do Huang, to discuss the city's development. Mayor Yang Yong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Whatever Wang Yu proposed was accepted without question. The development of Black Tiger City would proceed as Wang Yu envisioned. Zhang Hengguang established a clandestine department tasked with gathering intelligence on the Burning Fire sect from the Black Tiger City. All indications suggest that the Burning Fire sect is preparing for defense, well aware of the impending assault from Wang Yu's village. Inevitably, this has escalated into a formidable confrontation. Merely contending with the spirit beasts and the protective array of the Burning Fire sect presents considerable challenges. However, Wang Yu remains undaunted. With the system at his disposal, this is merely the initial step in expanding his power. Should the Burning Fire sect fail to withstand the onslaught, the name of the Celestial Sweeping Legion System may very well require a change. One day, Mayor Yang Yong led a throng of 300 valiant defenders from Black Tiger City to the Eastern City Gate, warmly welcoming the arrival of Wang Yu's military contingent. Within the city, rumors circulated that Wang Yu's warriors had come to vanquish the Burning Fire sect. The villagers felt a surge of encouragement, their spirits soaring as the members of the dark web discreetly disseminated news, extolling Wang Yu's virtues. Wang Yu's arrival heralded a new dawn for them. Consequently, the villagers extended a fervent welcome, with over 10,000 gathering to wave their hands and applaud. Wang Yu smiled and reassured the citizens of Black Tiger City. Rest assured, I will provide you with a better life. I promise that once I subdue the Burning Fire sect, I will devise ways to enhance your incomes, ensuring you are well-fed and warmly clothed. Chapter 141. The Legion of Justice. As a prominent Bilibili content creator, a connoisseur of online novels, and a modern university student, Wang Yu's eloquence was undeniable, profoundly moving the ordinary citizens who came to welcome the Legion. In his eloquent discourse, he painted the Burning Fire sect as a nefarious force that must be eradicated for the people of Black Tiger City to reclaim their peaceful and tranquil existence. A transformation was indeed underway. It seemed that a new era was dawning upon Black Tiger City. Should this legion succeed in conquering the Burning Fire sect, a significant reshuffling of power within the city was not out of the question. In taverns and tea houses, ordinary citizens and mercenaries gathered in small groups. The number of mercenaries in the city had dwindled, particularly after the Burning Fire sect apprehended 300 individuals, resulting in a scarcity of informants. Wang Yu's legion's entry into Black Tiger City drew the attention of several smaller sects in the vicinity. However, no one was willing to aid the Burning Fire sect, even as it sent out distress signals to neighboring sects, some of which dispatched disciples to offer support. In Black Tiger City, the Huang and Lin families, reliant on the Burning Fire sect, were devising various schemes to counter Wang Yu. Yet these once dominant clans now appeared as mere refuse in Wang Yu's presence. Upon the entry of Wang Yu's legion, Mayor Yang Yong seized the opportunity to collect substantial resources and wealth from the Huang and Lin families, wealth that had been illicitly extracted from the common folk of Black Tiger City. Wang Yu, without hesitation, distributed it among the city's citizens overnight. The following day, the townsfolk adorned the city with festive decorations, ringing gongs and beating drums, finally releasing years of pent-up frustration. Wang Yu had descended like a hero, proving to be a benefactor to the common people. Wang Yu, the great hero, you have come to rescue and save us, they exclaimed in gratitude. Thank you, great hero Wang Yu, thank you. Down with the Flame Sect. Liberate Black Tiger City, down with the Flame Sect, completely liberate Black Tiger City. The cheers and gatherings continue, overwhelmingly supporting Wang Yu's legion. This news spreads rapidly, capturing the attention of the smaller sects surrounding Black Tiger City. One sect leader whispers, "It seems we must lend our assistance to the Flame sect. Let us go. There truly are fools who assist the common folk. The Gamma Empire is rife with sects and families. Who among them has not exploited the ordinary citizens? Who has not siphoned off the people's wealth? What a farcical joke. We cannot allow this self-righteous legion to succeed." Consequently, a total of over 3,000 individuals from various sects converge upon the headquarters of the Flame sect under the cover of night. Surrounding the smaller sects are countless villages and commoners, and these smaller sects often exploit the villagers. If Wang Yu's legion truly champions the cause of the common folk, these sects will ultimately suffer repercussions to their businesses. How could such a righteous legion endure in the long term? Excellent, truly excellent, boomed Jalua Shah, laughing heartily from the main hall of the Flame sect, gazing at the leaders of various sects and their disciples below. The numbers had swiftly reversed. Combined with the original members of the Flame sect, there were over 5,000 people in total. Wang Yu's legion claims to speak for the people, yet they seek to attack us. The Flame sect. Here, we possess the mountain-protecting formation, the spiritual beasts offered to us by the Flame sect, and the assistance of esteemed sect leaders. Our strength is more than adequate to annihilate them completely. Thank you all, Jalua Shah proclaimed grandly, raising his goblet and drinking deeply. The leader of the Black Sand sect chuckled. If we allow this legion to grow too arrogant, we shall be the ones facing destruction. The common folk from our village might even beseech Wang Yu's legion to help them eradicate us. Chapter 159. The legion's demands. The attendees comprised the smaller sects near Black Tiger City. However, these individuals were acutely aware of the complexities of human relationships, the treacherous nature of the world, and the necessity of survival amidst overwhelming power. If this righteous legion were to annihilate the Flame sect, could they escape unscathed? Instead, it would be wiser to band together for warmth and security. A disciple from the Quick Blade sect stated, "Leader Shah, do not worry. I have heard that many more are on their way to support you. By then, our ranks will be even stronger. I fear that pathetic legion will not dare to confront us." Laughter erupted. Indeed. Let us drink. Let us drink. Jalua Shah warmly invited, drinking heartily, in high spirits. The words of those mercenary scoundrels are nothing but fabrications. If this legion truly possessed such strength, why not overthrow the imperial family of the Gamma Empire instead of causing a ruckus in our humble abode? As time flowed on, after Wang Yu settled in Black Tiger City, he did not hasten to attack the Flame sect. Rather, he focused on gathering information, establishing a place for grievances among the populace. Any malevolent act committed by the Flame sect, regardless of the perpetrator, could be reported. Compile a list, and when the time comes to ascend the mountain, Wang Yu intends to handle matters gradually. In any case, those who speak ill of the Burning Fire sect shall be rewarded. Moreover, Wang Yu has brought along City Lord Yang Yong, who shall elucidate matters among the residents, thereby shedding the shroud of mediocrity and ignorance that cloaks him. That night, Wang Yu, Su Lan, and Gu Yu Tong sat in the City Lord's mansion. Yang Yong respectfully poured tea for Wang Yu and spoke, "Brother Wang Yu, you are truly remarkable. Since your arrival, the residents from the surrounding areas have welcomed you. How long until we confront the Burning Fire sect?" Su Lan interjected, "There's no need for you to worry." Yang Yong replied, "The longer we delay, the more prepared the Burning Fire sect will become, with their defenses growing ever more formidable." Wang Yu remarked, "Today, I did not come to discuss this matter. I wish to inquire whether the royal family of the Gamma Empire has received any news. What is their perspective?" City Lord Yang responded, "The higher-ups have merely instructed me to supervise your actions and remain detached. They advised me to report any developments promptly, but beyond that, they have not imposed any demands. The conflicts among sects and their mutual struggles are part of the rules of the martial world. The higher-ups remain indifferent. Sect conflicts can diminish sect strength, which, from the perspective of the Gamma Empire, is advantageous." Wang Yu nodded, saying, "In this regard, I shall rely on you to keep me well informed. Once I have taken control of Black Tiger City, you may follow me, and I shall ensure your prosperity." "Thank you, Brother Wang Yu," City Lord Yang said, bowing his head but contemplating. Prosperity in Black Tiger City relies on the merchants who come and go, as well as the magical crystals from the Monster Beast Mountain range. Aside from exploiting the common folk, what other gains can be extracted? Alas, let us not attract another bloodsucker. The following day, Zhang Hongguang conveyed the news that the Burning Fire sect had amassed a force nearing 7,000, while the warriors from Wang Yu's village, along with the hired mercenaries, numbered a mere 600. The disparity in numbers was stark, especially as they would be fighting on enemy territory. The mercenaries felt a sense of unease. In the conference room, Zhang Hengguang reported anxiously, yet Wang Yu showed no concern, stating, "Do not be afraid. I in this world where strength reigns supreme. It is not the number of troops that matters, but rather the pinnacle of combat prowess. We have 3 Do Emperors and a Do Sage at our disposal. A single Do Sage could obliterate the burning fire sect on their own. This is the reality of power dynamics. A team of 10 Do Emperors can effortlessly annihilate a legion of 7,000, and a Do Sage can easily dispatch 4 Do Emperors. This illustrates the chasm of strength." Wang Yu continued, "Regarding our confrontation with the burning fire sect, consider it a form of training and practice, prioritizing survival. I have but one requirement for the members of my legion. Only the elite shall remain." Chapter 142, 600 against 7,000. In terms of the legion's requirements, Wang Yu had but one principle: to adopt an elite approach, particularly in cultivating experts capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly, rather than merely counting numbers. The core members of the Legion gathered in the conference room, and Wang Yu declared, "This time against the burning fire sect, I expect each of you to give your all, to summon your courage. Regardless of who stands before us, ensure they are sent packing." Jiyu Jianglu, Shen Ao, and Su Jianwu gazed at Wang Yu, poised for battle. Their tension grew palpable, for it had been decades since they had engaged in combat with any sect or faction. The madness, fervor, and bloodlust of battle were finally upon them. Wang Yu proclaimed, "The preparations are nearly complete. Tonight we shall set forth to assault the burning fire sect." Yes, within the confines of Black Tiger City, Wang Yu's legion took advantage of the night to execute a surprise attack. Zhang Hengguang's covert operatives had thoroughly investigated the numbers of the burning fire sect, discovering that they boasted over 7,000 members, while Wang Yu's forces comprised a mere 600, a staggering disparity in strength. Yet, not a single soul within Wang Yu's legion faltered. Instead, they brimmed with confidence and formidable resolve. With 2 profound-grade martial arts tomes and 3 Do Huang-level warriors at their helm, what was there to fear? At the lookout tower of the burning fire sect, the guards detected an anomaly in the dark of night and sounded the alarm. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle!" As the alarm echoed, flickering torches ignited amidst the encroaching darkness, and the disciples of the burning fire sect, lying in ambush, began to arrange their formations and gather. Not far off, from the grand hall atop the main peak, thousands of disciples clad in robes of various hues commenced their assembly. Inside the hall, Jalua Shah, donned in a Taoist robe and wielding a silver sword, radiated vigor and murderous intent, fully prepared for combat. Thunder rumbled ominously within the dark clouds. "They are here. Have they finally arrived? Activate the sword formation," Jalua Shah bellowed. Under the leadership of Elder Huang, the sword formation team recited incantations. Perched atop an ancient tree, Zhang Hengguang, with a stoic expression, scrutinized the burning fire sect's defenses using secret techniques. He discerned that at the foot of the mountain, the entrance to the burning fire sect was guarded by only a single squad of disciples, while the rest were rather dispersed. There were defensive teams stationed at the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern approaches, yet the eastern entrance exhibited notably weaker defenses, i.e. the pitch-black night. Zhang Hengguang could only vaguely discern their numbers, unable to ascertain their exact strength. With a swift leap, he propelled himself into the wind and swiftly arrived before the leader of Wang Yu's legion. "Report, Chief. The eastern entrance bears a weak defense from the burning fire sect. The other 3 locations will be challenging to breach." Wang Yu raised his hand and commanded, "Continue to observe and report any developments promptly." Understood. Zhang Hengguang excelled in intelligence and reconnaissance work, having encountered many individuals. Yet it was the first time he had met a young prodigy like Wang Yu. He recognized the formidable prowess of Wang Yu's village and understood the vast disparities in strength that existed among combatants. "I truly cannot comprehend Chief Wang Yu. With merely 600 men, if they emerge victorious, they will achieve renown far and wide. However, should they falter?" Zhang Hengguang sighed, vanishing into the shadows, standing at the forefront of his troops. Wang Yu was flanked by Gu Jianglu, Shen Ao, and Su Jianwu da Jiu Yuedong, Shen Yueru, Su Lan, and 12 Do Wang-level members of the covert unit surrounded Wang Yu. Behind them, the 600 warriors of the village were poised and fervently eager for battle. The 2 profound-grade martial arts tomes needed to be showcased in combat against their foes. Wang Yu declared, "In a moment, we shall launch our assault through the eastern entrance and seize the mountain. Are you all prepared?" Chapter 143. The Spirit-Breaking Pearl. This time, the primary objective was to hone skills and enhance combat experience, with registration as the main focus. Wang Yu's expression darkened as he stated, "Since they are our enemies, all the males must be slain, while the women and children shall be spared." Those who pose a threat to us must not be left alive. Do you understand? The mercenaries present felt a tightening in their hearts. The young man before them was exceedingly cold-blooded, issuing orders with unwavering resolve. Yes, understood, village chief. One of the mercenaries finally responded after a moment of stunned silence. Wang Yu continued, prioritize survival. I shall lead the charge. The only true way to enhance combat prowess is through life-or-death battles. No amount of training or simulation can compare to the strength gained from repeatedly surviving real combat. Onward, charge. At this moment, Galosha and the 5 elders, along with the 25 leaders of various sects, stood atop the peak of the burning fire sect. The elevated vantage point offered a broad view, allowing them to easily discern the unfolding battle below. The dark forest was teeming with red torches, marking the presence of the burning fire sect. A continuous blue sword formation safeguarded the 4 main entrances to the mountain, steadily consuming the sect's magical crystals and fighting spirit. Elder Imo remarked, the daily consumption of this sword formation must be considerable. Each activation is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Galosha boasted, Elder Imo, I have heard that the enemy consists of only 600 men, while we number 7,000. Does it not seem cowardly for us to activate the sword formation? A member of the Black Sand sect interjected, Sect leader Galosha, let these insignificant fish in. We can then deal with them slowly. If you keep them outside, they cannot enter and we cannot kill them. Indeed, why waste the resources of the burning fire sect? It is unnecessary. We should shut it down, others echoed in agreement. Galosha laughed, with our numbers, activating the sword formation only makes it appear as if we fear them. Close the formation and let them in, then we can deal with them at our leisure. Wang Yu and his companions arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing at the sword formation enveloped in a pale blue mist, he reached out, gently touching it. Sharp iron swords flew towards Wang Yu's hand. Had he not reacted swiftly, his hand would have surely been gravely injured. Wang Yu exclaimed, Few does this barrier trigger the iron swords upon contact with foreign substances? System. Is there a way to help me dismantle this formation? Dealing with such a trivial formation is quite simple. You need only expend 300 points of reputation to exchange for the spirit-breaking pearl, which can easily nullify it. Spirit-breaking pearl, capable of dissipating fighting spirit, spiritual energy, and the energy driving the formation for 30 minutes. 30 minutes should suffice for my troops to enter. There is no need to squander too much reputation. Upon reaching Black Tiger City, Wang Yu's Celestial Legion garnered the support of the city's residents and dealt with the Huang and Lin families, notorious for their misdeeds. Wang Yu thus acquired a substantial amount of reputation points. Deducting 30 points, exchange successful. Remaining reputation points, 12,000. The broken spirit pearl is a lustrous, white, round orb that, when held in one's hand, feels akin to grasping a delicate egg. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washes over me, as if I have transformed into a wealthy and handsome figure, having spent 30 coins yet possessing a staggering 12,000. Wang Yu casually tossed the broken spirit pearl towards the barrier of the sword formation. Before the pearl could absorb the energy required to dismantle the formation, the luminous screen before me inexplicably vanished into thin air. The pearl, resembling a solitary glass marble, plummeted into the dark expanse of the lawn. Have I truly squandered 30 points for the broken spirit pearl? How did the burning fire sect come into contact with the sword formation? Wang Yu nodded and proclaimed, Whatever. Charge forward. Chapter 144. A bloody massacre. Wang Yu took the lead, striding along the main road of the burning fire sect, followed closely by the warriors. The 3 Dou emperors did not scatter but instead positioned themselves to safeguard the legion from 3 distinct directions. Fortunately, the journey was devoid of traps and mechanisms, allowing the group to advance swiftly. Suddenly, a middle-aged man materialized on the path ahead. With a rumble, over 1,000 disciples of the burning fire sect emerged from the shadows, obstructing Wang Yu's way. Wang Yu fixed his gaze upon the figure before him and addressed his fellow warriors. This man has come forth. Let us warm up by engaging him, exercise caution, and avoid injury. This contingent was the vanguard of the burning fire sect, led by 3 Dou Zongs, accompanied by 30 great Dou masters and several hundred Dou practitioners. Ultimately, the formidable experts remained by Jialua Sha's side, leaving only the external forces. Wang Yu declared, The time to make our mark has arrived. Let me witness the fruits of your training. The 12 members of the Dark Division surged forth like a tempest, while Su Jianwu drew his sword and charged ahead. 80 Dou Zongs, 100 great Dou masters, and several hundred Dou practitioners, fueled by fervent bloodlust, plunged into battle. In terms of composition, the burning fire sect may boast numbers, yet their quality pales in comparison to Wang Yu's forces. The middle-aged man brandished his sword, confronting the oncoming Su Jianwu, A rabble daring to invade the burning fire sect shall meet their demise. Without even casting a glance at his opponent, Su Jianwu effortlessly swung his sword, cleaving the middle-aged man down in one stroke. Captain, the enemy's elder was slain with a single blow. This newcomer possesses formidable strength. Tread carefully. It was not only Su Jianwu who instilled fear. The prowess of the 12 Do Kings also weighed heavily on their minds. Chun Gang led the Do King members like a dark tempest, wreaking havoc within the enemy ranks with ruthless efficiency, leaving a trail of severed heads in their wake. Incredible, so powerful. We cannot withstand these foes. Retreat, retreat, cried a disciple of the burning fire sect, realizing that this contingent was beyond their capacity to halt. Wang Yu coldly retorted, I apologize, but it's far too late to consider escape now. All shall perish, not a single one shall be spared on the battlefield. There are no saints. When soldiers clash, they are adversaries. Wang Yu activated the Pangu creation bone, employing the sacred body's breath to seek out seemingly weaker opponents. The astute Wang Yu would never engage in the perilous folly of challenging those beyond his level. This time, he merely intended to accumulate combat experience, as practical experience holds considerable importance. Boy, do you dare to face me in a 2-on-1? A booming voice resonated from the crowd as a brawny man, towering at approximately 1.80 meters, pointed at Wang Yu. Observing the young man maneuvering effortlessly within the ranks of the burning fire sect, demonstrating remarkable strength, he had already engaged numerous disciples of the sect, naturally prompting formidable opponents to rise and quell his audacity. Come on, are you ready? Wang Yu responded, pivoting his stance and charging towards the muscular man. The giant was a disciple of the burning fire sect, possessing the strength of a grand fighter, with a physique honed to perfection, boasting superior defense and attack capabilities compared to ordinary disciples. Raising his fists, clutching 2 massive axes, he bellowed, Burning fire axe. The axes blazed with searing flames, their vivid red glow blinding. A tremendous force descended from above. However, Wang Yu lowered his center of gravity, channeling power from his waist, akin to a soaring dragon or a joyful phoenix. Vanishing from the giant's sight in an instant, bang. When Wang Yu reappeared, he delivered a powerful punch to the back of the giant's head. Crack! The giant, caught off guard, collapsed heavily to the ground. In Chapter 145. Catching tortoises in a jar, Wang Yu found himself effortlessly dispatching an ordinary brute. After confirming the man was completely unconscious by giving his body a gentle kick, he exhaled in relief and remarked, the techniques I possess are indeed top tier. However, it would be advantageous to discern my opponent's level of strength. He realized he must progressively unlock the system's functionalities. The elite warriors of the Burning Fire sect fell one by one. The remaining disciples posed little threat, swiftly decimated by Wang Yu's legion. Those fortunate enough to attempt an escape had not gone far before 3 formidable Grand Sovereigns would intervene, eliminating any potential informants who might divulge their legion's capabilities. 10 minutes later, not a single disciple survived. Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling the surge of invigorating blood coursing through his veins, the excitement mingling with an unsettling sensation. This disquiet stemmed from the remorse, fear, and moral conscience left in the wake of his first kill. The battlefield truly transforms individuals into beasts. Inhaling deeply, he sought to calm his tumultuous thoughts. War, as it is, demands bloodshed and sacrifice to achieve one's objectives. So, everyone, how do you feel? Do you think the techniques learned in the village can be applied in real combat? He inquired. I frequently hunt beasts in the Monster Mountain range. Killing a person is far too simple for me. Compared to the seasoned mercenary warriors, the fighters nurtured in the village appeared somewhat naive, lacking a certain ruthlessness in their strikes. A few warriors from the village had sustained minor injuries. Wang Yu declared, let us rest for 10 minutes before we continue our pursuit of the Burning Fire sect disciples for further training. Yes, they responded. Warriors require combat. Only through battle can one enrich their experience. Wang Yu mused, hands clasped behind his back, regarding his legion resting amidst the fallen. He chuckled softly. A victorious legion is deserving of the name that sweeps across the heavens. Kill himself, he affirmed, in the future. You shall be my source of strength, for I shall invest considerable time in cultivating this legion. It is hoped that there will be individuals capable of emerging victorious from this battle. 3 hours later, within the Grand Hall of the Burning Fire sect, the sect leader Garosha and 3 elders, along with 10 sect masters, gathered to observe the situation at the foot of the mountain. From time to time, disciples would arrive to report the latest developments. Garosha inquired, I wonder how the casualties of this legion are faring? Elder Imo responded, we have dispatched so many Do Wang and Do Zong powerhouses to descend and organize the battle. If they cannot even eliminate this legion of 600, it can only signify a significant lack of ability. Throughout the discourse, everyone repeatedly mentioned the number 600. Such a legion size was hardly worthy of Garosha's concern. The mercenaries imprisoned in the dungeon certainly had a penchant for jest, claiming that the opposing side had 3 Do Huang overseeing them, along with an unparalleled powerhouse. Garosha commanded, "Bring forth all the mercenaries from the dungeon and let them witness how we annihilate this legion." At this thought, a terrifying gloom radiated from Garosha's deep-set eyes, a gaze capable of instilling fear. "I care not what methods you employed to slay my father and my sect's disciples. Today, I shall ensure that you pay with blood for your debts. Elder Huang, notify the disciples below to activate the sword formation." "Let us ensnare them effortlessly," Garosha murmured. The individuals present were equally intimidated by Garosha's pride and murderous aura. 10 minutes later, at the foot of the burning fire sect, the sword formation was activated, casting a ghostly blue light. The mountain had transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Soon enough, the disciples of the burning fire sect, escorting over 300 mercenaries, marched forth in a grand procession to stand before Garosha. Reporting to the sect leader, "We have brought the individuals as commanded." "You may leave." The disciple complied and stepped aside, standing at attention. The mercenaries, well versed in the ways of the world, recognized several sect masters from nearby minor sects, noting the unusual number of people that had suddenly gathered in the grand hall. The mercenary leader, a shrewd individual, remarked, "It seems my words ring true. The opposing side has indeed come seeking us and has gathered such a multitude to assist." The mercenary leader, Jian Huanyo, stated, "Garosha, did you not claim that the individuals arriving were formidable? With 3 Do Huang and an unparalleled powerhouse stationed, take another look at my side's forces. Do you truly believe I will be defeated? Indeed, you have summoned some notable individuals from the vicinity of Black Tiger City, which is advantageous." Jian Huanyo shook his head and replied, "But regardless of how many of you have come, none will stand against the might of that young master. He possesses a power that is both terrifying and beyond your reach." "Ha ha ha, is this not a ruse to have you released?" Garosha laughed heartily. "They let you go for no reason, merely to allow you to boast of their strength before I raise the white flag and surrender. Ha ha ha! In a moment, I shall show you who truly meets their demise upon this mountain. Ha ha ha! What credibility can mercenaries possess? They are merely a horde, blinded by the lure of gold." The sect leader, Jin Huahu, observed the irrationality displayed by the crowd and let out a soft sigh. "Since you have arrived, a moment will come when you shall regret this." Just then, a disciple from the burning fire sect rushed in, panic-stricken, his body smeared with blood, clothes tattered, and a look of sheer terror upon his face. "Sect leader, it's terrible. A calamity has befallen us." Jia Luosha maintained a stern expression, scrutinizing the bloodied disciple from head to toe, and inquired, "What has transpired?" The disciple replied, "They are all dead. The gatekeepers stationed at the entrances from the southeast to the northwest, a total of 3,500, as well as elders Feng and Chiu, have all perished." A sharp intake of breath echoed among the gathered, as the atmosphere, time, and air itself momentarily froze. A pin drop could be heard. Jia Luosha glared furiously, realizing that in just over 4 short hours, 3,500 lives had been lost, including 2 esteemed elders. "Are you speaking the truth or fabricating lies? Have you truly witnessed what you claim?" Jia Luosha inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his inner turmoil. "I report to the sect leader, I witnessed it with my own eyes." The bodies of the 2 elders, the disciple, trembling and bent over, stammered, If it were not for the enemy sparing my life to deliver this message, I too would have become a lifeless corpse." Crash! The crowd was struck as if by lightning. The once proud Jia Luosha, along with the 26 other sect leaders present, felt their spirits plummet. This sudden upheaval had arrived far too swiftly. The mercenary captain, Jian Huahu, addressed the assembled leaders, "Esteemed sect leaders, you are individuals of standing and reputation. I urge you. There remains a chance for resurgence if you choose to live. Engaging in a head-on confrontation here will only lead to your ruin. Sect leader Jia, I implore you to show me a path down the mountain." Chapter 147. A frightening retreat. Jian Hua, who and his 300 mercenaries were unwilling to linger for another moment. Should the youth arrive with his men, mistaking them for allies, none present would escape unscathed. All would perish. Jia Luosha took a deep breath. The 26 sect leaders exchanged glances, their spirits at an all-time low. What did it signify that 600 had slain over 3,500? It could only imply that these 600 were formidable warriors, perhaps even armed with secret treasures and divine artifacts. Consider this. What sort of individual would audaciously lead 600 to assault a mountain? They could only be fools or those with absolute confidence. Enough, let us depart. While they have yet to ascend, we must leave. Return to being good people. There is still a chance. The 26 sect leaders, renowned for their cunning, were also individuals who thrived in the face of danger. Although they had suffered losses among their disciples and vital members, they understood the wisdom in Jin Hua, whose words, survival offered the prospect of a triumphant return. Jia Zhengzhu, I, Haishamin, lack the courage to confront these 600 individuals. I apologize and kindly request that you indicate a path down the mountain. Jia Zhengzhu, let us depart together. In the presence of the gathered crowd, brimming with confidence, they drank heartily, united in spirit. Yet now, upon the mere display of a fraction of the opponent's might, this group intends to flee, prioritizing their own survival. How utterly realistic, Jia Zhengzhu spoke. Elders Imo, Huang, and Feng, take my wife, children, and all disciples, along with some treasures from the vault, and depart at once. Ensure you also take the spirit beasts that dwell in the mountains. I shall remain here alone. Elder Imo, filled with agitation, exclaimed, Jia Zhengzhu, we cannot abandon you here. What if you come with us instead? Had we not previously agreed? If the adversary proves too formidable, we must preserve our foundation. There will be opportunities for resurgence. Jia Luosha shook his head. As a child raised within the flames of the burning fire sect, a sect established by their ancestors through fervor and sacrifice. Even at the brink of destruction, he felt compelled to protect the last vestige of their land. Let us not waste time with further discussion. Hasten to the treasure vault, select your items, and depart. Jia Luosha declared, this is the final command of the sect master. The three elders, Imo, Huang, and Feng, ceased to delay. Under the elders' guidance, the 700 disciples of the burning fire sect bowed to Jia Luosha before beginning their exodus. In a brief span, they had shared cheers and drinks. Upon hearing of the impending enemy assault, the burning fire sect had gathered over 7,000 warriors, including 18 Do Wang. Yet now, before the enemy had even ascended the mountain, the once vibrant and jubilant grounds lay shrouded in desolation and solitude. Jia Luosha retrieved a jar of liquor from the main hall. Drinking deeply in his grasp, he held a sword inscribed with the words Burning Fire Sect. Burning Fire Sect, O burning fire sect, whom have you offended? Jia Luosha lamented while drinking. I shall uncover the identity of this foe. Even as a ghost, vengeance can be sought. Gulping down the liquor, he became increasingly disoriented, his consciousness fading. Gradually, he perceived laughter emanating from the staircase, the sounds growing nearer, footsteps echoing louder, multiplying. Wang Yu, leading the 600-strong army untouched by death, finally arrived at the main hall of the burning fire sect. Standing before the plaza, Wang Yu beheld only a solitary man, drinking in solitude, and no others remained. Wang Yu called out, why is there but one person? Where are the others? Have they fled? Chapter 148. A duel originally. Wang Yu anticipated a fierce battle awaiting them within the hall. Yet to his astonishment, at the grand entrance of the imposing main hall, they found only a middle-aged man indulging in solitary drink. Could it be that all others had indeed fled? As Wang Yu prepared to step forward, Gu Jianglu raised a hand to halt his movement, cautioning, Village Chief, be wary of deception, it matters not. There is only one opponent, and I am unafraid. Wang Yu stepped forward, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Galosha, inquiring, why are you all alone? Where are the others? You are the one who murdered my father and annihilated my burning fire sect. Galosha's face flushed with anger as he ascended into the air, brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at Wang Yu, as a master at the first-rank Do Wang level. His speed was akin to the thunderous roar of a storm, surging toward Wang Yu. However, before Wang Yu could make a move, the elder Shen Ao stirred, pointing a single finger with effortless grace, effortlessly pinching the descending sword between his fingers. Who are you? This old man possesses such power? Galosha exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, Shen Ao struck, unleashing searing Do Qi, sending Galosha crashing to the ground. Faced with such formidable strength, Galosha could only surmise that the elder was at the Do Huang level. Spitting out a mouthful of hot blood, Galosha cast a cold, disdainful glance at his opponent, resolute in his determination as he rose to his feet. It seems that today, the burning fire sect is destined for destruction at your hands. I acknowledge that I bear no animosity towards you, yet you seek to annihilate my sect. Why? What is the reason behind this? Galosha roared, his fury palpable. Dio, I have a grudge against you. Is there enmity between us? Observing the nearly deranged man before him, Zhang Hongguang arrived and reported to Wang Yu, village chief. This man is Galosha, the current leader of the Burning Fire sect, succeeding after the death of Jawolya. Behind the mountain, scouts have spotted a large group transporting treasures. What are your orders, village chief? Let it be, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. Stepping forward, I harbor no ill will towards your Burning Fire sect, but you have oppressed the common folk and treated the citizens of Black Tiger City with disdain. Thus, I have come. Bah, Galosha retorted. In this world, do you believe that aside from me, Galosha, and the Burning Fire sect, there are no other sects that exploit the people? If you truly wish to intervene, do you think you can manage it? Today it is the Burning Fire sect, tomorrow it will be the Black Sand sect, and the day after that, the 10,000 Poison sect. Are you not intending to eradicate all these sects? Can you truly accomplish that? Wang Yu responded. So there are indeed so many. Very well. I shall deal with them one by one. It suits my purpose perfectly. Wang Yu had been searching for justification to eliminate sects and expand his own influence. Is there anyone willing to take on the task of slaying this sect leader and earning credit for it? He inquired. I will. I will. The warriors of the village, all at the Dowang level, eagerly raised their hands, seemingly vying for the honor. Partly for the merit, and partly to leave a favorable impression on Wang Yu, the warriors were deeply influenced by the prospect of serving him. Excellent. Then you shall do it. Wang Yu designated a slightly younger warrior, instructing, be careful not to get injured. Just finish him off. The slightly younger warrior, around 40 years of age, donned a robe inscribed with the character for snake and wielded a white sword. I am Lu Jinsheng, at the second rank Dowang leveled on my apologies, he stated. Galosha coldly scoffed. What, do you look down upon me? Chapter 149. Reclaiming the Burning Fire sect no matter how one viewed Galosha. He possessed his own pride and arrogance. Within the Burning Fire sect, he was considered one of the foremost powerhouses, with exceptional cultivation abilities. Coupled with years of diligent effort, he had earned his status as a formidable warrior. Yet, this young man before him had casually summoned someone to confront him. Underestimating me, he would pay for it with his life. Galosha, nearly driven to madness, charged at Lu Jinsheng. Burning Fire sword technique? Galosha bellowed, reciting the incantation. The sword, initially devoid of flame, ignited spontaneously. Scorching flames enveloped the blade. Lu Jinsheng, raising his sword first, moved in harmony with it, his form flowing naturally. His swordplay was fluid and diverse, resembling a brush gliding across a canvas. Painting with fervor, to Lu Gansheng's astonishment, the temperature around him noticeably dropped as snowflakes began to dance from the sword's blade. The Four Seasons sword technique coalesced into motion. The clash of the crimson and white sword techniques erupted in a flurry of sparks and snowflakes. In merely a few exchanges, it became evident that Galosha was being suppressed by Lu Jinsheng. How is this possible? I, the esteemed master of the Burning Fire sect, am being subdued by a mere nobody? Galosha, filled with rage, had initially intended to slay for the sake of his own prestige. However, he found himself overwhelmed by this young man, whom he had dismissed so lightly. This regiment possesses profound techniques, the Four Seasons sword technique, Roar Burning Fire Heaven sword technique. In a fit of fury, Galosha retreated swiftly, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. The fighting spirit surged around him, flooding into the white sword. With a thunderous boom, a colossal sword aura, forged from flames, soared to a height of 10 meters, enveloping Galosha in scorching heat. Observing his adversary's desperate maneuver, Lu Jinsheng swiftly circled around him. What can your petty tricks do to me? Prepare to die. The flaming sword descended from above. Yet Lu Jinsheng shouted defiantly, 9 elephants manifesting fist. 2 colossal elephant forms materialized behind Lu Jinsheng as he hurled the white sword towards Galosha's head with tremendous force. Infused with the might of the 2 elephants, Lu Gansheng's hands wielded an immense power, transforming the sword into a streak of white light. Whoosh! Before Galosha could react, his head detached from his neck like a ball. The fiery sword aura that had been unleashed continued its trajectory, leaving Galosha's body frozen in the motion of its horizontal slash. Lu Jinsheng leaped effortlessly to evade it, landing gracefully before Galosha's decapitated head. Impressive, truly impressive. Lu Gansheng's confidence in casting his weapon as a projectile was remarkable. Had it been intercepted, he would have been left vulnerable. Amidst the ranks of Wang Yujun's team, murmurs of astonishment arose. Lu Jinsheng returned to Wang Yu's side, cupping his hands in salute. Report to the village chief. I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me. Wang Yu patted the shoulder of his companion and said, You've worked hard. I shall remember your name. Well done. After vanquishing Galosha, the Wang Yu Legion advanced relentlessly into the grand hall of the sect. Here, no one could hinder the march of the Wang Yu Legion any longer. This battle, marked by Galosha's demise, was declared concluded. What followed was the exhilarating prospect of seizing the treasures of the Burning Fire sect, accumulated over millennia. Such a grand undertaking. The task of clearing the Burning Fire sect's mountains lasted throughout the night. Wang Yu, unconcerned, found a spot to rest. His first battle had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Chapter 150. Establishing a new stronghold at this very moment, far in the rear mountains of the Burning Fire sect. Over 3,000 individuals, laden with gold, silver, and precious jewels, along with numerous disciples of the sect, hastily fled towards the exit of the mountain, as if a fearsome beast were hot on their heels. Elder Mo and Elder Huang, former elders of the Burning Fire sect, occasionally glanced back at the Grand Hall, their hearts weighed down with a peculiar melancholy. Having lived within the Burning Fire sect for centuries, they never envisioned such a tragic downfall. They were oblivious to the identity and intentions of their adversaries, yet fear of their power compelled them to retreat in disgrace. Elder Mo lamented, Sect Leader Jia, I am sorry. We failed to safeguard the Burning Fire sect. In the future, we shall seek vengeance for you. Elder Huang shook his head, replying, Elder Mo, let us not speak of vengeance. We lack the capability. Alas, it is indeed disheartening that a mere 600 opponents have routed our 7,000-strong force from the rear mountains. Should this news spread, where would our dignity reside? For the sake of survival, humanity truly reveals itself to be a contradictory creature, Elder Mo muttered softly. Let it be, let it be. All is but a fleeting cloud. As the group departed from the rear mountains of the Burning Fire sect, they scampered away under the cover of night, evading capture, a ragtag assembly. They arrived swiftly yet dispersed even faster. The following morning, within the Grand Hall of the Burning Fire sect, a report was being relayed to Wang Yu regarding the cleanup efforts. Village Chief Wang Yu, although some treasures have been taken from the treasury of the Burning Fire sect, a substantial quantity remains. It has been estimated that there are over 3,000 various weapons, 1,200 yellow-grade artifacts, 400 earth-grade artifacts, and components of mysterious-grade and heavenly-grade artifacts, along with supreme-grade components. The riches include 10 million gold coins, 80 million silver coins, and 190 million copper coins. With enough provisions to sustain 10,000 individuals for half a year, reported a small mercenary. Wang Yu inquired, are there any particularly useful artifacts? The small mercenary perused his notes and replied, there are elixirs capable of enhancing fighting spirit and refining the body. Wang Yu commanded, relay my orders to distribute these potions among the valiant warriors deserving of recognition. Tomorrow,